Chapter 551. Worn and Torn Newbie Chapter 551. Worn Out Newbie. War Against Evil 3. Park Cheol-hwan, 32, unemployed. He was standing in a one-room full of garbage, his red eyes widening towards the monitor. On the screen, you can see Yoon-sol smiling brightly. Sola, call my name just once. Hold my hand just once. He stretched out his hand toward the shining figure on the screen. If there is virtual reality in the game world, there is augmented reality in the human world. He reached out towards the holographic image that floated like a ghost, like a mirage. But his hand is Yoon-sol's hand. It was just passing through. Yoon-sol ignores Park Cheol-hwan in front of him and continues to smile brightly and look around. Numerous chat window messages chattered around her. You don't even call me by name or hold my hand. It wasn't like that when I was in Hackabang before. It has changed, our soul. Park Cheol-hwan glared at Yoon-sol's face. He began to tremble. You've been taking care of me since you first debuted on TV. How much did I support you? But won't you call me by my nickname? I wrote promotional articles on other streamer channels or communities to wish you well, and even picked up clips and done it all. He turned on the monitor and laid out numerous clips and promotional articles. It is full of small videos and GIFs of less than a minute in which Yoon-sol's pretty faces were taken. A lovely smile, EGO, a shy expression, bright eyes, etc. However, the images and animations on the other side of the monitor contain the exact opposite of Yoon-sol. When you sneeze or smile, your gums are exposed or your jaw is momentarily wrinkled. It is full of captures of malicious moments to undermine Yoon-sol's beauty, such as this folded face or the strange expression he made when he was surprised. Park Cheol-hwan posted humiliating photos of Yoon-sol, unedited photos, and photos that came out momentarily ugly in the chat window. At the same time, his mobile phones and computers that were waiting for him started pouring out comments all at once to the accounts logged into each device. Young-ho villain, you look really ugly. What a beauty streamer with that face. Aaron from Beauty Once. Jang Dong-gun 123. Walk a true story? Rain has no conscience that. Kandi Gunhyung, JMT, which means John Modong. I filter it from the beginning. Run the VPN program to change the IP, and then launch them consecutively at the same time. Are malicious comments. Not only in Yoon-sol's chat window, but also in various streaming community bulletin boards. Eventually, when he saw the messy bulletin board and chat window, Park Cheol-hwan was delighted. When he sees Yoon-sol flustered in embarrassment on the screen, he feels a strange sense of conquest. It felt as if he had become the owner of Yoon-sol as a slave. I can control you as much as I want. So listen to me, Sol. Then I can give you something like this as a reward. Park Cheol-hwan said in a friendly voice to Yoon-sol. Then I clicked a few times into the air. Ding dong. Basic Hits sent a video donation, 1001. Everyone is really so. Why are you doing this to our Yoon-sol? You gradually. Then, Yoon-sol's expression on the screen improved a little. Thank you as always, bassist. Then, Cheol-hwan Park's expression softened a little. By then, wow, one of his cell phones rings. When Park Cheol-hwan answered the phone, a hoarse voice resounded from beyond. What are you doing? No? I'm working on you, Sol. Good job. After that, go to Drake's room and do it. Matthew Robber. Yeah. The unit price is calculated for each malicious comment, so work hard. Leave all the activity records and upload the payment. Yeah. Park Cheol-hwan didn't just beat Yoon-sol's room with a crooked fan heart. If you receive 4 weeks from an unknown and mysterious group and receive a high hourly wage, that's all you're doing right now. Why do you want me to take off Yoon-sol? He didn't know the exact reason, but he moved. Originally, I was a fan of Yoon-sol since the days of Hackabang, but as her broadcasts became hotter, I felt a sense of alienation. Then, in the yard, Yoon-sol's old. A huge amount of malicious comments had been offered to former ardent fans. Even in this way, I wanted to get the attention of Yoon-sol, who became a streamer at a large corporation again. At one time, I didn't have a broadcasting room or equipment, so I got cocky when I was broadcasting next to my sick mother. I'll let you know the subject, Sol. You're a good fit for being with me. Park Cheol-hwan started posting malicious comments again using numerous computers and cell phones. Jamin's dad, the kids are emotionally bad. Just indulge. Wongi mom, it's a garbage broadcast. The more I watch it, the more it really am. Basic, I don't keep posting malicious comments to our Sol Nim, Nimatitf. Did you step on Lego? One shield of tears come too seriously. Isn't he Yoon-sol's sub-account? Ho hook. Skywhale. No jam, 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 no jam. In the meantime, he was showing the meticulousness of posting shield posts with his original ID, one by one. Even driving his ID to Yunsel's sub-account makes him feel happy. Is this one heart Sola? As if Yoon Sol and himself had become the same person, Park Chul-hwan felt an ecstatic sensation and trembled for a moment. That ecstasy was maintained until suddenly the deceased appeared on the air. Just up to there. Is it fun, Chul-hwan? The moment he heard those words, the countless hairs on Park Chul-hwan's body were all stiff. Stood up stiffly. I have no idea. It just feels like my brain is turning white. What? Is it coincidence? Did he just have the same name as someone he knew? But it can't be. In the screen, the person who came close to Yunsel's side is as if this is the correct one. His gaze was fixed on Park Chul-hwan, as if he was looking through it. Suddenly, the old man's mouth opened. Young-ho villain, Jang Donggun 123, Kondajian Hyung, Ergum, WKDQKF 777, Dark Viewer, Did You Step on Lego, Jamin's Dad, Ung's Mom, Sky Whale. Everything is your ID, Chul-hwan. He wrote the comments made by Park Chul-hwan's large pop phone, air system, and IP bypass programs. Was pointing out exactly. The deceased is given a permanent banishment by reciting IDs one after another. Pit, blood eye, fit eye pit, 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 pit. Park Chul-hwan's cell phone and computer screens that were turned on were dyed black one by one. Then, oh, I almost forgot. He said as if he had suddenly remembered. I hit the base, is this you too? I will be kicked out permanently. Park Chul-hwan was shocked, as if his heart was pounding. How did know? How did you 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 know? The shock of being caught, and the despair of not being able to get close to Yoon Sol any longer comes to me as a fear. Then, Mr. Goen. No, this is one of my old avid viewers. It is seen that Sol Yun is taking his side. Park Chul-hwan's face turned red. He typed quickly. I play bass. That's right, TT7T7T. I'm a fan of Sol Yun. I haven't written any malicious comments before. I've been active for a long time. 7 even the river is too much. Park Chul-hwan would not have been noticed. Was certain. Because malicious comments are a misdemeanor, the police do not investigate them well. It is not an exaggeration to say that even if they are living abroad, it is not an exaggeration to say that extradition requests are inconvenient. So it is not an exaggeration to say that repatriation is rare. Even if you're in Korea, it will be really difficult to catch if you put several layers of IP security using Tor browser or VPN. This is especially true in the era when random type volatile IPs are overflowing. Never get caught. I've never written malicious comments for this ID only. Anyway, Park Chul-hwan is one of the passionate viewers that Yoon Sol has been watching since the days of Hako. In the meantime, I wanted to protect the ID of I hit the base, which I have built a relationship with and exchanged sympathy with for a long time. Base, it's not really me. FFF, I send a lot of donations too, and I've been active in this room for a long time. Trust me. Park Chul-hwan was explaining it to the extent that it seemed a little servile. It was a thought to get even Yoon Sol's sympathy vote. But, Chul-hwan, I can see you all. Yours. The deceased is simply making an annoyed expression on his face. Hyung is actually a hacker. All the comments you wrote have the same serial number on the back. No? Yes, not just 1 or 2 IDs. Would you like to capture it now and upload it to the chat room? At those words, Chul-hwan Park had to feel the shock of his heart sinking again. All, can you see everything? Nonsense. No way. Park Chul-hwan clenched his teeth. And they tried to manipulate public opinion by using other IDs that have not yet been forcibly expelled. As a sub-ID, I was refusing to say that the words of the deceased were nonsense. But at the same time as the main ID, I wanted to continue to get sympathy votes. But, was it because I was too upset? Park Chul-hwan's hand, which was moving quickly, stopped twisting. Basic beat. The dead person Ishik Kuin is stuck in his mouth. Ruren T. Hack the IP or serial number in what way? But this bitch G. I'm so stupid I think I'll believe it. =1 = 1. Did you step on Lego? 7TF I'm not really. Sol Yun? Believe me. How much has it been for me to write a promotional article for you? Pick a clip and donate it. You can't do this to a pure lover like me. I accidentally changed the content of the comment that should be posted with each ID and uploaded it. Then, the atmosphere in the chat window froze in an instant. The deceased is just annoyed, and Sol's face is cold. Park Chul-hwan still didn't know what he had done wrong. Speak space. TRTTTR Yensel Nim, why are you like this? Please believe me FRR7T, I have only one ID FF. RR you really know FLRNR. Did you step on Lego? Wow. That person who plays bass, John the 10th, I've seen him for a long time, and I'm passionate about it. But if he gets kicked out, will he admit that he's Yunsol's Inseong's dog X garbage? I'll admit it. Suck as much as you can, eat as much as you want to eat, and throw yourself away like this. Humanity is disgusting, isn't it? By this time, the deceased went into action immediately. In the end, it was turned off one after another until the last screen of Park Cheol-won. Even the idea of, I hit the base was permanently expelled. Park Cheol-won clenched his teeth and quickly turned on another screen. When I search the community, I see other viewers who were watching Yunsol's broadcast in real time, talking about themselves. Wow, the Park Cheol-won incident just happened? It happened on a streamer channel called Yunsol. It was stuffed already. The deceased is the real Cider Ho Yo-yok. Who is Park Cheol-won? Paid dole in a large corporation streamer's room. Lita kicked out Hamp Kirk. One good comment and one malicious comment. So the streamer was fooled and stuck to run. Yi Kook, he's a big guy with hacking ability. He said he just took a picture of it. In this series of events, a huge number of viewers were flocking to Yunsol's room. Naturally, there are a lot of comments swearing at Park Cheol-won. The problem is that most of them are ridicule or ridicule containing contempt and disgust, not swear words based on the emotion of anger. Bubbling. Park Cheol-won clenched his fists until he bled and began to tremble. Being insulted isn't bad for getting attention, but being ridiculed is intolerable. Moreover, the despair of being completely cut off from Yunsol, whom he loved so much, but could not have, and wanted to break even more, made him even more angry. Soon, Park Cheol-won opened his eyes. The deceased, Yunsol. You guys touched the wrong person. I'm a really scary person. I'll show you that from now on. What if I take a dive and then create an account again and do activities? Where do I buy? Do you know what I don't know? But I know you guys, you bastards, are all behind, really. He strode over with a vengeful expression on his face and picked up a Canon phone and an air system. It is intended to conduct even more heated malicious comments and manipulation of public opinion. But he couldn't do that. Ding dong. It was the doorbell of the one room under the ring that no one came to visit. Worn Out Newbie. Chapter 552. Worn and Torn Newbie Chapter 552. War Against Evil 4. Basic. It's not really me FFF. I sent a lot of donations, and I've been active in this room for a long time. Trust me FFFF. I am witnessing Park Cheol-won's multiple personalities, multiple desires, multiple IDs, and multiple children's blood all at once. This guy is still the same. He's a guy I knew before returning. Park Cheol-won. He is also known as Beating the Bass, and after a few years he debuts as a streamer and becomes quite famous. Padlib, contempt for the underprivileged, hatred by gender, region, and generation, as well as sexual harassment of female streamers, etc. The guy who gets ripped off. He was an aggro who later became very famous. However, at this time of the day, people do not know his identity well because he is still just an ordinary viewer. Yunsol whispered with a worried expression. Honey, but this person is really, isn't it? I'm a person who has been subscribing since I was a kid. I turned off the video transmission and microphone for a while. Then he turned his head and explained the situation to Yunsol seriously. Sol, you are now under work. Work? Yunsol makes a puzzled expression. I gave a quick overview of the individual and sporadic attacks the Torn Newbie Club is facing ahead of the Asian Champions League. The work process you are going through is first of all harmful comments. Malicious work? What is it? Training malicious commenters like hounds. After nurturing them, they operate as a corporate type. Organize them as a unit and make them move systematically. Why do malicious commenters have sponsors? Well then, it's an era when malicious comments are money. And that's a lot. I knew exactly who was behind the malicious comments Yunsol suffered. Red Moon, and its CEO, Cha Geep. Using Canon phones and Canon bankbooks, Gnome has numerous gangs of malicious commenters under its umbrella. A large number of IDs bought cheaply from China are also one of his weapons. The members of the malicious comment unit have been on the target community for several months or the channel of the streamer they are working on. While doing normal cosplay, they become acquainted with the work target and the people around him. He has been pretending to be a fictional character for almost half a year, so he can avoid criticism or suspicion of being part-timer in comments by suddenly joining in. They are operated as a group of 7 people, and everything from Canon phones, Canon bankbooks, ID purchase costs to motel or lodging accommodation, meals, and the unit price for each malicious comment. In total, it usually costs more than 50 million won per month. In the case of a special operation, which is operated tightly in a short period of time and disappears, sometimes the cost is more than double that. It is a matter of directly blaming others, and even this process is very poignant and professional, and as a general public, there is no choice but to be helpless. First, look at your career, such as education. Selected intelligent part-timers decide what kind of tone and argument to criticize at the upper level, and even if there are rebuttals in their comments, they are just mechanical work anyway, so they don't get emotionally shaken. It was taken. Why don't you know me so well? Before I returned, I got a lot of offers when I was in need of money. Of course, malicious comments are human. I turned it down because I thought it was nothing, but I got a lot of invitations. It was mainly a headhunting from DEM's competing game companies, but I rejected all of them. Not because I had enough money, but because the target I had to work on was DEM. To say that I have to post malicious comments on the person I love, whether because of money or interest, as a real person, it's impossible. Anyway, this guy has to cut the buds in advance. I left the first place before the broadcast started. Before returning home, I was crazy about living in the neighborhood, so some of the named malicious commenters and Buntang Chungs have already made a list to some extent in their minds. You can see a few in Yunsel's chat room. Knowing who is approaching Yusol, it's easy to be the source of color. Now, shall we do reverse detection? I started moving quickly. Asterisk, asterisk, asterisk. I drove to the outskirts of Incheon. For complex Xiamen Village. A place where there is a cheap one-room village where mainly foreign workers, first-timers, and college students live on their own. I pointed to an address there and went to find it. Before, there was a time when Beckett, playing bass, went to his old house and broadcasted memories. Where was it? As soon as I trace my memory, my eyes. A ripe landscape is seen in the. It's close to where I used to live, so I'm more used to it. Here you are. An almost instinctive sense specified a house. As you go to a window with a savage security window, you see a pile of newspapers or a bag of spoiled milk nearby. Aren't you going to buy a house? It is a filthy filth that can hardly be seen as the appearance of a house where people live. Not 6. It's locked inside. A low-pitched voice is heard from behind. Yu Chang, he followed me closely behind me and opened his mouth. How do you know if you are at home? The top of the doorknob is clean with no dust. With the door lock. When I opened my mouth to admire, Yu Chang smirked. He pulled out a list from his pocket. I'm Park Cheol-hwan. Coincidentally, it was from an office customer I managed a long time ago. They said they lived nearby, so I looked it up and found the name right here. The 3 phases are so narrow. Yu Chang reached out and rang the doorbell. Several times in succession. Ding dong, ding dong, ding dong, ding dong. Despite no answer. As a result of continuing to point fingers. Who? The response came. I opened my mouth on the intercom. It came from the HQ. Clearly, he has a top line. It is the superiors who give money and give orders. I had to get that information from him today. However, it was not easy for Park Cheol-hwan. Even my mother won't open the door unless I've talked to her in advance. He hung up the intercom without a word. I got a little frustrated. Even though there was a guy in front of me who was madly commenting on Yun Sol, my fingers. Can't pick up one. Ugh, I can't even break the door or do anything. Right then. Your brother is too violent. Even a semi-legal spirit is a little lacking. Yu Chang bet me. When I turned my head, he smiled at me one at a time. The door is open, so why break it? At the same time, Yu Chang held up a key from his pocket. And, Chaka slash. With that key, I opened the door of Park Cheol-hwan's house so easily. What is that key? When I asked with wide-eyed eyes, Yu Chang shrugged. Before, when I was borrowing money, Cheol-hwan owed me a little bit, but since then, he gave me the master key so that I can come in any time. He also has my toothbrush at home. After speaking, Yu Chang strode into Park Cheol-hwan's house. Then it's like it's darkening inside. A scream was heard. Hey Prophet. Uncle, how are you? Last month's interest rate. If you wait a little. You're an uncle, man. You are a few years older than me. Yu Chang went into the room and sat down in front of Park Cheol-hwan, who was sitting in front of the computer. I also went into his house. I was a little worried about trespassing, but now that Park Cheol-hwan's criminal activities have to be revealed, that doesn't matter. I looked at Park Cheol-hwan in front of me. The guy had a much neater appearance and clothes than expected. Unlike the messy scenery outside the room, the inside was clean. Yu Chang puts Park Cheol-hwan shoulder to shoulder. Walked and said, Your bonds have been sold to someone else, so don't be too afraid of me. Yes. Yes. I washed my hands because I quit my business. Yes. So, you don't have anything to do with me now? Well, I just came to play today as a friend. At Yu Chang's words, Park Cheol-hwan slowly nodded his head. However, his face was still blue, and his trembling limbs were revealed. Yu Chang found an apple placed in front of Park Cheol-hwan. But just because you wash your hands doesn't mean you're weak. After speaking, Yu Chang stretched out his hand and clasped one tightly. Wu Jijik. The apple crumbles like tofu, and juice flows out from the inside. Seeing this, Chulhuan Park's darkened face turned white like the flesh of an apple. Around that time, I sat down in front of Chulhuan Park. Your personal information has already been stolen and has already been widely shared with the community. No? It's just coming up from your alma mater's university community or bamboo forest. Yes, there are a lot of really talented hackers among the Vice President Nim's fans. Why don't you confess before you rob anymore? Yes? At my words, Chulhuan Park raises his head as if he was saying something. I let out a small sigh. Then, while touching the head of Chulhuan Park in front of him, he spoke again and again. Give it up. Red Moon Malicious Comments Unit Data. At this point, I'm going to shave off all of the upper heads. Captured copy of malicious comments, links to posts with malicious comments, bankbook details where money was received after reporting, transcripts of instructions received over the phone, various documents that received payment, email details, service contracts, etc. I was able to obtain hundreds of gigabytes of data from him in return for paying off Park Chulhuan's small debt. Separately, the Red Moon Special Operations Team. I was able to get the personal information of other malicious commenters in the story, and I also got a handwritten statement, recorded and video stating that they were related to Red Moon CO, Chageep. Later, when I said that if I could stand as a witness in the trial, I would be exempted from accusations against malicious comments, but Chulhuan Park bowed his head. Perhaps the shock of the day was considerable. Maybe he will touch the lingo world again. It seemed like nothing would work. Perhaps he will never come back for fear of retaliation from Red Moon. As if he really hated Chageep, Yuchang giggled as he looked at the evidence he got today. Big brother, no, that guy Chageep is over now. I'm sitting in the back doing something ugly like this. Ugh, that age sucks. But I shook my head. It's so weak. You can't bring down this rank of Red Moon. Yeah? Is malicious comments this bad? If someone who didn't know it was a job had suffered it, I'd even thought of suicide. Still, by law, malicious comments are a misdemeanor. At least for the taller ones. Huh. Yu Chang read the malicious comments on the documents with a bitter expression. Sarcasm, personal attack, pad lip, local NI, blasphemy, gender hatred, fostering generational conflict, contempt for the weak, etc. Listed are all the ugliest things a human can vomit. And the reality of how they are transacted with money is also portrayed in a naked way. What kind of money is it they use malicious comments to? Isn't the principle of this world equal exchange? They are exchanged for similar things. I shrugged at Yuchang's words. As I felt during the Mammon raid, Chamdon's face is two-sided. Used to donate to a good cause. There is money, and there is money used to buy malicious comments. Well, anyway, it doesn't matter now. I picked up my cell phone. It's good to find out who's behind the malicious comments, but the secret weapon I'm preparing is not this, but something else. Can you bring down Chageep? Great weapon. That's right. In an instant, I felt a vibration in the hand holding the phone. Well, what came to the cell phone was not a phone call or an email, but a game message alert. Drake, I have an urgent business. This time it was Drake's side. Worn Out Newbie. Chapter 553. Worn and Torn Newbie Chapter 553. Hunter turned into prey 1. Drake, I have an urgent business. As soon as I received Drake's message, I immediately responded. What's going on? Then Drake's voicemail reply was immediate. I was hunting alone, but someone is walking PK. He doesn't seem like a simple aggressor. Isn't it just aggro? Then? Smells like an expert. Drake gave me a game view. Shared the screen. Soon, the scenery Drake was seeing was shared with me. I frowned as soon as I looked at the smartphone screen. It's a black arrow. It is an arrow with an unusual appearance that has a strange rotational force due to its horn-shaped tail. At the tip of the nib, strangely twisted barbs were attached to each other, and it was clear that they contained powerful poison. Fuck. The design of this arrow, which is still flying aiming at Drake, was quite familiar to me. It's from someone I know very well. For did Red Moon hire a bounty hunter? The one who was aiming for Drake now was a well-known figure among dark gamers for his assassination skills. It was probably a plan to get a death penalty by killing Drake before Big League under Red Moon's instigation. However, with my knowledge of the future, I was able to prepare for this situation without difficulty. Drake, listen. The identity of the person who is aiming for you from now on. It will tell you about your skills and battle patterns. However, at Drake's next words, I had no choice but to put on a puzzled expression. Ugh. Okay. You may not listen. What? Why? Then Drake turned the screen to his face and smiled. I'm having a lot of fun right now. A few hours ago, Archer player on Hyuksu was preparing for an assassination. A huge bow and a bundle of arrows filled with tradition on his back, thigh dagger and belt sack. diamonds and gunpowder in it. He scattered the tools with his ice-cold eyes. Obviously, he had a handsome face that was straight enough to attract everyone's attention, but he didn't seem to have any warmth. Then, one ring. On Hyuk-soo received a communication. Unknown. Unknown number. After thinking for a while, he connected the communication. Then, a familiar voice came out. Hyuk-soo, you said you decided to work for Red Moon. It was Ma Dong-seop's voice. He was known for match fixing. Known and completely expelled from the game world. On Hyuk-soo frowned as if disgusting. Don't contact me, you're garbage that is doing match fixing. On Hyuk-soo is a player who has maintained the undisputed first place in the archer category in the Korean official rankings before the cataclysm. But the former regional team decision. It was the case in which he was naturalized to Russia after feeling skeptical of the Korean Association after being defeated by an outright biased decision to the winner of the association's nominee, whom he met in the previous final. Ma Dong-seop said sarcastically to On Hyuk-soo, who is looking at who is trash. Didn't you also accept the quest of Red Moon for money? The assassination of worn-out newbie players. Do you think I am like you? What do you see in your eyes? On Hyuk-soo spit once and cut off communication with Ma Dong-seop unilaterally. In fact, he was a dark gamer, especially an assassin specializing in PK. Assassinate a specific person and get game money in return for real money. A gamer who lives by converting to. Until he received a professional debut love call from a Russian professional club, he was the absolute leader in the PK world in Grey City. He is also the one occupying the second floor of the Killer's Tower with the nickname Cubamania. However, it was not because of money that On Hyuk-soo accepted the Red Moon assassination request this time. Professional naturalized from the US to Korea. Are there any gamers? It was because of his curiosity about Drake. He hated the Korean Association and fled abroad. However, On Hyuk-soo was curious about the news that there were promising players coming to Korea from abroad and archers like him. That is why he accepted the request of Red Moon, who was the one who caused the association to rot. You will regret coming to Korea? On Hyuk-soo muttered with a sense of self-help. I don't know if it's because of him or the Korean Association, though. Eventually, On Hyuk-soo headed to the map where he often appears to meet Drake, the target of today's target. Originally, according to Red Moon's request, the first target to be treated was King Ma-dong, the second was Matthew Kong, and the third was Drake, but he dared to visit Drake first. Eventually, he arrived at the third supply depot. On Hyuk-soo, is also known as B-Long, was standing in a sniper position on the rock wall near the long passage. Sparkle. A sharp tip shines at the tip of the huge bow that symbolizes him. Before long, On Hyuk-soo's sharp eyes caught Drake's face. Dark red hood, black hair. A handsome man whose eyes are washed away. Face. In addition to that, the sniper's unique monocle with telephoto, Wangyun, function. The target's face fits perfectly with what he knew. There is no sympathy. Bye. On Hyuk-soo pulled the protest with all his might and let it go. An arrow with strong damage was fired towards the target. But Drake thought to turn his head slightly to the side, and the arrow flew past him and hit the wall. On Hyuk-soo widened his eyes. Soon he quickly reloaded an arrow and fired in the same trajectory. Paid. But, ting. This time, Drake shrugged his neck tightly between his shoulders to avoid On Hyuk-soo's arrow. No, what is this? On Hyuk-soo was slightly perplexed. However, in the midst of his embarrassment, he was betting his third arrow like a pro. At least 3 this time. But, one ting. This time the situation was the same. Drake evaded the first and second arrows only by moving his upper body. And the third arrow was blocked by the dagger that was attached to the inside of his thigh and bounced off. Crazy? On Hyuk-soo opens his mouth. Even if the first is luck, what does the second and third mean? Seeing it and avoiding it is nonsense. If that is the case, then that is an intuition outside the realm of human beings, a realm that is truly absurd. Are you going to be a god of any FPS? In the end, On Hyuk-soo picked up a thermos that was hung from his waist. It was filled with gunpowder instead of warm water. This is a cannonball. On Hyuk-soo threw the thermos bottle away. However, Drake had already taken the position of On Hyuk-soo in the direction the arrow was flying. Is it belong beyond the warehouse? Girl Poro. After speaking, Drake quickly opened fire. An arrow shot from the crossbow was lodged in the shoulder of On Hyuk-soo, who was hiding. On Hyuk-soo was embarrassed by the immediately following counterattack, swallowed a potion and stepped back. But the thermos was thrown. Whoops. Kuru. A bomb that collects the secretions of magma hookworm, danger level A, drop by drop. It is such a vicious thing that even any ranker can do one kill. And just as he said, the shells were torn to pieces in an instant, and a huge lightning bolt of fire was emitted. Right in the air. What? Why did it explode over there? On Hyuk-soo opened his eyes wide as if torn at the shells that had exploded before they could even reach their destination. Soon he knew why. 2 crossbows. And 2 arrows. Drake fired at On Hyuk-soo with an amazing rate of fire and pierced the flying shells at the same time. Rumbling. Fireworks baptism spread out in the middle of the belong. On Hyuk-soo takes the position of Drake, who will be in the hidden field of vision beyond the flames. Started to swear. Which one? However, Pug. Drake appeared neither to the right nor to the left, neither below nor above. Right in the middle of the fire. Drake was advancing towards On Hyun-soo, biting the strong red Lily May Senji, Class B item, like a cigarette, which raises the flame resistance. A small word came out of his mouth as he casually raised the crossbow in the blazing flame. Half shot. Ping. Drake's arrows sound ominous. He headed towards On Hyun-soo, but unfortunately, his arrow barely crossed the top of On Hyun-soo's head. Is it a slight updraft from the flames? I was aiming for a headshot, but it was a pity. Drake immediately followed On Hyuk-soo, ignoring the flames on his shoulders and legs. In the sniper industry, it is easy for a hunter to become a prey. It's liver. On Hyuk-soo muttered softly as he watched Drake close the distance quickly. Why is this archer trying to fight in fight? There are only 2 cases in this case. Either crazy or stagnant water. On Hyuk-soo stepped back to get off the face of the opponent. Then, in a running posture, it explodes the kangbung. Awesome love, puffing slash. Drake licked his cheek and paused at a powerful sniper passing by. On Hyuk-soo, who blocked the enemy's advance, kept the accusation in his heart. Are you scared? It deserves it. It's really not easy to do back moving and sniping enemies in front of you. Wasn't it so sophisticated that Aim's cheeks flew by even with his sharply shaky vision at that sudden timing? But, wohum. Drake wasn't agitated at all. He muttered something and spurred his steps further. What are you muttering to yourself? On Hyuk-soo frowned. I thought it would be a line of irritation, surprise, or profanity. By the way, as the distance between him and Drake got shorter, the murmur began to become more and more distinct. It's a pretty accurate moving shot. You have to look closely and study it. But I have a little regret. Based on the belong sniper point, when shooting an enemy below the warehouse at around 34 minutes, do not adjust the click of the bow after shooting. I wish it was aimed at. I wonder if repeated mastery is as important as a sniper point that usually causes a left bottom shot. If you keep adjusting the creek while shooting, you won't have time, and it will be difficult to get an accurate 0 point because the distance and altitude difference between you and the enemy will be slightly different. No, the holding method is wrong. And havoc in the standby position. I have to fix the crossbow on the back, but my posture is so. I'll have to learn that again. It's hard to break a bad habit. Oh, it might be good for me to guide you right now. Looking at the clicking sound, it looks like it has been a while since the bowstring was trimmed. Archer weapons have a separate durability for each part, so you always have to trim them. Shall I tell you a little bit before I kill you later? The moment you hear Drake talk to himself. Creepy. Frost fell on Hyuk-soo's spine. Shudder. Finally, Drake, who had narrowed the distance somewhat, picked up the crossbow. Arrows, of course, each other's words. It's close enough to reach. Drake's expression brightens for some reason when he sees On Hyuk-soo's appearance. It's hard to see Archer players these days. Nice to meet you. Archer players say it's hard to see. Since the balance patch was made after the Cataclysm, more and more archers are at the top of the rankings. What does this mean? The moment On Hyuk-soo was about to say something stupid, Drake added, I killed all the archers who wanted to do well. Haha. It was a line that did not go well with a bright smile. Worn Out Newbie. Chapter 554. Worn and Torn Newbie Chapter 554. A hunter who has been reduced to prey too. Connect. Release security by voice recognition. Syncing. Sync complete. Tiling. Deus Ex Machina is your. Welcome to visit. As soon as I logged into the game, I immediately went to the map where Drake was. But when I reached my destination, what I saw was an unexpected sight. No, why are you having so much fun with someone who came to kill you? I smiled as I watched Drake run over the container box. Drake was chasing the enemy with the twinkling eyes he saw for a long time. 2 bowmen gliding around the container box, steel frame and rusty hooks. I looked to the other side of Drake, the bowman with his whole body covered in black cloth. Sa. Gungwi, Gongurb, On Hyuk-soo. I knew a lot about him in the pre-regression world. 3rd in the world ranking of archers. Again, the whole world. Not Korea. He is 3 of all races. It was an archer that could fit in your finger. However, Considering that there was almost no difference between the first, second, and third places in the archer ranking, it is not an exaggeration to say that it is actually the best in the world. In addition, On Hyuk-soo was actually a promising archery player in Korea. The youngest Korean archery team. Gold medal in individual event at CQ International Archery Competition in France. 3 gold medals in the individual event at the Asian Championships. Gold medal in the individual event at the World Archery Championships. 2 consecutive Olympic gold medals in individual events and silver medals in team events. The most notable male player of the 29th Honorable Company. The 30th Honorable Lee Corporate Sports Awards. First 8 national championships. He quit archery due to a leg injury. The numerous careers he built before moving to the game world testify to his glory. However, the reason that he, who had worked so hard for the glory of his country, left Korea and became a naturalized Russian citizen, was due to the evil of the Game Association. I remembered a current affairs program that aired at the time. What are you talking about? On Hyuk-soo's fists are trembling. His voice was trembling too, but he couldn't tell what his expression was. It must be so, because the only thing coming out of the screen was his fist caught by the camera he had secretly hid. No, why didn't you receive it? Association. I don't even have a budget right now. This time, the prize ratio has been adjusted. Do you even know what comes first? There must be an association to have representative players, and only then can they participate. However, if the ratio suddenly rises by 20%, what do the players eat for a living? Huh? I have to eat rice to survive. Quack. On Hyuk-soo's fists are tight again. I applied so much force that my nails turned white. I have my brother's wedding this month. Let me act as an older brother. Well, do you need a power supply? Then I didn't say that before. The opponent across from On Hyuk-soo sat down on the sofa. Finally, he sees his face. Kim Association, the former president of the Dim Association. He was known for being close to Red Moon's Cha Gi-yeep. If you need money, I will lend you. Sit down anyway. There was something I had prepared for the loan. Am I not the man who is always ready again? Did you know that? At On Hyuk-soo's words, the Kim Association looked at him clearly without taking out his loan card. What? I mean, did you know that my brother was getting married and prepared a loan certificate? No, this IOU is usually. How do you usually prepare? Is my name printed? The president of the Kim Association put the loan certificate out of his hands. Tuck. To be precise, it was close to throwing it in the face of On Hyuk-soo. Right. If you want to act as an older brother. On Hyuk-soo, who had been staring at him for a long time. I got up slowly from my seat. Isn't it? On Hyuk-soo walked towards the door without answering. The camera field of view was shaky. If you leave here, you will be permanently expelled. Reason can be made at any time. Do you know there is? I know. No? Then, if you look hateful to me, you know that my career as a player is over, right? I know. Really? Shouldn't it be okay to go to another viewing team, aren't you? Is also the same. Do you think you can go somewhere else and keep playing? It's a business team. It's Nabal. It's in my eyes. If you do, you can't be a player in Korea. I know. If someone knows enough, then why? Can you take me to the room? I've been refusing you for a long time, so I left you and took you. Did you really want to go? Right. Okay. Go. Let's go. Oh, hey. Hey, On Hyuk-soo. Where's 7.1? Before long, the camera containing On Hyuk-soo's vision stopped shaking. Then, it slowly stabilized, and soon it was firmly fixed in one place. On Hyuk-soo's video ended with a firm word. I am going to Russia. There was corruption and unfairness in the selection of people to be selected for the game. By removing an unreasonable percentage of fees from the high game prize money, the players' light pockets were made lighter, and even in promoting the tournament, they put more importance on the face and prestige of the association's high-ranking officials than the players. If it was too much, the faces and names of high-ranking officials of the association were displayed on the poster instead of the faces and names of the players. Kim due to On Hyuk-soo's whistleblower. The president of the association had to take off his clothes, but now he is in a situation where he secretly joins another business team as a coach and earns a good salary from the state support money. The reality is that many players, who are rebellious against the reality that the people's tax is being used for such garbage, are going abroad even at this moment. One of them is On Hyuk-soo. Drake versus On Hyuk-soo. I lifted my eyes again and followed On Hyuk-soo's movements. Obviously, On Hyuk-soo was not as good as in his prime, but compared to his contemporaries, he was showing outstanding physical strength. Ping, ping. Most of the arrows he fires are aimed precisely at Drake's head or heart. Occasionally, the aiming machine's 0 point was shaken and a few arrows were shot in the wrong way. However, instead of panicking while adjusting the sight, On Hyuk-soo boldly and deliberately misaims to pierce the target more accurately. Indeed, It was the skill of a player who would later be called Gungwi, Gung. But, oh well, did you just take the advice I gave you earlier and learn it? I'm glad it was helpful. Yeah, you don't have to touch the sight again just because the arrow misses. At that time, it would be much better to reset the aiming point at random and shoot with the senses. From what I can see, the lower left bullet has been fired since before, so I suggest you shoot again to match the upper right bullet. Drake had already surpassed on Hyuk-Soo's status for a long time. I laughed bitterly. If it's the original, Hyuk-Soo and Drake would have a rivalry by now due to their similar skills. But things have changed since I've been taking Drake with me. The numerous crossroads that he crossed with me brought his talent to the limit, and he also had abundant experience. Added it. Unintentionally, it has become a method of fostering the highest efficiency in the shortest time. Drake already has the skills he had in his prime before returning. No, maybe even stronger than it was back then. For reference, there are no specific specifications for Drake before the return. There was no official ranking, no known level or stats. However, there is only one career that will make him famous. PvP record 1,684 matches, 1,684 wins, and no losses. More than 50% of them were against the same Archer users. This monstrous streak shook the whole world with this brief figure alone. It is not for nothing that he became famous in Korea as Yangniang. Drake was an Archer user who wanted to play a little game, and he went to PvP. Then, when there were no more players to catch, the game ended. I don't know exactly why the game was closed, but, considering his usual personality, it was probably because he felt bored. The first, second, and third place archers who were rivals disappeared from the game around the time when they could no longer follow him. Actually, Drake said he was doing PvP instead of farming, except when he was playing with me, didn't he? Anyway, Drake's level is at least 81. It's hard to level up unless you catch some monsters by yourself, so it's important to just deal with the same player and master it over and over again. Drake used to say this to me all the time. Wow, there's only one reason why I don't play games. It's you nothing but that. Because I always show a higher dimension, he always gets a new stimulus. If it hadn't been for me, I would have withered away right away. Then, hey, human, what can we do? Why did you summon me? There was a low voice over my shoulder. Death Dragon Oz. I saw him looking at me with a displeased expression. He's in a situation where I have to keep an eye on him after he's turned into my pet. I looked at Drake and on Hyuk-Soo, who were shooting at each other from afar, and answered with a low voice. There is nothing we can do. Bring me some popcorn. Oz cries when he hears my words. Human? Are you crazy? You summoned me to run errands like that. Is it? But the guy who said that was honest, so he was already taking the corn in his inventory to the fire. Prophet, the body is selfish again. Hi, human. This popcorn will be my last mercy in your life. I'm so glad I have some nachos, please. Haha, that's ridiculous. Nachos? Nachos, oh? Are you referring to the food in which tortillas are fried on chips with cheese, vegetables, and salsa on top that you once enchanted? Ha. I have a bad head, so I can't remember well. I'm sorry, human. I know. Make something quickly. I don't know. Even if I knew, I wouldn't do it. Oh, it's crispy, but I added a little too much salsa. Yep, I'll take it out, my lord. It seems that Oz's negligent sippet system has penetrated deep into his brain. He started scooping up the salsa sauce from the oven-baked nachos, and at the same time frying the popcorn, prepare a hot dog. This humiliation will surely pay off. How could you humiliate me like this? Yes, when the time comes, I will dig up all of your graves. He will then turn the ashes into undead and do all sorts of chores. All right, and I will burn down all the records of the earth to wipe out this shameful history. Oh, okay. In addition, I will treat your descendants as undead slaves and eat them. Kick. Very good. Good plan. Whenever you have time in the future, make this plan a reality. Tick 1. A barrel of sugar and caramel flew into the back of Oz's head. Pewing. It was Judalope who threw it. I translated Judalope's words to Oz, who had a puzzled expression on his face. Popcorn is sweet. Worn Out Newbie. Chapter 555. Worn and Torn Newbie Chapter 555. A hunter who has become a prey. Piping. 2 arrows hit each other. The barbs protruding from the arrowheads each left long scars on the sides of each other's arrowheads, and then they shot out in their respective directions. At the same time. Tongue. A bomb thrown by on Hyuk-Soo flew over the container, hit the opposite wall, bounced several times, and then exploded. Whoa. But Drake had already left that point. The width of the stomach, the workmanship of each width is quite good, but it lacks precision. On Hyuk-Soo, who heard Drake's words, raised his head in search of something. Then, You can see the gunpowder ball coming down by squeezing the wall of the container a few times. It had reached just above the crown of On Hyuk-soo. Billion. On Hyuk-soo had to be terrified. There was no sound while the bomb bounced off the wall of the container. As it turns out, Drake meticulously wrapped the surface of the bomb with cotton several times to silence the noise when it collided. In public places, bombs should also be set to silent mode. Ugh, you crazy bastard. On Hyuk-soo ran away from the bomb while wearing a black cloth all over his body. Whoops. Flames engulfed the container box. On Hyuk-soo suffered heavy damage from the raging fire, but was barely able to save his life. Whoa, this is living. Drake is still amazing. His eyes twinkled as if he were chasing On Hyuk-soo. On Hyuk-soo rolled out the fire on the sandy floor and raised his bow towards Drake, who was approaching his nose. Stop coming closer. Aren't you aware that you're an archer? He fired an arrow at Drake. Drake also fires arrows straight ahead. Zong. Surprisingly, the two arrows stopped in mid-air with their tips touching each other. They hit each other by pointing their arrowheads at each other. The arrows that had passed each other before were now facing each other head-on. Due to the phenomenon that is close to the mirage. Ike and On Hyuk-soo were silent for a while. Drake was the first to speak. You are a very talented person. Do you shoot bows in real life? Sure. This time On Hyuk-soo asked Drake. Why did you come to Korea with such skills? Korea's DIM association is rotten. Don't you know? Then Drake shrugged. I like Korea. However, I did not join the Korean DIM association. What? Is that possible? It's possible. And if you don't like your country, I can change it. Okay, so I changed my country. From Korea to Russia. No, not that. It's all about changing the country for the better. On Hyuk-soo snorted at Drake's words. Are you a brat? Don't say nonsense. How can an individual change a country? It was extremely realistic and pessimistic. However, Drake just smiled at On Hyuk-soo's words. But I know a man who makes that nonsense a reality. On Hyuk-soo frowned at Drake's words. You're just saying things you don't understand in English. Now it is die. He pointed the arrow at Drake again. Drake rolled his body backwards to avoid such On Hyuk-soo's arrow and loaded the crossbow. On Hyuk-soo, seeing that, snorted. The angle of the crossbow is different from when you aimed at me earlier. The gripping method I was obsessed with. Have you just decided to change it? I don't know. Before, the distance between you and me was more than 100 meters, and now it's around 30 meters, isn't it? Considering the parabola drawn by the trajectory, it is essential to readjust the firing trajectory of the arrow. Huh. You are too engrossed in item settings and specifications. Such subtle differences are irrelevant in practice. It's much more profitable to increase the rate of fire in time to take that into account. After speaking, On Hyuk-soo fired an arrow. Drake also fires arrows. Zong. The two arrows hit each other's tips in the air again. On Hyuk-soo said again. Due to the nature of the damage item, changing the height of the aiming point is meaningless at close range. In particular, if the aiming point within 50 meters was arbitrarily deflected slightly in consideration of the ballistic parabola, the error width was only about 0.013 millimeters. In other words, if you deliberately set the aim for nothing, the probability of getting a miss increases. At that time, if it were me, I would give a speaker. After speaking, On Hyuk-soo quickly hung the next arrow at the protest and fired it. At the same time, Drake's arrow flew into the air. However, compared to On Hyuk-soo's arrow, Drake's arrow was somewhat delayed. Haha, I've won. I'll push you like this. The lingering feeling of being obsessed with overly detailed settings eventually catches your ankle. But, On Hyuk-soo speaks to the end. Could not be reached. Zing. The moment when On Hyuk-soo and Drake's arrows kiss each other in the air again. Ping. There was a second arrow that appeared just behind the two arrows that stopped in midair and fell to the floor. Whoops. It flew in a weak descending curve and hit On Hyuk-soo's heart. On Hyuk-soo looked at the arrow in his heart with a look of disbelief. The still trembling vibration of the shaft twists even the heartbeat. Goes. On Hyuk-soo, who was standing still with a puzzled expression, and Drake stepped down in front of him. The result of an error of 0.013 millimeters is fatal. Drake fired two arrows in a row in the same orbit. Of course, the trajectory is exactly the same. It wasn't the track. To put it bluntly, the trajectory differs by 0.013 millimeters, but from the point of view of the enemy who sees the leading arrow, it is impossible to see the arrow immediately following. Unless you have a keen eye for accurately catching an error of 0.013 millimeters. An archer who ignores it will die, and an archer who cares will live. I judged the difference between On Hyuk-soo and Drake with just one word. Dump. On Hyuk-soo knelt down, while holding the arrow that was embedded in his heart. No, that's absurd. Is it possible to avoid this? Then Drake stepped forward. Cast a shadow. He was holding the dagger Mahel Salalisbath in his hand. You'll know when you see it, whether it is possible to avoid or not. If you can't avoid it, you don't know in this lifetime. Be sure to avoid it next time. Drake's advice was simple. On Hyuk-soo's expression darkened slightly at Drake's words, promising the next. Within, from his mouth, like a dying will, flowed out. Next time will be a little different. That was the last of the palace. He just logged out of his inventory unless he looked down on something, leaving only his own body behind. What? I was a little perplexed when I saw the retired On Hyuk-soo. Gungwi On Hyuk-soo is not such a great person to step down so easily. On Hyuk-soo is clearly inferior to Drake in his skills, but he is not a ranker that can be easily finished. He has some hidden pieces that can at least surprise Drake a few more times. However, is it because of the association? I could quickly guess why On Hyuk-soo resigned so easily. Actually, before the return, I was famous for having a bad relationship with Ma Dong-sip. Since he hated the Korean Association so much, he would not have been very reluctant to work for Red Moon, the man who made the Korean Association rot. Because of that, it is highly likely that they did not want to fight until the bottom was exposed. After I confirmed that the fight between Drake and On Hyuk-soo was completely over, I logged out of the game. Tiling, you have logged out. Please come again next time. As soon as I got out of the capsule, I checked the safety of Matthew Kong and Yusehi. Pick up your phone and dial the number. Call. After a few beeps, the voice of the Matthew River was heard. Oh, Taeganga. Maybe I've warned you before. Before I could even finish speaking, the clever Matthew first gave me the answer I wanted to hear. Are you an assassin? Yes. A while ago, Ma Dong-sib came directly with a few gang members. More. It was a private broadcast with Sihi, so I applied it coolly. The donations also exploded, which was a good thing. Matthew Kong reported his status over the phone. He seems to have repulsed the assassin as nicely as Drake. Ma Dong-sip is here. The busters are now over. There was a live broadcast there, so Ma Dong-sip's image has completely changed. It would have been impossible to kill. I asked just in case. Is Sehi okay? A lot more than me. This is a reliable answer. I hung up the phone after checking the well-being of both of them, and left alone in the dimly lit room, quietly contemplating future plans. Cha-geep. You can't touch me, so you're going to hit me, right? But all of this was already guessed by the sea. There were some unexpected variables, but they were within the margin of error. Tacho slope, da cao jingsu. Knocking on the grass frightens the snake. The problem is that the snake is a terrifying viper. Okay, we're going to counterattack from now on. I looked back at the handwritten affidavits, recorded files, and numerous other evidence that I had recently obtained by stalking malicious commenters, including Park Chol-won. Now that you have blocked or dodged all of your opponent's attacks, it's time to insert your own attacks. Good. In addition to the information the malicious commenters vomit, I had another weapon. It's probably a nuclear bomb-class hidden piece with much more destructive power. Drooling. I opened the door to the safe and pulled out everything that was stored at the bottom. A huge amount of paperwork that I have been collecting one after another. Stacks of paper with thousands of pages are piled up in mountains. They were all contracts that started with the same words. Comprehensive Residential Building Fire Insurance, Special. Worn Out Newbie. Chapter 556. Worn and Torn Newbie Chapter 556. Big Deal, 1. A report has been received. At the cry of one firefighter, all the firefighters put down their ramen bowls on the table. The ramen had just boiled, and I was about to take a bite. Where? Firefighter Kim Jong-ho answered the question asked by Kim Hae-ji as he was busy moving around. DD, XX-dong, Yongsan-gu, Seoul. Hearing these words, Kim Hae-ji's expression darkened. The land is very expensive there. It's even a high-rise building. From the point of view of small citizens, it is difficult to even guess how much damage has been done. Also, it is true that I am worried that I might accidentally touch something in the vicinity because I am a wealthy person. But what can I do? Hey, lay it down. Fall down, down. Get down. Let the old firefighters sing. Everyone else sang, and without regret, they threw their ramen bowls over the sink. This is the fire department's only rule. Everyone stood up from their seats with wretched faces. It's always a familiar thing. Wow. Firefighters hurriedly sounded emergency sirens and rushed to the scene. Before long, I can see the night sky in the distance soaked in fire. A fire was spreading throughout the large building. No, what happened to cause the fire to shoot up like crazy at the same time? Did something explode inside? Firefighters opened their mouths to the scale of the fire, which was much larger than expected. Oh, the red energy that brightly colors the black sky. It seems that extinguishing the fire will not be easy. I spoke to the owner of the building, and he said it was probably a super large capsule room. Fortunately, the loss of life is expected to be minimal as the business has not yet started. Fortunately, the neighboring buildings are water-free and the surroundings are empty. Since the site is a wasteland, it is unlikely that the fire will spread anymore. The building materials were also taken out in advance. Then there will be no additional damage. Almost a miracle. But it won't be easy to get inside only like this. But as a firefighter, you can't ignore the life that might be inside. Numerous firefighters raised fire hoses with desperate expressions, and he was ready to go inside the burning high-rise building. It's something you risk your life for. Right then. Wait. There was someone who stopped those firefighters. It was a man in neat clothes. There is no one inside. It is set so that no one other than the owner can enter by putting a password with the latest door lock devices that are stacked several times. And in the meantime, we have hired security guards to keep us alert, so there will be no chance that someone else will sneak in. After he finished speaking, he showed the CCTV footage of the entrance and the situation in the current building through CCTV. Indeed, there were no mice, let alone people, inside and outside the building being monitored in real time. All you can see is a lot of capsules that are packed full of them, roaring in real time. However, there is no one inside and there is a risk of the fire spreading to the surroundings. Even if there is no such thing, the hearts of firefighters are urgent. Nevertheless, the fire must be put out as soon as possible. How do you feel about the building owner? Then the man smiles at the words of firefighter Kim Jong-ho. It's okay to ride more. I am the owner of this building. The moment I heard those words, I gathered. All the firefighters' faces turned blank. It's the first time I've ever seen a water drinker look so carefree, not relaxed, and indifferent when their building caught fire. Really? But how can you be so carefree? To a firefighter's question, the man said. The dog nodded in response. I have insurance. I looked at my building, which was burning. Hey, it's like looking at some game graphics. But this is absolutely reality. This luxurious skyscraper, which I invested more than half of my fortune into, was now burning. This is an empty building that I bought a long time ago, and it is located on the outskirts of Wealthy Village. Shoot, As it rains, the fire shows signs of being extinguished. The fire was so large that even a firefighting helicopter was mobilized. Of course, no one was hurt. The casualties were zero as expected, and it was the result of thoroughly controlling the fire so that no one was harmed. Oh, did I set the fire? I can't. That fire is obviously a natural fire regardless of me, and I can put any number of alibi with legal effect. But nevertheless, I predicted this fire in advance, and I was able to pinpoint the cause as well. The new model capsule linked 3021, developed by Gyip Cha of Red Moon, has always caused trouble due to heat. In the process of taking over capsule rooms that went bankrupt or had difficulties in business, I drove these new model capsules into one building one after another. On the surface, the purpose was to set up the largest capsule room in Korea, but in fact, it was to induce this fire. In the world before the regression, this event started the downfall of Red Moon. I knew that this capsule, which Gyip Cha was ambitious for, would one day cause an accident. Before I returned, in the basement at the time, thousands of people died or were injured because the new model capsule in the existing capsule room ignited at the end of its heat. And because of this incident, Cha Gyip had to admit all responsibility and step down from the front line. Of course, he did not live in prison because of the massive lobbying. After that, Cha Gyip paid bail while in prison for various old age, diseases, and complications. In prison for that short time, he was living a so-called emperor's service. A case in which the strange judicial system of the Republic of Korea was exposed to the whole world, in which there were victims, but no one was punished. But this time, it will never be so easy. It was a good ride. I loved the roasted building. I looked at it and smiled. Anyone can see that it is impossible to regenerate, and it looks like huge damage. I hid a lot of money to get that building up. Of course, after that, all fire insurance that existed in Korea was in the state of being covered. That too, up to the maximum cap, with all special deals and special options subscribed. Then the insurance company has to ask me for a huge amount of money, so I'm not hurting the insurance company that I'm kidding? No way. Insurance companies are usually those who are always at the top of society. They never lose. If they had to ask for a large amount of insurance money, they would try to make up for their loss elsewhere through a thorough investigation. Red Moon. Now, all the big insurance companies that exist in Korea will take care of Cha Gyip's breathing instead of me. Red Moon busy hiding bad things vs huge insurance money paid to me. All insurance people in Korea who are desperate to fill a battle of the former jab versus the former ja. Who will be the survivors? I think insurance companies are much smarter and more thorough. I smiled. If there is a match-winning Toto game in this match, I have all my fortune. Would have been betting on the insurance company. Since Chagyip is from a back alley Yongachi, he is rather weak in this area. Soon, countless executioners from insurance companies without blood or tears will be dispatched to hang a noose around Chagyip's neck. And with this incident as an opportunity, many small and medium-sized capsule room owners across the country will come together. The share price of Red Moon will fall, and around this time, there will be fierce criticism from the general meeting of shareholders and the board of directors, directly towards Chagyip. He's never been cornered in his entire life, so he probably won't find a way to deal with it. In the first place, the net was tightly woven so that there was no hole for me to escape. Red Moon is revived after Chagyip's overthrow. Now is the time to buy stock again. Chagyip's downfall will further increase my wealth in the future. This will have a positive impact on small business owners and gamers across the country. In addition to being able to legally return a new model that was unwillingly touted, you will also be able to receive compensation for the recall. Yet, stick one. People with suits and briefcases gather in front of me one by one. A straight outfit, glasses, and pomade hair. Negotiation experts called Nanda Ginda from each insurance company lined up next to me, accompanied by lawyers. The momentum, and so on. The insurers bowed at the same time to say hello, and quickly settled into their respective positions like soccer players. It seems that there is a program manual in case there is a common goal. We will begin to determine the cause and effect relationship of the fire. Beep. The percentage of negligence is being established. TT 23%, 57%, 89% to 100%. Insurance premiums have been set. I will start preparing for the lawsuit from now on. Come on, Shimhohop. Follow me. What after it's fine after. Rest assured, sir. Are you safe? If so, please rest assured. We'll take you to the brink of hypotension. Hey youngest, get the bed and the massager out of the car. Look at this too. Our fire investigators' flame retardant suits are better than firefighters. 10 times stronger. If you look over there, you can see that our researcher has already gone up to the 13th floor. Isn't that great? Hey, in the meantime, our investigator had already landed on the roof in a helicopter. Do you have any items to look inside? Just tell me. Please pay attention this time, customer. Do you need to hold the back of your neck in front of the presslator? Grasp the back of the neck with good photo composition and follow the falling posture manual. I'll get you wet. Insurance companies that were so scary when they were enemies before the regression can't be so reassuring when they come to the side after the regression. Yeah, it's hard alone. After all, the car-to-killer system is the best. Now, with this super elite mercenary group borrowed from all over the world, I will take the huge boss monster called Red Moon to the bone and eat it. Will be. And even. My revenge does not end here. In the meantime, I still have a hidden tile left. Worn Out Newbie. Chapter 557. Worn and Torn Newbie Chapter 557. Big deal too. A full investigation by insurance companies has begun, claiming that it is more thorough than the police investigation. They retraced the route of the fire, persistently analyzed it, and came to a unanimous conclusion. Game capsules from Red Moon. The device overheated due to the defective cooler of linked 3021, and this heat came into contact with the cable's sheath, causing a fire. It wasn't just one capsule that caused this problem. We found a situation where the same problems occurred simultaneously on several floors, and this was proven by hundreds of CCTV cameras that were filming the inside of an empty building in real time and transmitting it to the outside. And soon, numerous consumer complaints and current affairs complaints programs started to come out to the building. Because all coverage was kept open, the case spread all over the place. The capsule room in Seoul before the opening was the largest in Korea. Obviously, we were only testing 12 hours a day in a low-power state, but these fires. Other capsule rooms that normally run 24 hours a day can avoid danger. If this capsule room had a fire like this after it was opened, it would probably cause a terrible loss of life. Expected large-scale recall, the number of complainants is more than 10,000. Lee Rare, who was the culprit behind all these incidents, took no position. When huge criticism is formed, was small. Among those complaining about the Red Moon were all the capsule room owners across the country who had to hold their breath forcibly. There were a lot of people who would report Red Moon's capsule defect. Not only the capsule room owners who were tired of the needlessly expensive unit price, but also many heavy gamers who were suffering from heat and burn problems started to file a recall request. Although there were no fatalities, you and I started to return and refund the capsules because we thought that we could become dead at any time, and those who suffered minor burns sued Red Moon as a group. The scale of the complaint was a scale that even the Red Moon under the world could not ignore, and the public opinion deteriorated as a result. The biggest problem is that stock prices are falling. It was. The stock price of Red Moon, which had been marching high every day, started to show a slow decline and evaporated by more than 5% within a few days. The anger of shareholders was like an active volcano that had just erupted. The fact that the person who fully supported and controlled this new model project was CEO Cha Gu-yeep was known to the outside world, and he was put in a corner in and out of Red Moon. And around that time, the reality of the malicious comments unit operated by Cha Gu-yeep was exposed to public opinion. A whistleblower reported anonymously to the media that Cha Gu-yeep was unfairly involved in the DIM association last time. Numerous public opinion manipulations have been carried out under the surface of the incident. Inside the reported envelope were an external hard drive containing hundreds of gigabytes of evidence data, as well as transcripts and photographic materials. Naturally, all kinds of dirty malicious comments such as blasphemy of the deceased, personal attacks, contempt for the weak, sexism, incitement of regional emotions, and generational conflict were also revealed. Articles were published in an instant. LGBA equals reporter Nam Jung Nam. In the process of social media marketing by running an SNS channel in the past, Mr. Cha Gu-yeep, the CEO of Red Moon, who is suffering from a recent capsule fire incident. Syncopation, it was revealed that he had been making malicious comments and manipulating public opinion against certain professional gamers. /other mid other at lgba.co.kr. Photo, Red Moon. Starting with the first report, the Red Moon incident spreads wildly. Numerous victims began to speak up, and the case began to spread to the gate level. Sorry. Cha Gu-yeep was wearing a hospital uniform and in a wheelchair, entering the Red Moon headquarters building. He wears a large mask over his mouth. Cha Gu-yeep, who threw a word of apology from the start, enters the building in a wheelchair pushed by his secretary. Numerous reporters pointed their microphones at Cha Gu-yeep. Mr. Cha Gu-yeep, I heard that the board of directors will be held before the general meeting of shareholders today. Are you attending? Why did you intervene unfairly in the Korean DIM Association? Maternal nephews and cousins among the association's employees. Do you have a nephew? Did you look after them when they joined? Did you give special favors to certain teams or players during the Asian Champions League qualifying? Did you not give any opinions on the map selection during the Little League Korea-China-Japan War? What do you think about the victims of the new Red Moon model fire incident? What about the stock price crash due to the large-scale recall? Why did you use the malicious comments unit? Does that mask block find dust well? What is the KF number? Cha Gu-yeep struggled to get out of the reporters around him. He suffered the humiliation of having the hat that was covering his long gray hair in the middle was taken away. But his ordeal had only just begun. When you go up to the top floor of the Red Moon building and go inside, you can see the conference hall from moving. There were rows of board members who were shooting bloody eyes there. Regardless of whether he had a good relationship with Cha Gu-yeep, the expressions and gazes of all the executives were cold. Welcome, Cha Gu-yeep. Director Kim Han-sun, whom Cha Gu-yeep always regarded as a thorn in his eyes, smiles and waves Cha Gu-yeep. Looking at that bright smile that doesn't fit the situation, it's clear that he's really enjoying this situation. The original enemy's misfortune and my happiness are the same thing. And the same is true of my misfortune and the happiness of the enemy. Cha Gu-yeep felt his anger rising even more, and sat in the center of the panopticon, a prison made of circular gaze. Director Kim Han-sun died. I knew you would come in a wheelchair, so I didn't have a chair. I thought I didn't have a chair, so I rode this. Hey, you have such a foresight. Why did God bring up these big issues? Director Kim Han-sun lifted only the core materials. The case of unfair intervention in the DIM Association, the new model, Link 3021 case, and the operation of malicious comments. And the resulting decline in the stock price is very clear. Number of arrows on the stock graph. The pain felt as if it fell straight down and penetrated his heart, and Cha Gu-yeep grabbed his heart for a moment and frowned. Soon, he spoke first in front of the board members who were staring coldly at him. I acknowledge all my negligence for the stock price drop. Then, there was a slight murmur even among the board members. It is because it was really rare to see Cha Gu-yeep, who is famous for being filthy and young, admitting his mistake. Cha Gu-yeep's eyes lit up. But who am I? I am Cha Gu-yeep. Don't be a nuisance to others. I've been thinking of a sure way to restore it. Those words caught the attention of the board of directors again. Cha Gu-yeep activated the hologram device in the center of the conference room. Then, a 3D image is played in the center of the conference hall. Wow! Wujijik! There was now an unbelievable sight taking place. A tall man standing tall and looking down on the entire conference hall as if he was pressing the board of directors. Of article. On the face of only the skull, jet black armor, and a helmet made of dragon bones create an intimidating atmosphere. Death Knight, King Arthur class. S/attributes. Darkness, Undead, Draw, 1:1, Battle Veteran, Core Tactics, Choice, Rebellion, Serial Killer, Knight of the Round Table. Habitat, the 9th floor of the Tower of Knife Chim. Yi size, 3M. Dash as long as the wind blows, the rain wets, the sun rotates, the sea surrounds, and the land continues. King Arthur. The hazard level is S. A monster with the highest ranking in Deus Ex Machina. Dozens of celestial users. Without organizing the ID, the existence that dares not reach out. Among them, only some of the rice cakes that exist are vaguely distributed, and nothing is clearly known, the highest-ranking beings of the S-class. Death Knight Chilguita. The second boss, King Arthur, was revealed. But even more surprising is not King Arthur himself. A mysterious player fighting on an equal footing with such a Death Knight. It is the appearance of a being who is accomplishing this tremendous achievement in real time. Hey, that's the monster that appeared in the teaser video when the demo first came out. General Wilson at the press conference. One of the 7 Death Knights I mentioned once when I went out. By the way, are there any players who already catch monsters like that? The directors began to gossip. Chilguita-class Death Knight is a monster that is already famous among users as a celebrity, even though little is known about it. But on an equal footing, players fighting 1:1 appeared. Danny. It was definitely something that gamers would be enthusiastic about. However, the directors gathered here are more businessmen than gay entrepreneurs. That's great though. But what is that? What does this have to do with the current downturn in Red Moon stock? Cha Geep confidently answered the questions raised by the directors. This Death Knight is probably the highest point in the Deus Ex Machina universe. Cancer, of course. The estimated level is more than hundreds. As a result of the experts' forensics, it is stronger than the Balrog or the Bollock that appeared during the Asian Champions League. So, among the monsters discovered so far, it is the strongest. Then, director Kim Han-sun raised his eyebrows. Frown. He said sharply to Cha Geep. No, so now what does that have to do with this? It's related. Cha Geep stopped director Kim Han-sun's words. Then he looked back at the entire board of directors gathered here and said, the player who caught this Death Knight. I grew up as a spawn of Red Moon. Cha Geep's bomb declaration went off. Worn and worn out newbies. Chapter 558. Worn and Torn Newbie Chapter 558. Big Deal 3. This player. I grew up as a spawn of Red Moon. Cha Geep exclaimed curiously. Then an exclamation mark appeared above the heads of all the directors gathered here. Current status of Deus Ex Machina. If you think about it, this is a pretty useful marketing tool. Dem World boasts explosive popularity that it is called another life. What if the legendary hero who defeated the monster at the apex of that worldview was produced by Red Moon? At this point, it is not at the level of being famous in Korea for a while. World Star. This is a golden chance that the brand of Red Moon will be engraved in the minds of people all over the world. Is this your first time hunting S-Class monsters? No. Even among S-Class monsters, there are cases in which some low-level entities have already been captured by the Heavenly Ranker raid. Not too long ago, high-level monsters called Balrogs and Demogorgons were caught by a crowd of champ participants. But that Death Knight has a very high level, even on a one-on-one basis. Initially, there are few people who can hunt S-Class monsters at this point. If there are such rankers, they are top stars. Oh, if that's true, that's awesome. Hey, CEO Cha Geep said. Again, you are achieving great results. I believed. If you write an interview article saying, I was able to catch S-Class monsters because I used Red Moon's capsule, would the stock price rise again? Indeed, this might be able to calm the angry masses. What calms the public? At this point, some images from Korea. Worse doesn't matter. People from all over the world will be our customers. This is an entry into the global market. Is this red? By the way, can we just leave Korea and aim for the world? They're originally from the domestic market, and when time passes, they'll buy our products on their own. The reaction of the directors was positive. Some directors are quick to reach out to foreign buyers. Some directors immediately canceled the meeting with the Korean media. It is already preparing to abandon the Korean market and expand overseas. Feeling that the atmosphere had been reversed, Cha Geep made a satisfied expression. Aren't gamers all pigs after all? If you throw in a little bit of fun and excitement like this again, you'll soon forget about the recall. After launching a new product with a slightly different apology and only a different shell, you can reheat and eat it again with something like Death Knight Chilguita version limited edition. This time around the world will be our customers. Oh, of course, I leave the publicity to this friend. Then, director Kim Han-sun raised his hand and asked, by the way, Was there an unknown pioneer who could catch an S-class monster alone at this point? Who is this player? Cha Giep frowned and clicked his tongue once. He is a very troublesome still, who tends to bite and procrastinate in his affairs. But Cha Giep is towards the left. Said proudly. Do you know the person who is hot in the streamer world these days? It's a player I got to know about through the process of contacting him. Oh, I know a little about him. Then isn't he himself? Yes. He introduced me as a friend. Trust me, because I have more skills than you. What is your nationality? How do you plan to contact me in the future? Is it someone you can trust from the management side? I do not know. I haven't thought about it yet. Oh, but what does it matter? I already own this video. I am doing if you look at the video here. Is the original marked? Right. A red prohibition sign at the top means it has never been copied. That is, this video is the only one here. It is. Cha Giep waved his hand at Kim Han-seon's questions and ignored them. It is a sign not to obsess over trivial things. With that said, some directors who knew the streamer dead person paid close attention to the player's movements fighting King Arthur. Certainly, it's similar to the deceased, but different. Isn't that closer to King Madong? Having the strengths of both at once and attacking with a completely new pattern, another monster has appeared. Aren't you a world-class ranker with a hidden identity? Tudor or Bianca? If that's the case, that's even more awesome. Seeing the directors more excited than before, and seeing their reaction, Cha Giep spoke in a more confident voice. If a gamer raised in Red Moon said that the capsules made by Less Rare had such an achievement, it would have a great effect on enhancing corporate image. Did I say? I don't like to cause trouble to anyone. I will make up for it. Cha Giep jumped out of the wheelchair and raised his fists and shouted. Clap, clap, clap. Some applause broke out among the board members. Seeing this, Cha Giep smiled inwardly. You, too, are no different than dogs and pigs. These stupid children. Meanwhile, Cha Giep tried to get upset thinking about how much money he had spent to buy this Death Knight hunting video. A video of hunting a monster standing at the apex of the current worldview. The value was so great that even Cha Giep was surprised. A road that was really worth the call. Do it these days, a third-generation chable who is crazy about games said that it is fashionable for young people to buy rare videos for a large amount and watch them secretly only by themselves. Not the third-generation chable, but 4 or 5-year-olds these days. The new latest fashion that young people enjoy alone or in groups. It seems that there is such a thing as the generation familiar with streaming and virtual reality. I'm old and I'm going to buy a video that people with nosebleeds are passionate about. The price of the video was insanely expensive, but it wasn't worth it. Cha Giep, who was cornered, had to show results somehow. So, I had to deposit billions of dollars to a person whose name and identity were unknown, just to purchase and own a video that is less than 10 minutes old. I couldn't embezzle the company's money as I was under a tax audit, so it was 100% my own expense. I spent a little bit of money painfully, but this could divert the public's attention. Especially young ones will be very enamored. Cha Giep laughed as he watched the Death Knight hunting video. I bought this video for a huge amount of money. I will give Cha Giep wings again. The only home was that the identity of the player in the video could not be identified. But anyway, there is no problem as the only person in possession of this rare video is Giep Cha. Cha Giep said curiously. Now, let's discuss the timing of when to release this video. It's just an S-class monster. The aftermath will be great. The strongest monster ever discovered, the 1:1 raid video of the S-class undead, Bukrasha, will probably surprise the whole world. It will attract the attention of the whole world. Cha Giep imagined the future and smiled confidently. Right then, Director Kim Han-seon suddenly looked at his phone and tilted his head. Soon, his expression slowly hardened. Soon after, Director Kim Han-seon whispered to another director who was sitting next to him. Mr. Kim, take this for a moment. Ugh, what is it? Well, what? Hey, Isa Huang. This once. A little. Ugh. There, Mr. Park. I think you should see this. And the buzzing noise that started from there soon spreads like wildfire in a jubal nori, drawing a circle. Cha Giep, noticing that the gazes around him were heating up again, wriggled his eyebrows as if he was asking why. What? What are you talking about except me? However, Director Kim Han-seon ignored Cha Giep's words. He got up from his seat and picked up his cell phone. Everyone, would you like to see the ranking of the most popular search terms on the portal site now? At that, everyone, including Cha Giep, lowered their eyes and looked at the phone. Ranking of popular search terms on Korea's largest portal site, where S-class monster raid, which will be announced soon at Red Moon, will be mentioned. There were search terms that are currently rising in rankings at a frightening rate. Rapid search term ranking. We provide detailed rankings and trends of search terms that have increased the number of searches by age and time. All ages. 1. Demon Constellation of Greed Mammon, S+. Capture Video, Feat King Ma Dong. New. 2. Death Dragon Oz, S+. Capture Video, Feat Deceased. New. 3. Kraken, S. Capture Video, Feat Deceased. New. 4. Chilguita Death Knight, First Generation Lion King, S. Capture Video, Feat Deadwater. New. 5. Emperor of Cannibals, S. Capture Video, Feat King Ma Dong. New. 6. Balrog, S. and Demogorgon, S. Double Kill Video, Feat King Ma Dong. New. 7. Deathworm, S. Attack Video, Feat King Ma Dong. New. 8. Flesh Chop Pupa, S. Attack Video, Feat Deadman. New. 9. Bad Ending Nightmare Form, S. Capture Video, Feat King Ma Dong. New. 10. Eight-Legged King Kilicium, S. Capture Video, Feat Dead. New. 11. The Lich King, S. Capture Video, Feat Deceased. New. A huge number of videos that I do not know how many there are. The charts of Korea were being eaten by just 2 people. Worn Out Newbie. Chapter 559. Worn and Torn Newbie Chapter 559. Bomb Declaration 1. Hey, what is this? Cha Gi poked his head into the chart on his phone. He opened his eyes so wide that his eyeballs came out of the orbit and rolled on the floor. The secretary, standing in the corner of the conference room, quickly played the current #1 search term on the beam projector. Tiling. Eventually, a YouTube view screen appeared on the automatic link, and a familiar face filled the wall of the conference hall. White mask. It was King Ma Dong. Hello, everyone. Today is... I would like to upload a fixed S+ monster raid video. King Ma Dong speaks calmly on the screen. Soon, the video screen changed into a game. Golden Incense, Wangjin Shang. Mountains were piled up everywhere based on gold coins, gold bars, treasure swords, expensive antiques, and blind spots. Brilliant and dazzling jewels form a mountain range connecting them. As with numerous documents proving real estate rights, and artworks of astonishing value, extremely expensive bottles of alcohol are also found buried here and there. Countless golden wine glasses, swords, necklaces, crowns, rings adorned with various jewels, brooches, etc. are littered everywhere like garbage. Where is that wealth? It looks so overwhelming that you can't even guess. And there was a huge being standing tall in the middle of the map. Magic level 3, S+/special move. Habitat. Size. One of the 7 constellations that rule over all demons in this world. A great demon king who rules over underground minerals and greed. God and wealth. You cannot serve 2 masters at the same time. Mimin Y New Testament. Meditation on the mountain. The person who confronts such mammon is Korea's pride, Ma Dong King, the unwavering #1 pro ranking. Before long, the battle between King Ma Dong and Mammon began. Most of Ma Dong's character and status window were mosaic processed, but Mammon was photographed quite naked. The sight of Mammon's huge hammer collapsing the Golden Mountain spreads a thrill beyond the video. The majesty of the Golden King that no one dares to touch. However, the video was interrupted in the middle, and the screen changed to the face of King Ma Dong again. Yeah, in the end, I failed to catch Mammon, but I was able to figure out where he was, how to meet him, and what his weaknesses were. Next time, I will definitely come back with a video of overthrowing him. Naturally, the number of views is insanely wide, etc. Viewers were thrilled just to be able to see the majesty of the 17 absolutes, who reigned as gods of the fixed S+ monster and dem worldview. Even the deceased also uploaded a raid video at the same time period. Heart Realm, the abyss of Death Path. Hot heat and gas are swirling in the air of the vast underground cavity. The turbid suspended gas and clouds coalesce to create a large vortex flow. And in it, a huge face appeared. Skin that looks old, like the bark of a tree that is thousands of years old. 2 red eyes wrapped around the dark aurora. Oz class, S+/traits. Yi habitat. Size. One of the 7 lords who rule over all dragons in this world. A great black dragon that rules the abyss and the graveyard. Death will make you eternal. Ozu medicine Chao Shang a Higuan, king. Verse 4. And the one who faces the death dragon, Oz, is the #1 dead man in the Korean amateur world. The deceased avoids the wrath of the death dragon Oz, and ignorantly avoids it well. Then, the moment the stagnant man just kicked off the sea of lava and was about to shove an awl into Oz's chest. It clicked, and the video ended. Oh, it's a video from a long time ago. I filmed part 2, but I don't know which folder I saved it to. I'll just post part 2 later. Pu Sayang Pu Sayang. The deceased turned off the video in the middle with a comment that turned people's clothes upside down. Crazy aggro. All attention was focused on this side. Special Worlds first. Attack on S+ level monsters in Korea. The two sides of the Korean game world. Where are their limits? A video of a dead person, S-class monster attack? 192 comments in my folder alone. Madong King's S-class monsters don't even take a video of the attack. King Madong's annoyance is the #1 thing in the world. Dead man Madong King is not aware that he is strong. I don't know, remark. Sniping a failed S+ level monster raid? Madong King, there is no fool who loses the captured monster video. I wonder if they really caught it. Remarked, furious at the dead. The dead person, I really got it. You must have failed, remarks. Sniping Madong? Madong Wang, originally, fish caught by anglers grow 10 centimeters per second. Is there any proof? The showdown between two geniuses with strong self-esteem. Do you eat the view charts? News articles were already popping up like crazy. The main star of the Korean Professional League, Ma Dong-won, and the pride of the Korean Amateur League are fighting. They were battling the number of views by unraveling each other's captured monster images one by one. In the meantime, there are already dozens of S-class monster hunting videos that have been released. For Cha Gi-yeep, who paid a large sum of money for an S-class monster raid video, his outfit was about to explode. Why are these bastards fighting now? The two giant whales that divide the Korean gaming world are fighting. In the meantime, Cha Gi-yeep naturally became a shrimp and his back exploded right away. Meanwhile, the directors inside the conference hall turned their heads with a bitter look. Jujujuchit, Yuri's 4-level Monsters 9 movie is something I noticed and off. There are two S+ class monster videos. Why are there so many S-class monster hunting videos? Wow, there's also a Kraken. Isn't this much more awesome? Even King Ma Dong posted a brief news article behind his videos. There were attached testimonies of victims who suffered burns or minor fire damage due to this new model capsule. This product certainly seems to have a problem with the cooler. I'd rather be sick of the old capsule. The deceased also added a new product evaluation at the end of the video. Does the raid work better if you use a new domestic capsule? I didn't know any, rather. Foreign products seem to fit better. The price is cheaper than domestic manufacturers too. Influencer. Their impact was truly amazing. Actually, this video is uploaded. Within a minute or so, the stock price fell a little more. Hey, this can't be. Cha Gi-yeep ripped his hair out and screamed. In the video played on the phone lying on the floor and on the cracked LCD, the S-Class Monster Death Knight raid is in full swing. Soon, one of the board members, Rem, got up. It was director Kim Han-seon, who was always looking for Cha Gi-yeep. Okay, then we can go back to our original purpose. The purpose of today's board of directors meeting is to discuss the disciplinary action against CEO Cha Gi-yeep. It causes messy controversies, damaging the company image and even the stock price. The sin that made you fall is heavy. Soon, countless eyes fell towards Cha Gi-yeep like a cold dagger. Full. Cha Gi-yeep sat down on the spot, as if he had been stabbed by a knife. No one to pull anymore. We'll cheer up. It's just a matter of time. I left a comment on my channel. I just unpacked the external hard drive that I kept next to the kimchi refrigerator. Videos that taste like kimchi. Was fiercely demonstrating its worth. Meanwhile, some rich people from the US and China offered large sums of money to buy some videos, so I gladly accepted the deal. Again, a huge amount of cash was coming into my account. Oh, the video is selling well. I remember the Death Knight raid video I sold to Cha Gi-yeep and smiled softly. At the same time, I stole my entire fortune and turned it into cash. It was to buy stocks of Red Moon, which were gradually falling. I'll take the lowest level in a little while. Red Moon stock will fall further and rise again by the time Cha Gi-yeep is completely sacked and a new order is in place. I knew very little about the lows of Red Moon stock, so I was thinking of buying a lot of stock at the fringes. Let's see, if you buy stock in anticipation of the fire insurance money you receive this time, the compensation for Red Moon's criminal lawsuit, and even the compensation for civil lawsuits. Maybe you can eat about 4%. I was also recommending Red Moon shares to people around me, and they will buy or sell shares strictly according to my words. If you count these available manpower, the shares of Red Moon that I personally own are about 5%. It's literally a super ant. No, maybe the expression kingmaker would be more appropriate. It's because Cha Gi-yeep is naughty. Is it true that Red Moon is a solid blue chip company? There are a lot of very meaningful people there. Later, Red Moon will completely buy. If known, the value of this stock will jump tremendously. By this point, Cha Gi-yeep is over. Revenge complete. One of the evils of the Korean game world was perfectly scored, and I will take that place. It wasn't much, but I still bought a significant amount of Red Moon stock. It became a major shareholder by holding it. It is possible that he will be able to attend the shareholders' meeting at a later date. Good. The one who got in the way with this was completely gone. I can play in the big leagues comfortably. I put on my arm pillow and turned on the TV. In the CF that was just airing, Sol Yoon appeared and was advertising cosmetics. Turning the channel, I saw Drake standing as a shopping mall model. When I turned the channel again, Matthew Kong and Yoo Se-hee are showing off their perfect chemistry in variety shows. It's good that everyone is doing well. Broadcasts that were recorded a long time ago are now on the air. Sol Yoon, Drake, Matthew Gang, and Yoo Se-hee, what are they all doing right now? Then, I was taking a break while checking out news articles when I got a phone call. It was Yoo Se-hee. Hello? Because she was the one who informed me of Cha Gi-yeep's expected reaction and strategy in advance, I expressed my gratitude. Got angry. However, Tae-hye's reaction was not what I expected. The Demon King. Big trouble. How to do? There is something unusual about her trembling, sobbing voice. Worn Out Newbie. Chapter 560. Worn and Torn Newbie Chapter 560. Bomb Declaration 2. The Demon King. Big trouble. How to do? I felt something unusual in her voice as she sobbed on the phone, because I've never seen her cry before or after her return. When I asked what was going on, Tae-hye barely answered with a trembling voice. Se-hee is gone. I hurriedly turned to the TV. In the entertainment program, Yoo Se-hee is smiling with a relaxed expression. But in reality, I don't know where and what Yoo Se-hee is doing. Didn't know. What are you talking about? Please speak calmly. When I asked with a low voice, Tae-hye replied with a hissing sound. Se-hee disappeared from the hospital after being examined. When I turned the CCTV, men in suits were caught in the car and took them away. I had no choice but to open my mouth. In this situation, the only thing that comes to mind is probably Cha Gi-yeep. When he was cornered, he seemed to have revealed his arrogance. But no matter how much you treat a child, teeth break on their own. Did you call the police? Of course. Chani went to report right now. I am angry right away at the hospital. What do I do? For now, I will go there. Wait. I hung up the phone and bit my lip. Cha Gi-yeep, is this all the frivolous things that came out to the end? Maybe he's chasing Yoo Se-hee's troops. He would have specified the location of the hospital. Although the residence of the brother and sister Yoo Se-hee was covered through thorough security, a mistake was made in the security of the hospital where Yoo Se-hee was regularly screened. It will surely come by tomorrow morning. It's an urgent and tragic situation, but I had a way to fix it. I left a text message for Yoo Se-hee and immediately ran outside. At the same time, I took out my cell phone and made a call. After a few beeps, a bright voice answers my call. Yap, long time no see, King Madong. She was Hong Young-hwa, PD of LGB Broadcasting Station. I immediately pulled out the towel. Are you running a live radio broadcast now? Hong Young-hwa is broadcast live on the radio every Tuesday and Friday, and the ratings are pretty good. In particular, today is a special episode on Burning Friday, so it is a time when the ratings are higher than usual. Yes, it starts in 30 minutes. I'm sorry for speaking in haste, but can I appear as that surprise guest on today's show? Yeah? Hong Young-hwa is startled and flustered. After contemplating for a few seconds, she nodded her head coolly. If King Madong came out, I would be very grateful, because today's content is mostly delayed. But what's happening all of a sudden? I'm desperate and placed the order right away. Got off. If you know any reporters now, please gather them all. Do not discriminate between airwaves and terrestrial waves. And before the broadcast, they pull a lot of aggro. Yeah? Hong Young-hwa's bewilderment can be felt through the phone. I made a strong commitment to Hong Young-hwa like that. I'll make the ratings hit the jackpot. Yang Hyung-kwon. He was quite excited now, because today is the day of his 60th birthday party. However, the present party was not just a 60th birthday party. Kwon Yong-hyung was the boss of the largest gang in Korea, the Tramp Lego. Actually, strictly speaking, the former boss. It is also true, it's because the Lego group that stepped on was disbanded exactly 10 years ago. From now on, let's live proudly in the sun, as I repent and reflect on the mistakes I have made. Yang Hyung-kwon transferred many members of the organization too. It forced them to withdraw from subcriminals and disbanded the organization along the way. And they fell for the most part in the game, a little unexpectedly. The reason was that the desire for violence, which had become a habit, was resolved through games soundly. After I surrendered myself and my brother died, I volunteered in my spare time. What is your brother doing these days? Well, after I surrendered myself and was released from prison, I think I only played fishing in games. Hee hee, I'm glad I found something interesting in my later years. You can do it alone without harming anyone. Fufu brother. I also fish in game. Do you want to go out together soon? And now, they are enjoying a meal together at the old boss's 60th birthday party. Kwon Yonghyung raised his head and told the members of the organization. I heard that Red Moon these days, those immoral bastards are holding on to the floor. There are a lot of hardships to endure while watching cheeky juniors do evil. And since you're all the same guys in your old days, I know there will be a lot of temptations here and there, but let's stay strong and don't fall into a bad path. Aren't they the most washed hands? Yes, comma. The 250 members of the organization below responded by bowing their heads in unison. Eventually, Kwon Yonghyung finished eating and picked up his cell phone. Children, thanks to you, I ate well, you bastards. Expression O. In the military, always the last number. There are people who cry. It was the same with Kwon Yonghyung's 60th birthday party. When the first letters of "Have you had a good meal?" Hangnim came out of someone's mouth, according to the habit of those days as an organization, the atmosphere became harsh. What? Expression? What? I thought you were still a geek. Hey, let it go? What are you doing at the holy and wholesome 60th birthday party? Have you seen such a bad child? Seniors and juniors, let's all catch that friend and treat him. As he was living while hiding his true nature, his words became more and more harsh, and Yonghyung Kwon raised his hand and stopped them. Wow, what are you doing now on a nice day? It must have been something that reminded me of that time since we met after a long time. Can't you bear it? These bad guys. Kwon Yonghyung approaches the former gang member, who is trembling and looks like a pot lid. He stroked his head with his hand. It could be. Relax. Then he turned around and shouted loudly at the organizers in the venue. Let's go to sleep. Then, let's end the meal here. Let's talk after the meal. Yeah, brother. Everyone bowed their heads as if waiting. Kwon Yonghyung also returned to his seat, put his hands together, and sang quietly. Amen. Then, their testimonies follow in the footsteps of the former boss. Amen. Amen too. Namu Buddha. Flying Spaghetti Monster God. Allah. Sana Bakana. Kwon Yonghyung looked at those subordinates with satisfaction. At first, he was worried that he was doing something wrong, but after 10 years, his subordinates seemed to have chosen the right path, contrary to his concerns. Okay, everyone has their own beliefs. So what do we do now? Oh, time for radio. Get that with amp here. Let's all listen to the radio together. He likes analog sensibility, and he was a heavy gamer with a lot of knowledge in Deus Ex Machina. We will connect you right away. Who is the guest today? However, almost all of the guests that could come out have already come out. You'd be better off not expecting much. Yonghyung Kwon's old right arm quickly connected the radio to the wood amplifier. But soon, surprising stories began to appear on Hong Younghwa's radio broadcast. Good morning. Today's surprise guest is Wang Ma-dong, the hero of the Korean game world. King Ma-dong made a surprise appearance on the radio. Oh. A soft squeaking sound is heard all around. Most of the members of the organization liked games, so there is no one who doesn't know about King Ma-dong. The boss, Kwon Yonghyung, also nodded his head to see if he liked today's surprise guest. There are no special issues. Did you make a surprise appearance? I think today will be a useful broadcast in many ways. I wish I was here to give you some game tips. I haven't improved my fortress skills. However, King Ma-dong's declaration was enough to astonish everyone. Today, our team player was kidnapped by a criminal organization. At those words, a chilly atmosphere spreads throughout the party room. Heroes of Acom. For those who like to play games, a worn-out newbie club is like a myth. But I don't think there's a chance that something like this will happen before going to the big leagues. Hongwoa's law to deliver this news. Dio was not just broadcast on the LGB channel. Many game broadcasting streamers are broadcasting Hong Younghwa's radio live in real time, so the viewership continues to rise. Kwon Yonghyung also listened to the radio with a nervous expression. Yet, King Ma-dong opened his mouth. You say he, a child like my own younger brother, and a valuable member of the club. I was kidnapped this afternoon. It was the way I was going to receive treatment for leukemia. The first shock envelopes everyone. And soon after, the second shock hit the left crowd. Because of this, I will not participate in this Asian Champions League. King Ma-dong, the hero of salvation, is absent from the biggest and most spectacular game. Has been declared. It is impossible to play in such an atmosphere. I will concentrate on the rescue operation until Miss Sehi is found safely, and until then, the tournament schedule will be postponed indefinitely. I'll take the blame for not taking any responsibility. Sorry. That moment. Tuck. The cigarette that was in Kwon Yonghyung's mouth fell to the floor. A silence like a grave surrounds the members of the organization. After a while, Kwon Yonghyun trembled and said, "No, I have to watch the match of King Ma Dong, a hero of the Asian Champions League, like a light. For gamers, or even the Korean people, King Ma Dong is like a legend. In particular, game lovers and those who worship power are completely fascinated by his power, performance, and ability. In particular, he was already a living myth because he fought against a fixed S+ level monster for the first time in the world a while ago. How long will it take to advance to the big leagues?" It was the yard that everyone was looking forward to as to whether it will show great performance or how far it will elevate Korea's status. That's why Kwon Yonghyun couldn't stand this award any longer. The words, "Celebration, 10th anniversary of the day I wash my hands" written on the banner were engraved on his eyes. Suddenly, a heavy voice came out of Kwon Yonghyun's lips. "Guys, we only do it once. Let's play like we did in our old days, just once." Kwon. And with a heavy sound, the giant Kwon Yonghyun knelt on the floor. Request. All the members of the organization were struck by lightning at his actions. Bounced up. "Hey sir, wake up, brother." However, Yonghyun Kwon did not happen easily. His old right arm forcibly grabbed him and lifted him up until he finally lifted his knee off the floor. The kidnapped kid, let's catch. Grab it, and let's say that the content of this video has a high video rating, a gold retained content pressure, and so on. Then the faces of hundreds of members of the organization are young. How dare you say such a thing out of the mouth of your eldest brother, who has stopped swearing for 10 years? I don't know what kind of guys they are, but you should be prepared. Once upon a time, the back world of Korea was wrinkled. The old generations who had seized rose from their seats. Yonghyun Kwon looked around the faces of his brothers, put his hands together, and bowed his head. "Lord, please allow me to be a just gangster for today. Lulu Pine, Lulu Pine." Everyone responded vigorously to his earnest call. Lu Riyat. At the orders of the angel gangster Nettie, or Kwon Yonghyun, the former executives who are now just uncles came forward. "After. What do you do? Find Yusehi right now. Don't let Ma Dong-won not participate in the big leagues." Old. 250 members of the organization shouted louder than before. Everyone washes their hands now, but at one time, everyone was reviving a dull feeling from all over the country, where everyone dominated the night in the afterlife. After that, everyone quickly left the party room, calling or driving around. And that day, all gangsters, police, and ordinary citizens in Korea, everyone will do you, started to move without hesitation. 60 million people, 60 million gamers. The whole of Korea was looking for Yusehi. Worn Out Newbie. Chapter 561. Worn and Torn Newbie Chapter 561. Bomb Declaration 3. Next day. No, just a few hours from the broadcast. King Ma Dong's declaration of absence from the match was featured in all media in Korea, including the 3 public broadcasters. Naturally, this was a big problem for individual broadcasters, especially for many streamers involved in the game industry. Thousands of people are busy talking about this topic when they turn on the broadcast. Not only games, but communities in all fields were also actively returning to the common topic. No, what is this? Kidnapping. Is this what is happening in Korea right now? No. Missing the Demon King League. Seeing that is the reason I live. It's not like this. I have to join in the search for Yusehi. I have to go to volunteer work. Tit. I'm an office worker. I just want to send money. Wong Madong's Big League sending committee's name. 1/99999999999. Please join the league, Demon Lord. Those who kidnapped Yusehi must be ripped apart and killed. What is the country doing? I'm not looking for Yusehi. I have no money and no time. So I keep making complaints about the kidnapping of Yusehi to the police. This time, and I'm curious about it, they are investigating the rare gate and also dealt with the kidnapping of Yusehi. Public opinion is hot. Hongwa's radio soared more than 1,000% that day and became a holy place for numerous articles on public, terrestrial, and cable channels. Kidnapped Yusehi, Asian champions. King Ma Dong announced his absence from the league. And there was another big issue linking the two. It is a great misfortune that Ma Dong-won cannot participate in the match. And Yusehi is a little acquainted with me too. Please provide any information you know about Yusehi. We will give a reward of 1 billion won to the person who made a decisive report. Note that this is not limited to just one person. Please give us a lot of information. Bomb declaration of stagnant water. Watching this situation, the spiritual leader of the amateur world and the idol of all game streamers, he put up a bounty. That amount is a whopping 1 billion. If there are several perpetrators, at least one person is likely to have a different opinion and go directly to the investigation. Numerous other people who could not, each individually bet a present prize money on Usahi. A somewhat bizarre public opinion, similar to a fundraising campaign, began to form. Soon after, the bounty on Usahi's life reached nearly 10 billion won. Usahi's fan club also teamed up with Mavic Bo to launch a large-scale investigation. Within hours, the kidnapping case of Usahi became the hottest topic in Korea. Countless experts, both public and private, improved the quality of CCTV screens and thoroughly analyzed each frame. Even those who were involved in the behind-the-scenes were rushing forward and narrowing the investigation network. Meanwhile, I was looking at my reports with an anxious mind. There have been cases like this before. In the distant past, something similar happened in the football world. Just before the 1994 World Cup, the legendary Brazilian footballer Romario had a similar experience ahead of the match. My father, the most respected person in the world, has been kidnapped by gangsters. Romario's father returned safely. If not, he announced that he would retire, and considering his popularity as a national hero at the time, the government, the private sector, and other gangs moved to rescue Romario's father. Surprised by the incident, the assailants freed Romario's father, who helped Brazil win the World Cup that year. A similar case occurred in 1987. One day, Kim Hong-hee, the first popera singer in Korea, is threatened by the kidnappers who abducted her daughter to offer a huge amount of 23 billion won in current currency value. The kidnappers threatened Kim Hyung-hee by sending her daughter's hair or photos, but Kim Hong-hee did not give in to this and instead placed a 46 billion won bounty on the kidnappers' necks. After all, the kidnappers are among themselves. After causing anger, she self-destructed and her daughter rescued safely. I clenched my teeth as I watched the news being broadcast in real time. Cha Gyip, it's clear that he won't do anything dangerous to the extreme because of his personality. Once you can specify the location. And there was a woman trembling next to me. Dahiyu. She is looking at her phone with a calm expression on her face. However, by looking at her trembling arms and legs, and her eyes as if tears are about to fall, she can tell how much she cares for her youngest sister and how much she is emotionally agitated now. I put my hand on Dahi's shoulder. Then, Dahiyu stopped trembling and spoke as if crawling in a weeping voice. I'm glad that the commissioner of the National Police Agency is a big fan of Demon King. He said he would do his best to investigate. Ugh, the wide area investigation team has also stepped in, so it will be resolved. Let's wait for a moment. I think there are a lot of gangsters who started their own investigation. Evidence that the culprit is Cha Gyip. It is being seen. However, the one with the strongest firepower was the so-called Mavic Boy. The non-profit organization Mabikbo has delivered a huge amount of donations, saying, it is an abbreviation of the Sending King Madong Big League Committee, to be used as an investigation fund or a bounty. The investigative power of the task force made up of private detectives and workers in various entertainment centers was also significant. Hijacked vehicle license plate inquiry, location tracking, reverse movement detection, and multiple people involved. I was able to get information faster than the police. The first person to contact was Cha Gyip's former chief of staff and Dahi's informant. As a result of predicting the vehicle movement route with big data, the destination is highly likely to be Munmak, Gangwon-do. In Munmak, Gangwon-do, this is where the Mad Dog Gang, including Kim Jong-un, once served as their base. As I muttered as I gathered the reported information, Dahiyu clapped her hand as if she had suddenly remembered it. Munmak, there is Cha Gyip's villa over there. At the same time I called the police. I immediately drove the car and stepped on the doormat. Dahiyu leads the way from the passenger seat. There is a pension over here where Cha Gyip used to hide while he was a Yongachi. I've heard that it has been used frequently until recently. Why didn't I think of this here, stupid? I climbed the steep incline to the mountain road with nothing but trees and wasteland. Went in. Soon, an empty pension village comes into view due to the low season. Wet and chilly atmosphere, low fences, withered shrubs, clean but desolate roads. The dimly lit pensions hang eerily among the water mist. It was like seeing a ghost town submerged in silence. Drop, drop, woojajik. The sound of a car while treading on gravel. The car window was gradually filled with a cloud of erotic love, and I couldn't see anything. Damn it, what should I see? I turned on the high beam at the same time as the wipers turned on and looked through the fog. Then, what? Dahi stretched out her finger. 2 black vans are seen standing in the parking lot of the pension in the most remote place. That's it. The number plate is the same as the number plate in the CCTV. They are bastards. Dahi held her breath and said. I drove slowly and approached the 2 vans. Now I was going to stop the car and roll down the windows to look outside. Then, blah. My vision was split with a loud roar. Something flew in and broke the windshield. Fortunately, the window was not completely shattered, but stopped with a myriad of cracks. Brick? I couldn't help but frown as I watched the heavy object rolling over the bonnet. Then, crisp. Wow. Wow. A large palm with leather gloves smashed into the cracked car glass. Bump. The hand grabbed my collar and tried to pull it out of the window. I tried to resist, but the other person's hand was too strong to resist. A few giggling male voices could be heard outside the window. Is this the little devil king? You got it right. What? I was just wondering what got in here. Big brother will love it. Get it out quickly. Now, take off your mask and let's see your bare face. They're Chagyu Yeep's nerds. Because they were the elites who had been selected for their own sake, my resistance was not enough. Then, chin. Whoops. Another hand grabbing the wrist of the hand that grabbed my collar and pulled me out. A long time. Dahiyu. The woman in the passenger seat was staring out of the car glass with her upper body close to me. The fool swallowed the wind. Ugh. Who is that? Hey San, what's your sister? Let's catch this year together. Hey, hold on to my wrist. It will break. Suddenly, as Udahi grabs her wrist like she's about to break it and presses it, one of the youngsters lets out a painful scream. Then, the other three men grabbed the body of their comrade and started pulling them. Wrath. Eventually, the hand that came into the car went out of the road. The four young boys began to growl as they stared at Udahi. Crazy year. Did you know you would be treated like a boss like you used to? Haha. I've always wanted to crumple that pretty face. What are you going to do with four men? At this point, I will make you bang your head and beg. Cha Gyip's comrades began to return to Senior Cho with a sinister smile at Udahi. However, suddenly, the sound of blood dripping from their faces was heard. Tickle. It was the sound of the door opening behind the passenger seat where Dahiyu was. Hey, see you here, guys. A man who was once their younger brother. Yuchong was coming out of the car. Worn Out Newbie. Chapter 562. Worn and Torn Newbie Chapter 562. Bomb Declaration 4. I thought of something a long time ago. I was on my way to recording an entertainment program for Standing Water Alley Gamer at an LGB broadcasting station. At the time, I was on the road near the station where I saw Yuchong and other gangsters. I have witnessed a fight between you these children. Do you think you'll be okay with this? I am the branch manager of this district. Fluent in the organization by Cha Gyip had sharpened his teeth for those who were once subordinates. And those who were sarcastic towards fluency at that time were the ones in front of me right now. It's your elder brother's order, so don't be too fussy. Hey XX, is it because of your sister? Who says I won't see you? My dad made it too, this boring. If I recall the memories of that day, the relationship between them was the worst. And now, fluency and they will meet again. Hey, how much is this? Are they happy faces? Yuchong smiled and looked at the men in front of him. Chagyip's comrades furrowed their brows and kept their mouths shut. It looks like he's tensed by the fluff in front of him. The big man in the front of the three frowned and spit out the knife marks on his face. Little brother, there's nothing good about coming here and doing business. But he couldn't get the words out. Whoops. Fluent's fists clenched his teeth. It's because it's been crushed and filled to the brim. Whoop. Yuchong grabbed the man's tongue with his hand shoved into the man's mouth. Yo-yo, is that tongue that speaks cheeky tongue? Billion. The man with the cut marks grabs Yuchong's fingertips with both hands. However, Yuchong pulled back the hand that had grabbed his tongue before that, and once again slashed the center of the man's face with the cut. Thud. A man so big that he couldn't even imagine falling was hit by just two and fell to the floor. Did I tell you then? Next time I see you, I will follow you. Yuchong growled towards the three remaining people behind him with a sullen gaze. The other three men fell with fluency. I glanced at the Gene Man in turn. Then he mumbled in a low voice. Whoa, Kim Dungchi, did you finally fall? That guy is one of our four heavenly kings. It was the best. And all three looked terrified. Ah, little brother, you're good at fighting. Who doesn't know? He looks like that in one room. Gee, calm down. We are four. Now there are three. And I can't even catch it with three. How do you defeat that monster? The momentum has already collapsed. They quickly picked up their cell phones and hit a support request somewhere. At the foot of that mountain, it quickly became noisy. The roaring of shoe foots was drawing near. About that time, Yuchong turned to Yu Dahi and said, Can you catch an old man? Then, Dahiyu nodded her head without saying a word. Eventually, Dahiyu fell from Yuchong and went into the pension building. Run to. Can I not help you? When I ask, Yuchong smiles and raises his thumb. I don't know what that means, but it seems like I'm going to try something by myself for now. The police will come soon. Do not work too hard. Right after I left a word of request. I turned around and ran towards Dahee's back. Me and Dahee went deep inside the pension. The pension was large and spacious and consisted of many rooms. The interior was nice and tidy, but it had not been used for a long time, so the light did not come on and there was dust everywhere. It's like a maze, I murmured as I fumbled down the dark hallway. However, Dahee was finding her way relatively well. It was as if he knew the way. I have been to this pension with my father before. Dahee answered before I even asked, in a more gloomy voice than before. Before my father went into the bread instead, he gave me this license as if he was sarcastic. Finally, I ask you to take a break with your family. My father liked it because he was born in a place like a pension and saw it for the first time. He said, "You've come to the pension you've only heard of." Her voice trembled thinly, with remorse for her lost father and complex emotions for her brother who might be lost in the future. I put my hand on her shoulder, trembling in the dark. A warm feeling in your hands. Dahee looked back at me a little startled. I said in a low voice, "Don't worry, nothing will happen." Tears welled up in Dahee's big eyes at those words. Her hand rested on mine, which was placed on her shoulder. No, I was going to let it go. Delete 1. Even if I hadn't removed my hand before that. 99. I quickly removed my hand from Dahee's shoulder and bowed low toward the front, because he found a light leaking from a small room under the stairs. As I approached, I heard a familiar voice. "Why doesn't this damn kid listen to me? Do you know who has been paying your hospital bills so far?" It was Cha Gi-yeep's voice. I got a little closer. Then his voice grew clearer and clearer. I say it again. Negotiation. There is no. Either announce your absence from the Asian Champions League, or keep your national team status, but move to the bastards. Otherwise, I can't guarantee your sister's safety. Cha Gi-yeep. He was threatening Yusei. As soon as I heard those words, I ran out. Bang. The door almost broke open. As I entered the room, Cha Gi-yeep, who was inside, looked at me in surprise. On the sofa in front of him, Yusei, with her hands tied tightly, was sitting with a tape over her mouth. This child. I was much faster than Cha Gi-yeep. I ran straight ahead and kicked Cha Gi-yeep in the chest. But maybe I was too easy on the former gangsters who once ate in the back alleys. Wow. Cha Gi-yeep was embarrassed, but then calmly grabbed my foot and broke it. Conversely, he started choking me. Ugh. I was bewildered by his unmanly strength and grip. Hey, you damn bastard dare. How did you get here? Cha Gi-yeep, already in a corner, presses my neck with his bloodshot red eyes. I reached out and tried to remove his hand, but Cha Gi-yeep was much stronger. Perhaps it was the unheard of poison emitted by the one who was driven to the end. Asterisk 99. I lifted my head and looked up. Dahee. She came out with her shaky pupils and looked at Cha Gi-yeep. Panic. The moment he saw Cha Gi-yeep's face, he froze on the spot. Grooming. From a very young age, fear was gradually imprinted in the unconscious and in the brain. It is a bird the moment we meet face to face. It becomes a terrifying, huge fear that weighs down on people's bodies. I called out to Dahee. Dahee. In action. However, Dahee was only trembling on the spot and was unable to move. Only tears were dripping from her big eyes. Dahee tried to move with all her might, but her whole body seemed to be bound by an invisible hand. On the contrary, the strength in his legs was released, and he collapsed on the floor. Meanwhile, Cha Gi-yeep looked at Dahee and smiled. It looks like the two of them ate together. I don't even know this Grace. Are dirty things. He fixed his bloodshot eyes at me again. Let's see how he came to be. You cheeky bastard. Then he reached out towards the mask covering my face and the voice modulator. Then, remove your hand from the Demon King. The moment Cha Gi-yeep's hand touched my face, Dahee's body moved like a miracle. With an almost instinctive movement, she got up and kicked Cha Gi-yeep's hand. Thanks to this, I was freed from Cha Gi-yeep's hand and was able to breathe. Breathing in the blocked breath, I see Cha Gi-yeep grabbing Dahee's wrist in front of me. This year, how good I have been to you, but you dare betray me? This ex-girl X. Cha Gi-yeep grabs Dahee's arm and shakes it, using a grouse. Dahee was shaking again, avoiding Cha Gi-yeep's gaze. Then, I said, Monster. The moment she heard my words, a ray of light returned to Dahee's loose pupil. I said again, think of it as a monster. Tower of murderers. That moment, Dahee's eyes lit up again. She raised her eyes and looked at Cha Gi-yeep's evil face in front of her. Almost all counted gray hair, dripping saliva, and red eyes. Naturally, when familiar figures are imprinted on her pupils. Was small. Cha Gi-yeep, grade, D/characteristics, sheep-headed, garbage. Habitat, red moon. Yi size, 1.7 m. You know, he's just a guy who doesn't have anything. The nightmare I saw in the Tower of Killers. The angler comes to mind. Yes, the monsters I met there at that time were much scarier and more ferocious. Yudahi bit her lips tightly. Then he moved his head forward with all his might. Whoa! There was a sound of something hard breaking. Blood was dripping from her forehead. At the same time, billions. Cha Giep rolled over, holding his lower jaw with both hands. White teeth were mixed with the blood that spurted out. Dahi had a blank expression on her face. Giep of the car fell down more easily than expected. Was he, who looked like a giant tree, was such a small and weak person? A road to the point where you can go out in one hit? But only I could understand the situation. Dahi's strength is no joke. I still remember Yudahi breaking the bones of the pig's feet with force in the past. Her genes seemed to have been blessed with strength. I went to Dahi's side and touched her shoulder. Come on, we need to take care of Sei. Then, at my words, Dahi suddenly came to her senses. When I turned my head, I see Sei, who is tied to the sofa, looking at me and crying. Sister, you're the youngest. Yudahi ran to the moon and hugged Sei in her arms. And two sisters crying at each other. As I looked at Dahi and Sei like that, I breathed a sigh of relief. Right then, sizzle. A loud noise was heard. I can feel a burning sensation in my throat. As I turned my head, I saw Cha Giep, who got up, holding a broken glass piece in his hand and looking up at me. Ha 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 ha, these fucking bastards. You're following me all the way here and ruining my business. The red shirt was slowly spreading, so I didn't feel any pain because I was excited, but I could tell it was a pretty dangerous situation. The shards of glass he cut diagonally left a deep scar on my back that will never be erased. Die? Kill it. He picked up a piece of glass and lowered it once more towards my face. Fast. The mask that had been egged by a piece of glass was cracked. If you go like this, your face will be revealed. Flying aside, it will probably leave a terrible scar. I hurriedly grabbed the mask and stepped back. The Demon King. Dahi was blocking my way. However, Cha Giep's eyes seemed to have already lost his taste, so he couldn't tell the difference between me and Yudahi. Their eyes, dyed with red light, look like they are trying to turn the whole world into an enemy. Seeing Yudahi wrapped in front of me, Cha Giep was even more angry. Okay, both of them just go away. Ignoring his body, he grabbed a piece of glass and rushed forward. Right then, leave my sister alone. A voice that was loud enough to resonate the entire pension resounded. Sei, who was released from the ropes, ran with all her might and hit Cha Giep. A strong, and brave blow that resembles her older sister and older brother. The scariest thing on the battlefield is the snow. There is a saying that is a distant arrow. It is common in games for blind attacks to produce effective hits. Puck. Cha Giep felt a burning pain like hellfire burning from a bad place. He is the villain I usually go to. I couldn't even utter the last words I used to spit out. Damn. I just slumped down in my seat and fainted, clutching my groin with a futile hand gesture to block the bursting water. Fuller. Yudahi is running out of strength. He sat down on the floor as he hugged him. But soon she crawled on the floor and leaned against the wall, approaching me. My lord. Demon King. Are you all right? She hugged my blood-stained back and wept. I tried to close the wound with my hand, but her white hand. And the body is just stained red. Seeing the mist filling my eyes as big and clear as a lake made me feel strange. Don't come. Bloody. I tightened my hand covering the splintered mask and leaned completely against the wall. By then a police car siren began to be heard in the distance. It's like watching the whole movie. Worn and Worn Out Newbies. Chapter 563. Worn and Torn Newbie Chapter 563. Bomb Declaration 5. Next day, I have come to stand at the center of a huge news story that shook the whole of Korea. All the newspapers and news were reporting the shocking crime news of Cha Giep. This was just a headhunting process, no criminal intent. Cha Giep made excuses by saying it was absurd, but the judiciary beat him to the maximum sentence in court, saying he had no sign of remorse. It was even a harsher punishment than the prosecutor had decided and asked for. In the case of Cha Giep, the maximum legal standard for the crime of kidnapping is, 'cause it's gotten so high, aka Cha Giep law. And those who were related to Cha Giep were also brought to the surface one by one and began to be hit with a mace of the law. On Hyuk-soo, a whistleblower who has now become a Russian, revealed everything, and Park Cheol-hwan, who had been in the malicious comment unit, noticed Shido and eventually confessed to his crimes. In the meantime, what kind of fire did the Red Moon cause to the association? Whether they had illegally intervened or what evil deeds they committed to manipulate public opinion were exposed to the public. On Hyuk-soo exposed everything about Ma Dong-seop and Ma Dong-seop, who had been involved in that way, exposed everything about Cha Gi-yeep. Big criminal gangs started to stop losing Red Moon, and Red Moon stopped losing Cha Gi-yeep. Prosecutors and cops want to cut their tails. I decided not to be able to do it and started a full investigation. As of this day, Cha Gi-yeep completely collapsed. Of course, the club he sponsored, Busters, was torn apart and destroyed. Meanwhile, wow, this is a lot bigger than I thought, isn't it? I look at the newspaper and see Cha Gi-yeep's mall. I admired the rock. Before returning, Cha Gi-yeep was arrested but rarely punished. Despite committing all kinds of dirty crimes such as rape, kidnapping, contract murder, tax evasion, breach of trust, embezzlement, abuse of power, and solicitation, he was released on bail and lived a good life. But this life is different. The crime of kidnapping was only added, but he was completely ruined. This was not just because of the seriousness of the crime of kidnapping. Tiling. I nodded after receiving a text message on my phone. Have you paid off the debt you put me to sleep? Lee Yunbai. It was something that could be misunderstood by anyone, so I had to look around for a while. At the same time, I recalled something that had happened a long time ago in my head. Previously, during the development of the Asian Champions League national election, I helped the team elites who were suffering from Cha Gi-yeep's sabotage. Lee Jianbai, Lee Yunbai, Lee Dongbai, Lee Junho, Ryu Yowon, and Kim Cheol-hyen are my building. There was a time when they brought him to the club and offered him a comfortable night before the game. Yunbai Lee, the core ace of the team at the time, told me, "You seem to know something about the forces that harmed us. Could you please tell me?" Home. Why? We also have the ability to put a line on the association side. Grandfather is social. You're in a high-ranking position. Can't I just be indebted to him like this? Yes. Yunbai Dongbi. I heard that the maternal grandfather of the three sisters was a very high-ranking person in politics. In the original world before returning to the first place, the Gold and Silver sisters were not people who stayed in the game world for a long time. They were briefly in the early rankings. People who went down different paths after passing the bar exam, administrative exam, and foreign service exam. And in the first place, I knew that their family itself was very generous. As the future changes, there are many variables. I was vaguely expecting that those variables would have a good effect on me, but this crisis, I didn't know that the moment would give me wings. Well, anyway, thanks to the active support of Jiam Undong's maternal grandfather, Cha Gi-yeep was caught in a net of unavoidable laws and was sentenced to imprisonment. Considering that he is a fairly old man, there is a high probability that he will end his life in prison. I will never see you again in my lifetime. I could be sure of this. Flap. I opened the newspaper again. Chaza, I forcibly kidnapped a child, but it wasn't kidnapping. Cha Gi-yeep gate is full. Are the people behind the police, sword, and Young revealed? Red Moon stock price plummeted. Major shareholders. Inconvenient to plant. Sequential stock price fluctuations. When will it stabilize? Red Moon's share price continues to fall steadily. It will probably continue to fall for several days before the board of directors announces a relief plan. And right now this stock. It's time to live. Since Red Moon is a large blue-chip company, it will not collapse even if it cuts out the same amount of charred flesh as Cha Gi-yeep. I started buying Red Moon stock in full using all the cash I had saved up so far. As a result, I was able to own 4% of the stock as I had planned ahead of time. As a single person, for percent, the amount of stock is higher than that of any director level. In addition, I actively recommended rare stocks to those around me. This is because the stock is expected to rise 100% going forward. All those who had strong confidence in me bought Red Moon stock. Director Jae Young, Nia members, Soyun, Drake, Matthew Kong, Yu Dehee, Yu Chang-hee, Hong Young-hwa, Akasada Ayaka, he, and even my uncle. People around me. If I say a word, they will release the stock immediately. So, if I calculate their share as my share, the total amount of stocks I can completely control is close to 5%. Tiling. When I'm alone in my thoughts, a notification that an email has arrived appears on the monitor screen. What's wrong with him? It was Lee Yun-ho who sent the email. Along with Matthew Kong, a talented pro gamer with the nickname Genius, he is ranked number 1 in Korea in terms of talent. I read the mail and patted my knee. My brother Ma Dong, how are you? Due to the Cha Gi-yeep gate incident, the team busters were dismantled and my contract was also released. There was talk of release due to a mistake in the previous national team selection match, so I was troubled by the issue of returning the down payment. But this gate incident has completely resolved it. Yes, since Cha Gi-yeep is gone and the busters are gone, now Yun-ho Lee, who was tied up unfairly, is also gone. Became free. For a player who is subordinated to one place, It is really nice to be able to get out of the contract and go to the transfer market. Now he can find a club that suits him better and transfer him on better terms. I replied right away. Would you like to come to our club? There is no particular expectation that he will come even as he sends it. It's just a joke I'm throwing out just in case. After sending the email, I turned off the computer and went to bed. Then, well, cell phone rings this time. It was a phone call. Yudahi's name was floating on the screen. Hello? When I answered the phone, I heard Dahi use voice over the phone. Hello, Demon King. Have you been resting? Just now. I interfere. I'll tell you about the business quickly. No, speak slowly. What's going on? When I asked, Dahi brought up an unexpected story. The police will give you a Brave Citizen Award, so you have to attend once. What else do I say? I laughed bitterly. Dahi and I had a brief discussion about when we would go to receive the award to set the schedule. And in the end, it was decided to visit once during the weekdays next week. And shortly before ending the call. Oh, my lord. Can I ask you just one thing? Dahi, you made another unexpected comment. Hey, thank you so much for helping me during Chagyib. I can't even greet you properly because there's no circumstance. How about a back injury? No, I was just doing something natural. It's okay. That's fortunate. What is it? When I asked, Dahi opened her mouth after hesitating for a long time. Hey, when fighting Chagyib. When I'm frozen and can't do anything. You said it back then, right? What did I say? Well, think back to the Tower of Murderers. Oops, I shut my mouth for a moment. When I met you, Dahi, at the Tower of Murderers, and were together, I was in stagnant mode. I thought that it might be a bit strange that I, the king of Madong, knew what was going on at that time. I made my excuses casually. That. I heard it from the dead man. Yeah. I wonder if my words were unexpected, so Dahi looked a little surprised. I was talking. Did you hear that the deceased placed a bounty on Chagyib? Yeah. He was worried about you too, and he wants to help somehow. He even came to me and asked me. This isn't a lie, it's the truth. But, after hearing my words, Dahi, you seems to be restless. Yeah, that's right. That guy. Soon she makes a stuttering voice. No, if you are worried about it, find it yourself. Oh, it's something to do, no? No, gee. Why would that pervert come to me? Even if it's just a broadcast, I have to say that I wanted to give a review or worry. No, really, but a bounty without saying anything. And is that a normal amount? I'm sorry, people. Ugh, what am I talking about? Anyway, sorry for being late at night, Demon Lord. Rest now. Then, in the midst of something crazy, the call ended. The word hidden behind that gibberish hesitation is probably thank you. Next day, I drove to Pangeo. 3021 to 91, Pangioya Karo, Bundangu, Songnam Si, Gyeonggi-do. Red Moon headquarters stands in front of me proudly. When I was guided and arrived at the moving room on the 66th floor, I was met with a fairly familiar face. Director Kim Han-sun, a man who will succeed in Cha Gyib's footsteps and rise to the top of Red Moon in the future by launching and succeeding in several key projects. Later, he made a love call from the political world. Richo is a Korean who has a history of going to Dem's headquarters in the US. But for now, he is a young blood in his 40s who still has only ambition. Director Kim Han-sun nodded his head towards me. I heard a lot from Jae Young-um. I have a simple interior. Sat in his office and chatted for a while. The main stories we shared were about what happened to Cha Gyib and also about the amount of stocks I own. There's nothing wrong with making contact with Director Kim Han-sun too. However, in order to give credibility, the mask of King Madong and a voice modulator are used. I had to take it off. Director Kim Han-sun, who found out about my identity, could not keep his mouth open. No, this is, frankly, it's really shocking. First of all, thank you for telling me the truth. After all, if you look at the stock takeover certificate and the shareholder list, it will be revealed. Still, most ordinary people have no way of knowing. Director Kim Han-sun was a fairly easygoing person. He said with a bewildered smile, "Oh my God, if the fact that the two giants dividing the Korean game world are actually the same person is known, I can't even imagine what the aftermath would be. For now, I'm going to keep it hidden. It's okay." In return for informing Director Kim Han-sun of this fact, I was able to hear quite a lot of information. First of all, the biggest advantage is that our worn-out newbie club is officially affiliated with the Korean Dim Association. The association will be transformed. You can trust Cha Gyib and his napweeds completely disappeared. Director Kim Han-sun was also the brother-in-law of Director Jae-young, so he was a reliable person. Me and he talked for a while about the prospects and development of the Korean game industry. I borrowed future knowledge appropriately and gave opinions only enough not to change the future too much, and director Kim Han-seon was greatly impressed with my insight and insight. Director Kim Han-sun is also a person, so there were some things that he took my advice well. 5 hours passed by as we talked about the game like crazy. I left my seat and got up. I have an urgent business, so I'll just get up, eat dinner and go. When I put my coat on, Mr. Kim Han-sun said with a regretful expression, and then asks my back. Then are you going home right now? I'm going home. People play in big water. Yeah? Director Kim Han-sun is puzzled by my alumni answer. I looked back at Director Kim Han-sun and smiled. I'm going to the big leagues. The final battlefield where the last survivors of the Little League gather. Now it is the turn to reign at the pinnacle of Asia. Worn and worn out newbies. Chapter 564. Worn and torn newbie Chapter 564. Give me wings 1. For weeks have passed since the fall of Chagyip. Red Moon was slowly recovering its share price under the leadership of director Kim Han-seon, and the big issue called Chagyip's Gate has withered away. And in the meantime, there was a new big issue that heated up the Republic of Korea. Asian Champions Big League. The battle between the survivors of the Little League once again has a level of recognition and market size comparable to that of the Olympics. Just before the start of the Big League, exactly 12 o'clock, all broadcasting companies in Korea have been busy even before they left. This is because, before the upcoming Big League broadcast, game results prediction and player entry analysis from other countries had to be broadcast in advance. Surprisingly, the most popular Big League pre-broadcasts this season were not from the 3 airwaves. LGB Game Broadcasting Station. Hongwa's Newsroom. This was the best pre-match prediction broadcast in Korea. Weighing. Eventually, the Hong movie is caught on the big screen at Yongsan Esports Stadium in Seoul. Hong Younghwa, who was sitting at the news desk in neat attire, greeted viewers as the camera turned on. It is a completely different status from when I was killed as Hako PD at a broadcasting station in the past. Good morning. This is a Hong Younghwa from the pre-broadcast of the ACOM Big League. The round, big eyes, suitable cheekbones, and half-moon eyes that seem to be smiling even when standing still give the impression of a sad look. A man stood next to Hong Wawa, a middle-aged man in a neat suit. His voice might be more familiar to viewers. It was a dedicated caster. Yes, hello. This is John, who will be in charge of broadcasting this ACOM Big League. Oh, hello. You've become clearer than ever in Little League. Oh, I put on some pomade today. Ha. John Jean and Hong Wawa looked at each other with their heads bowed. Soon, the two started talking, starting with trivial information about the big leagues. While you say the market size of the big league, which is being held in Korea this time, is over 10 trillion won, right? Yes, that's right. Considering that the market size of the Korea-Japan World Cup, which achieved the quarterfinals in 2002, was 6.32 trillion won, it can be said that it is a huge scale. It is such a blessing to have such a big tournament hosted in Korea. Yes, I really do. It is hard to imagine the added value that the big leagues will have an employment effect of 450,000 people. Already many foreign tourists. I heard that you are enjoying this trip to Korea. I hope you have a good time. Certainly, it was a good thing in many ways for Korea to take the bid for the Asian Champions Big League this time. Currently, the demo industry is not just a means of leisure, but has become the main growth engine of the national economy. It is the same flow no matter where you look around the world. Numerous foreign investment capital has flowed in, and tourism income is no less. Production-inducing effects, employment-inducing effects, and value-added effects in the construction and service sectors were also one of the major factors. John read the data with a smile. So, for the next 5 years, the global market share will be over 0.05% p every year. It is expected to rise gradually. The results of the data analysis were good. Now let's take a look at the players' Yamoho, shall we? Good. Here, we have prepared a player's comprehensive competency evaluation sheet with the results of the opinion polls and the evaluations of experts. This is an evaluation item that divides the characteristics of players who will proudly represent Korea in the big leagues 12 hours later into 5 categories. 5. What items do you have? It is a data value divided into race value, determination power, durability, preemptive suppression ability, and supportability. Shall we see it together? As John reached out his hand, Venn diagrams and graphs began to float between him and Hong Younghwa. Hong Hwa-young opened her mouth with a smile. Yeah. The race value is the result of synthesizing different stats for each race, such as humans, orcs, and lizardmen. Currently, the members of the Torn Newbie team, the Korean national team, are all human races, with the exception of Tushin Matthew Kong, whose main race is orc, and their tribal values are not high compared to other rankers. However, The other stat that will make up for the lack of this tribal value is the characteristics. Worn-out newbie. Even if the team members lack stats, they tend to cover that part with their characteristic values. For example, even if Drake, who is an archer, has a slightly lower physics curl compared to a lizardman archer or orc archer user, it is a case of making up for the lack of automatic arrow recovery, penetration, and double shot characteristics. Next is determinism. Decision power in a dem match is not just characteristics and stats, but players. It refers to a concept that includes an individual's unique skill, compatibility, and interaction with items. It includes a wide range of skills, a lot of piercing properties, and a good duration consistency. It is common for fighter Matthew Kong to project transcendent neutral damage after securing consistency in his attacking nature. Seihi Yu, who has a highly versatile counter, can be said to be a player with good determinism. Now, the next item is durability, right? It is an item that measures how high the defense and stamina are, including attribute properties. This item, which is currently known as the biggest weakness of the Korean national team, seems to be a watershed in this match. Oh, right? Currently, the Torn Newbie team doesn't have any tanks that stand out. In fact, in the case of a player like Ma Dong-won, he is the main culprit that disrupts the balance between determination and durability. Bonnie, it's a little subtle to mention. Then, hearing John Jeonjin's words, Hong's eyes suddenly changed. Yes, aren't I a big fan of Ma Dong-won again? So I know he. Oh, so what do you think about the durability of Ma Dong-won? First of all, I fully agree with what Caster said. There is no other player who moves freely between determination and durability as much as Ma Dong-won. If I had to pick one gamer who could match him, I would say that there would be a deceased who reigns in the amateur rankings. Hong Wajiang pretended to cough and turned her head away from the screen for a moment, but her face was already red. After a while, Hong Wawa, who took care of his facial expressions, continued his speech calmly again. To be honest, Ma Dongwon obviously has strong decisive power, but he has not yet proven himself in terms of durability. In fact, looking at the style you play, it seems like you have no plans to prove it in the future. Haha, that's right. Wong Ma Dongwon. People are very courageous. Yes, that's right. But the biggest variable is that there are many other world-class opponents who are aiming for this. Then, what kind of strategy should Ma Dongwon take? First of all, isn't Ma Dongwon a player with high durability-related racial or trait values? Yes, I think you should make the most of the defensive compatibility of the sense of antipathy. It is difficult to equip items that increase the durability or stamina of the gang now. Or maybe we can overcome some of the defensive compatibility by focusing on the map's topography or climate change. Yeah, that's one way. John Jeonjin and Hong Younghwa face each other, looked and laughed. Both are smiles that can be made because they know the player Ma Dongwon quickly. John continues the comment. The following are the preemptive suppression and support capabilities. How is this sector? First of all, it is the ability to suppress the attack. This refers to the ability to win the game with a preemptive attack. In basketball, you can think of it as the feeling of having possession of the ball at the start of the game. Why? Isn't there a saying about winning the best bread? Clearly fresh bread is the truth. Yes. However, it is not just speed that is important in this preemptive suppression ability. Even if the speed is a little slow, how freely you can use trap and ambush techniques can also be a variable. Currently, on the Torn Newbie team, the player with unrivaled ball control ability would be Yusei, right? Then, in the support section, it's probably T. It goes without saying that Yun Sol. Thanks to the heal boosting strategy that Dongwon Ma discovered in the Pro League before the Cataclysm, doesn't all his clubs in the World Pro League fill in and take one healer? Yes. If a healer puts a heal on him and quickly backs away, and another player takes his place, it is a physics engine error where the heal goes into that player. The developer also said that this is not a bug, but a natural phenomenon that occurs when the mana powder of healing magic descends in the air late. So even if it is not a bag-op match, it can be said that Sol Yun is an essential card in the team. However, John Yeongjin's expression, who brought up Yun Sol's story, is a little cryptic. However, there seems to be some controversy over the selection of Yun Sol. Since Yun Sol debuted, he has never shown outstanding performances on the official line compared to other members. Shall I? John showed the results of the poll and the chart. Not to mention Ma Dongwon's record. Matthew Kong has always maintained the top ranking and showed excellent skills in the national team selection in the past. Drake proved his skills with a steady deal meter reading in every game, and Seihi was also selected for the national team when it showed explosive potential. However, Yun Sol has never shown a great performance as a supporter, so maybe he needs to show the fans something certain in this match. John Jin and Hong Young-hwa continued their comments while looking sideways at the comments of countless text messages. In time, the topic of their conversation was the Taiwan line, which will soon face off against Korea. It flowed to information about numbers. Korea versus Taiwan. Russia versus Uzbekistan. Those who survive here will fight for the throne at the pinnacle of Asia. Meanwhile, I'm at the computer right now with my eyes open. I was looking at the monitor. Are you gathering information about the Asian Champions Big League, which will unfold in 12 hours? No. Auction house. What I was seeing was something entirely different. An exchange where numerous game items are listed. I was a few days ago. I resided here and was looking for one item. Matthew River, who was next to me, asked me, "Brother, don't you watch the match prediction broadcast?" "Huh. Can't see it because the analysis has already been completed." "That's great too." The River Matthew looks at me with twinkling eyes. I smiled and patted the boy's head once. In fact, the most important thing right now was to find an item for Yoon Sol to use in this match. There is a need to silence the controversy over Sol's qualifications. I also agree with John Jin and Hong Wawa to some extent. So far, there has been no official record of Yoon Sol's ability to improve his skills. If so, at most the cataclysmic video that was played by itself after the end of the national team selection. However, there was no particular role for Yoon Sol there. After that, malicious rumors such as Yoon Sol eating and riding free of charge at the Torn Newbie club. It is also quite spread out. Therefore, I was planning to completely recreate the image of Sol Yoon in this big league. For that, you need this item. There is no sale at all. When the mouse is scrolling down for a while. I was finally able to find the one I had been looking for so long. Wings of Blasphemy /armor/A+//blasphemy. All the wings to attach to Yoon Sol. Worn Out Newbie. Chapter 565. Worn and Torn Newbie Chapter 565. Give me wings, too. The big league started in earnest. The first match that started was Russia versus Uzbekistan. As soon as players from both sides entered Yongsan Esports Stadium, 80,000 people. The audience cheered in unison. Since the game is a game, most of the fans who came to watch this match were foreigners. John Jin Caster started the comment with the sunglasses shining. You, ladies and gentlemen, who have been here today, you've been waiting a long time. Hey, there are a lot of foreigners today. It's a moment when you really feel like it's a global event. And next to him sits today's special guest. Good morning. I am Jae Young who is in charge of commenting on the game. Jae Young, the manager of a worn-out newbie club. He is sitting here today as a special commentator. John Jin and Jae Young are close friends, so they get along well with each other. Today's players are entering alone. Russian players are coming in first. Soon, the north gate of the hall opens and dry ice smoke rises. There was only one big old man that was remarkably conspicuous. An Asian young man with a cold impression. Middle-aged man with long black beard. One person. And there was one male and female with a slender body with blonde hair and blue eyes. Soon after, caster John Jin and coach Jae Young started introducing players. Lev Davidovich Trotsky enters first. He is the leader of the Russian club Spetsnaz and is currently regarded as the best tank in Asia. He is actually a Russian special. He is also famous for being a colonel in the unit. Hey, I know he's close to 70, but it's much more intimidating than any other young player. Looking at the player profile, he says he's over 2 meters tall. It's even more powerful because of the cut across his face. It seems to be overflowing. It really feels like a world-class tank user. Caster John Jin and director Jae Young. Soon, the line of sight shifts to the face of the second player. Their expressions change subtly. The next player is called Victor On, and his name, when he was a Korean citizen, is Hyuk-soo On. An archer player who handles a bow like a ghost, nicknamed Gungwi, Gongurit. Right? Yeah. He is known as a player who gave up his Korean citizenship and became a naturalized Russian citizen due to the unfair intervention of the Korean Deb Association. However, in fact, he is a player whose behavior since before that has been a subject of controversy. In fact, one of the internal facts that have been revealed after this Red Moon Gate is related to On, which is causing controversy. Oh, what kind of controversy? The story of the contract between On and the Russian club had already been discussed before the regional representative selection match, which was the cause of the conflict between On Hyuk-soo and the association. It is a fact that the controversy over whether or not it went back and forth is being rekindled. Since he is a player with a lot of gap between the image known to the general public and the image known to the officials, it seems necessary to closely monitor today's match. While caster John Jin and director Jae Young were broadcasting. Whoa, On Hyuk-soo takes a deep breath once. After that, he looks at Gae-suk in Korea with a cold gaze. In his gaze, complex emotions such as frozen anger, disillusionment, love, and hate were mixed. Chin, the leader of the Russian team, Trotsky, raised a hand that looked like a pot lid and placed his hand on Hyuk-soo's shoulder. Never mind. You are a good Russian. I'm not Russian. I have no intention of being attached to nationality. Hyuk-soo tried to shake off Trotsky's hand. However, Trotsky pressed Hyuk-soo's hand on his shoulder once more without removing his hand. You are a good Russian. A sharp gaze comes and goes between Trotsky and Hyuk-soo. Then, hey guys, are you serious about anything? At the most, you've come all the way to a foreign country, so just enjoy it. Between them with a good laugh. There was someone who separated them. He was a middle-aged man with a long black beard. Caster John Jean and director Jae-young stood out when they saw him. I'm Grigory Yefimovich Rasputin, the healer and shaman of the Russian national team. This player is very special. None of the levels, equipment, and skills were revealed at the official ceremony. Ranking chart. It's the perfect unlange. But nonetheless, being part of the Russian national team means that your ability as a healer is great, right? I do not know. I'm not even sure if he's really a healer. We'll find out more as the game progresses. Caster John Jean and Coach Jae-young soon turned their attention to the next players. Oh, a handsome man and a beautiful woman. The two are quite similar to each other. Yes, the poison-type wizard Pyotr Alexeyevich Kropotkin and the ice-type wizard Olga Alexievna Kropotkina. These two are known as twin brothers and sisters, and as everyone knows, they are wizard users with tremendous decisive power. For reference, they are vying for the first and second places in SIA's official wizard rankings. Now let's look at the Uzbek players who are fighting against it, shall we? Caster John Jean and Coach Jae-young move their eyes to the opposite side of the Russian team. Like Uzbekistan, a boxing powerhouse, Kodorov Ilir, who is famous for his martial arts rank, takes the lead. In fact, he's famous for being a world-class boxer, even in the real world. Next is Hushaddison Danilova. In the real world, she is a well-known Pan-Asian top model. Actually, I heard that you pay a lot of attention to the look even in the game. I'm a ranker of magicians who changed the material and shape of the clothes they are wearing to hard steel and achieved a unified workshop. The next player's name is Kadena Zarif Samander. He is a ranker and supporter of a wizard who uses a skill that greatly increases the speed of his physical activity by applying haste magic to his body. When the character Minute Man was translated into Korean, it was also translated as serving. The fourth player, Abdulayevic Tyre, is famous for being the most handsome player in the game world, right? Characteristics in the game resemble reality. Is it Arthur? He mainly uses the strategy of showing off his slick charm by covering his whole body with the slimy slime of the devil by making use of his beauty. His main weapon is a two-handed bayonet, and he has a fairly decent career among melee dealers. The fifth is Sadikov Bobor. Unusually, a player who uses the summoner meta, but the monster that Boberg summons is Edward Tudor, who is ranked number 1 in the world. He said that it is comparable to the monsters that Francis summons. He seems to be an incredibly powerful summoner. Soon, the introduction of the players was all over. All that is left now is to face off against pro gamers from Russia and Uzbekistan. Wow. In the midst of countless shouts, the game begins. Caster John opened the big league with a unique comment. Everyone who is interested in the game can watch the game on TV, on the internet, or on a hologram. But the most popular way to watch the game was to directly connect to the game and watch the game. Today, many people gathered at the Abyss terminal to watch the match between two Asian powerhouses, Russia and Uzbekistan. Everyone enthusiastically stomps their feet and sets off firecrackers to cheer their favorite team or player. Thud, thud, thud slash. The floor of the stadium was shaking slightly due to the support of the fans. And I'm looking up from the bottom of that vibrating arena floor. Hey, everyone is pretty. I stare at the trembling ceiling. Laughed. Yes, I'm in the basement of the stadium where Russia and Uzbekistan meet today. Of course, I was not interested in the win or loss of the match between Russia and Uzbekistan today, because we already know who will win with which score. There is no other reason why I have come all the way to this place today. It was because of item enhancement. In front of me, the last dwarf and the best blacksmith NPC in the current world, Bellet, sits. Please strengthen these wings, right? Bellet, whom I met after a long time, accepted my request to enhance my items without any objection, as my favorable feelings for me had already been maxed for a long time. Wings of blasphemy /armor /A+/blasphemy. Wings of blasphemy slash armor slash A plus forward slash blasphemy. Wings of blasphemy slash armor slash A plus forward slash blasphemy. I handed Bellet a robe with one black and one white wing attached. The total was 3. Are you ready for reinforcement stones and transcendental enhancement spells? Yeah, of course. I handed out 28 reinforcement stones and a spell book to Bellet. Limit break strengthening scroll slash order book slash A plus. A wall of 10 levels of reinforcement, a taboo area. The only medium that can penetrate. Can only be used once. Can only be used on enhanced items of level 9 or higher. It was obtained by catching the Banshee Queen a long time ago. Originally, it belonged to Drake, but I recently paid for it. I sighed as I looked at the Blasphemer's wings. This item, which is originally only dropped on the Sky Island, can very rarely be obtained from the ground through gacha. Since I dropped the Sky Island earlier than originally planned, it has become really difficult to find this item on the ground. It's an item that drops pretty well in the first place. But the auction house was closed for a few weeks. Although I searched, I only found these 3. It has become an extremely scarce item. Bellet said, while looking down at the 3 pieces of armor in front of him. As I said before, you have to be careful when upgrading items, as they may be destroyed, even if you are a skilled worker like me. After finishing his words, Bellet raised his hammer and, take it to the armor. Then, a while, I stopped Bellet's hammer. Then he said with a firm expression, I have an assistant to help you with your reinforcement work. Assistant. When Bellet raised his head with a puzzled expression, there was one guy running out of my arms and reaching for Bellet's hammer. Point. It was our golden granddaughter, Judelope. Worn Out Newbie. Chapter 566. Worn and Torn Newbie Chapter 566. Korea vs. Taiwan 1. Finally, the day of the decisive battle dawned. Korea vs. Taiwan. Whoever wins here advances to the finals of the big leagues and fights for the throne. Today, an unprecedented crowd of 400,000 people gathered at the esports hall in Yongsan alone during the opening hours. This is unprecedented in Korean game history. Because of so many spectators, the hall completely left the equipment open. This is because the capacity of the hall cannot cover half of those gathered here. Large screens and holographic devices. It fell outside, which allowed a much larger number of people to enjoy the game vividly. It's good to have intuition in the game, but above all else, it's because in real life, watching a game while plucking chicken and beer is the most fun. Moreover, since the hologram equipment in the esports stadium was installed on every street, it was possible to watch the game as if you were really in the virtual reality world. For example, virtual reality enjoyed with augmented reality. Ladies and gentlemen, don't you? Caster John looks good today. It was because I had to go out to the open air and broadcast to a huge number of spectators. I had this experience in my life as a caster. It's the first time again. It's not enough to do a broadcast in such a wide open air. You're going to see that all the people in this wide open field. It's a thrilling moment as a gamer, apart from being a member of the Castergo tournament. Then, huge cheers respond to Caster John's remarks. John Jean, a caster, was so moved by the shouts that shook the whole world, he could not keep his words together for a while. Soon, he opened his mouth with slightly red eyes. In my lifetime, Korean esports Lee would see his revival like this. It is such an honor to be standing here. Now, did I make the introduction too long? I will start broadcasting properly from now on. When Caster John pressed the button on the podium next to him, he was immediately sent to the huge hologram machines installed everywhere. The video started popping up. It was yesterday's match between Russia and Uzbekistan. The results were horrendous. Russia's overwhelming victory. In the early days, Uzbekistan leader Hasi Danilova managed to catch 2 Russian players. But since then, the Russian teams Orc Tank Trotsky and Ice Wizard Olga's Bao. Due to the drug, Uzbekistan was eventually forced to die. As Uzbekistan was eliminated after a struggle, Russia advanced to the final of the big league. Today, the victorious nation between Korea and Taiwan will face off against Russia for the last throne in Asia. I'm really looking forward to today's match. Eventually, Korean and Taiwanese players come up on the huge stage built outdoors. Today, 10 warriors aiming for the throne of Asia finished preparing for battle in a capsule. While dry ice smoke was pouring out, Caster John announced the start of the match. Game. Let's begin. 1 ring. Deus Ex Machina welcomes your visit. Today's battlefield is visible with a bright glow. The name of the map I set out on was Hungarian of the Red Dragon, and it was a lava area where black rocks soared sharply like teeth. Bubbling. The red boiling lava is down there. Lurking in this open field, which looked like the jaws of a huge black dragon, was today's stage. I stood on a flat rock that looked like a dragon's hut. Drake, Yun Sol, Yu Se-hee, and Matthew Kong lined up behind me. Now, let's go according to the strategy we prepared in advance, I told my teammates. At the same time, I recalled the memories before returning to my head. As far as I know, Taiwan doesn't have a clear record in this big league of the Asian champions. It's great to get through the little league, but it's because we lost too quickly to Japan, whom we've met in the big league since then. There were only 3 wizards on the Japanese team. It was a bad match for Taiwan. In particular, the octocasting Ayaka Akasada, who came out with a plan from the beginning, did a great job, and Taiwan was in danger of all kill. If it wasn't for the Taiwanese team leader Zhu Leigi, Zhou Liqiu, who came out as a relief pitcher at the end, it would have been the case. On Juramon, we should also be careful. Moreover, unlike the Japanese team, our team does not have a single wizard, so we have to focus on the Taiwanese match even more. Yet, the first player from the Taiwan team came to the field. The first player's name is Guilin Mei Murray, with a short cut and dark hair. She was a young girl with outstanding eyebrows. I recognized her identity at a glance. Jirian Mays. Is she currently the strongest high school girl in Taiwan? Currently, she is an 18-year-old high school girl who is making a name for herself as a close-up dealer in Taiwan. The gigantic, saw-bladed two-handed sword she wields had black and white blades. They were sticking out alternately, but at first glance, it was like looking at the piano keys. The problem is, though, the massive physical attack that surrounds the giant piano. The person fighting for Galunmai was our team's eternal cutie youngest member, Yu Se-hee. Tatak. Yu Se-hee landed lightly on the tongue of the dragon, holding a giant scythe in both hands. High school girl vs high school girl. The strongest fighters in history were confronted with each other. Galunmai and Yu Se-hee started a search battle towards each other. Spot. It was Yu Se-hee who moved first. She attacked Galunmai by swinging her scythe with a movement like the wind. However, soon one of Galunmai's characteristics was activated. An indescribable secret meta. I crossed my arms in admiration. Galunmai's characteristic is its genius game sense. Copy it and follow it. Moreover, that secret that cannot be said, meta, is a reflective damage characteristic that returns the opponent's attack as it is. Although it has the disadvantage of not being able to load additional damage, it is quite powerful when combined with Galunmai's attack pattern. Pekong. Yu Se-hee's scythe and Gue Runmei's piano. No, saw blades clashed fiercely in the air. Blah blah blah. Bang. Wujijik. Soon, the 2 high school girls began to fight fiercely, devastating the surrounding land. With the same movement as if fighting against a mirror. Both the Korean and Taiwanese relay seats were in an uproar. John Jin, a caster, delivers a message with a look of excitement. That's great. Speaking of Taiwanese player Kai Luanmi, he is the youngest professional gamer who wrote a new chapter in the history of Taiwanese gaming, and is famous for having a great sense of game. This player is now being stopped by Korea's youngest professional gamer, Yu Se-hee. And this is Saddam just indeed. The fight between high school girls is terrifying. A guy like me doesn't even dare to end this fight. It's just a relay. The 2 high school girls show great skills and aim for each other's necks. Then, pit. Galunmai slightly broke the saw blade while attacking. Then, Galunmai's saw blade slashed very weakly around Yu Se-hee's back. This, I couldn't help but frown. That too. Awkward. Yu Se-hee's nose is dyed blue. Because it was starting to get frosty. The girl we loved back, then characteristics. The part that touches Galunmai's sword is dyed blue. You will take ice damage. Blah blah blah. Fut. Galunmai drove Se-hee without a break, with an overwhelming force. No matter how much a mirror battle is, as long as there is additional ice damage, the battle situation is unfavorable to Yu Se-hee. What's more, Gue Runmei never gave up any chance in dealing with Yu Se-hee. Indeed, it is the dignity of the strongest high school girl in Taiwan. But, end of search. Let's start the game from now on. Unfortunately, Yu Se-hee's skills are already at the post-Asian level. Round and round. Puff. Yu Se-hee turned the scythe over and slashed Mei's sawblade sword, then threw a high kick and broke her torso. Aya. Yu Se-hee. They are suddenly counterattacking. Rapid-fire attack with no time to counterattack. Even though it creates a gap. John Jin's caster is amazing. It was because Galunmai had an overwhelming advantage on the battlefield just before anyone could see it. However, Se-hee has the ability to see through gaps invisible to ordinary people. It was fun. Let's meet again next time. Yu Se-hee grabbed Guilin Mei's hair, which had opened her mouth in front of her. Snip. Then he pulls the scythe in his other hand and cuts off her head as it is. Not the hair, but the hair. Dang. Only a lost piano, no? The saw-blade sword was humming on the dark red ground. Creepy. Everyone gathered in the stadium trembles at the terrifying sight. Indeed, the nickname Blind Executioner was not given for nothing. Oh, that's great. It was like a tiger fight, not a cat fight. Right. I'm a high school girl versus high school girl. I thought it would be a fresh match just because it was alive. Drake and Yunsol muttered with bewildered expressions. I shook my head. He is neither a high school girl nor a disabled person. He's a top-notch player who can paint the best players with only one skill. Then the Matthew River, which was next to it. Looks wobbly. Is that so? Of course, it's a game continuation. I nodded. Yusehi's HP on the field is still less than half. This means that you can fight the next opponent in a row at any time. Fortunately, the next Taiwanese line. Su has good compatibility with Sihi. Even with 50% HP, it's worth seeing. Are you good? It turns out that high school girls are their natural enemies. Everyone tilted their heads at my words. After a while, the next Taiwanese player comes out to the field. Lu Yihao. Brown hair, exceptionally yellow skin. He is a flame-type wizard with flames all over his body. When he appeared, the whole field began to smell. What does this smell like? This familiar scent. Indeed. I think I can understand why they sent Seihi one after another. Soyun, Drake, and Matthew Kong all started sniffing their noses all at once. Among them, Yunsol was even swallowing saliva. At the same time, I opened my mouth to the second Taiwanese player. Finally, the Taiwan Castella meta. Worn Out Newbie. Chapter 567. Worn and Torn Newbie Chapter 567. Korea vs. Taiwan 2. Caster John opened his mouth with his characteristic energetic voice. Yeah? You say he defeated Guy Ryan Me beautifully and proves that she is the strongest high school girl on earth. The player who came out to take revenge on Kai Ryan Me was Taiwanese player Yeho Ryu. Intensity. He is a player with an impressive heat wave magic. Before long, a fireball descends on the field. Hurry rumble. Eventually, a man with his body covered in flames walked out from the crack, tearing the red pillar of fire. Lu Yihao. A master at the 4th place in the Taiwanese wizard rankings. His skin glistens yellow with his brown hair fluttering. It looks like Castella. It's like watching Taiwanese Castella. Jean Caster said, sniffing his nose. When Lu Hao appeared, the stadium. A sweet smell began to permeate the whole area. In the game, the eyes of the surrounding spectators who smelled the scent began to blur. In reality, people watching the game through the augmented reality hologram could not feel it, but everyone who watched the game in the game was intoxicated by this smell. I usually work for things like dessert. The smell is so sweet that even Matthew Kong and Drake, who didn't care about me, were sniffing their noses. Wow, it smells delicious. Yunsol was swallowing his saliva, and I too had a hard time putting up with this smell. Is it a Deli Manju characteristic? It was the effect of the Deli Manju pendant necklace that Li Wuhao was wearing that made this smell. Deli Manju, a sweet scent that catches the attention and footsteps of others. This trait is 100% hit and can never be avoided. Aggro characteristic that attracts surrounding monsters by exuding a sweet smell. I know it will have a bigger effect near subway stations, but that's a story in the distant future. There is still a lot of time left for subway stations to be implemented in the world of DEM. How lucky are you? I also sniffed at the smell of the first memories after returning, but I didn't feel well. If you smell it and come closer, a little bit of breaking taste will be waiting for you. Lu Hao's intense fire attack is just that. Hurry up. Even with the heat emitted by Lu Hao, the sweet smell spreads more and more widely. OMG, I can't stand it. Log out. And I'll buy some Deli Manju and come back. I am Castella. After. Because of the smell, I went to the station and bought Deli Manju. I get bored right away after taking one bite. I was deceived by the smell again. You can hear the murmur of the crowd around you. But Lu Hao didn't care and looked at Yusei in front of him. Whoa, when I smell this smell, I get hungry and lose concentration. How are you? The moment Lu Hao provokes Yusei, who was in front of him. Flash slash. In Yusei's eyes, which had been dyed with a hazy light, an intense light shone for a moment. Yup. Yusei completely forgot the fatigue caused by the fight with Guy Ryan and started running with a scythe. What? Lu Hao was terrified of raising flames with both hands. Blah blah. From the scythe wielded by Yusei, a slash like a whip spread out and hit the ground. Cut into 2 pieces. Heck on. Lu Hao is stunned by the slash that flies while cutting his long hair into chunks. However, go away. Wow. Yusei continues to wield her scythe to push Lu Hao away. In response to this sophisticated attack, Lu Hao had no choice but to exclaim, "Ah, can't you see his eyes?" I looked at it and smiled. Clearly, the Deli Manju attribute is an aggro attribute that attracts monsters with a good smell. It is also a debuff skill that lowers the evasion rate and concentration of monsters. But the player, it's a little different when you're against. Lu Hao obviously made the wrong choice. For a normal opponent, this smell strategy might have been quite effective. Hoo-hoo, the natural enemy of sweet desserts is high school girls. Rather, someone who has a sensitive sense of smell like you say he knows where she is. It's just a matter of giving. Considering that she was so nervous about the competition and had been on an empty stomach since last night. I mean, I'm hungry. Ah, bad master. You say he raised her scythe with a whining sound. Notwithstanding, I foresaw Lu Yihao's strategy today and, because of this, it was not enough to instruct Yusei to fast after 6 p.m. last night, and since several weeks ago, she was not allowed to eat sweet things at all. So, it means that Seihi Yu is very hungry right now for sweet desserts. It was because of this that he was able to accurately pursue the sweet smell of Lu Hao's body. Besides, the reason for being free from aggro was exactly the same. Just as an automatic logout is executed when the heart rate or alcohol concentration exceeds a certain limit, the maximum value of empty stomach that can be implemented in the game is also limited for health reasons. Say he is now on an actual empty stomach. Here, the capsule blocks the aggro trigger by itself, because the more the capsule stimulates the brain, the more adverse it can be. I applauded Seihi's sacrifice. Seihi, after this edition is over, let's eat whatever we want. Yeah? Really? Then can I eat that tart? Then can I eat the tart and cake? Then can I eat tarts, cakes and ice cream? Then, tarts, cakes, parfaits, macarons, shaved ice, daughter Jissy cream omelette, slushies, cookies, slushies, candy, jelly, pudding, castella, bunjiapang, deli lamanju, donuts, pretzels, churros, red bean bread, and cream bread. Bingtang horo, wagwajang, yagua, ple, ginger pie, eclair, dalgona, and honey bread. Do you have for stomachs? You say he hides food, is it the same? Whatever anyway. Sweet food was placed in front of a high school girl of her best age, and now the result of that sweet girl is obvious. Doom, whole body shredded. It just becomes a mouth-watering meal. Ah, 8. Lu Hao was startled and stepped back while controlling the flames in his arms. The ultra-high flame that burns any bread in an instant began to bake and steam the entire field like an oven. However, his magic is unusual for a flame-type dot on the field. It was impossible to shake off Yusei in a short period of time because the damage was done. Yusei was prepared to lose HP and pierced Lu Hao's firewall. The sweet scent gets stronger as you go to a hotter place, stimulating her appetite. Sheesh. Take this. Lu Hao stretched out his hand and drew a hand in the air. Then the yellow liquid began to swirl around him, creating a vortex. It was cooking oil. Puff. Puff, puff, puff. Huge stalks of cooking oil flew like a snake and hit Yusei. But I don't feel the slightest danger. Didn't feel. Cooking oil is an essential ingredient to reduce costs and maintain moist texture. It is also included in the official recipe for the practical exam for confectionery technicians conducted by the Korea Institute of Technology Qualifications. Moreover, unlike butter, which is a saturated fat of animal origin, which is high in cholesterol, it is a vegetable unsaturated fat without cholesterol, so it is not harmful to the body. Yusei, who heard my advance warning. Ignoring the cooking oil that collided with the body, he swung his scythe. Walk away _ Yusei, who has narrowed the distance in an instant, explodes. It is impossible for a weak human wizard's body to endure it. As the flames and cooking oil shattered, the sweet smell grew stronger. Second, Xiang. Before long, an X-shaped slash cut through the air. Lu Hao suffered a major wound to his stomach and knelt without a pulse. Caster John exclaimed in surprise. Ryuiho, do you get retired like this? You say he is going to a big league double kill? If that's the case, it's really 3 out of the same age group. It will be the best career ever. All Korean fans sweat their hands and concentrate on the game. But the Taiwanese players were still looking down at the field with a relaxed gaze. Fufufu, that guy is doing that again. Because it's really bad taste. How much time do you spend with a child? Turn it off, eh. These are the expressions that firmly believe in Lu Hao. And at that very moment, I got down on my knees to gain momentum. Liu Hao knelt down, lowering his posture, and the calf muscles he had secretly loaded exploded. Attitude change. He, who seemed to be at a corner, turned his momentum in an instant and rushed to Yusei. row with hot flames all over his body. Now that his body is on fire, Lu Hao can be said to be a hot bullet weighing 60 kilograms. Lu Hao pretended to be down. All that was thrown was a paving stone to counterattack by keeping the opponent vigilant. Accompanying death is confirmed with this. However, it was just as the master said. Yu Sei easily avoided Lu Yihao's fire dive. She had been keeping an eye on Lu Hao's feet from the beginning. To be. Master did it. When eating Castella, be careful of the paper on the bottom. If you don't do it, you can eat even this spoiled thing, so be sure to check the lower part. Yu Sei had already noticed that Lu Hao's toes, which were clinging to the floor, were bent to jump. Boo-woon. Soon, the blind executioner's scythe fell vertically. Ah! Yu Sei. Ah! Caster John forgets even what to say and shouts cheers. At the same time, the Taiwanese players also open their eyes wide. Go away. It is the moment when a sweet and delicious Taiwanese Castella is cut into 2 pieces by a high school girl's bread knife. Thud slash. Lu Hao collapsed. And as he collapsed, the audience erupted in huge cheers. Reality in games, a huge panorama that ripples around the world. Turn off the game. Results that no one expected. 2 Taiwanese super elite fighters are retired in a row. Does this make sense? It makes sense. If it's our Korean daughter, Yu Sei, it makes sense. Early this season, it is a sight that will remain in everyone's memory. Audiences, and the owner, Kwong. Seniors, everyone, keep this scene in your mind. Yu, 3, he, is the new hope of the Korean game industry. Yu Sei, the miracle of the ubiquitous 2 days. Wahyo, this is crazy. It's drama. I am really lucky to be able to see a scene like this. Double kill. A rare phenomenon that is hard to see even in Korea was happening in the big leagues beyond the little leagues. Yu Sei, ID, blind executioner. It was the appearance of the super rookie who drives the storm. Worn out newbie. Chapter 568. Worn and Torn Newbie Chapter 568. Korea vs Taiwan 3. Yeah, Yu Sei achieves a feat of double kill by catching Taiwanese players Kai Ryami and Lu Yiho in a row. This is the moment when the whole of Asia pays attention to the feat she achieved at the age of only 18. John Jinjin's caster is so red. Grab the mic. To that extent, Yu Sei's performance was dazzling. All ages. 1 Sihiyu. New. 2. The strongest high school girl ever. New. 3. The blind executioner. New. 4. Asian champions big league. City 1. 5. Bulk purchase of Delhi Manju New. Real-time search query rankings. It shows at a glance the cheers and tremors sent to Yu Sei. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Yu Sei bowed her head in response to the cheers of the crowd surrounding her. Is it because the party is gone? It was Yu Sei who had a lot of party in her way of speaking, which was not usual. But I'm a little stiff. I was looking at the field. Because. Now I have to summon Sei. It was because the 3rd Taiwanese player was coming out to the field. A tall, skinny, pale-faced orc player. Not like an orc, the muscle mass. Written and painted body tattoos or piercings. Back ornaments are noisy. Seeing the dark energy rising from his body, he must have been a black magician. John Jin, a caster, exclaimed. Yeah, the 3rd player from Taiwan to send out is Lee Donghui. The fact that Lee Donghui, who is known as the 2nd-ranked player in the team, has already appeared, it can be seen that the Taiwanese side is quite impatient. Haha, there are already 2 players. Oh, I got it, so it's okay. Lee Tinghui, a player I know well. The player who made Akasada of the Japanese team hard. He's a very tough opponent. Lee Tinghui uses a meta reminiscent of Oh Sung-hoon from Mad Dog during his former Gangwon-do national team days. The so-called puppet meta. Bountiful year. Summon a large number of praying scarecrows to complete attack and defense at the same time. I think it's backwards compatible with the Banshee Queen, an S-class monster I've been dealing with before. Lee Tinghui, who soon came out to the field, muttered in a gloomy tone to himself. Kid, you'd be better off being retired by me if you're going to meet the guy who comes after me. Ordinary humans cannot understand the language of orcs, but Yu Sei is different. Because she had a Russian teacher who taught the languages of orcs and lizardmen whenever I had spare time. She can read and listen, but cannot speak yet, so she only frowned. Before long, Lee Tinghui was in his hands. He swung a book and a cane. Dozens of scarecrows were summoned in front of them. Most of them are low-level soldiers with rusty sickles and swords in their hands. Go away. Wow. Yu Sei swung her scythe and cut down the scarecrow ring. However, the number of newly formed scarecrows was too large. They were about to fill half of the field all of a sudden. The scarecrows themselves were both an attack and a defense. The guys had been squeezing and tightening the whole field with a few scrubs. Unless you're a fire wizard, it's hard to deal with them one by one. Ugh, you say he made fun of the scythe even busier. However, the more you do it, the more fatigue builds up and only your HP slowly decreases. Li Tinghui put pressure on Yusei with a serious smile. This is not a children's playground. Stop disappearing. Then, Sei-He, you hit her. Did the Taiwanese team get 2 retirements from the kiddie playground? It was a stuttering, but comprehensible accident. Upon hearing that, Li Tinghui's expression hardened slightly. In fact, to demean Yusei right now is to demean the 2 Taiwanese players who were hurt by her as well. You are a cheeky sissy. I need to get in the habit. Li Tinghui summoned more scarecrows to build the wall. And as it is, press Yusei to tighten it. OOUI. Yusei put on an expression of pain as she was crushed by the scarecrows. Li Tinghui looked at it and giggled. Giggling. Fighting more was meaningless, so I made Yusei come back. See he come back. As soon as I ran out of words, Yusei immediately shouted the tag. Tag. After finishing speaking, Sei-He you quickly. They cut down the scarecrows of cotton and returned to the Korean side of the camp. No, I was going to come back. Where are you going? Li Tinghui moved the scarecrows with a fishy smile. The scarecrows tangled in the shape of a well cover Yusei's body like a huge wall or even a net. The casters shouted in surprise. Li Donghui grabs Yusei's ankle and sags. This is the first time I've ever been attacked while tagging. The reflexes of Li Donghui, who caught that brief moment, are amazing. Originally, it is an unwritten rule not to attack when the transforming robot unites, when the magical girl transforms, and when the Dem Pro gamers tag. It's broken today. Yusei shouted for a tag, but the tag is invalid because she has not yet reached the area where her teammates are. Profit. In the end, Yusei blew a large attack while consuming the remaining HP and was barely able to cut through the scarecrows that weighed on her body. But the remaining HP is huge. The bottom of the tag. Yusei returned to the safe area with a tired look. If I hadn't made a quick decision, I would have been retired in the middle of the tag. Now it's the Korean side's turn to bring out the next player. It was followed by the Matthew River. It was. Brother, please get me out. He was showing some hostility to Li Donghui, who had bullied Yusei. Heck, Matthew Kong is a fighter who can create flames using oil and gas, so he might have a pretty good match against Li Tinghui's scarecrows. Yeah? See-He you shouted a tag. Probably Li Donghui, who enjoys attacking quantities by summoning scarecrow clones, is the opponent, so the next opponent on the Korean side is Matthew Kong. Or, the Korean team leader Ma Dong-Wong could come out himself. Matthew Kang's powerful fireball or Ma Dong-Wong's natural disaster-wide area seems to be the key to break through this situation. As John Caster said, in common sense, compatibility with the other. Considering that, the next batter had to go either me or Matthew River. But, no. I rejected Matthew's request. But, Matthew's reaction was quite unexpected. Why? Why not? He must have questioned my words. It was my first time, so I was a little confused. Why is he like this? Matthew River is as pretty as a sunflower that grows while looking at me and speaks well. It was my brother who listened. It felt like we were competing with Lee Yun-ho, who listens better. But now, the appearance of the Matthew River is like a child in his 20s. It's true that you are a child in your 20s. I felt fresh when I saw the Matthew River showing a figure suitable for my age. Oh, why not? Matthew Kong grabbed my arm and started to choke. I soon found out why. Are you doing this to look good to Sei-He? Then Matthew's body suddenly stiffens. Director Jae-young, who was next to me, smiles and puts his shoulder on such Matthew Kong. Look at this bastard. When he gets angry for touching his girlfriend, he immediately runs away. Oh, it's not like that. No. Then why are you leaving? That. I'm more compatible. Good. Yinmar, if you're going to be arguing, King Madong should go out. What? Hyung is the signboard of the team, so save your energy as much as possible. Wouldn't it be nice for me to go out? Me and Director Jae-young could barely hold back the burst of laughter. Around that time, Sei-He returned. With sweat all over her body, she looked very tired. Director Jae-young encouraged Sei-He. Good job, Sei-He. No, if I were alone, could I somehow endure a little longer? And I would have died in vain hopes. Thank you for making a quick replacement decision. Clearly, tags are also timing and strategy. How many teams have fallen because they made a tag declaration just 1 or 2 seconds late? Meanwhile, the time allotted to us is almost running out. Now that the limit is near, we had to send the next player out quickly. I quickly explained towards the Matthew River. Listen, Performances have the greatest impact when it comes to the last showtime. Yeah, comma. You go and support Seihi. There is. I patted Matthew's back. Matthew Kong went forward with a bewildered expression and headed for Yusei's waiting room. You might want to open a bottle of potion and hand it over, but unfortunately that's illegal. The only thing that Matthew River could do was give moderate comfort and pat on the line that the status window did not change. Okay, it's time to send out the next player from Korea. Replacement is a bit late. Perhaps there is a debate going on over whether King Madong will sortie or a god of death will appear. Guess it's not. As the opponent's meta has a very distinct personality, there is no other way to do it other than the counter, right? I think the number of strategies that the Korean side can come up with will not be very many. In this case, it is better to go with the Jonggong method rather than the unexpected surprise strategy. I think Ma Dongwon will come and clear the situation with wide area technology. I guess Ma Dongwon's position is there, but it comes out right away. It doesn't look like much. I think maybe there will be a young bloody Tushan player. Hara. The comments of the commentators, including caster John Jean, echo outside the market. Not 6. The face of the Korean player who came out as the next batter made everyone's expectations deviate. Drake. It was Drake, an archer specializing in 1:1, who came out against a large army of scarecrows from Taiwan's second-ranked team, Lee Ting-Hui. Worn Out Newbie. Chapter 569. Worn and Torn Newbie Chapter 569. Korea vs. Taiwan 4. Drake came out from the Korean side. How did this happen? Caster John pulled the microphone tight. The other casters are also puzzled. It was the color. As you saw in the previous game, Dongwai is a minion summoning meta. Yes, he is the type of summoner who summons multiple scarecrows to attack or builds a wall to create a unified workshop. It's a bit of a strange decision to have a Drake player who specializes in one-on-one matches in such a situation. If you look at it, the current score is 2-0 in favor of Korea. Considering that you say he is red, the Korean side has not suffered much damage yet. Taiwan, on the other hand, has already lost 2 players. However, no matter how favorable the situation, it is important to follow this trend until the end. Attention is focused on how Korea's judgment will affect the future economic flow. While the caster's heated relay continues. Taha/. Drake landed lightly on Anryong's tongue. Lee Ting-Hui looked a little surprised at Drake's face. Archer, I thought it was a face that we would never see in a match. But Drake didn't respond. 2 crossbows were loaded right away. Puff, pop. 2 thick arrows fly towards the target in a howitzer. It is a powerful arrow with a volcano's tip on an arrowhead carved from the exoskeleton of the bad ending. However, poop, boo-boo. The arrows were vainly blocked by the walls of numerous scarecrows. No matter how much penetrating properties are attached, it is difficult to penetrate such a large number of obstacles. Ping, ping. However, Drake did not give up and continued to shoot arrows. Arrows with piercing properties pierced the bodies of numerous scarecrows. Fly through. Moreover, the arrow also had a knockback characteristic, so it was blown away by a sudden push of the target. Lee Ting-Hui occasionally frowned as he watched the arrows fly through the scrubs of the scarecrows. It's useless. As he waved his hand, several unusually large scarecrows rose and obstructed Drake's view. No matter how much knockback is attached to the penetrating arrow, if the shooter's field of vision is obscured, the aim itself becomes difficult. Moreover, as a huge number of scarecrows were flocking in from all directions, Drake's movement was constantly being restricted. Rotten. Drake cut from the inside of the thigh. They pulled out their swords and cut off the wrists of the scarecrows who approached them. Ping, spit. Again, Drake's arrow cuts through the air. But even that accurate aim has now lost its power. Whoops. Puck. The arrows were sticking to the prickly ground or wall. Pop. Puff. Bubbling. Every time Drake's blind arrows hit a wall or the ground, rocks splattered and lava gushed out from underneath. Lee Ting-Hui looked at Drake and laughed. How long do you think you can run away? In the end, it's just a matter of time. The enormous amount of scarecrows that Lee Ting-Hui had already created filled the field. It is a matter of time. Drake went up to a high altitude to avoid the horde of scarecrows that came rushing in to catch him. It was a steep hill that looked like a black hole. Lee Ting-Hui saw it and laughed out loud. Ha ha ha. You went up to an isolated place in the grass. You are finished now. Lee Ting-Hui wrapped himself in a few large scarecrows and fell far away. And using a large army of scarecrows, he began to tighten the Drake, who was lonely and isolated on the high ground, more and more tightly. He was supposed to hide in a safe place and secure victory. On the other hand, the casters of the relay seat are seated in the back seat. Ah, Drake, I was completely surrounded by Li Donghui's large army of scarecrows. It must be a big deal. There is no way to escape. It's like I'm completely cornered. In the highlands where the magic speed of the three kingdoms is high, it reminds me of a situation where I was encamped and surrounded. This is clearly a disadvantage. Honestly, I don't understand why Kochum Jae-young sent Drake out this round, and why Dongwon Ma was in favor of that plan. Wasn't it a situation that anyone could have predicted that this kind of situation would come? I'm sorry, Korea. In that situation, tagging is also not easy. Obvious tactical mistake. It's a mistake. The only thing to look forward to is, wouldn't Drake's vision be better now that he's up on the hill? There, I have no choice but to sniper with a miraculous skill and catch Li Donghui with a headshot in one shot. That's the only way out and the way to win. Just as expected, Gugga Gugga Guggy Gucci, Drake, as the casters said, was moving. It is said that even a mouse bites a cat when it is cornered. Driven to the top corner of the highland, Drake drew one of the biggest and thickest arrows and aimed at Li Donghui in order to make a comeback. Fufufu. Did you mean betting everything on one headshot? If you self-isolation with such a strategy? If so, you can say it's stupid. Li Donghui summoned some of the large army of scarecrows that were besieging Drake to defend himself. Among the scarecrows, those with a large body and a large volume stood guard like a giant for their master. Yet, I can guess, Drake declared briefly. At the same time, pop slash. One long, thick battlefield flew away. It amazingly squeezes into the gaps between the bodies of numerous scarecrows and faces the front. Puzzling. Although some job scarecrows blocked it, only a hole was punched in the body, and the momentum of the arrow did not die at all. Ugh. No, stop it. Li Donghui hastily built a wall of scarecrows. Yet, bang. Several giant scarecrows fell over with holes in their heads. Hey. Li Donghui closed his eyes tightly at the arrows flying towards him. Sa, are you alive? Soon, Li Donghui, with one eye narrowed, saw a large arrow sticking out of a rock that protruded over his head. I made sure it was stuck in the center. If I hadn't shrugged my neck like a tortoise, I'd probably have bought it right away. Wow, that's a scary archer. There's a reason you sent me out against me. Li Donghui sighed in relief. However, he avoided the other person's death by any means. Now stop dying. Li Donghui moved the rest of the scarecrows to further tighten Drake, who was isolated in the highlands. I was afraid that the same arrow would fly again, but within that short time, I would not be able to shoot another arrow with this power. And now the scarecrows will interfere with Drake, so he has neither time nor room to shoot arrows. The victory was like mine. Pop. If it wasn't for a small stream of fire that suddenly burst out from under Li Donghui's feet. What is this? Li Donghui was perplexed that the soles of his feet were getting hot. I hurriedly stepped aside. The ground where he had been standing before rose up and swelled up, and then hot lava began to spurt from underneath. Starting with it. For puff puff. Bubbling bubbling bubbling. Boogle slash. Soon, the ground in various parts of the field came out like a tuk-tuk peak, and lava rose from the center. All of them were the parts where Drake's arrow was stuck. No? What is this? The terrain of the field is changing. The dragon's tongue-shaped arena spews lava everywhere. Oh my gosh. An active volcano appears wherever Drake puts an arrow. The ground is being submerged in lava. The casters scream in panic. The audience was also cheering and enthusiastic about the unexpected change. Only I am smiling coldly. It's just the right time. I looked down at the clock at the bottom of the status window and nodded. My plan, which I had prepared since the beginning of the stadium, was selected as Angryong of Hungarian, is now paying off. Blast point. In general, there are several points in all lava fields. Stimulation of this particular point causes an eruption of magma flowing under the shroud, and the surrounding terrain briefly displaced with hot lava or gas. Will gain. I used this explosive point strategically when catching Japanese PK criminals from the far right in the past. It was a strategy used in the dungeon Bujolbu Oyster, and the strategy of that time is now being reproduced equally in the big leagues by Drake's hands. Li Donghui was shocked by the waves of lava rushing around him. Push tasting, hurry up. So many scarecrows were all burned up in the lava and disappeared. There is only one way out of the encirclement of lava that is getting narrower every moment. Welcome. It was the high ground Drake was standing on. Li Donghui was desperate. You have to go back to tag, but the path is now blocked by hot lava. Reluctantly, Li Donghui was chased by the lava and had no choice but to go up to the highlands. And, of course, Drake didn't allow it. Ping. An arrow flies in, and after rebounding, it aims at it. Wow. But my scarecrow is strong. About your arrows? However, Li Tenghui's words did not continue to the end. Puff. The arrow's knockback characteristic has been activated. Li Tenghui was pushed back with the scarecrow he had created. Oh no. Li Tenghui tried to climb the hill again, but Drake continued to shoot arrows with knockback properties, only to blow Li Tenghui backwards. It was Chi Prophet. After flying backwards for the second time, Li Tenghui felt his heels touch the lava. Oh! Li Tenghui screamed and charged forward. You are right. It's just a matter of time. Easy. Drake fired another arrow. Pop. Although Li Tenghui succeeded in blocking Drake's arrow with the scarecrow. Chewy Prophet. In the end, I fall back and fall all over. Soaked in lava. Aawa. The additional arrows Drake fires over the screaming Li Tenghui, pouring down like shots. In the end, Li Tenghui was submerged in the lava. It was the result of not evacuating to a safe area in time. Chuck. Drake showed a thumbs up towards me. I also gave a thumbs up for Drake like that. Director Jae-young patted my back and said, "How the hell did you come up with this tactic?" Instead of answering, I just laughed. In the world before the return, such tactics were not even mentioned on the tactical axis. It is because the stagnant people used to strategically analyze the viscosity, temperature, and speed of lava thoroughly to calculate the spreading time, moving time, and hardening time in seconds. Drake, stop tagging me. Director Jae-young placed the order. Drake nodded as if he understood. But right now, tagging was not possible. It took about 5 more minutes for the lava that completely covered the stadium to harden. Right then, an unexpected surprise occurred. Puff. A slash that even I could not foresee flew and pierced Drake's heart right away. Everyone on the Korean side, including me, widened their eyes. Meh. Drake frowned as he looked down at what had pierced his heart. Critical damage for the first time since starting the game. It was the jagged spear that pierced Drake's back and came out of his chest. Ah, you mustn't be vigilant. Suddenly, something fell from the air and fell on top of Drake. A spearman from Taiwan. A crazy physical that crossed that wide sea of lava with one leap. His tall, slender muscular body and long curved, smiling eye tails are impressive. There were 3 black polka dots under the eyes. I frowned. Ranked 5th in the Taiwanese team, but ranked 1st in terms of surprise, free spirit, and perversion. Blood clots. Even I, who knows the future, cannot make judgments about this player. In a way, the most troubling enemy came out of nowhere against Drake. Worn Out Newbie. Chapter 570. Worn and Torn Newbie Chapter 570. Korea vs. Taiwan 5. Caster John exclaimed excitedly. Yeah, a Taiwanese player has arrived. Oh my gosh, I jumped that long distance. It's a formidable sebum curl. Who is that player? It is known as a player called bloodbanding. There isn't much of it. He is a close-knit dealer who uses a single base spear, and his rank in the team is said to be 5th. A player who is rarely a melee dealer but maintains a human race. Oh, I have some additional information that just came in. It is said that the fact that the Bloodstained player is ranked 5th in the team is because all team members refused PvP with the Bloodstained. The latest ranking information has also been updated. Banchong Pai is currently ranked 2nd in Taiwan's close dealer rankings and 1st place wins. It is said that they are having a hard time competing for 1st place because they do not respond to wealth. At the caster's words, the audience is also confused. That's because, as soon as the blood bandage appeared, it stretched out the spear and pierced Drake's heart. A slick, handsome face, a smile that gleams in a strange way. 3 tear spots under the eyes. I frowned. Blood clots. If I were to pick the best kinky meta player in Asia, wouldn't it be this guy? Well, that's not what I'm talking about. Still, that guy went 1 step further than me. Have I crossed the line? As if to prove that my thinking was not wrong, the blood bandage looks down at the Drake who has been pierced by his spear and licks his lips. Ugh, this shiny black hair, a sharp nose, cold eyes, warm eyes, a strong jawline, strong muscles, sexy lips. I love it. After all, it's Drake Cat. You risked your life to cross the sea of dragons. Ah, it seems that blood bandages are a big fan of Drake. Whoa. Although Drake was stabbed in the heart, he did not die immediately, but held on to the spear of the blood wound and held on for a while. Blood Banchong looked down at Drake and smiled. Oh, trying to get yourself out of my window? Won't it go well? This window. Once it gets stuck, it's hard to pull out until you take it out. Ugh. It was patched so that there is no penalty for dying during the tournament. You can just die in peace, darling. I will kill you for sure today. Indeed, there were barbs sprouting from the tip of his spear, so it seemed difficult for Drake to get out of the spear and ride. I looked at it and gritted my teeth. In the world before my return, there was very little blood banding. Taiwan was eliminated so easily in the early stages because they were not interested in women and played against the Japanese team, especially Ayaka Akasada. But our team is different. Blood spots were paying attention. Dun Drake is here. He rolled his heart-shaped eyes and looked down at the fallen Drake in front of him. Can I tell you one of my traits, honey? It's called SM. So-called Jiangyi, S, and hit, it's called MY. Every time someone harasses or is harassed by someone, movement speed and attack speed increase. Do you know how to use that trait? After speaking, the Band-Aid took out a leather whip from his waist and made his body, and flipped. Then, the area hit by the whip turned red, and plus signs started to appear in that area like a hologram. Speed will increase. My stats are doubled because I was bullied at the same time I was bullied by me. The bastard was trembling, shaking his body continuously with a whip. Whenever that happens, it is conspicuously visible that his body is getting bigger and stronger due to the strengthening of stats. The spectator's seat, which had been heated up until recently, became quiet as if cold water had been washed away. Wow, grotesque. Not a psycho. What is that at the official competition table? I'm scared, Mom. Hey, don't look at that. Go ahead and cover your eyes. Everyone trembles at the terrifying sight of the blood spots. Only beat me. You want some of those qualities. Later, after the competition, I'll grab the blood band and ask him. That's special. Where did you get the castle? Meanwhile, the blood bandage was holding the speared Drake and asking questions as if he was continuously interrogating him. You know what my other traits are? Misery. This is a trait that makes it impossible to move by tying the feet of the opponent who has accumulated more than a certain number of favorable feelings. There's another one. It's a piston characteristic, and when you retrieve a spear that has been stabbed once, the speed of the next stab is increased by 1%. Of course, overlap. Not. Next is the insertion attribute, where once a wound has been opened, the next attack can be 100% accurate. Of course, the effect also applies to myself, so it is a double-edged sword. Also, the masochistic trait is created when you die, and your life in a rank down state is created as a spare. And I'm going to use all of these traits on one of you, darling. At the same time, the expressions on the Korean side are getting worse and worse. You bastard, I feel bad for the information you didn't ask. Wooing, Appa, please wash your ears. I didn't want to know that. Mr. Drake is pathetic. What do? I must save you. Matthew Kong, you say he, and Yun Sol looked down on the field with sad eyes. Sutsutsu. -1-7-7-7. I'm taking notes like crazy. Except. Insertion between the Missouri trait and the piston trait. Masochism mumble frozen. Inserting Missouri characteristics and piston characteristics. Captain, what are you doing now? Such a bad pervert. Dare my friend Drake. What? Were you resentful? At Yun Sol's question, I hurriedly said. Heard the dog. Ugh. Drake is seen lying on the field and suffering. The bloodstained spear pierced Drake's chest and did not let go. Yun Sol cried. Daddy, what are you doing? I want to tag you with Drake, but that. No. Wouldn't it be better to ask him to abstain? Matthew Kong and Yu Se-hee, who were next to them, also expressed their agreement with Yun Sol with an expression that it was difficult to watch Shido. But I shook my head resolutely. No, just leave it that way. What? How are you? I have no choice but to do that. Because if. I lit up my eyes. That's Drake's target. Then, Drake screamed once more. The blood clot will turn the window to the left. Yun Sol cried again. Dude, boss, you're playing Mr. Drake, right? Yeah, sure. Then, Drake screamed once more. The blood clot swung the spear to the right. Will be. Dude, boss. Probably not. No, right. Turn it off. Swipe left, wiggle right. Drake was being completely harassed by blood bandages now. This is going to be a big deal, Mr. Drake. Tongue, brother. Isn't this a serious situation? Drake is dead. Sol Yun, Matthew Kong, and you say he all harass me. But I will stand firm. Bit and stayed in place. The white towel, announcing the withdrawal of the players in this round, was held tightly in my hand. For Drake. I clenched it inwardly. To be honest, I don't know exactly why Drake is screaming right now. If there's only one thing you know, Dre. The point is that I would never do anything that could harm me. Drake is the type of person who quietly bites his tongue rather than screaming when he's unbearably sick. Young if he didn't want to get out of this situation. It's Drake who would rather abstain and retire himself. So it screams so conspicuously. It must be to convey a sense of heterogeneity to me. Even if it was a situation where I was being tortured by a blood clot or an out-of-standard pervert. Hey, darling. Darling screams so painfully. What are the teammates doing now? Wow. A way to send a resignation sign instead. But that's it. Is it okay for darlings to be left out? The blood band-aid pressed the other end of the spear firmly and smiled. Why don't you just transfer to our club? I'll take good care of you. A strange light flashed in his eyes, far beyond the level of obsession, insanity, and absurdity. On the other hand, the relay seat was in an uproar. Ah, bloodband players. You're making fun of Drake. You're acting like that in a situation where you're sure to win. This is a lack of character. I know that Drake's fandom is quite huge in Korea, but it's a diplomatic matter. That is very disrespectful behavior. Drake withdraws. Give me time to play at least. The casters also seemed angry at the humiliation Drake was going through. In particular, John Jean, a caster at the end of relaying the situation, couldn't resist and smashed the microphone with his fist. Sol Yun, Matthew Kong, and you say he were also persuading director Jae-young. Director, how about throwing a towel? Yo, Drake looks so distressed. That's right, director. Drake isn't the kind of person who usually screams like that. How painful it is to cry. Wow, director, throw a towel. Everyone on the same team tells Coach Jae-young to abstain from Drake. However, my lord, what do you think? Director Jae-young asked me for my opinion. I shook my head. That's it. Okay. Director Jae-young turned his head again. The towel I moved from my hand to his hand was never thrown onto the field. It will not be thrown away in the future. Sol Yun, Matthew Kong, and you say he also nodded their heads in the end. If it was my decision, I decided that there must be some reason. Although blood bandages are far worse than I knew. Just Drake doesn't know. I remembered the overwhelming PK myth that Drake showed in the world before the return, and the diagonal lines that we crossed together in the world after the return. Right then. Ayo, I'm tired of screaming now. Dre was stabbed by a spear of blood clots. I suddenly stopped screaming, as if to prove that my decision was correct. The blood bandage, who was smiling round and round, reappears at the sudden change of the praise momentum, bringing a smile to the corner of his mouth. Chin. Rather, Drake raised his upper body, and with one hand, he put a spear of blood wounds. With the other hand, he grabbed the back of the blood clot behind the neck and pulled it closer to the inside of his body. Putty. For that reason, the spear penetrated Drake's body even more deeply, but it doesn't matter if it has already been penetrated. Drake whispered in a cold tone into the blood-stained ear. It is freedom to pervert. You have to listen to the sounds around you. Okay. The blood spots were immediately audible. Drop. Drop. Moongrass. I'm obscured by the loud screams that Drake ever made. Sound it didn't. It was the sound of the countless arrows Drake had fired from the previous round, the battle against Lee Tunghui, scratching the sea floor of lava and coming back. One quiver of quality. /belt/A+. A magnetic ruler, no baton quality, a distant sphere suitable for archery, rhenium ray. A quiver made by carving out the core of a tin golem can hold trifles. Agility plus 10%. Ability to use auto-recovery, special. A backflow of arrows, which inflicted a fatal blow even on the world's fixed S+, class monster, the King of Paris, Beelzebub. It was being reproduced splendidly on the stage of the big league. Worn Out Newbie. Chapter 571. Worn and Torn Newbie Chapter 571. Korea vs. Taiwan 6. Drop. Druck. Moongrass. Thick, heavy lava creates a slow current. The sound of sharp metal scraping the ground was heard from the bottom of the hot sea. Yet, puff, puff, puff. Thousands of arrows blazed like snakes as they broke the thick lava's surface. The arrows were trapped in the sticky and heavy lava, so they seemed to shoot faster the moment they came out into the atmosphere. Come back, my arrows. Drake grinned hard, clutching the spear that pierced his chest. Tweet 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 which The arrows spun in the air and headed straight for Drake's quiver. The problem is that the quiver is placed very close to the belly of the blood wound. Will be. Ugh. This child. The blood band hurriedly tried to get away from Drake, but that was impossible. Kook. Drake was holding the spear of the blood clot with one hand and didn't let it go. Rather, used the other hand to. I just squeezed the back of my neck and grab it even more forcefully. Oh, what kind of grip is the archer so? The blood bandages struggled in embarrassment at Drake's eerie eyes shining in front of him. Even the spear blades of the blood wounds had barbs sprouting one after another, making it more difficult to retrieve the spears. Damn, darling, isn't this a bit too much? The Band-Aid tried to get away from Drake, throwing away his own sickness. But it's already too late. It is Drake's instrument that even the devil constellation Beelzebub could not get out of in the end. Pupper, puffer, 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 puck. Countless arrows pierced the back, shoulder, and stomach of the blood band and were captured into the quiver. Kick. The blood bandage had to come off the back with as many as 32 arrow holes pierced on the stomach, chin, shoulder, arm, and thigh. After that break, Drake barely stepped back. My heart is on the right. To take note. Drake smiled hard, pointing to the hole in his left chest. And then he raises his hand and shouts a tag sign. Soon, Drake returned safely to the Korean camp, considering it to be a de facto retirement, because it was so close that it was difficult to even recover HP by replacing it with a healer. I wish this. Drake frowned at me. Still, I'm glad I did it. Good job. I grinned and raised my fist and pounded it against Drake's chest. That's why Drake's HP was cut by 3, and he almost died. Drake sighed and sat down on the ground. To recover from the tag with the healer, you have to go to the field one more time, but if you do, you might die right away, so I thought it would be better not to tag. I just want to focus on surviving. You're going to be beaten so horribly. It was largely due to negligence. Still, you caught Li Tunghui and reduced the HP of Blood Spear considerably. L5 people did it, so it's a leftover business. Me and Drake ended the conversation briefly. Currently, the 3 available entries for the Korean side are King Ma Dong, Matthew Kong, and Solo Yun. This is the result excluding Drake and Yu Se-hee, whose HP has been on the alert. On the other hand, there are now only 2 players left on the Taiwan side. Even then, the HP of the blood bandage was hit by Drake's arrow rain backflow, and his HP had dropped to less than 30%. But, the blood bandage stood firm on the ground, even with a body full of scars. While his body was in tatters, his stats increased significantly. This is because he is wrapped around his body with all kinds of perverted characteristics that increase his physical strength as his HP decreases. I like being a mop. It gets faster and harder. The blood bandage lifts up its excited face, exuding strange heat. Then he started humming while waiting for the next Korean player to come out. I wanted to kill the famous Drake cat, but unfortunately I didn't. It doesn't matter, next guy, come out. It doesn't matter what happened. It just seems like he wants to run and die. Director Jae-young told me carefully. Drake took on Taiwanese healer and shaman Li Tunghui unexpectedly and easily. Thanks to the crab, things will go smoothly. Taiwan doesn't have a healer right now, so there's no way to recover the blood spots. Is that so? For us, we have to shave off the remaining HP of the blood wounds and focus our firepower on the last player as far as possible. I nodded. Everyone understands what Director Jae-young said. Got it. Tag. The first person to go out to the field was Sol Yun. She stepped on the dragon's tongue and at the same time sprayed heal magic right in the sky. And just before the divine energy descended, he quickly shouted a tag and took a shift with Yu Se-hee. Weeing. Yu Se-hee's HP, who inherited the light that Yun's soul left, has risen considerably. Blood Banshong was looking at it with a lot of fun. Hey, the kid is back? Did you have some fun with the bad guys in front of you? Or are there no more people in Korea? Yu Se-hee frowned at the words and actions of a bloodband that mercilessly denigrates not only the opponent but also the teammates. Am I a discard card? It's Yu Se-hee who throws a fastball openly. After the blood bandage made a bewildered expression for a moment, Yu Se-hee tapped again. I've already fought with 2 people in front of me, so I don't have a lot of points left. It would be better if you were prepared to die and could eat your buffalo down. Did the director tell you to do that? Grown-up adults are just too much. Did I come out on my own? And I think you can do it with my own strength. The blood band-aid tried to provoke Yu Se-hee, but couldn't find the real thing. Soon, faint dark circles appeared under his eyes. My little one, are you going to regret what you just said? You will regret it too. Yu Se-hee immediately responded to the blood-banded words. However, what came out before that response was the endless slash that came out of the long scythe. You met me without tagging me. The blind executioner's slash began to cut the dark red earth into pieces again. Yinsol looks at me with an anxious face. How do you see this game? I answered indifferently. In 4D. Oh really? I mean see. Isn't that dangerous? Yensol's game sense is pretty good. She was the first to have a blood clot in the field. He had noticed early on that he had become so strong that it could not even be compared to when he came out. Of course, I wasn't aware of this either. The blood bandage has the characteristic of increasing speed and attack power as the body becomes full. Therefore, even if his HP was dropping to a similar level as you say, the more time passed, the more advantageous the fight was. This is especially true in melee dealing fights based on this free spirit. Yu Se-hee's free attack pattern unconventional and unconstrained by stereotypes. However, in terms of unexpectedness and versatility, the Band-Aid is also Asia's #1 close dealer. In terms of talent, Sehee is overwhelming, but what she has achieved right now. And from my experience, blood bandages are better. If Yu Sehee is in a state where 30 of her 100 potentials have bloomed, then Piven Chong can be considered to have bloomed 40 of her 50 potentials. Anyway, it's a fight between 30 and 40 now, so it's hard to expect anything. Just as expected. As time goes by, Yu Sehee. The scythe was getting heavier and heavier. Ouch. Profit. Yu Sehee was back and forth in all directions: east, west, south, north, up, down, head, shoulder, knee, and foot, without covering her feet, the spear of the blood wounds rushing back and forth. And the more you harass your opponent, the more you afflict the spear of blood. Sadistic acceleration. You say he was barely blocking the spear of the blood spear with the volcano's scythe, but the more you fell, the more dangerous it seemed. Yoon Sol, who was watching the scene, said sadly, "Would you like to tag me?" But I and director Jae-young also shook my head. It's not often that you have a chance to face an opponent who has a similar attack pattern to yours and has better skills. This is also a good study. It will be a good stimulus for Sehee, who has been a genius among the general public. In other words, it is necessary to meet the owner once. Also, I want to stimulate. There was one other person besides Yu Sehee. Hawkeye. Matthew River. This guy standing next to me, clenching his fists and looking down at the field. Matthew River shakes her legs whenever Yu Sehee is in a corner. A look that says he wants to run away right now. It seems that Sehee Yu is worried a lot. Well, that's why Sehee must have been clamoring for her release earlier when she was being attacked by Lee Denghui. I remembered the Matthew River in the world before I returned again. At that time, the name of the river Matthew, who jumped into the water, was a 1:1 supreme, one stubborn wolf. He always played solo raids, and in the pro league, he only won the trophy in the individual event. I trusted no one, and I didn't depend on anyone. So I turned around and reached a point where I could have gone much faster. It was not a good thing to fight alone unconditionally. If I could turn back time, I would pretend to be a friend. I'd love to try making it. These were the words of his retirement speech when he retired after winning the last individual league title. An invincible fighter who had never understood anyone and had never been understood by anyone. That was the Matthew River. However, the Matthew River in this life was a little different. Colleague. Taekong Ma's gaze, thinking of the same team member, was much hotter and moister than when he was dry and desolate before returning. I was almost certain that his changed appearance and what would open the door to a whole new realm. Brother, let me go. Eventually, these words came out of Matthew's mouth again. Director Jae-young looks at me without a word. I said to the Matthew River, Sehee needs the experience of meeting the owner once. Hearing my words, Matthew Kong bit his lip and bowed his head. A look that said he couldn't dare to disobey my words. However, at my next words, the guy's expression becomes subtle. Or will you become the owner of Sehee? As I spoke, I shook Matthew's back and pushed him away. And almost at the same time, tag. Yu Sehee, who was on the field in the distance, clenched her teeth and shouted. It's true. It's said that if we love each other, we get along. Soon, the eyes of the river Matthew catch fire. The guy slammed the ground with all his might and ran to the battlefield. We're not like that, dash. With the usual obvious remarks. Worn Out Newbie. Chapter 572. Worn and Torn Newbie Chapter 572. Korea vs. Taiwan 7. A meteor falls from the sky. Snoring slash. It fell to the ground, leaving a red trail in the air, creating a large crater. Lava that has not yet hardened has split red below the black surface, and pillars of fire pierce the ground. Asraji is a man walking out of a crater after walking through smoke and flames. It was the appearance of the god of war. Matthew Kong has sortied. HP has dropped considerably, but that's it. It is the moment when the secret weapon of the Korean side that will fight against the faster and more powerful bloodband player is finally revealed. Caster John John's excited tone echoes. However, in the field where the relay contents were not heard, there was only silence. Bubbling. Only the seething lava boils under the solid ground. I frowned. Matthew River versus Blood Bandage. At first glance, the Matthew River seems to have an overwhelming advantage in this match. But in fact, looking at the Matthew River side was not advantageous. The metamorphic properties of blood spots are a trap. It's natural to have the same level of strength as a normal ranker when you're at full HP, but the metamorphosis meta of blood bandages, which can do one more serving of a person by getting a popping stat when HP is on the alert, was truly innovative and ingenious. Besides, he may have hidden other rare traits I'm not aware of. In the pre-return world, although he showed considerable skill, he was eventually defeated by the Japanese team led by Ayaka Akasada. I played the game so much that anyone could see how it was played, and after the game, in an interview, I said, I can't play against women. I got a lot of criticism for saying, I don't feel like fighting. But now things are different. He defeated Drake, and now he is facing the Matthew River. When I'm doing my own calculations, my lord, who do you think will win? Director Jae-young asked me. I shrugged. Honestly, I see half and half. Ho-oh, is Ban Chang that strong? Maybe it counts as much. Then, Director Jae-young heard my words and opened his eyes as if they were about to tear apart. Better than you? Are you kidding me? You. Just joke. This kid is real. I smiled and turned my head towards the field. Of course, the blood spots are strong, but they can't compare to me. If the firepower I can detonate is the sun, the blood bandage would be about the size of a small light bulb. But the match between Matthew and blood bandages. It was no joke that I couldn't say for sure. That's why blood spots are a threat. Is that so? As soon as Matthew Kong was put into the field, he immediately ran towards the blood band. Let's stick. If you are a fan who knows the first word you say like a habit, this is the opening statement. Have no choice but to shiver. Because usually after this comment, puff, 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 puff. This is because the baptism of fists, similar to a machine gun shootout, is being poured out. The countless fire tracks created by the Matthew River appear to be irregularly reflected, but in fact, each one is exactly the same as the bullets of the Hapsa revolver aiming at the enemy's vital point. Is the same fist. Oh. Commitment. As soon as they enter the battlefield, they bite the enemy. Looks like I'm watching a Hapsa zealot. There will be no time for the other person to adjust to this. Really, the great hero of the Taiwanese blood band player who welcomes the god of death. The casters are very incensed and grab the microphone. However, blood spots are what you see. Other than that, he's not a psycho. Tag. Rather, he was a professional who knew how to use the game rules in the most strategic and hateful manner among Taiwanese players. The Band-Aid giggled and immediately sent the tag autograph. It seems that Matthew is the only one who has the will to fight. What? Matthew was a little startled to see the blood wounds receding back. I thought they would attack from both sides, but I'm sure I'll be able to shout out tags. However, Taiwanese healer Lee Teng-Hui has been retired by Mr. Drake anyway. There is no way he can recover. The flow of the game was predictable thanks to Drake's hold on the opposing side's healer. Easy to do. Blood Bandage, whose HP has already reached its limit, will be played to conserve stamina as much as possible. As time goes on, the amount of natural recovery will fill up even slightly, so the more time you eat, the more beneficial it will be. However, the River Matthew did not pursue it. After all, Taiwanese player Fulfi. There is only one person left, and if you catch that player, the blood bandage will automatically come out. It was the stairway that Korea had to climb anyway to win the big league. Please don't give me revenge for Sei-He a little later. Still, Matthew Kong was unwilling to take revenge on an opponent whose HP had been greatly reduced. If you defeat the Taiwanese player whom you met in this round in a Fulfi versus Fulfi and catch the blood banding that comes after that, you have won on equal terms, so it will be a refreshing revenge. Yet, thud, the last player from Taiwan came out. John Jin, a caster, shouted loudly. It's finally here. Number 1 in the official tanker ranking of only Hyundai and number 1 in the team. It's Zhou player. It was Zhou Tsiu, the pillar of the Taiwanese team, who came out against Matthew Kong. Even in real life, Zhou Tsiu boasts a brown bear class specification with a height of 2 meters and 30 centimeters and a weight of 150 kilograms. Is a martial artist. As a martial artist who is famous for his bizarre fist, which blocks any attacks and sends them away, he boasts outstanding tanking in the game. Thud. Coup. Bang. As soon as Zhou Tsiu appeared, he thrust 2 heavy shields into the ground and covered his whole body with thick heavy iron armor. It was a rancor-like item tree that was deliberately left as a human race to raise the effective items with high defense to the limit. There, the characteristic that symbolizes Zhou Tsiu was activated. Siege Mode, Diju Mu Man. Characteristics. It is a passive skill that is activated when one is standing still and does not move. It is a deceptive skill that increases ATK, def, and HP by 50% while holding your breath. Zhou Tsiu took control of the high ground in the center of the field in an instant. Perhaps because he was conscious of the cause of death of Lee Teng-Hui, who died in the previous round, he exquisitely selected a range that would not reach even if the lava was filled. He looked down at the Matthew River with a sense of intimidation, as if he had achieved a castle alone. You can never pierce me. Zhou Ziyu's provocation. Matthew River did not have to avoid this provocation. I'm not the type to put up a fight first, but I don't avoid fights that come along. At the same time, gas and gasoline were sprayed like water mist behind the gauntlets of the Matthew River. Pushy Prophet. A thick mist of water and fuzzy gas spewed out like an aura. Kurik. By igniting it, a full-fledged activation takes place. Puff. The Matthew River started to run with a tight engine all over his body. A streak of fire ran across the land and immediately struck Zhou Ziyu's stronghold. Quack 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 slash. A huge number of fists draw a hot trajectory and put fire stamps on Zhou Ziyu's body. Zhou Ziyu clenched his teeth and put on the shield. Tight the body. But his huge body was slowly being pushed back. 1 millimeter. Guguk. 1 centimeter. Guguguguk. 10 centimeters. Clap duck duck. 1 m. Whoops. Woojajik. It starts with a deep groove at the tip of Zhou Ziyu's toe and gets longer and longer. Oh. A Korean spear and a Taiwanese shield face off. A window that pierces anything and blocks anything. Shield to give out. The 108-step toughness combo of the fighter who has never been blocked before, and Zhou Ziyu's impenetrable wall that has never been breached form a trembling affair. Who will be the winner? The casters shout in excitement. However, we know. All Korean fans who watch the national championships knew. This battle, the Matthew River wins. Even a 3-year-old child sitting in the audience could say something like this. There was only one reason why everyone who watched the match predicted the victory of the Matthew River. Living fossil / materials / an ancient existence that has been handed down from a long time ago without any change in appearance. Yes, this item was worn by Ma Taekong when he met his last enemy, Dong Sip Ma, in the final match for the Korean national team. It was a hidden piece that made him take off the human mask that was holding him back. Would Duck / Pumpy / As soon as Matthew took the living fossil in his hands, a change occurred in his body. Commitment. As a result of prolonged exposure to Zhou Ziyu's reflective damage, she finally reveals her true self. Wow, Matthew Kang's physique is buying at once. After all, he's an orc. Is Muscle Deal a melee dealer or a muscle dealer? Anyway, Matthew Kang, who used to be a handsome boy, has become very heavy. Look at that fist size. It's like a bowling ball. Living fossil items, we can't really guess what the effect is, but it's probably an item that turns a human into an orc or an orc into a human. There is no problem with the rules of the competition as it is a weapon that was registered as a match item before the competition and is not a consumable item for recovery or buffing. There is a reason the casters are so excited right now to broadcast the storm. Puff. Simplicity and honesty. Pop. Whoa. This is because of the Nanta shower of the Matthew River, which is pouring down like a storm. Burning fists were striking the iron wall above Zhou Ziyu, drawing hundreds and thousands of straight and curved lines in the air. However, Zhou Ziyu also continues to control the shield, inflicting reflection and recoil damage to Matthew Kang. The battle between the two was tight. Right then a small sound was heard that became the watershed of this battle. Zia. It was the sound of a very hard, solid material exposing very small gaps. Worn Out Newbie. Chapter 573. Worn and Torn Newbie Chapter 573. Korea vs. Taiwan 8. Zia. It was the noise from Zhou Ziyu's side of the shield. What? Zhou Ziyu's face turned to lead. As he slowly lowered his gaze and looked down at the bottom of his two shields, a ray of light leaked into his dark vision. It means that there is a hole in the front of the shield. But there was no room to fill the hole or to do it. It was because the shield was still shaking like crazy. Pop. Puff. Bang bang. Cuckoo. Wow jajik. Kurong. Whoops. Zhou Ziyu couldn't come to his senses during the Matthew River's relentless rush of combo drills. Of course, the words of the casters who follow the fist are also pouring out like sandpaper in a frenzy. Alas, Matthew River, who jumped out of the way. 31 consecutive hits to Zhou Ziyu. 45 consecutive hits. 58 consecutive hits. 72 consecutive hits. It's fast. Human. This is not a fist punch. The heavy armor of Zhou Ziyu is crumbling. Taiwan's best castle is crumbling like a sand castle. This is the moment when the invincible myth of the bizarre fist, the best defensive martial art, is destroyed. Even at this moment I'm talking about, commit yourself. It gets faster and faster. It started properly, not beat. 87 consecutive hits. 99 hits. The moment I tell you, 108 consecutive hits. 108 of horror. Stare combos explode. It shows that the body is short-lived, but the spirit is eternal. The map is being burned to the ground. The lava that has cooled and hardened is melting again and flowing. How can I explain this heat? This is not an area that can be conveyed by relay. This is a league that goes beyond Korea. This is Asia. This is the big league-o. 17 syllables per second. Caster John, who is famous for his character, perfectly catches up with the 586-syllable relay sentence of the 108-step combo of the God of War for 35 seconds. It was a sight where the word the relay came out of that player. Damn it. Go away. Wujajik. The small crack in Zhou Tsiu's shield quickly turned into a lightning bolt-shaped crack with thread roots, which eventually spread into a large open-mouthed hole. Whoops. Walk away. Zhou Tsiu's iron wall, which had never been broken, was collapsing. Oh. Zhou Tsiu resisted with all his might, but he could not stop the rapid-fire cannons of the Matthew River pouring madly over the collapsed iron wall. Damage overflowing. The pounding deal meter. I clicked my tongue as I watched that Wu Tsiu slowly pushed back. Well, in a way, this is a natural result. Matthew's fist is one that would have been number one in Korea, if not for me. The iron wall is good and the siege mode is good, but you can never stop it by simply defending. Bang slash. In the end, Matthew Kang's two fists pierced Zhou Tsiu's two shields and locked him inside. Zhou Tsiu moved his shield and guarded his head with his forearms. Whoops. Wow. Matthew Kang's fist broke through Zhou Tsiu's guard and slashed his head. In the beginning, even in real life, Matthew Kang was a promising kickboxing player. When it comes to breaking through the guard and hitting the one beyond, the road was opened a long time ago. Bang bang. Simplicity and honesty. Wujajik. Whoops. Whoopsa. Matthew Kang punched Zhou Tsiu through the hole in the shield. Thoroughly teased. Meanwhile, the hole in the shield continued to grow and even the corners around it were broken. There is no other creature as weak as a clam with a perforated shell. Quick. Matthew Kang raised both fists at the same time, creating a powerful jet. And the shock wave was directly inserted into Zhou Tsiu's abdomen. Off. A flame storm swept through the second shock wave sent Zhou Tsiu's body back and forth, spinning it back and forth. And there was a large active volcano that had erupted due to Drake's arrow and had not yet solidified. With a plop, the lava had hardened and the boiling pit engulfed Zhou Tsiu as he fell. Zhou Tsiu threw down his shield and climbed up to the shore, but waiting in front of him was Matthew River with one hand raised high. Whoops! Matthew Kang smashed the palms of his hands, which had been heated with flames, on Zhou Tsiu's back, melted his armor and burned his flesh, then grabbed his heart and pulled it out. The critical hit recorded on the meter shakes Zhou Tsiu's health bar and wipes out even a single bit of HP. It was a disastrous end of being ranked number 1 in Taiwan's tanker rankings and ranked number 1 in the national team. A Taiwanese Iron Wall runner has been retired. It was a great match indeed. Korea's Matthew River is great, but Taiwan's freedom is also great. It was a good game with nowhere to take home. One hit, the other block. Despite the simple composition, this is the first time the show was so thrilling. Oh, and this is Saddam, but my tongue is paralyzed right now. It's raining, The caster's match evaluation continues. Yet, there is now only one Taiwanese player left. Matthew River lifts her head with a tattered body due to Zhou Tsiu's reflex damage and looks beyond the red earth. Buck, buck, buck. Over the tongue of the dragon, the face from before was getting closer. A blood bandage that was brought out again due to the annihilation of the players on the same team. However, there was no sign of impatience or anxiety in that expression. The River Matthew. I like you too. Lie, you're handsome, Aang. He licks his lips and smiles, but the spear blade that is clenched with the reverse water shines fiercely. Seeing the appearance of the blood bandage, veins like copper cords stood on the forehead of the River Matthew. The simple but intense desire to get revenge on the guy who bullied Yusehi is what drives his current commitment. The Korean side, director Jae-young and Yoon Sol. Drake and Sehee you look down on the field and exchange opinions. Blood spots versus Matthew. Is it strange? HP is higher than Taekong, but as the HP is worn out, the player with a blood bandage has enhanced attack power and agility. Still, if I had to compare, would Taekong have a slight advantage? Taegang is currently in an orc state. It's bound to be more advantageous. I can't ignore racial slurs. I think so. Bloodband player and Taekong Appa are both melee dealers, but their races are orcs and humans. Perhaps Taekong Appa will have an advantage, right? Everyone was predicting the dominance of the Matthew River. But only I can keep my mouth shut and watch the situation. It's a blood clot. I was desperately chewing on the information about blood spots before the return. Taiwan closed dealer ranking 2nd, team rank 5th, Taiwan official integrated ranking 8th, worldwide integrated ranking 72nd. 1. A fourth-dimensional tortilla who wears a spear and wraps his whole body with all kinds of perverted characteristics. A guy specialized in hunting players rather than hunting monsters. If you look at the stats and characteristics, the deal meter, the KDA value, the contribution graph, and other numbers, the Orc mode Matthew River is not an enemy that cannot be defeated. No, it would be rather easy to overwhelm. However, for some reason, a strange sense of incongruity keeps coming over my mind. A unique sense of the deceased was speaking. What am I missing? Obviously, in the world before the return, the presence in the big leagues was faint. Before I even showed my skills, Ayaka Akasada of the Japanese team. Because he was slaughtered by. There was no interest in women, and because of her rather bizarre, selfish attitude, the Bloodstain meta received a lot of criticism from the public, but in-depth research was hardly done properly. But now, when I see myself at the scene where the flesh and drops of blood are splashing, the feeling is different. Blood spots, what's with that smirk? I couldn't shake the feeling that a dagger was hidden. It feels like there's something hidden that can't be ignored, more than a simple metamorphosis. What do you mean by that? This cannot be known even as a regressor. Right then, I open my eyes wide. On the field, the moment the Matthew River throws a fiery fist into the air. Round. It is seen that the blood bandage circles around one leg as an axis, avoiding the fist of the Matthew River. Akabi. I almost could have guessed it. A cry full of regret bursts out everywhere. But that's not what I paid attention to. The bizarre movement of blood spots. From the previous round, I found out what was bothering me and scratching my nerves. Round. The blood bruises continued to twitch slightly on the buttocks whenever they approached the Matthew River, and each time they avoided the Matthew River's fists. In the opposite direction of body rotation. It almost seems like it's habitually twitching her ass. Perhaps, if ordinary people had known this habit of blood spots, they would have thought it was just a personal habit and moved on. But, as far as I know, it wasn't just a simple gesture. I exclaimed urgently, "Tag! You have to tag me." The members of our club, who have never seen me be so embarrassed, all look puzzled. No, Taekong is pushing hard right now, so why? I don't think Taekong Appa has any intention of tagging either. What's going on? Aren't we winning now? It grunts and closes the teeth. I said in a calm voice. Blood spots, that child. With each turn, I'm slightly twitching my hips in the opposite direction of rotation. Everyone who hears me tilts their heads and smiles. Is that so? Can you see that? But why? Isn't it just an ordinary pervert? Everyone knows nothing, even Matthew himself, who is fighting on the field. Anyone who noticed this. It seemed I was the only one. I sighed as I looked at the Matthew River, who seemed unwilling to tag. Then he said, looking down at the bloodband that was twitching his ass and making a dying expression for fun. That guy? Not human. Worn out newbie. Chapter 574. Worn and Torn Newbie Chapter 574. Korea vs. Taiwan 9. That guy? Not human. The moment they hear my words, everyone's faces, including director Jae-young, harden. Soon, everyone's eyes turn to the field. A blood patch that does not fret at all despite being pushed by the Matthew River. As if playing a game of fun, the gnome avoids Matthew's fist and breaks his body. And every time he did, he was subtly twisting his hips in the opposite direction of his body rotation. It is characteristic of Lizardman users that when the body rotates, the buttocks twitch once in the opposite direction. Yes, Lizardmen have long tails. This tail is full of thick, strong bones and chewy muscles, so it weighs quite a bit. Unlike orcs and humans, which do not have a tail, a lizardman's body rotates once, and the tail follows the body half a beat later. Due to the weight and centrifugal force of the tail that follows the body a little later, the Lizardman users rotate a little more than the angle they originally intended to rotate. Will grow again. However, although this tail is difficult to control, once mastered, it not only helps to balance the body, but also can be used as a very powerful weapon. Because there is room, Lizardman users usually calculate the length, weight, and centrifugal force of their tail to move their body. When rotating, the tail rotates a minute and a half more. So just before stopping the rotation, the tail is stirred in the opposite direction once to stop the inertia. In the case of bouncing his tail with the recoil and swinging it like a whip is the most complicated Lizardman combo. just as expected. Boom. Matthew River approached and threw his fists, and the blood-wounded man, who was lying low on the ground to avoid Matthew River's fists, looked up and smiled. It's been a while since I met an interesting person. It's also a big league. At the same time, what he took out of his arms was a familiar item. Living fossil/materials/ an ancient existence that has been handed down from a long time ago without any change in appearance. Why did you say that came out of that guy's arms? Damn it. I fully understood the nature of the anxiety that was engulfing my brain. I guessed it, but seeing it with my own eyes is even more disconcerting. Wow. Dump. Eventually, changes were also observed on the whole body of the blood spots. Unbelievable. What is this? The appearance of a bloodband player is changing. Caster John shouted into the microphone in a very angry voice. The other casters also expressed their astonishment over and over with a confused expression. But above all else, the person who surprised me the most was Taekong Ma, who was on the field. As soon as Matthew recovered his fist, he turned and landed on the ground. In front of them, a thick whip passes by with the violent ripping of the air. If I had been late, I would have been floating in the air and my body would have been cut in two. Shawai, did you know you were the only fossilizer? A blood bandage lying flat on all fours on the ground was looking at the Matthew River with a smile on his face. Before long, the blood bandages got up and stood in front of the Matthew River. 1.5 times taller than Matthew, who turned into an oak. Lizardman's characteristic yellow eyes. The scales, which were mixed with purple and black, covered the whole body like the scales of a blade. Because of his slender limbs and tail, he looks taller than he is. However, the body of the bloodband was obviously not that of a typical lizard man. Apart from its large size and unique scale color, a strange sense of incongruity was emanating from its whole body. I noticed the blood spots on the nails and toenails. Other claws as sharp as knives. Contrary to this, the claws on the thumb and big toe are oddly curved. Like a hook. I couldn't help but sweat a cold sweat. Upper species. Among lizardman users, those who have broken through a certain level will change their bodies according to their experiences and environment. Evolution to a higher race. Lizardmen, such as Chameleon Man, Komodo Man, and Lizardman Champion, have various subspecies, variants, and higher species. And the Lizardman user blood bandage in front of you has achieved the evolution of the most difficult species among so many subspecies. Velociraptor Man. Higher and ancient species of lizardmen. It is a hidden class whose job advancement or evolution method is not known at all. Even in the world before the return, only a few legendary lizardman rankers reach the level. Founding walking with crazy jumping power is a menacing theropod race, and it is characterized by incredibly high attack speed and one-shot attack power. If you put a claw in the opponent's body and put a continuous dill in it, the enemy can't fight anything and struggles until the blood drips out and is killed. As long as you make a decision, you can also ride on enemies over obstacles, and if you follow the unique and crazy physical skills a little, there are almost no enemies in melee dealer battles. Damn it, that bloodstained guy is a lizard man, and that's a high-ranking ancient species. You've been hiding it for a while. Occasionally, unexpected variables like this pop up. As a regressor myself, it was something I did not know, so it was inevitable. It was really tough when I went through it. I can't go out and beat him to death. I swallowed my frustration as I watched the nerve battle between the Matthew River and the blood spots. Meanwhile, Director Jae-young was analyzing the movement of blood bandages in detail even during this time. I saw Taekong jumping to attack earlier, so jumping power and holding time were no joke. The height of any 3-story building will rise like a staircase. Looking at the claws, I think he will be good at climbing obstacles, not to mention nail pouncing. Even if it's a higher level species of lizard man. The feeling is quite different from the Lizardman warriors I've met before. The Lizardman hero we met during the main quest shows the image of a monster with a huge size and unbelievable supernatural power, while the Velociraptor man shown by the Bloodband has a strong sense of murder from the brutal slasher movie. A perverted killer maniac who is tenacious and intelligent, but also agile. I quickly recalled the specs of the Velociraptor man. According to the setting, the Lizard Man, who abused his body in numerous adverse conditions, looked like an evolving ancient warrior, wasn't it? It runs at a basic speed of 60 kilometers or more, jumps up to the height of the 3rd floor of a building, and does not get tired even if it moves vigorously for several hours. Obstacles such as trees or barbed wire. Since it is immune to damage, it can destroy or break through any trap. By acquiring the constant temperature characteristic while evolving, it perfectly covered the weakness of the Lizard Man, whose stat values change when the body temperature changes according to the environment, and retains the advantage of the variable temperature characteristic, the explosive instantaneous speed, an entity that has obtained an extremely strong physical ability. Moreover, since it is controlled by the player rather than a monster, his hands are very flexible and his hand movements are excellent, making it possible to use items. In terms of body structure, it is designed to be active while wearing armor, so it is a type that is very difficult to kill compared to its tribal value, individual value, and size. Naturally, Lizardman's weak point, defense, is also covered, resulting in heavy damage. Even if you get hit by the ground, you don't take much damage. Damn, if I had used that kind of power before returning, I wouldn't have been able to win even if I said Ayaka Akasada. Somehow, I thought that Taiwan lost to Japan too easily. It is a natural result since the blood bandage played passively while hiding that level of power. Meanwhile, naturally, the battle situation in the field was leaning in favor of Pivenchong. Whoa! Matthew Kong scratched his forearm and clenched his teeth with the claws of the thin blood spots. Even after turning into an orc, it is the first time that he is pushed in a power battle. There, the opponent has too much power. It was you. Zung. Gang. Close up. The hooks that come like crazy, the thumbnails and big toenails, like Yuseihi's scythe, are driven back and forth, left and right. A person with a free-spirited attack pattern as much as Yuseihi is a blood bandage. Puck. Puffy. Iron Punk. Flesh drips from the Velociraptor's claws. Matthew clenched his teeth. It was the first time he had ever been so helpless with an orc's body. Boo-woo duck. Soon, the tail of the blood bandage flew like a whip and wrapped around Matthew's neck. The Velociraptor man's tail muscles were extremely chewy and light. It meshes well with the hard scales to completely dissipate or bounce off the impact. Ugh. Matthew Kong grabbed the tail of the blood bruise with both hands and tried to tear it apart, but he couldn't even untie the snare. In addition, the blood bandages are hacking through the entire body of the Matthew River using their unique hook nails. If you block your nails with both hands, you will be afraid of the choking tail, and if you cover your tail with both hands, you will be afraid of the nails that fly away with the force to tear your body to shreds. Matthew River was bewildered, not knowing what to do beyond his sight, which was gradually turning red. Looking back at the Korean camp, everyone seems to be shouting something towards this side. Tag. But I don't have the strength or room to tag. Is this the end? Matthew felt his whole body draining away. The blood band in front of him is not just a lizard man, but an ancient theropod monster. Never in a mere orc body. Couldn't win. Your face is completely wrinkled. I was going to give you Seihi's revenge proudly by winning here, but it was all over. Still, I only vaguely thought that I was lucky to have the Madong King behind me. Right then. Brother, wake up. There was a cry that echoed in Matthew's ears. Brother, wake up. Brother Dash. Ah, Clementine. As soon as he heard Yuseihi's cry, Matthew River widened his blurry eyes. Yes, the man has a gal. Female. It cannot be destroyed. Even more so in front of a woman who cares about it. Wow. Matthew Kong grabbed the tail of the bruise with one arm and began to block the claws in front with the other. But the bloodband just snorted. It's useless. You are dead awake. Because I'm also against me. It was a very natural thing to say. Matthew's HP is now almost at the bottom, because the values of various stats were also showing a very clear gap. However, there is nothing wrong with it. Turk. Matthew Kong raised his hands once more and grabbed the blood-banded tail. And I started pushing it with all my might. Seeing the scene, the Band-Aid smirked with both eyes narrowed. The broken look is sexy, but now you look a little silly. At the same time, his tail grew stronger and stronger. He strangled Matthew River. Good luck. The tail, which seemed to have fallen off Matthew's neck, tightened his neck even more forcefully. However, Matthew did not give up. Seeing the River Matthew constantly struggling with his hands, he asked, blood-banded. Give up and hit GG. What else do you have to show me, so you hold on like that? Matthew Kong shut his mouth and opened his eyes a little bit blurry to look at the blood spots. And said a word. The man has spoken once, so I have to show him something. Pop, are you going to do a shit show? Wouldn't that be fantastic? The bloodstain laughed. However, he couldn't see because he closed his eyes from laughing. Brother, wake up. Yuseihi's voice resounding in my ears, and the grip of Matthew River, which is getting stronger every time I hear it. Meanwhile, I push my head forward, clutching the rail that separates the field from the bench. Why? Director Jae-young was about to throw the white towel in his hand. I reached out and stopped Coach Jae-young's request to drop out of the current round. Then, with both eyes narrowed, he looked at the body of the Matthew River in the distance. Dream. Matthew's body moves weakly with each echo of Yusei's crying voice. It was definitely a new change that had never been seen before. Oh, the status of commitment. Worn Out Newbie. Chapter 575. Worn and Torn Newbie Chapter 575. Korea vs. Taiwan, 10. Wooduk. Pumpy. Changes began to take place in Matthew's body as well. The solid green muscles became thicker and stronger. A fist the size of a bowling ball now swells to the size of a gym ball. The bones that used to be reinforcing bars turned into stone pillars, and the muscles that wrapped around the whole body like iron armor were torn and healed rapidly, growing in size. The orc's body, which had reached about 2 meters, was becoming larger and more powerful. Pujik. Then something popped out of his upper lip. It was a large, pointed molar. Its appearance was familiar to everyone. Ogre. It has brown or green skin and looks like an orc, but its size and weight are incomparable. With an average height of 4 meters and a weight of 1 ton, the giant is a weapon in itself, even without carrying a weapon. Even the roaring, eyes, and breathing sounds are the means to make the subspecies tremble in fear. North. As the Matthew River turned into an ogre, the tail of the blood bandage that had been choking him naturally was also released. The Band-Aid stopped laughing and opened his eyes wide. He didn't seem to understand what was happening now. However, Matthew wasn't merciful enough to let the bruises recognize and understand the situation. Wobillion. Swing and hammer shot. Matthew Kong unleashed a huge fist and smacked the face of the blood bruise. The blood patch, with a blank expression on his face, flew backwards and crashed without a chance to escape. Explosive fire damage is a bonus. Matthew's fist flew over it once more. It's as if a steel ball that demolishes an abandoned building is being swung around. Bang. Woojijijik. A rocky mountain collapsed with just one fist. The blood bandage was barely avoided, but Matthew's fist was not a one-shot event. Puck crazy. A blood patch hit by a kick from the Matthew River flies back several dozen meters from the spot, smashing the stalactites behind them and smashing them. The casters who saw the scene were trembling and shouting. 3 My God. Did you see it? Have you all seen it? During the match, Matthew Kong evolved. It means that you have evolved into a higher race. The line that sometimes awakens as a hidden class. I said there were numbers, but Matthew Kong is clearly showing it today at this place, the last gateway to the throne of the big league. On the other hand, I, too, had my eyes wide open as I looked at it. It's rare for monsters to evolve during battle, but how much less the player can evolve during a tournament in public. At the same time, the experience gauge of the Matthew River. It was on the verge of leveling up, and it seemed that he had broken through that limit due to the fight with the bloody window. Lately, I haven't been able to properly examine the level and experience of the Matthew River, so even I don't know this right now. Anyway, the Matthew River, which has passed a certain level section, has achieved awakening evolution to a higher species due to the influence of the titles it has learned so far, and it exploded at the perfect time. Oh my gosh, it's such a physical thing. Ogres have been living in such a blessed body all this time. Matthew River was filled with emotion anew as he recalled the countless ogres he had been hunting. However, even though his head was wet with emotion, his body was honestly moving according to the routine. Bang. Fuck. Woojijik. Weight enough to be judged as a heavyweight with just one fist. It pours over the skinny body of the blood clot. Ugh. The blood bandage was done by the Velociraptor's unique sharp movement. However, it was impossible to escape anew because the Matthew River had narrowed the distance before evolving into an ogre. Matthew Kong, who immediately started chasing at the same time as he blows away the blood bandage with his fist, grabs the opponent with his thick and strong grip and does not let go. Chill. Let go, you muscular pig. Let go. The blood spots scratched Matthew River with hook-shaped nails, but Matthew River lifted both eyes and straightened the blood spots even in the midst of slicing, where the skin was torn and the flesh was exploding. Was staring at. Did you say that if you do, you will become stronger? What? What are you talking about, you bastard? Speak in lizard man. Sometimes, try to be strong as much as you want. Simultaneously, the river Matthew trampled the blood clot and climbed up on it. And the world's heaviest and most destructive pounding began. Bang slash bang. Bang bang bang. Matthew Kong, riding on the blood bandage, raised his fist high and began to hit it straight to the ground. There is no fixed attitude or herbivore. That is 100% pure violence. The blood wound, crushed by the overwhelming weight, force, and pressure, could not even scream and was exposed to the fist baptism. Woojijijik. The heavy wave that penetrated the face of the blood bandage provokes even the ground beneath it. Earthquakes have distorted the surrounding terrain. Ah! Matthew Kong. As if what I was struggling with until now was a lie, they are attacking me like a storm. Reversal. It's the reverse. Have I ever made such a cool and devastating reversal? I've never seen it before. The sweet potato that was really stuck in my throat broke through the bread. Cider is so. It was enough that the blood-banded player felt pitiful for a moment. The broadcast, which the casters shouted with all their might, shook the hearts of all the spectators inside and outside the game. I swiped the screen window and looked at the comments running on the live match video. I got cancer after watching this game. Appa, wake up. Korea, wake up. If you haven't seen this game, you still have one reason to be alive. It is also the Matthew River. From today, the wake-up call alarm sound is a famous line by Yusei. Brother, wake up. Tussin coin rice cake saying gazwa. I lifted my head and looked back at the field. An ogre and a velociraptor are engaged in a brawl. Bang, slash bang bang, bang bang. The ogre's fists, like steel balls, crush the velociraptor's body into meat-based porridge. Whoops, take it. Big profit. The blade-like velociraptor teeth, claws and claws were engraving the ogre's body. However, in the end, the velociraptor cannot keep up with the ogre in the fight at ultra-close range. Clap. Blah blah. Ogres with formidable grip strength. He grabbed the upper and lower jaws of the velociraptor that was biting his arm and spread them apart. And open your mouth and open it again. Sizzle. Bell Rossiraptor, whose lips are slowly tearing apart. It's already too late to come and struggle to fall. Blah blah. Eventually, the ogre grabbed the velociraptor's body and tore it into two pieces. It was the moment when his HP bar, the last surviving Taiwanese national team, had completely hit the floor. Matthew River then throws the bodies of blood bandages that were caught in both hands and throws them on the ground. Blood was dripping from the cuts all over his body, but he didn't fall. Standing tall like a pillar on the ground is truly a god of war. Huh. Seeing this, I breathed a sigh of relief and relaxed my body. Is Taikang's growth the biggest harvest in this game? The Matthew River evolved from an orc to an ogre, a higher species, and stood on the ground. It was an achievement that I had achieved much faster than on the time axis before my return. Meanwhile, Brother Dash. In the distance, there was a girl running towards the Matthew River. You say she's in front of me. He jumps up to Taegang and hugs him. What are you doing? That's it. There aren't many opportunities to hug in such a dramatic setting. Matthew Kong, who was bewildered, and you say who said he believed in him, smiled. Ah, Matthew Kong. How did this happen? I hope you are my love. Sign. Did Matthew Kong not mention that you say he is just a close sister in the last interview? Ah, this is the moment when those remarks turn out to be unconscionable. Oh, I believed it. And a huge crowd cheering towards them. It was the appearance of Korea who safely broke through the first gateway to the Asian Champions Big League. Click, click, click. The interest in the winner is hot. A huge number of reporters gathered at the press conference, holding cameras and microphones. Player Drake, how did you feel when you caught the Taiwanese healer? Were Matthew Kang's evolutionary performances planned in advance? Whose coaches thanks to you say he's explosive growth? The reporters' questions are focused on the three people who worked hard today. Drake brought a decisive victory by capturing Taiwanese healer Lee Tinghui. Two Taiwanese players in a row at the beginning. Oh Sei-Yu, who established a feat called a double kill by catching it. And finally, Matthew Kong, who performed a performance that overwhelms Taiwan's strongest player, bloodbanding. As they repeat the library in the photo zone and on the podium, they become the target of tremendous questioning and photobaptism. Literally the whole of Korea is paying attention. And here, there were two people who were relatively alienated from their gaze. It was Yoon Sol, the only one who stepped on the field for a few seconds with me, who didn't even play today. Well, indeed. I haven't done anything, so I don't have any questions to ask. I shrugged. Still, as the leader and strongest of the team, I get asked a few formal questions. It was awesome. But even that, not a single question came to Yoon Sol. Yoon Sol sat in his seat with a sly smile somewhere. Still, it's kind of embarrassing that no one pays attention in such a crowded place. Right then, a reporter raised his hand. The target was Yoon Sol. I have a question for Yoon Sol. Yoon Sol thought he was a little embarrassed, then smiled softly and nodded his head. Yeah, what is your question? I and Yoon Sol also turned their heads with interesting expressions. However, the question that came out of the reporter's mouth was somewhat beyond our expectations. There is a saying among netizens, a vase style that gets a bus for every match. What do you think about this? The moment I heard the reporter's question, I and Sol Yun had no choice but to harden their expressions. It is ironic that Sol Yun did not play any role in this match. I knew they existed even before the start of the big leagues. From the cataclysm to the little league and then to the big league, it is true that Sol Yun had few notable performances. Because being a healer is a class in which if you do well in the first place, you do not get teased, and if you do not do well, you are very impressed. If you do your best, you will be in the wrong position, and if you do not, you will be a treason. He was a healer, especially. I am. Yin Sol shook his head for a moment. He seemed to know that there was a controversy surrounding his qualifications, so he didn't have anything to say. For a moment, a tear welled up in Yin Sol's eyes. He looked very surprised and confused. Then, widely, I snatched the microphone from Yin Sol's hand. Then he looked at the reporter who had just asked the question. Where are you from? When I asked in a low and hard voice, the reporter's face hardened a little. It gets messy. I'm Yoon Jung Nam, a reporter for Ilio Diakjik Sports. I continued speaking right before his answer was finished. From now on, please do not allow Sunday Democratic Sports to enter the press conference hall. As soon as I finish my words, the atmosphere in the press conference room becomes colder. Journalists are all looking at each other. Was watching. No. Oh no. I'm just saying public opinion is like that. Reporter Nam Yoon Young tried to fix it, but I cut it with a single knife. Sol Yun is a great asset to our club and is a talented person who will make a big contribution to the development of the club in the future. We have already signed an exclusive contract with our club, so it is an inseparable relationship. A few netizens. What is the purpose of throwing out all the criticism that is coming out from among the fields without any filtering? Reporter Nam Yoon Young's face turned white after hearing my words. It seems that he has come to realize his own mistake, but it is already too late. Because social life is not so easy. I was talking. Yin Sol did a good job today. Originally, the healer was a loss-making position, so it wouldn't be a big deal. As soon as Li Tenghui left the Taiwanese side, it would be helpful to recall how the war situation turned. Engel. Soon, a huge number of cameras are aimed at me. I said again, this big league, final match. Please look forward to the performance that Yoon Sol Seo will show. Then some reporters raised their hands and asked, when you say performance, what exactly do you mean? Now the view of the world has changed. Among the 5 worn-out noob members, the one who received the most attention was Yoon Sol. I looked back at Yoon Sol, who said he was not sure what to do, and said calmly, who is pulling Korea to the throne? This is a hard-carry declaration. Worn-out newbie. Chapter 576. Worn and Torn Newbie Chapter 576. Conquest of Asia 1. The results of the Asian Champions Big League have been briefly summarized. Round 1 Yu Se-hee versus Gue Runmei. Yu Se-hee wins. Round 2 Se-hee Yu versus Hao Li, wins Se-hee Yu. Round 3 Yu Se-hee versus Li Tenghui. Li Tenghui tag win. Round 4 Drake versus Li Tenghui, Drake wins. Round 5 Drake versus Blood Spear, tag wins with Blood Spear. Round 6 Yoon Sol versus Blood Band-Aid tag win. Round 7 Yu Se-hee versus Blood Band-Aid tag win. Round 8 Matthew River versus Blood Banding, Matthew River tag win. Round 9 Matthew Kong versus Zhou Tzu, Matthew Kong wins. Round 10 Matthew River versus Blood Banding, Matthew River wins. It was enough rice cakes to set all the communities in Korea on fire. Yeah, to be honest, Yu Se-hee is at the top of the country in terms of her potential. Gak is the next generation #1 who will take over the position of the Mad-on King. L Big League double kill. That's also an active high school girl. After all, high school girl Chan is the strongest creature on earth. By the way, the Matthew River is now fully watered. Now I'm going to come out. World-class rice. If it wasn't for King Ma Dong, would it have been worth trying for the #1 spot in Korea with Lee Yun-ho? Drake was also really in shape. No matter where I go to the club, there will be more than one person. It seems that L Drake tends to be undervalued in this game. It was a real godsend to have Li Denghui with a bow. It's a healer that's hard to catch with a normal attack. Evolution during the Matthew River game is really creepy no matter how many times you watch it. Did you also calculate the evolution timing? Director Jae Young must have calculated it and sent it out. Now, if we win one more time, Korea will. Are you sitting on the Asian throne? But the opponent is Russia Im Kugyuk. Russian rankers are pretty big. Korea doesn't seem to be that easy either. In particular, Dongwon Ma hasn't even appeared in the big leagues yet. All of the comments were talking about the Taiwan War that took place yesterday. Se-hee Yu and Drake did a great job, but they were the hottest. One theme is the evolution of Matthew's lecture. It was the moment when the fact that one of the top species of orc users was an ogre user was announced to the world, so of course all the attention was focused. Since then, various high-level certification shots have been uploaded to the community, but no other species has as powerful a ripple effect as the ogre. And, among the public opinion, there was a slightly different direction. No, but what Yunsol does at this party is in charge of the appearance of the L-vase position. Fangji the visual is almost like a celebrity. 0x0. El Yunsol? Wasn't he the manager? Is that girl a player too? Isn't it just for warming up the T-bench? Bench heater. I haven't done anything to you Seihi this time, except for putting a heel on her, putting a spoon on top. L in the beginning, all the members of this club were great, so it seems that they hardly need a healer. Unfortunate healer. Mysterious unemployment 5. Originally, even in school, the good teacher is a honey. You put it up like a vase. Is it for matching the old color? There are a lot of top-level healers in Korea, so why use a kid who doesn't even have a sword like that? Is it simply because she is pretty? If I can say it, I would call a player who is not good in raids Yunsol. If you were the first female player in L, is it you Sol? Some people do this. Those guys are really disgusting. Dissatisfaction with Yunsol, who hardly played an active part in this Taiwan match, is slowly raising its head. It was said that most people do not know the role of supporters and the meaning of existence, but incitement is easy and explanation is difficult. Sol Yun of the Torn Newbie Club. Rumors of a free rider for performance were gradually spreading like a snowball. So, what is Sol, the subject of controversy, doing now? Whoa. I'm raiding without paying any attention to comments. I told Yunsol not to look at the comments and brought him to today's raid. Green Hell. It is a terrible jungle map that exists in the deepest part of the western continent. I came here today to catch the field boss monster Zakum. Green Hell's boss monster, Zakum, boasted a huge majesty. Zakum, class, S/attributes, darkness, earth, grass, poison, servant, arm wrestling, suppression, Manjunshu, Amber Tim, ancient faith. Habitat, deepest part of Green Hell. Size, 32 m. A giant tree that dominates Green Hell with its 4 huge roots. Considering the size alone, it might seem like the world tree, a plant in the legend, but in fact, it is a parasitic plant that only lives on the small roots of the world tree. It was once considered an old god and was worshipped, but in reality, it is nothing more than a predator without much intelligence, preying on any living thing. At the tip of 4 huge roots. Palm. They are connected by a single thick whole root. Between the rough and hard bark of an old tree, a single eyeball lined with red blood vessels was creeping eerily through the cracks in a long forked trunk. I told Yunsol. Now, the monster we will catch today is this Zakum, giant tree monster. But surprisingly, his main specialty is strength. Zakum was a monster that served as the lord of the forest until the second cataclysm, and now it is known as Green Hell's strongest and worst invincible. Unusually, it is a type that does not use stamina or regeneration as its main weapon so as not to catch plant-type monsters, but only with muscular strength. Therefore, it is not a plant-type monster, but rather a demon or giant-type monster. It's easy to attack when you think about it. Meanwhile, is it Zakum? This reminds me of a long time ago. That guy is a pet that I cherish quite a bit. Ozu, who protrudes his head from my arms, looks at Zakum in front of him and laughs. On the other hand, it seems like he wants to pretend he knows something. Cook. Human. I've been watching him since he was a bud, and I know who raised him. Do you want to know about Zakum's weakness? If so, please get down on your knees and beg me right now. But I've completely ignored Oz's prettiness. Judelope. With a low voice, I called the head of student in charge of Oz. Okay. Point. Ju Dilope, protruding from the other side of me, lifted a branch and pounded Oz's head. And hit. Kia ku. Dare my hair. Point. Boo. Hey, stop hitting me. The scales fall off. I have sensitive hair. I warned the 2 of them who fluttered. Reed is disturbed. If you continue to be noisy, I will send you to the pet nursery in the beginner village. Then both Judelope and Oz shut their mouths. Is it because of the favorability of the pet system window? Even if Judelope says so. Even Oz seemed to hate me for falling. Then, Zakum sweeps the ground with his 4 palms wriggling dizzyingly. Whoa. It wasn't that fast. However, it is not easy to avoid due to the volume of the huge palm. Among plant-type monsters, he was like a field boss with the worst difficulty. Ah! Yunsol screamed at the waves of damage that were rushing towards him. I read through Yunsol like that, and said, Come on, Sol. Believe in me, and make a fist. Stretch forward. I understand, dear. While crying, Yunsol holds a posture close to me. Yet, Zakum's 2 left hands and 2 right hands attack us. I stretched out my fist toward my right hand and Yunsol toward my left. Whoa. Don't fall for it. The power from my fist shattered Zakum's arms into rags. Pieces of wood were scattered in all directions. Oh. Zakum was startled and recovered his right arm, which had been broken up to the forearm. However, Yunsol's outstretched fist reached Zakum's left arm. But soon something amazing happened. Yunsol's fist strengthened by the power of the Demon King, Harimaru. However, as it is, Zakum's arm is so strong that even Harimaru's power cannot easily break it. However, don't fall for it. Both of Zakum's left arms, which touched Yunsol's fist, flew away. Even that wasn't enough. The storm that came out of Yunsol's fist was enough to pull Zakum's body out of the ground and blow it back. Whoops! Zakum was hit by Yunsol just once and fell backwards. Considering his size and weight, it was truly an amazing knockback effect. Dada? Yunsol froze on the spot, as if he was astonished at the incredible achievement he had achieved. Come on, admiration later. I moved quickly and perfectly grabbed and pulled out the wriggling small roots of the Zakum. Oz, who had a lump on his head because of Judelope, was crying and confessing all of Zakum's weak points. Keying the first weakness is near the root of the tree on the left. If you destroy it, the part with a math written on the middle part will be opened, but if you break the core here, the fine roots will no longer be regenerated. Ugh, no. Better break the core of the mate part at the top. Oh, Oz, study. But his tips are things that I already know or have a better upward compatibility strategy than that. Mo/. As soon as the words study came out, Judelope's wooden stick hit Oz's forehead directly. Skull. Scales. 2. Okay, human. If you break the upper core, the fine roots will grow significantly. I know one. Whoa, endless runaway. That's why the overall stats are dispersed, and the stamina also drops to create the root of the cup. The root occupies a large volume, so the pattern is simplified. Didn't you know that? Oh, I didn't know. Judelope. Pum. Judelope laughed like a mischievous child and picked up the stick. Kissing. It's obviously saying study. Or because Oz can't be so contemplative. Right. Also, a few scales of Oz break and scatter. Oz chuckled, clutching his red-hot forehead. Stop. Stop. Ouch. Then move on to the second weakness. The boy stopped. Oh no, the ring finger is the weakest. Right. The third weakness is really top secret, but he can't wield his right hand. Yes, left hand. Right. The fourth weakness is that the sun can't shine on his head. Yeah, Root. Right. The fifth weakness is... Right. No, I haven't said it yet, but why? Hit it. I was going to tell you how to use the volcanic ash that you can get from 44 Gray City to make it stiff for a while, right? Right. Finally, right again. On the other hand, me and Yunsol moved steadily with Oz. Bang. Whoops. Woojajik. How many times do you check the ground? Let's live. Tiling. Yet. A beep sounds. You succeeded in the world's first cursed old tree Zakum raid. The reward will be paid. The name of the first conqueror was Akashic. Will be recorded in the record. Do you want to leave your name? Yes, Yunsol. Has the cursed old tree fallen? Oh. The morale of the Dragon Camp vegetarian group is reduced. Grinhole's hidden ruler expresses interest in Unsol. After confirming that Zakum was dead, I turn my head to Yunsol. Look, am I right? Because you are strong. After hearing my words, Solyun couldn't believe it. I looked behind my back with an astonished expression. The blasphemer's wings. The white and black wings on the back of Yunsol emit a white and black aura, respectively. It was the first contribution that made the Zakum raid a success today. I pat Yunsol's shoulder and smile. Perhaps if you hit it with a gang attack, you'll be stronger than me. Oh my god, I can't believe it. This item is... Yunsol looked back at his wings and admired it. As it is an item whose performance is still hidden in mystery, it is bound to be unfamiliar. In addition to that, the perks obtained by capturing Zakum this time have been added. Title: Cursed Old Tree Lumberjack. Privilege: Ancient Faith. I and Yunsol were given new titles and privileges. Ancient Faith is a characteristic that adds plus 20% to the divine power of the clergy, so it was not necessary for me, but it was a very important honey privilege for Yunsol. There was also a drop of armor for Yunsol. Cursed Root Necklace, wooden, /armor/s. The options are a bit vague for me to write. I handed it over to Solyun without hesitation. Then, Yunsol gave a bewildered expression on his face. Took over the armor. My dear, can you give it to me like this? They look like very valuable items. What did you catch? Yeah, it is burdensome for me to eat. It's S-class. After contemplating for a moment, Yunsol nodded. Then I'll use it only for this big league, and then I'll put it in the club's warehouse. If someone who suits you better than me appears, then rent it out. That's a good idea too. I will write sometime then. There is already one item in the club's guild warehouse called Golden Mine Frenzy that came out when you caught the nether prisoner Gordixa in the past. It is currently being rented by Yusehi. Was writing. Whatever anyway, Zakam raid ended like this. I lit up my eyes. Now, only the Russian team we will meet tomorrow can win. Everything is ready. Big League Champion. The Emperor of Asia. A title that will remain a lifetime glory was approaching. Worn Out Newbie. Chapter 577. Worn and Torn Newbie Chapter 577. Conquest of Asia 2. Asian Champions Big League. The final battle to determine the owner of the throne has begun today. Korea versus Russia. Only at the official relay station in Yongsan. A crowd of 430,000 people gathered, and if you add up the crowd watching through real-time broadcasts, intuition in the game world, and streamers broadcasts, it is easily over 1 billion units. Is that so? The hot-blooded casters, who were always full of excitement, are quiet today. No, rather than being quiet, he seemed full of tension, trembling, and nervousness. Yes, Korea and Taiwan. I cried and ran all over the place until I broke it, and I liked it, but coming this far, I feel a bit sad and cold. Yes, for some reason, I feel like I'm going to be cheated on if I like it so much. I have been taking a bath since yesterday and have stood here with a reverent heart. I tremble. It's an unprecedented moment in Korean game history, honestly. It is an eternal honor to be able to stand in this position as a relay. Just offer the Korean national team. These are only these. Just watch today's game. Exactly. No matter what happens, the only thing that comes out is that you must see it. I heard that all countries in Asia that are currently at war or at war also say that today is a truce. Both the government and rebels have canceled their local war today, because I have to watch Korea versus Russia. There were 3 other casters, including John Jean, who relayed the situation before the game with a slightly trembling voice. Yet, with the support of a huge number of Korean fans, the long-awaited real sword fight has finally begun. 1 Scale Gongan, Yi Drew Du Chan Kun. A game about the throne of Asia. The final clash will finally come to an end. Tiling. Deus Ex Machina welcomes your visit. I tore the teleport scroll provided by the association and entered today's stadium. Twin Islands. Like a big ass on the sea level. This one is an island in the shape of a bulge. The problem is that there is a large sea flowing between the islands. It's an unusual stadium whenever you look at it. I was a bit impressed with the exact same map settings as I remember before the regression. Seeing this makes me want my memory to be accurate. 2 islands lush with palm trees standing facing row. A sea of about 3 kilometers was crossing between them. Today's map is Twin Islands. Unusually, there is a vast sea in the center of the stadium. Because it is a sea terrain, the sea wind is quite strong. Then, due to the nature of the map, there is a limit to the width of the players that can be made in the early stage. Yes, a long-distance deal that can launch attacks across distant seas, perhaps. I would like to see a cold and ice wizard who can freeze the sea at the beginning. Either way, it's not a bad choice. A sniper who can launch attacks across islands. Or an ice wizard who can freeze the sea to create a foothold and at the same time take over the surrounding field with his attributes. Now, shall we begin? According to the strategy prepared by director Jae-young, he opens the card. His first hand was Drake. Widely, Drake crossed the safe zone and walked out onto the field. Who is it? I put my chin on my chin and thought a little. Perhaps in the first round against Drake, the ice-type wizard Olga Alexeyevna Kropotkina or the ranged dealer Victor and will appear. And soon my predictions came true. As predicted by me and the casters, the one who appeared on the island opposite Drake was Black Jangpo. It was an archer covering his whole body. Long time no see. Victor on. Gungui, Gongui. Hyuksu on. He raises his hand on the island across from Drake. However, since the Twin Islands are 3 kilometers apart from each other, they only see each other as small dots. The casters cheered when they saw the players representing Korea and Russia respectively. Alas, what is this? Han National Road Russia also sent archers. This is going to be the best archer squad in the world, right? A player who came to Korea from abroad and a player who went abroad from Korea met. What kind of fate is this? This is a one-death battle of sharpshooters with a distance of 3,000 m. Normally, considering that the maximum distance for Olympic archery is less than 90 m, this is absolutely ridiculous. No matter how much the aim system is helping. By the way, would this be a game? No matter how hard they are both, there are limits to human beings. 3 kilometers is a bit. Instead of attacking each other, we can see each other. Casters are expressing concerns about whether a one-deal match will be successful. At the same time, Kang, An arrow flew and made a metallic sound. An arrow shot by On Hyuk-soo hit Drake's shoulder and shoulder blades on the island on the other side. Are you scared? On Hyuk-soo looked at Drake and sighed. Moment of laughter. Kang. An arrow hit the tip of On Hyuk-soo's helmet. A headshot that barely missed. Of course, it's Drake's counterattack. No way. Drake grinning. On Hyuk-soo and Drake fight each other from the start. Uiwa. A tremendous cheer erupted one step behind like a hurricane. A stagnant water archer battle that takes place over 3,000 meters. This fight was bloody from the start, and from the first round, it was enough to draw the line. Meanwhile, Drake and On Hyuk-soo were looking at each other quite meaningfully. On Hyuk-soo muttered softly to Drake. Red Moon Cha Gi-yeep and Kim of the association. I am happy that the association has been dismissed, but I have no intention of going back to Korea. I will definitely show that in this competition. Moreover, On Hyuk-soo had tasted the bitter taste of defeat with Drake once before. This match is a revenge match, and at the same time, a huge crowd is paying attention to the official league. It can never be lost. Fufu, where can I see where my skills have improved? Drake pulled out a crossbow and aimed it straight ahead. A shot battle between the two archers in the heavens was unfolding. One deal. A fight began, sticking to each other. Alas, Drake, it's fast. Two crossbows are constantly spewing fire. Oh, On Hyuk-soo. No, Victoron's counterfire speed is no joke either. Actually, the bow is good for hand in single games, good for one shot and one kill, and good for use because it is silent, but in multi-games, it's a weapon that gets insulted just by holding it. But it's a different story if someone is good at it. Who said archers were a fringe class? When I see the feast of those advanced technologies, I am just thrilled. It's just a thing. Hey, is it snowing strong today? I personally play as an archer, so I know it well. Look at my pulling skills. Breaking shot, yes shot, back shot, duck shot, standby shot, net zoom, lose zoom, all kinds of super difficulty skills are casually rampant. As relayed by the casters, the confrontation between Drake and On Hyuk-soo sparks fire from the start. Wow. As Drake bowed his head, an arrow flew in and smashed the coconuts hanging from the palm trees. Whoops. As soon as On Hyuk-soo quickly jumped sideways, an arrow hit the sandbar where he was standing. A one-on-one battle. However, as time passed, it was Drake who was losing HP. Spot. An arrow fired by On Hyuk-soo passed Drake's side. The arrow was getting closer and closer, and more precisely squeezing Drake's breath. But it's not because of the difference in skill between the two. Alas, subtly, On Hyuk-soo's arrow is flying farther and harder. It's a sea breeze. The sea breeze is blowing from Russia to Korea. This sea wind is always fixed in this direction, so the direction does not change because it is blowing. This is a very unfavorable situation for Korea. Russia luckily turned against the wind, giving us an advantage in the one-death match. On Hyuk-soo of Russia is facing the wind, and Drake of Korea is facing the wind head-on. Because of this, On Hyuk-soo's arrow gets stronger due to the power of the wind, and Drake's arrow gets halved because of the power of the wind. It was becoming more and more clearly visible with the unknown and the arrow's range when passing by. Ping-pinging, ping-yi. Even the arrow that Drake blasted started flying in a strange direction with the wind from a certain moment. This is because the sea wind was gradually forming in the direction of encircling the Russian island. It's like a wind shield. The casters said in a sad voice. Strictly speaking, this is a mistake on the Korean side for not carefully grasping the topographical characteristics. Drake. Bad luck. It's not that I'm not good enough. I was out of luck. If this goes on, the archer battle itself will be unfairly done. Is there any need to keep Drake out when the wind is blatantly on the side of Russia? But there is no wizard on the Korean side to freeze the sea. There is only Olga in Russia. In other words, there is no other player who can get Russian players to this side other than Drake. Korea has been drawn to Russia from the start. The audience also looked at Drake with a sad expression. And On Hyuk-soo, who felt the flow, clenched his teeth. Funny, do I have an advantage because of luck? He glared at Drake in the distance. I don't need any luck. I have always come to press you with my skills. At the same time, On Hyuk-soo pulled something out of his waist. Dagger of damaged pride, / one-handed weapon / A+. It was a single dagger emitting a dark aura. I'll step on you so you don't think you lost because of bad luck. On Hyuk-soo stared straight ahead with a black dagger in his hand. Casters looked puzzled. Caught the Ike. Victoron. I suddenly grabbed a dagger instead of a bow. This is an item pre-registered before the game, so it is not a rule violation. Why are you suddenly holding a dagger in a one-death battle? Are you sure you don't intend to throw a dagger in this street? What is the intention of taking out a melee weapon at an enemy 3,000 meters away? I wonder what kind of attack pattern it will show. However, the caster's expectations were wrong. On Hyuk-soo raised a black dagger and struck it down, but it wasn't an attack on Drake. Whoops! The place the black dagger was headed was on Hyuk-soo's own body. Everyone watching this match is astonished by On Hyuk-soo's self-abuse. Only one person is watching On Hyuk-soo's journey meaningfully. Returner. A being who already knows what will happen in the future. It's me. I'm finally writing that. In the past, when On Hyuk-soo and Drake were fighting, On Hyuk-soo chose to die instead of trying to get something out of his inventory right before Drake killed him. The hidden piece he was trying to get out at that time was only now revealed. Yet, wow, Wooduk. I wondered if the part that was stabbed by the dagger would turn black, and then On Hyuk-soo's entire body began to change. It was another change from a human being turned into an orc or lizard man. Blackening. It was a moment when an entirely new kind of evolution was presented to the whole world. Worn Out Newbie. Chapter 578. Worn and Torn Newbie Chapter 578. Conquest of Asia 3. I paid attention to the dagger in On Hyuk-soo's hand. Dagger of damaged pride, / one-handed weapon / A+. When your noble pride is defiled, frustration will drag you down to the abyss of your heart, deeper than the abyss. Physical attack, +1. Attribute Dead End can be used special. A basilar-type dagger with an awl-shaped sharp blade protruding from a T-shaped handle. It radiates a dark energy ominously. Is a magical thing, even just looking at it. I don't know where the item was dropped, but I knew one thing for sure. That the dagger is not a knife made to stab others, but a knife made to stab oneself. Wow. Dumpling. Soon, On Hyuk-soo caused a mutation in his body. As soon as the dagger pierces the thigh, the black mana floating in the air becomes jet black armor and covers the whole body. It looks like Death Knight. The moment I quietly recited, the whole world was startled by the change of On Hyuk-soo. Ah, Victoron, what is this? When stabbed by a dagger, he transformed into an undead figure. Since the race has changed, should this also be regarded as evolution? It looks like a Hopsa Death Knight. But are there all Death Knights who shoot bows in the world? Casters are astonished. Usually, the Death Knight is armed with heavy armor and wields a huge sword or spear, because it was the figure of a melee dealer wielding. However, Hyuk-soo's meta certainly exceeded everyone's expectations. A Death Knight that shoots a bow. In addition, those heavy gloves that look heavy at first glance are actually covered only on the body parts that do not significantly impede activity, so they will be considerably lighter and harder than they appear. On Hyuk-soo said in a low voice. The hidden piece obtained by defeating the named Death Knight, Wilhelm Tell. Well, I don't know if I told you. The words I spit out with the conviction that no one but me would understand anyway. It was also a small mumbled self-talk as if in a whisper. However, before returning, Naman, a superhistoric person who even mastered the reading technique in order to eavesdrop on the ranker's personal stories, understood On Hyuk-soo's words. Aha, was that an item dropped by that monster? A hidden piece called Undead Doping. A target stabbed by that dagger turns into an undead in the blink of an eye. Depending on the level, skeleton mode, zombie mode, ghoul mode, etc. are activated, and Death Knight mode is also supported for high-level players. Of course, whether you make your opponent into an undead or make yourself an undead depends entirely on the choice of the dagger holder. Got some good info. If it's Wilhelm Tell, it's a backwards compatible monster from Chogwita, so how much if you put your mind to it? You can catch any. I'll have to wait until it's regenerated. I was thinking of something else, but Coach Jae-young and all the members of our club looked nervous. Even so, On Hyuk-soo had been shooting more powerful arrows since becoming a Death Knight. Shoo bang. Woo jajik. A palm tree was cut down by On Hyuk-soo's arrow. Strong firepower that bends right before the bough breaks, and then explodes with a bang. Even On Hyuk-soo is carrying the spirit of death that has emanated from his undead body. Bang. Whoops. Whoa, 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 whoa. Vortex. An arrow that has driven a dark vortex immediately blows up a few meters within a radius of it as soon as it hits. Now, the arrows On Hyuk-soo fired were close to bombardment. Hoi-ing. On Hyuk-soo, carrying the strong sea breeze on his back, continues to fire at Drake. On the other hand, ping ping ping. Drake's arrow is hit by a headwind and continues to fly to a strange place. Now, he hadn't even touched On Hyuk-soo. I will repay you for the humiliation of the past. On Hyuk-soo widened his dark blue eyes. Helpless to Drake. It was to make up for the past when he died in public justice. The casters united in sad voices. Ah, Victoron's shooting is getting faster and more accurate. This makes the game difficult, Drake. After On Hyuk-soo became Death Knight, his stats seem to have increased dramatically. As evidence of that, the arrows in the past when humans were used to destroy coconuts or trees. It used to be so hard, but now you've turned coconuts into powder and aren't even breaking trees. On the other hand, Drake's arrows damage is halved because of the sea wind blowing backwards. All the tracks are turning into strange places. Alas, Drake, another miss. This arrow has soared into the sky. The wind blowing around the island where the Russian players are located is a natural shield. I'm really sorry. Indeed, the match was going according to the caster's broadcast content. Drake becomes a thorough prey in front of the headwind and On Hyuk-soo's arrow, which has risen to a higher level, and only throws it here and there. In the ultra-long-range sniper battle, Sungi was definitely being caught by On Hyuk-soo. Whoops. If it wasn't for a mysterious arrow that suddenly flew to On Hyuk-soo's back. Huh? On Hyuk-soo turned around, startled by the tingling in his back. In the middle of his back, he could see an arrow quivering with a straight arrow. I thought I saw it wrong, but I saw it well. This is because the HP gauge has greatly decreased. What is this? On Hyuk-soo could not contain his absurdity before being surprised. An arrowhead pierced through the gaps in the armor exquisitely. Where the hell did this come from? The moment he turns his head back to want something. Pippy pip pip. A huge number of arrows started flying behind the scenes. Billions. On Hyuk-soo quickly rolled forward. A few arrows flying from behind barely pierce On Hyuk-soo's back and fly away. What the hell is this? Who shoots where? On Hyuk-soo exclaimed. At that moment, his eyes saw a feather on the tip of an arrow. It must have been the arrow Drake had shot into the air before. On Hyuk-soo wondered if he saw something wrong. I don't have time to spare. Even though it's not there, I squinted my eyes and looked again. When he looked at the arrow that flew to his back and was a flower, it was clear that the arrow Drake had sent earlier was correct. What? The Earth is round, so has it just turned around once? But it is nonsense. In the first place, the world map of Deus Ex Machina is based on the flat Earth theory. Is that so? Pip pip pip. Another rain of arrows pours from the rear, still aiming at On Hyuk-soo's back. Hoi hey hey dash. A bitter sea breeze blew and the arrows were handed over to On Hyuk-soo. Only then did On Hyuk-soo realize the cause of this strange phenomenon. This child. Hopefully the wind. Yes. The arrows that Drake has been hitting since before go around the island with the sea breeze and then return to the center of the island, where the wind starts, by circulating convection. And it hits On Hyuk-soo's exposed back without mercy. Puck. Puffy. Another arrow pierced On Hyuk-soo's thigh. Another one that flew in immediately followed and pierced half of his shoulder. Ugh. Seeing On Hyuk-soo stagger, Drake smiled as he revealed the body he had hidden behind the palm tree. Calculating the wind is the basics of an archer. Arrows bounced twice by the wind become more powerful than when they were originally shot and aim for the target. It's this launch angle and wind trajectory that Drake has hit so far. It was to measure the angle of. I looked at the field with a happy expression. Right. There is no such thing as a map that is always at a disadvantage. If you can find a specific breakthrough, you can turn the victory around. Drake, you've become a dead man. Along with the loud sound, the arrows Drake has fired so far are riding a headwind and aiming at On Hyuk-soo's back. Damn. On Hyuk-soo spit out insults as he felt like a patty caught in a sandwich of arrows. Blind arrows from behind and open arrows from front. I can't get my mind to rest. Around that time, Drake began to unleash his extraordinary advanced skills. Come on. Look, water swallow shot. This is a diffuse shot. And this one is a split shot. An arrow that jumps across the water. An arrow that bounces off a palm tree or a rock and inflicts grenade damage, a starter that cuts through the water to create a long space, and an arrow that follows directly after it and inflicts damage. Puck. Puffy. No matter how well you dodge and block the arrows coming from the front, there is nothing you can do about the arrows coming from behind. They even have the power of headwinds on them, especially since they shoot so many times. The thing that Drake laughed at every time he threw a missed shot is now choking On Hyuk-soo in reverse. Whoa. On Hyuk-soo nevertheless survived by shooting arrows. Come back, arrows. As Drake pulled out the quiver of trinkets, the victory was completely reversed in the end. Dre embedded in On Hyuk-soo's body. 3 of K's arrows moved arbitrarily to return to the quiver, obstructing On Hyuk-soo's movement. The moment On Hyuk-soo tried to throw himself to the side to avoid the arrow flying from behind, the arrow stuck in his leg moved forward at will, making it impossible to completely avoid it. Who billion? Finally, a blind arrow that flew from behind. Master On Hyuk-soo got stuck in the back of his head. Came out through the helmet of. Headshot. It is also due to the blind arrow that is said to be the most terrifying opponent on the battlefield. This time, he didn't even have time to make a will. Thud. The moment On Hyuk-soo knelt on the spot, all the spectators watching on the reef or sea creature type pet. Cheers. There were no separate relay messages. This is because all the casters, including John Jin, were cheering and cheering together with the audience. Worn Out Newbie. Chapter 579. Worn and Torn Newbie Chapter 579. Conquest of Asia 4. Wowaya. The spectators still haven't cooled down. Korean cheerleaders riding on large jellyfish, crabs and seals hold a celebration parade by blowing bread pear. The first preemptive point of the Korea-Russia match on the Twin Islands, First Blood, was won by Drake of Korea. It was a game with a lot to see because there was a fierce nerve battle between the two one-deal aces from the first round. Moreover, there was one more thing that made the audience enthusiastic. Dagger of Damage Pride / one-handed weapon / A+. The frustration of when your noble pride is tainted will drag you down to the abyss of your heart, deeper than the abyss. Physical attack, +1. Ability to use a tribute, dead end, special. When the owner of the item dies, the ownership passes to the person most directly involved in the death. You may not renounce possession of an item in any other way. Clink. The hidden piece used by On Hyuk-soo fell to the ground. The dagger slowly turned into black smoke and headed towards Drake. What? Drake was a little confused. This is because a new item has suddenly appeared in their inventory. It was the moment to get the second dagger following the dagger obtained from the Sky Island, Mahershala Hashbaz, with instant death characteristics. The casters cheered once again. Alas, Drake player, I get rare items like this again unexpectedly. In that case, shouldn't it be returned to On Hyuk-soo again according to the rules of the tournament? It seems a little difficult because of the unique characteristics of the item. Drake will have to deliberately kill On Hyuk-soo. This may be a personal issue between the two players in the future. Anyway, round 1 is over. Drake returned to a state with significantly reduced HP. At the end of the day, he used the win to make good use of this device, but before that, he had suffered quite tenaciously from On Hyuk-soo, who turned into a Death Knight. Tag. After Drake, a player who will play the second round appeared. Under coach Jae-young's judgment, Matthew Kong, who was thrown from the Korean side, was sent to the field. On the other hand, a player from the Russian side was Pyotr Alexeyevich Kropotkin, a magician famous for his poison meta. With a plop, as soon as the Matthew River came out, it immediately jumped into the sea. Then I started swimming to the island where the Russian athlete was. The casters murmur. Matthew Kong attempts to engage the Russian side fairly directly. But then, what if an ice wizard comes out as a tag and freezes the sea? Since this battlefield is a warm tropical sea, it will be a little difficult to use wide area freezing magic. Probably Matthew Kong believes in it and swims. During the broadcast, the Matthew River traversed the sea at incredible speed. Then, with a plop, an amazing thing happened. The poison wizard Pyotr also jumped into the sea. Ji-ing. The cameras that were already illuminating the field shift their focus to below sea level. Loud. The sea where air bubbles rise up. On the shallow shores of beautiful coral reefs, the two players soon faced each other. Pyotr smiles and looks at the Matthew River. Are you in good spirits? You're thinking of swimming all the way here. But Matthew did not answer. Puff. He rushes through the reef in the sea and puts his fist at the enemy in front of him. Quack / coral / A fierce current raged and the surrounding reefs collapsed. A large tsunami has swept through the sandbars of the Russian coast. However, despite showing great output, Matthew's expression was not good. Overdose. At what point? Taekong Ma, who is slowly losing his HP, had become addicted to poison without realizing it. Even the fingertips were tingling as if it wasn't just poison that did damage. It looks like his vision was a little blurry, which was stacked one after another by the run debuff. Then Pyotr laughed. You're coming into the water against me. Are you crazy? Just then, Matthew River saw that something dark was spreading from the tip of Pyotr's index finger into the water. Poison dew. Yes, poison is not used alone. Poisons are always used together with food, and water and other food and beverages are the most commonly administered. Matthew River closed his mouth, but he couldn't help the warm sea water that had already touched his whole body. From the moment the Matthew River plunged into the sea, Pyotr slowly poisoned the nearby coast. My body is like a tea bag soaked in water. Come on, look. After speaking, Pyotr spread his arms wide. Then he could see the venomous venom spreading from his 5 fingers in the current. Perhaps the effect of each will be different. Matthew was silent for a moment. However, There is nothing to do with the poison that permeates through the body. Sheet, fong, ganjia, b. Above the sea level, fish die and float upside down, flipping white boats. Pyotr's poison that flows into the water like a tea bag of black tea, and even because it's a warm coast in a tropical climate, the speed at which the poison spreads was amazing. Matthew felt his vision blurred and his head dizzy. It feels like a one-shot of a bottle of strong Russian vodka. At the point you got into the water, you're done. Come on, have a cup of tea or something. Pyotr gave a wink, held a teacup in his hand, and pretended to toast. He even had a bottle of vodka in his other hand. Then the black venom rises in the teacup and spreads again into the sea. Then, tea time is not bad either. Matthew raised his head and looked at Peter, and he spoke briefly. I just like water more than tea. At the same time, bubbling, slash. Massive amounts of air bubbles began to bubble up from Matthew's body. The two gauntlets heat up extremely hot, and the water around them boils all over. Ugh! Pyotr was perplexed for a moment. But soon he regains his composure and laughs at Matthew River. The hotter the water, the faster the poison goes. Literally, the poison that poisoned Matthew's body is gradually activated in a warm space. The speed at which HP was reduced was getting faster and faster. But bubbling. As the Matthew River increased its temperature, the surrounding air bubbles became more severe. All the surrounding seawater started to boil, and soon the whole thing started to vaporize. Ugh, it's hot. Pyotr quickly retreated back. But the water boils much faster than that. Whoops. Puff. Now there is an explosion in the water. Black bubbles came out of Matthew's body and began to spread like water vapor. Because the body temperature rose too much, even the poison in the body was vaporized. Pyotr was so surprised that he forgot the vodka bottle and teacup he was holding in his hand. Shit. Pyotr quickly threw away the props for production, and the poison magic was engraved on him. Took the book. The plan to retire the enemy without even lifting a hand while elegantly holding a vodka bottle and teacup had long since crossed the waters. Gurgling slash. Soon, a whirlwind of thick black venom appeared on Pyotr's hands. But the Matthew River was one step faster than that. The assassination and poison can't be eaten half as long as they are caught. The difference between going in half-eaten and half-eating in is as great as the sea and the land. Matthew Kong vigorously blasted his two-handed gauntlets forward. Whoa, quack. A wave of red flame that chews up even water. Quan made a path for water vapor under the sea and exploded. Its crazy power, jetting power, and destructive power vaporizes the surrounding seawater and blows it away, leaving a huge scar on the surface of the water. Salt crystals that are created and hardened in an instant. And, of course, Pyotr, who was hit by the heat storm, could not survive. Ayua. He tried to run away, but his movements were unnatural because he was in the water. Watching all the poisons he summoned burn to the fire, Pyotr was thrown out of the sea several tens of meters above the surface of the sea. And within a few seconds, it turned into a handful of ashes and was blown away by the sea breeze. The end of Russia's top rankers. It was too sudden and vain. Shoo woo 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 wook. As the entire surrounding sea vaporizes, a thick sea fog rises. For a moment, in the deep pit in the middle of the sea, only a field of salt was spread out. Slappy. The sea water rises again. But just before that, the Matthew River jumped off the salt floor on the spot and stepped on the land. Thud slash. It was the realm of Russia. Naturally, fans and casters in the stands were outraged. Oh, did you just see it? Matthew Kong worked for Pyotr. I sent it to you. Oh my god, the thought of boiling the whole sea water around. Wow, it's like fighting. That judgment and execution skills are already post-Asian class. Isn't it the norm to burn poison with fire? But I really didn't know it would burn poison dissolved in seawater. What do you do with that charisma really? Even now look at that dignified figure of Matthew Kong, declaring war on Russian soil. I did. At this point, I am curious about the reaction of Russia, which allowed the invasion even to the main camp. Then, the Korean audience, which had been bursting with raucous cheers, fell into silence for a moment. The casters, who were trembling in anticipation, were also at a loss for words for a moment. Even landed on the Russian mainland. Even Matthew Kong, who declared war, solidifies his expression. Even I frowned slightly. This is because a Russian player who will play the third round after the retired Pyotr came to the field. A presence that drives the surroundings into silence just by appearing. The next person who came out was an orc user with a size of almost 4 meters. a solemn expression, a white beard, and a long scar across his face. First in Russia's official unified ranking. First in Asia's official integrated ranking. Fourth in the world's official integrated rankings. And won the Asian Champions Little/Big League before I came back. A man who was the captain of the team and was awarded the Asian All-League MVP, namely the strongest player in Asia. Lev Davidovich Trotsky. It was the official appearance of the current #1 in Asia. Worn Out Newbie. Chapter 580. Worn and Torn Newbie Chapter 580. Conquest of Asia, 5. Trotsky. He is the pinnacle of the current Russian professional league and the highest official ranking player in all of Asia. Alas, Trotsky is here. I expected this. It's no joke to be intimidated by enemies. It came out rather quickly for an ace. Actually, the biggest thing in this tournament was our Korean player Ma Dongwon and Russian Trotsky. Wasn't it 1:1? But the thrilling appearance that Matthew Kong showed in the last match. And considering the performance of the past, even Matthew Kong can play a good match with Trotsky. I am very much looking forward to this. The casters hold the mic in excitement. Meanwhile, Matthew Kong looked at the formidable enemy in front of him with a nervous expression. Then Trotsky opened his mouth to the Matthew River. Oh, come on. That's fun. Shall we see just how strong I am? Trotsky grinned and faced the Matthew River. Trotsky was similar in size to the Matthew River, although he did not evolve. A giant ogre and an orc as huge as such an ogre were searching for each other. Whoops! Matthew River was the first to blow the bread. Explosive fire damage mixed with the ogre's power. But Trotsky blocked it too easily. Whoops! Trotsky also wears gauntlets. Matuga, he uses the horns on the scapula to kick off Matthew's fist. Puffy. Matthew quickly raised the guard to stop Trotsky's counterattack. The two fighters exchanged blows and then took a step back. Matthew Kong narrowed his eyes. There was no damage at all, right? Literally, Trotsky just took no damage from the fire. It means that the special defense is very high. However, that did not mean that the general defense was low. No matter how much you guard. It can be seen from the fact that there is almost no damage caused by ink. There. Thud. Once Trotsky stumbled, strange things began to happen. Casters shout in amazement. Alas. Unbelievable. What is this? Is it? Trotsky's maximum HP is increasing all of a sudden. That's the trait that made Trotsky #1 in Asia. The so-called blood bag trait. This skill increases your maximum HP by the amount of damage to nearby allies. It means that the more the party members die, the stronger they become. Then, the maximum health of Viktoron and Pyotr is already more than Trotsky's maximum health. It's a story that's done. This is like a 3:1 fight. The characteristics that surround Trotsky are defense or recovery characteristics such as supernatural recovery, fast regeneration, and half element. When both feet are on the ground, not only does the amount of natural recovery greatly increase, but it also regenerates at a high speed no matter what damage it takes, and has a total of 16 types including fire, ice, and ground. When coming with both feet on the ground force that increases the attack power, the 1-2 hit characteristic that doubles the attack speed instead of having the movement speed, and the one that lowers the defense stat by 1 instead. It got both Tang and Dill at the same time with the give and bone receiving characteristic that raises the attack stat by 2 or more. It means that he is not a tank with high defense and stamina, but weak attack power. Let's stick together. The tanker at the top of Asia, Matthew Kong, reached out to estimate his position and the distance to the peak. Whoops! Trotsky's chest is left with a burn mark as if it had been engraved. The red-hot gauntlet draws countless bombing trajectories and trots. Key's whole body was being beaten. Matthew Kong instantly activates the Guts combo. The 108 steps of horror are drawing countless fire tracks in the air. Overwhelming. South Korea's son, Tushin Matthew, has completely overtaken Asia's #1. The number of effective hits is 7, 12, 25 to 32, 56. Keep going up. However, I'm actually on the field. Matthew Kang's own expression is not so bright. Aren't you eating? A sensation that only those who hit it know. Of the countless fists that are now being pierced, not one of them went improperly. Trotsky simply silently made a guard with his 2 arms and it's just blocking food. And the evidence that he suffered no damage was soon revealed to the world. Well, what is this? Trotsky's UP gauge is the same. Oh my gosh. Trotsky player. I guarded all of Matthew Kang's combos. Almost took no damage. Is this possible? The casters also opened their mouths to a sight they have never seen before. So far, there have been cases of escaping from the 108 bombers of the Matthew River, but there has been no case of just escaping. By the way, that is, in reality. Woke up. Trotsky attacked the Matthew River. The one who blocked everything on the spot. There is nothing. After a while, Trotsky's cold voice came through the guard. I would rather say that the selection for the Russian national team was more intense. Trotsky shakes his hands as if it's annoying, and he raises his feet in an instant and stands beside the River Matthew in front of him. Puck, kick the copper. Huh. Matthew River had to be embarrassed by the HP leaking out in an instant. Trotsky's attack was incredibly fast, and it was heavy. Obviously, in terms of body size, the Matthew River was slightly larger, but Trotsky's volume was wider and more concave on the side. Whoops. Trotsky began to knock on the guard of the Matthew River with a gang attack that did not contain any elemental damage. Matthew River was astonished at the HP falling into chunks, even though he was clearly on guard. This is not a guard. Matthew Kong, feeling that there was absolutely no chance of winning a match, quickly fell back. Fortunately, Matthew's meta is a balanced meta, so his evasion ability is not particularly inferior to other stats. However, Trotsky, who stretched out a large hand, grabbed Matthew's body. If you want to dodge, you have to do the evasion meta, and if you want to defend, you have to do the defense meta. In fact, the balanced character is nothing but a mischievous character. It's because they're all arrogant without any distinctly outstanding. In Trotsky's words pointing it out. I agree. Matthew replied briefly. At the same time, Matthew released his biting tongue. Then, the HP subtly recovers, and the body begins to change. Wuduk /Wuduk/. Taekong Ma, who returned to the human body again, is a trot in the blink of an eye. Remove your arm from Key's hand and pull it back out. Not 6. You don't seem to agree? With his monstrous reflexes, Trotsky caught up with the movement of the Matthew River. At the speed of movement with the human body, the Matthew River, which could not have imagined that it would be pushed, froze for an instant. The sea in the back and the giant Trotsky in the front are blocking it tightly. It's like looking at your homeland, the Korean peninsula. Whoops. Trotsky sneered coldly towards the Matthew River, with his back to the sea. At the same time, bang slash, hammering. Trotsky's fist fell like a hammer from top to bottom and hit the head of the River Matthew. In an instant, Trotsky's expression changed slightly. Stop. Yes, Matthew River in that momentary moment. He raised his arms to block Trotsky's fists. Guguguguk. But that was the end. Ugh. The Matthew River tried to avoid or counterattack, but his body was already half buried in the sand because the bottom was a soft sandbar. It was because Trotsky's fists were so heavy and strong that he was crushed from above. One fighting spirit is enough. Trotsky grinned. At the same time, bang slash. A middle kick of ridiculous leg strength pierces the entire upper body of Matthew River. Wujajik. As it pulled out of the sandbar, the Matthew River flew sideways, smashing 4 palm trees, collapsing 2 dunes, and flew to the sea beyond. Since it was a human body, it was lighter and weaker. Puff, 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 puff. A huge swarm of water rises up. However, the Matthew River did not rise until after the ripple had subsided and all the white foam had been removed. The overwhelming power. The difference was so striking that even the casters and spectators who were watching could not say anything. I can't. Matthew Kong has been retired. It's a death log out. Did you start with a full to full? Unfortunately, Trotsky's HP has hardly changed. Even that will quickly become full blood with just the amount of natural recovery. This is the first time in such an overwhelming match. Even more so when it comes to the big leagues. Yeah, the next player on the Korean side should do well. Once the momentum is broken, it is difficult to recover. A Korean player who will face Russia's monstrous enemy, Trotsky, appears on my field. It was Yusehi. Yusehi looks at Trotsky with a cold gaze. He was nervous about the appearance of a formidable enemy that had the Matthew River retired with almost 0 damage. Trotsky is a little embarrassed by Yusehi's appearance. However, it is the embarrassment of an old man who has to fight a cute girl who is his granddaughter, and that is also a veteran's embarrassment, not a player versus. Papa. Using that point, Yusehi quickly took the lead. The volcano's scythe cuts through the air and aims at Trotsky's neck. Noticing that the volcano's scythe's attack power was not to be taken lightly, Trotsky quickly turned and pierced his fist into the empty space after the scythe had passed. Then, Yusehi quickly raised her head and looked into Trotsky's eyes. Flash. The frenzy of golden light. The mana burn characteristic obtained by killing Gordixa exploded, making Trotsky's whole body hard. Trotsky seems to have been fooled. Stepped back half a step. However, despite the mana burn phenomenon, Trotsky's body did not immediately turn to gold. Thanks to the enormous elemental resistance, it takes so long for the body to become golden. Fuck. Trotsky's pole-like forearms pierced Yusei's guard. Puff, puff, puff. Yusei, who has a weak defense, was also thrown into the sandbar and pierced right into the sea. Squash. Seawater fills the tunnel that Seiyu has drilled into. 1 kill. She, too, never came back up again. The caster's complexion darkened. Alas, what a tragic thing happened. After Matthew Kong, Yusei also retired. With this, Russia is catching up closely with Korea. The Korean side's 2 expectations sinking one after another. How does Trotsky take a no-damage double kill like this? Oh, actually, the peak of Asia is flying. The only thing that can turn this situation around is the thoughts of the forecasters and all the Korean audience were united into one at that moment. No answer. Madong King. I have to go to King Madong. Only King Madong's sortie can break this gloomy flow. Will be the key. 2 young bloods representing Korea, next-generation super rookies Matthew Kong and Yusei sank one after another, and Drake, who always did more than one person's share, was virtually retired, so it is natural that the only card is King Madong. As the opponent is Trotsky, who is Russia's number 1, and 2 Korean prospects with 0 damage, expectations for King Madong will grow. Had no choice but to. Currently, the field is completely dominated by Trotsky on the Russian side. But the Demon King. What if King Madong was to sortie? Hemp. Copper. King. Everyone shouts together. Cheers from the Russian side, and a gown with boos and ridicule. There was only one hope that the Republic of Korea, which had become one, came with one heart and one will. The big match between Trotsky and King Madong. Official number 1 in Russia and unofficial number 1 in Korea. Everyone was anxiously expecting what kind of play King Madong, who had not registered in the official rankings, would play against the peak of Asia. But the face that came out as the next player on the Korean side completely exceeded everyone's expectations. All casters tilted their heads for a moment. The thunderous shouts from the audience stopped for a moment. Haha, good morning? A shy greeting by scratching the back of his head. Hard Soul. It is an abbreviation for Suddenly Mood Yoon Sol. The one who came to the field to face the super-powerful Trotsky was something no one expected until now. It was Yoon Sol. Worn Out Newbie. Chapter 581. Worn and Torn Newbie Chapter 581. Conquest of Asia 6. How did this happen? Healer Yoon Sol suddenly appeared. The fact that a healer was sent out at this time. Maybe it means that you want to cure Drake, who is currently red. Well, what is certain is that Yusei and Matthew Kong were logged out of death, so the treatment itself is impossible. Ma Dong Wong is in a state of full blood and does not need treatment. Healers can't come out at this time unless there is a plan to restore Drake. I don't know if there will be time to restore Drake. Since Drake has such a low remaining stamina, he may be retired during the exchange, and there. Even if it's a blessing, Drake's match against Trotsky is so bad. All casters are curious. The audience had a similar reaction. What is Gabinsol? L_O. Well, it's that big. Why is your sister out there? Director MJ Young, what are you thinking? No, the Madong King has to get out of there. Anyone can see that it was the timing of the Demon King. Fong Gun. I don't know what to say when rebutting. This edition was said to be King Madong's gag. Really, what is Yusol? Can anyone tell me why the healer went out there? After all, Matthew Kong and Yusei are dead, so there is no one to treat them with. Fong Drake is good, but even if he treats him, his match against Trotsky is too bad. One maybe not. I wonder if Drake will do well. He was also surprisingly active in the Taiwan War. Am I the only one who doesn't understand this atmosphere? L22222. L333333. Comments updated in real time. The whole community is buzzing about this round. Meanwhile, when Trotsky saw Yoon Sol, he frowned and stepped back. What? Are you sending out a healer at this time? Research on Yoon Sol has already been carried out. A high-level healer with a fairly strong divine power. A role that is inconspicuous but maintains the overall balance of the game with good game sense. I've heard rumors that he sometimes showed his superpowers in unofficial places. That's a temporary effect from spells or potions, so it won't happen in an official competition where you can't use consumables. I didn't even know if the rumors were true in the first place. But there's something odd about it. Trotsky frowned as he looked at Yoon Sol in front of him. He told me to be the most careful of women, the elderly and young children when going out to the river. When the teachings of Master Ryoin came to mind, I was even more embarrassed. Furthermore, the tip of the toe is getting dull. It seems that the aftermath of the mana burn that was hit earlier is slowly turning. This is the last debuff that Yusei left. Tag. In the end, Trotsky opted for a substitution with the next player. Trotsky's next on the field was Russian healer Rasputin. As soon as he came out, he squinted one eye at Yunsol. "How are you?" Healers met each other. Yunsol just looks at Rasputin with an awkward smile. He didn't take any particular movement or attack. Rasputin grinned and spread thick words to Yunsol. "A pretty wife and wife shouldn't fight harshly in a place like this. Go home and cook for your husband." "Oh, what would I be without my husband?" Quietly, Rasputin, who spoke only his own words, shouted the tag again. Trotsky came out and completely recovered his body through the afterimage of the healing magic left behind by Rasputin. Until then, Sol Yun was just looking at Trotsky. I can't really understand the Korean side's intentions." Trotsky shrugged. "I know for sure that the only remaining players are Yun Sol and Ma Dongwang. But why is there no Ma Dongwang and only healer remaining on the field? Maybe it's an inducement?" Trotsky was skeptical. "He's good at it, but he's a no-brainer. Like Zhang, he had a calm personality and deep dignity." Trotsky said to Yunsol, "I have never lost a match in a 1-1 match so far. If you're making up stupid moves, it's better to give up. Ma Dongwang, if you have no intention of letting that player go, I will sincerely. You don't have to go to the game. Attacking a healer is also out of the question. I wonder why he hides behind the healer and doesn't come out. Are you a timid personality? What are you going to say?" As Trotsky continued to open his mouth, he suddenly realized that he was not able to communicate because he was of a different race from Yunsol. "Tag." Trotsky immediately shouted the tag as he felt that even fighting with the healer Yunsol was hurting his face. So, Sol Yun was able to meet up to the last Russian player. Olga Alexeyevna Kropotkina, the woman who used extreme ice magic, came out to the field. "Are you going to retire, Pyotr?" It was Olga, who looked upset because of the Matthew River who had killed her brother. As soon as she came out, she cast a large number of bingy magic. Blah 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 blah. The entire coastline is covered with ice. The warm tropical sea turned into a land of frozen ice in an instant. "Oh ho ho ho, how are you? My power to freeze even floating ports." Olga praised herself and raised her high nose to the fullest. However, Sol Yun, who was going to listen to the story, was already buried in the hard ice. "Oh, did you finish it too soon? It's not fun." Olga clicked her tongue as she saw that Yun Sol, who was in front of her, was trapped in a huge iceberg. "However, still, I will see a man named Ma Dongwang with my own eyes. Of mine. Is this your first time seeing each other?" She lifted her head with a gleaming face and looked out over the island. Then, "Hey, tag it." Trotsky's voice is heard from behind. Olga made an outright dislike expression. "What is it, Grandpa? The Madong King is mine. Think strategically. Now that you have turned Jihyung into an ice field, it's my turn. Hate, are you doing this for fun alone? I'll be the first to catch Ma Dong King. I'll make sure to carve the first damage." "No, it was me who was supposed to fight him. Come back and tag. Quickly, comma. I don't like it. I'm going to lock it in the ice and play with it like a doll. Long slash." When Trotsky and Olga are arguing with Maine for tagging. "What?" For a moment, Trotsky's expression changed suddenly as he was arguing with Olga. "Olga, tag it. Hurry." Trotsky urgently asks for a tag, but Olga still giggles and shakes her head. I hate it. I'm going to fight the Demon King. Quickly, tag me right now." "Oh no, why do you keep forcing me?" For a moment, Olga flinched at the sound from behind. Wow, an unbelievable sound was heard. Huh? Olga turns her head back to the front and soon sees the sight of her eyes tearing apart. Whoops, the solid ice was split in half and something was walking out of it. Ah, that's cool. It was Yunsol. 2 large horns sprout from her forehead. Even the ridiculously huge left and right tips are all I can see. His terrifying nails were protruding like knives. What is that? Olga opens her eyes wide and looks at Yunsol. After a while, she came to her senses and opened the white magic book in her hand. I don't know what you're doing, but healers aren't scary at all, are you? A cold north wind began to blow around Olga. Blah 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 blah. The absolute zero characteristic, which boasts a high level of destructive power, is also activated on the cold and ice side, and the entire area is frozen solidly. Yunsol also stiffened in the same way he had been walking. Huh, look, Olga snorted and looked down at Yunsol in front of her. Not 6. Legacy. Some. Surprisingly, Yunsol broke the ice that covered his body and continued walking. Abnormalities such as statues hanging on the body had long since disappeared cleanly with its own healing magic. What is that, girl? Olga cast ice magic while panicking. A large dragon's mouth made of ice swallows Yunsol. However, while billion. Yoon Sol spreads his hands so easily that he can open the mouth of the ice dragon. Ripped off. In the first place, there is no way Harimaru's hands, who live in the polar region, will be damaged by ice. But Olga, who was not aware of this fact, was blazing with ice magic with her face as white as the color of a snowfield. Die, 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 die. Cold, hard and sharp ice. It continues to fly towards Yoon Sol. However, Harimaru's grip on the tip of Yoon Sol's arm ruthlessly chewed it all up. Acha! Yoon Sol raised his fists high, and whoa-bang! Harimaru's two fists were instantly sweet. Breaks all the hard frozen ice sheets. Puck! Whoops! Fur! Frozen peaks of the earth bulged out from everywhere, and the whole world was shattered. On the ground, which was in a mess from the earthquake, Olga fell to the floor, losing her balance. The ice that freezes the floating port is broken, and blue waves burst out of the gap in the drift ice. Olga started crawling on the ice while in confusion. She was in such a state of panic that she could not even hear the screams of the crowd around her. And the shadow of a huge demon is cast beside it. Yoon Sol was looking down at Olga crawling like an insect under her feet with a cold expression. She then reached out a large hand and grabbed Olga's head by the chin. And, oops. As if crushing a quail egg, it kills her so easily that she retires. The 4 Korean casters, and the Russian casters on the other side, were also too absurd and unable to speak at the outrageous sight was doing. Even that many spectators can't make a sound in astonishment. Perfect silence, no shouts or boos. In the middle of it, Yoon Sol stood tall in the form of a demon. His usual passive and docile appearance is all that has been thrown away. However, I, who planned all these productions, just smiled in my seat. If you're already surprised, write it. The best surprise show in the Asian Champions League this time has only just begun. Worn Out Newbie. Chapter 582. Worn and Torn Newbie Chapter 582. Conquest of Asia 7. Meanwhile, there was an uproar among the casters. 3. My God. Did you just watch it? Olga Alexiev and Kropotkin have been retired. If Olga is a player, Asian integration. He is a super strong that shines in the 6th place. That power to catch and tear the ice attacks of such a celestial wizard so easily. That absurd power. Am I dreaming? No. Was Yoon Sol not originally a healer? What is it? Solyun didn't change the meta. The enormous divine power gauge that was still revealed on the electronic board is still there. What a monster. All the spectators were buzzing. The expressions that no one knew that Yoon Sol was hiding such a power. It is true that those who have witnessed Yoon Sol sometimes clearing large rocks only thought of it as a temporary buff from spells or potions. Trotsky's expression hardened as he witnessed Olga's death. Even Trotsky under the world cannot guarantee whether Olga's ice will be shattered only with pure power. But what is it that the healer in front of you is slashing the glaciers that Olga has created? Is the type strong against the ice property? Yeah, it doesn't make sense unless it's that. The fact that a healer has such an attack power is that. Trotsky thought that the divine position that Yoon Sol is showing is a result of the fact that he is strong only in certain attributes. I just tagged you. Trotsky bit his lip. I don't want to fight a healer, so I switched. It turns out that Algora loses a card. In a way, it is the result of getting caught up in the shallow mind of the other person. But with such a shallow strategy, you won't get over me. At least Trotsky thought so. Thud. Eventually Trotsky goes out to the field. Blocked in front of Yoon Sol. You could have hidden it, yes. Were you the sniper who came out looking for Olga? Trotsky said coldly to Yoon Sol. Soon, Trotsky's main skill was activated. Due to the blood bag characteristic, the health of allies who died on the field is added to Trotsky's maximum health. After absorbing Olga's life force, Trotsky's HP gauge continued to increase. The day will come when you will have a power battle with healer users. It's amazing. After Trotsky finished speaking, he straightened his posture. Yet, pot. Yoon Sol reached out a large hand. Trotsky also reached out a large hand and grabbed Yoon Sol's hand. Whoops. It is truly strange to see a huge orc and a slender human woman compete for power. However, surprisingly, the two were in equal numbers. Trotsky was astonished at the god of Yoon Sol, who was able to withstand his power completely. Wow, what kind of power? He even wondered if he was being pushed back a little. Yoon Sol's strength wasn't just the ice type. She continued to fight for strength with Trotsky without much effort. On the other hand, I nodded my head happily as I looked at it. Double damage to dark monsters thanks to the title of Greedy Demon Hunter that Sol obtained by killing Mammon. By Parkji. It will probably be cold. Yes, Yoon Sol's damage to monsters under the direct control of the dark type, especially the devil, is doubled. Currently, Yunsol's attack power is 13,344, with weapon attack power of 12, helmet attack power of 4,444, and both hand gauntlets of 4, 444/4, 444 respectively. In addition, due to the title of Demon Hunter of Greed, its attack power soars to 26,688. Even when Yunsol's basic attribute, Rain, is judged to be the opposite of Trotsky's Darkness attribute, the ultimate decision power totals 53,376. The ranks of today's age are unimaginable. // Trotsky and Yunsol battle each other for strength. Depending on the location, power distribution, and item utilization, Yunsol moves a few centimeters backwards. Sometimes it was pushed a meter, sometimes Trotsky was pushed back a few centimeters. Naturally, the casters were outraged. Oh my gosh, Yunsol, he is holding on to Trotsky. I'm holding out. No, the word whistle is more appropriate than the word endurance like that. Not even a whistle. Push it. I'm pushing it out. Alas, Trotsky, Matthew Kong, and the owner of the superpower that caught you say he with no damage is now being pushed out by the Korean healer Yunsol. Is this a dream, or is it real? According to their relay, now Sol Yun is having a close fight with Trotsky. Whoa! Trotsky did his best to tap Yunsol and press it. At the same time, he confronted Yunsol by mobilizing all the strength stats of the other's suits, which he had been hiding a bit. Around that time, Sol Yun took out a hand that was hidden. Dream. I wondered if a brown energy was rising from behind Yunsol's back, then gathered in one place and slowly began to take shape. Cursed root necklace, wooden, /armor/s. Armor made of 4 withered roots. It was left by a being who was once worshipped as an old god, and is now treated as a cursed object that everyone is reluctant to. 1 defense 15,000. Attribute Manjunshu can be used. Attribute envelope can be used. Ability to use crush. Ability to use arm wrestling. Thousands of strong defenses. However, the true value of this armor lies in its 4 attributes. Manjunshu characteristic that explosively increases one's body weight in proportion to the strength stat when breathing is held. When receiving damage that exceeds the maximum stamina, it is an embracing team characteristic that allows you to endure once with 1 HP remaining unconditionally. A pressure characteristic that increases damage from top to bottom by up to double. A Parsi Rum characteristic that increases damage by up to double when fighting an enemy with similar defense or attack power. As an item from a parasitic tree, its own ability is. However, if the power of the host was originally strong, the armor was to widen the width even more. The power of the super rare hidden piece obtained by defeating Grinhol's main boss Zakam explodes here. Wujajijik. Yunsol climbed on top of the lumpy ice that Olga had left and pressed Trotsky as it was. The 53,376 gang damage soon turns into strength due to the increase in the weight of the Manjunshu characteristic and rises by 50% to 80,064. Due to the collapse characteristic, it doubled again to 160,128. Due to the arm wrestling characteristic, it doubles again to 320,256. The gang damage from 13,344 bells was finally increased by 24 times to 320,256. Oh, Trotsky was thrilled by the sudden power of Yunsol. It felt as if he was pushing a mountain, and a terrifying gun that was overwhelmed by the huge earth and sand strangled Trotsky's neck. Wujajik. Fight. DDU do duck. Pumpy. Quick. Crazy. The sound of bone joints screaming in various places, the sound of muscle fibers being cut off, the sensation of the skin being exploding. It feels eerily realistic. He was being crushed to death in real time. I clicked my tongue as I looked at Trotsky like that. If you have a lot of stamina, your overall durability will improve, but if you go over a certain line, your defense or special. In terms of defense, there will definitely be inefficiencies. Rather, it wouldn't matter if I had evenly distributed the 3 of HP, defense, and special defense, or if I hit either side of defense or special defense. It wouldn't matter, but trying to capture the attack power halfway, I became a bastard. In the past, when I appeared in the Alley Gamer of the Deceased, I gave a similar advice to a tank user. If it's a deal, it's a deal. If it's a tang, it's a tang. You cannot do everything well alone, apart from me. As RPG is basically a role-playing game, I have to become a craftsman in one field and borrow the power of another craftsman in the field I am lacking. Except me. So is life in the world. Director Jae Young nodded, as if he agreed with me. There, Orcs are a direct subordinate of the devil, and as much as you are a major dark type, you are basically weak against Yunsol's light attribute. As for Trotsky's Yunsol, the real efficiency is really messed up. I have no dreams or hopes. As we expected, Trotsky gave up his fight with Sol Yun and quickly stepped back. His expression, which had always been calm, was distorted by surprise and shock. Hey tag! After seeing that his HP had evaporated tremendously, Trotsky quickly shouted a tag with Rasputin, a healer on the Russian side. Okay. Yunsol no longer sat by the opponent's strategies leisurely. After a while, Rasputin, who came out to the field to heal Trotsky, was pale. Yunsol smiled at Rasputin in front of me. What did you say? Did you tell me to go home and cook for my husband? Oh. Rasputin quickly threw a healing spell in the sky and tried to tag Trotsky again. Not 6. Bang slash. The tag became a bubble of water by Yunsol, who drove his arms into the hard ice floor. Wujajijik. Puff. Yunsol raised his arms into the air as if overturning the table. Huge ice sheets of ice fluctuate like crazy, then crumble and soar into the air. Rasputin was caught in the great storm and earthquake and flew straight into the air. It goes without saying that they bumped into pieces of ice the size of a house and smashed into blood. He disintegrated into the air without leaving even a corpse in the air. It was indeed a violent end. Sun Sak, Sung Shao. Everyone was silent at Rasputin's HP gauge, which was removed from the entry in an instant. Yet, with all 4 Russian players retired, the last, a runner appears on the field. Trotsky, whose HP had reached alarm, was forcibly summoned to the field with a sullen expression. The casters then grabbed the microphone with a bewildered voice. My God, I don't know what I'm looking at. Ugh, I guess I'll be up all night tonight. I'm watching the replay video of this game. Korea's Yunsol. Double kill against Olga and Rasputin of Russia. In addition, Trotsky, the strongest player in Asia, is completely overpowered. CO maybe not? It's not the picture I imagined. No, what is it? I looked down at the field and grinned. Triple kill. This means that an unprecedented big event in the big leagues is going to happen today at the hands of Sol. Worn Out Newbie. Chapter 583. Worn and Torn Newbie Chapter 583. Conquest of Asia, 8. Search word ranking. All ages. 1. Sol Yun. New. 2. Yun Sol Healer. New. 3. Yun Sol Power. New. 4. Yun Sol's Identity. New. 5. Asian Champions Big League. City 4. 6. Asian Champions Big League Match 4. For the past few days, the keyword Asia Champions Big League, which had the highest ranking of search terms, has fallen 4 places. The new top search terms all pointed to the same phenomenon. The myth of a triple kill that Yun Sol and she is achieving in real time. The response to comments from various game communities is also hot. Wow, Yun Sol's table. No, flipping the ice sheet is a real hack. Picking up the clip and replaying it for the 10th time sheet. Wow, all the ice. Now, I have to add an ice skating rink to the Olympics after the impression jerk. Coming this. Is this the starting dream team or something? Ice Empress class. Is this the Winter Olympics or something? Yunsol Nuna. So cool. Anyone who is strong is a sister. Madon King, just don't come out. It's okay if I don't come, so I'm going to push Yun solo all the way. At the same time, what is the beauty of Yunsol Nim who is seen through the ice powder? My Coda. Are you really crying Yunsol Uni? You're so cute 70. What lip did you put on when you killed Rasputin? Yo, your lips are so pretty. Also top VTuber M. Uni, next time, please tell me how to kill the tank. NRRTR7NR, I've been hunting tanks for almost 10 years, and one day I'm very happy because my HP is draining well. Trotsky was forcibly summoned to the field under the support of all viewers. Damn it. Trotsky has a bad expression on his face in an unexpected crisis. Heck, it's good that the Korean side would have known at least one enemy that could be a threat. Eventually, Trotsky, who came out to the field, death by activating the blood bag attribute, absorbed Rasputin's stamina. Rasputin must have been a healer and a holy knight at the same time, so he had considerable stamina. It was evident from the fact that Trotsky's HP almost doubled. Alas, that was the secret of Rasputin that he said at the beginning of the match. I think I can see why you pushed the concept of mysticism without registering in the rankings. It seems that it was not a healer, but a paladin meta that was hiding a considerable amount of stamina. Probably, he was planning to use this point to pressure Ma Dongwang by tagging Trotsky in turn. Of course, it is a plan that is useless now that I am retired. The casters were thoroughly analyzing the current situation. However, Even if Rasputin was defeated in vain, Trotsky continues to dominate the current field. Okay, if you're strong enough, your defense or stamina can't be good. Trotsky clenched his teeth and ran forward. It was slow, but at least it was faster than Yun Sol. Poop pup 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 poop puff poop poop puff poop puff poop 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 pup. Trotsky threw his fist at Yun Sol with all his might. His judgment was correct in its own right. Although Yun Sol had great attack power, his defense or stamina was not that great. As Trotsky's fierce attack poured, his HP was slowly being cut over the guard. Yun Sol, Trotsky's fast onslaught has lost his momentum. No, you can't do this. You must get out. Yun Sol, once you get caught in Trotsky's combo, it's hard to survive. Sol Yun's HP is draining fast. This makes the game difficult. Casters in Trotsky's fist. Yun being beaten helplessly. Looking at Sol, he shouts as if he is sorry. Not 6. There was something the whole crowd, including the 4 casters, was missing. A very obvious fact. But the fact that everyone had forgotten for a while. Yun Sol is a healer. A pimple. When Sol Yun stepped back for a moment and put a heal on his body, the HP gauge that had dropped was full again. Then a huge decibel of cheers exploded from the audience. Yes. I forgot for a while because of the explosive damage. Yun Sol is a healer, yo. Oh, that's right. Yun Sol's position is healer in the first place. I completely forgot what I showed you before because I turned over the ice sheet. Yes. When your HP runs out, you can do it yourself. All you have to do is walk yourself. Yun Sol's divine power gauge is full. How much is that converted to HP? I laughed as I listened to the cheers of the casters. Even Yun Sol's immense divinity. The force has gotten stronger in recent years. It's thanks to Grinhol's boss monster Joachim that I hunted a while ago. Yun Sol. LV. 81. Title. Cursed Old Tree Joachim Lumberjack. Benefit. Ancient Faith. This characteristic of ancient faith is meaningful only to the clergy, and the divine power is about 1.5 times stronger. Taejun is a passive skill. In other words, it can be said that it is an essential honey characteristic of healers. Puck. Pimples. Puck. Pimples. Whoops. Pyralong. LOL / Poor billion / Pimples. No matter how much Trotsky throws his fist, Yun Sol blocks it and immediately recovers even a small amount of damage that has crossed the guard. In the end, these words came out of Trotsky's mouth. I don't. Yun Sol's meta is so formidable that Trotsky, Shinhwa Trotsky, who is ranked number 1 in Asia, is exhausted and terrified. The casters were excited and busy talking into the microphone. Trotsky is a world-class player who shines first in Russia's official integrated rankings, first in Asia's official integrated rankings, and fourth in the world's official integrated rankings. However, the fact that a player of that level is stumped. That means that Sol Yun is strong. Alas, who would have known that the British Tudor, the American Bianca followed by the Russian Trotsky, would look like this? On the other hand, Trotsky himself, who appeared on the field, had a truly miserable expression. The thick scar marks across his face writhed like snakes. A complex and subtle expression that only humans who are overwhelmed by something can make. Anger, frustration, hatred, a sense of burden, and a vague sense of fear radiated a strange light from his blue eyes. Trotsky said, licking his cracked and chapped lips. I have never lost a one-on-one match so far. A light flashed from Trotsky's eyes. In an instant, his body suddenly began to swell. Putty duck. The sound of skin cracking, bones growing, and muscles swelling. The casters who saw it made a billion-dollar sound and grabbed the microphone. Stand, please. Maybe AB. Yeah, Trotsky player. It is evolving. Evolution to a higher species. Matthew Riverline. The myth that Sue showed is reproduced exactly in Trotsky's hands. In this way, the match is again heading towards an unknown phase. Trotsky was transforming into an ogre, as Matthew had shown before. Coincidentally, it seems that he leveled up by accumulating experience at just this time. I do not lose. The invincible Trotsky, who had turned into an ogre, raised his head and looked at Yun Sol. Thick bones, powerful muscles, and a huge body. His body was supported by superior stats that were hard to even compare with the physicals of his time as an orc. But, what? Have you never lost? As I sat in the camp and had my arms crossed, I couldn't help but laugh at those words. I said to Trotsky in the middle of the field, then you're either a coward who has only run away from opponents stronger than you, or you've been hit hard. is just an unfortunate gamer who has never had a fight. A person must know the taste of defeat in order to grow further. And the person who put my words into action was Yoon Sol. As soon as she saw Trotsky transform into an ogre and run, she launched the final project. Wings of the Blasphemer /cloak /A+S/enhancement +10. The moment he vowed not to take it any longer, a huge change occurred in the inner half of the angel. Ability to use Blasphemer. One of the items that I finally completed by searching the auction house right before the competition and entrusting the enhancement to the dwarf. Blasphemer temporarily replaces your divine power and attack power by 1:1. It is an item with very simple characteristics. A skill that replaces your divine power with physical attack power while holding your breath. The moment when Sol Yun expresses this characteristic, Huo, a red wind blows, sweeping away all the snow and ice chips around it. The moment Trotsky felt that it was unusual for Yoon Sol in front of him to cause a red storm and was about to stop. Whoops. Before that, Sol Yun narrows the distance with Trotsky. Yoon Sol's huge grips are engulfed in a burning red aura. Whoa. The enormous divine power becomes firewood and burns. It is replaced with physical attack power as it is and resides in the hand of the demon. That is, in the hands of Harinma Lu, who is controlled by Yoon Sol. The original attack power that Yoon Sol had was 13,344. It rises to 26,688 thanks to the title perk that it acquired by killing Mammon. And thanks to the opposite nature of angels and orcs, it rises to 53,376. It rises to 80,064 by the Manjunchu characteristic, raised to 160,128 by the Crush attribute, raised to 320,256 by the Arm Wrestling attribute. In addition, due to the Blasphemy characteristic, the divine power it had was changed to attack power, and about 50,000 additional damage was received. Even with the Ancient Faith perk obtained by slaying Zakum, about 25,000 additional attack power is added, for 100,000 total. With 400,000 physical attack powers, Yoon Sol's fists were shot forward. This decisive power figure is difficult to achieve even in Demon King mode, which shows 100% of Mammon's power. Literally, it is an area of extreme walls. No car soul. I was deceived as I watched Yoon Sol's grip on the whole field, drenched in a cold sweat. If it were me, would I be able to withstand that blow? I honestly can't say for sure. And when I was like this, Trotsky had nothing to say. Trotsky squeezed all the power he could and put it into Yoon Sol's fist. Challenge. The courage itself is imaginary, but in the face of this supernatural disaster, where Mount Tai is falling rather than a modest landslide, everything just gets smaller. The result, as predicted, was mortal. Phew. Trotsky was Yoon Sol's fist in the first place. Even before it could reach the body, the shock wave generated in advance ripped the flesh and broke bones, and the moment it touched the fist, the bond between the body and the mind was already broken. Right in front of you. Slowly. Rich. With wind. Drop of blood. And flesh. Whoa quack 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 quack. Yoon Sol's fist didn't even pierce a hole in the air, so he swept the area around him with a sonic boom. Trotsky's corpse, which has already been broken down into molecular units, is not a problem. The problem is that all the sand that made up the island was blown away, and the tsunami hit the entire island. The stadium and the field have completely disappeared. Squash. The only thing left in the world where everything was destroyed and blown away was an island that was submerged under the water and the rippling sea water. It is as if a meteorite has fallen. Who will have anything to say in front of this overwhelming spectacle? Both the casters and the spectators remained silent with their eyes and mouths wide open. The moment when the final winners of the Asian Champions Big League were decided came so quietly to everyone. The hero who put an end to the game was the Vase of Vase healer, whom everyone criticized for free riding. That's Yoon Sol. Worn Out Newbie. Chapter 584. Worn and Torn Newbie Chapter 584. The most spectacular awards ceremony. 1. The awards ceremony was held just hours after the final winner of the Big League was decided. Of course, it was not an official awards ceremony, but a temporary stage on the day of celebration in Korea first. The scale of the official award ceremony will be a large-scale stage that can be called a festival that lasts for several days. And in the center of the stage for this brief awards ceremony and self-congratulation, there was the main character who was receiving attention from all the media and the public. Tonight, the hero of the entire Republic of Korea is Yoon Sol. Yeah, I've been hiding my power. A hero appears. Alas, who would have known? The fact that Sol Yun was the final weapon of the big league this time, the king of the end. He is the true boss of Gene, the main character of Gene, and a superstar in the big league. Oh my, if you compliment me like that in front of me, I have nothing to praise. Oh, I don't know. Tonight's protagonist is Sol Yun. Sol Yun, you can do whatever you want to be Yun Sol today. As Yun Sol goes up on stage, hundreds of thousands of people around him go crazy with her gestures and smiles. It was a tremendous popularity that really did not envy top star celebrities. Sister Hey, sorry for swearing at you as a vase in the comments. I will heat it on an iron plate and kneel on it and cast a mortal sin. Sister, I love you. Free last time. I want to pluck out my tongue who said Sunka. Yun Sol, please take a look here. Awea. It feels like her fans have multiplied several times as a result of this big league. On the other hand, Yun Sol, who has been the subject of all these attentions, was always calm. I already paid attention in advance. Because it's been done. After the conversation is over, you will be noticed more than any of us. Hey, how am I? Believe me, if it's the performances and directing that I planned, you'll be the most famous Sangram in Gihan one day. I really? A bit scary. What do I do if I get nervous and can't speak? If I make a mistake and try to avoid you? So, from now on, just follow what I say. After a light heart and breath, Yun Sol recites a heartfelt sentiment just as I told him. Today, our club has achieved quite rewarding results as a team representing Korea. But our gameplay would have been just an act of self-satisfaction without such a supportive and like-minded crowd. Therefore, our worn-out newbie will give all the credit for today's win to the fans. Today's prize money of 4.29 billion won for the Asian Champions Big League is based on the unanimous decision of the club members. All of the total amount will be donated to children with cancer and leukemia in all 12 countries participating in the Asian Champions League, including Korea, Russia, Taiwan, and Uzbekistan. Thank you for your encouragement. A clear sense of victory from the representatives of the winning team. Then the support for Yun Sol doubles. If it's a ball, it's a ball, for if it's a ball. It's natural because there's nowhere to put it. And in an additional interview, Yun Sol added to the sublime by stating that he would forgive all those who wrote malicious comments toward him. Those who have been swearing at Yun Sol in the comments have gone beyond repentance and have gone to the realm of self-discipline. Even the public opinion of the 12 other Asian countries that were eliminated when Korea was told that they would donate all the winnings was very positive. The position that it is better for Korea to win than their own country. All commentators, including caster John, united in congratulations on today's victory. Hey, after all, this worn-out newbie writes a new history of Korean game history. As expected, this is the strategy of director Jae-young. Great. Player Ma Dong-won, not the coach as well. It was great too. A person is perfect as a player, but when he becomes a leader, isn't that different? But Ma Dong-won never changes because he is always a revolutionary. There is always a revolution. Other players did a good job today, but I can say that Sol Yun's triple kill hit a wedge. It has been proven all over the world that there are many talented people besides King Ma Dong in Korea. Yet, dry ice smoke rose in chunks, and all the members and staff of the worn-out newbie team went up to the stage to say hello. Matthew Kong, Yu Se-hee, Drake, Yun Sol, and me. We held hands and climbed onto the stage and bowed our heads towards the crowd. To the grateful beings who made me and all of us here. The award ceremony after the winning team's speech was even more unbelievable. Excessive. I feel a great emotion again. I was paying attention to the billboard. PODG. ACOM, a tournament format, selects the protagonist of the match through the official website after the match is over. This is the MOM, Man of the Mat Company one, that the people are familiar with. But the case of the finals is a little different. Anyone can predict. We don't choose MVP, we choose PODG. PODG, play of the game. It is to select the best moment in all matches of the Asian Champions Little/Big League. It is more valuable than simply going up on the podium, as it plays the video of the moment on all the electronic displays in the stadium. Actually, one sponsor logo that remains after PODG is played is also the most expensive section in the Asian Champions League. Powerful. And 3 types of PODG were playing in front of me. The first is powerful. The most powerful and toughest moment. As expected, Sol's final blow decorated the screen. Kuduk. As soon as Sol Yun throws his fist at Trotsky, the viewpoint is switched to the high-speed camera, and the space between the fist and Trotsky is enlarged. Huo. A roar like the howling of a giant monster in a cave. Yes, this is an elongated wave resonance. It was the sound of Yun Sol's fists tearing the air. Why? Although the scene has already been repeated several times, the audience in the stadium cheers again. This wonderful editing is the unique beauty of POEG, which is different from the live broadcast. The second video will be played soon. It started. Skillful. If the first powerful is the prize of the audience, the second skillful is the prize of the older people. The most technically excellent scene is selected among all the moves of Acom, such as attack, defense, evasion, and maneuver, broken down into seconds. In the video, Drake was seen shooting arrows with sharp eyes. Barrel slash barrel slash barrel slash poo. It was one of the many anomalous shots that made fun of On Hyuk Soo, the water-made rain shot. Exactly. For me, who knows the principle, it is a star crimson. There was no such thing, but I thought that people might go crazy because it is a technology that is incomprehensible to the deceased of this period. Although it was a very concise 3-second video, the streamer booth who saw the video went into an uproar. A person can also be seen grabbing the wet pants crotch in a hurry. In the demo community that I actually took the time to check, Drake's anomalous shot rather than Yoon Sol's last shot. Among them, the water Jebi shot was a hot topic. Beautiful. Finally, the last of PODG. Artistic scenes evaluated by masters of each art world. This is a scene that will be screened on the main monitor for 1 year at the London Game Art Centre. I really didn't expect this. I can't even know art well because I'm a game star. I just thought that one cool scene would be chosen. Yes, an unexpected scene was selected. Master did it. A gentle voice resounds. A girl with a large scythe smiled at the camera. Then, with the body on fire, dodged the enemies flying like bullets. Abandoned. When eating Costella, be careful of the paper on the bottom. The sharp tip of the volcano's scythe tickled the opponent's whole body. And soon, flash. A red crescent moon flashes in the center of the screen. You can even eat strange things, so be sure to check the lower part. The girl's face with her teeth tight becomes a close-up. Blind executioner. This is Yusehi. Snip. The scythe fell vertically, and Lee Huhao's body was cut in two exactly. Without a drop of blood or a single piece of flesh splashing. It was a neat bangal, as if it had been split in two from the beginning. Wow. It happened. I turned around with a happy smile. Sol Yun of powerful, Drake of skillful, Sihi Yu of beautiful. Korea has even monopolized PODG in the Asian Champions League. This is a great record that did not exist before the return. Knowledge, skill, luck, effort. In the most important time. All of this has created this unprecedented situation. The device for dispersing the spotlight towards the winning team is actually making the losing team brighter. After the greetings, I was enjoying the festive atmosphere below the stage. Even after our greetings were over, various events were scheduled, such as a replay of the game's highlight video and a demonstration of Red Moon's new model, so the aftermath of winning the big league is not yet cooling down. I, too, was holding a glass of cocktail and talking to several people. I have a pretty busy schedule, including hugging, shaking hands, and taking pictures with my K1 colleagues from all over the country, including Yonho Lee and Joseph Lim. I'm busy, but there is a strangely large number of remaining spectators. Even after all the big league games are over, there are too many people. Besides, they even look like they're expecting something. The match is over, but everyone doesn't go home. So what are you waiting for? How? Come to think of it, I was completely paying attention to other minor events as I was preparing for the Asian Champions Big League. Perhaps there is some other promising event behind this. Then, tuck, there was a hand stroking my back. When I turn my head, I see a middle-aged man with a familiar face next to director Jae-young, smiling at me. Haha, it's been a while. Kim Han-sun was the director of Red Moon. After completely ousting Cha Gi-yeep and its remnants, Myung Sil-gong left the Red Moon. He became the backbone of the company and quickly took control of the company's political arena, and he was told that he had almost completely filled the void. I knew that director Jae-young and director Kim Han-seon had a very close relationship, but seeing this, they seemed closer than I knew. Hey, Seon Han wanted to meet you and congratulate you, so I brought you here. Haha, thank you for always taking our little brother on the bus. Hey, why is this? My strategy was pretty good too. Oh, it's because the players are doing well. Seeing director Jae-young and director Kim Han-sun flirting with each other puts a smile on my face. Thank you. There is no Zodiac at the awards ceremony, so it's a bit empty now. Director Jae-young and director Kim Han-seon both burst out laughing at my words. Director Kim Han-sun and I exchanged a firm handshake. Last time you said you were going to the big leagues, so I was looking forward to it. As expected, I won the championship splendidly. You played well. Once upon a time, there was Lee, who told director Kim Han-seon, people should play in the big water. But I waved my index finger at his words. Actually, how can you say it's this big? Yes, comma. Upon hearing my words, Director Kim Han-sun made a puzzled expression. If this grand event, almost the size of the Olympics, is not a big thing, then what is it? I provided an answer to the question of Director Kim Han-sun. We have to win the World League. Then, Kim Han-sun listened to me. The mouths of Director and Director Jae-young are wide open. Asian Champions League. This gigantic league is actually only one of 6 leagues. European Champions League, North American Champions League, South American Champions League, Oceania Champions League, African Champions League, and the Asian Champions League, plus a total of 6 Champions Leagues. The World Ultimate Olympiad, where all 6 champions of the Champions League come together to cover the final apex. Olympiad exists. I am aiming to win this league with confidence. Also, you are in a realm that ordinary people like me cannot even imagine. I'll have to work harder too. Hey, this kid has the power to fascinate people, really. Director Kim Han-sun and Director Jae-young exclaim, holding my hand and shaking, with an expression of curiosity about how far I will go. Then, push. On the stage set in front of me, dry ice bursts out again. When I turned my head for something, Director Kim Han-sun smiled. Ah, this is the last event. Expectations are high. Yeah? What? When I asked in a puzzled tone, Director Kim Han-sun also had a puzzled expression. Yes? Oh, did you not know? Last event stage schedule. I just came up with a game plan and didn't know about the other small event schedules. Then, Director Kim Han-sun patted me on the back and smiled. Then you'll probably enjoy it. Look forward to it. The moment I tilt my head. Fans, it's finally showtime. Oh, there were lively comments from the stage. Unusually, Yoon-sol is holding the microphone with a slightly excited look. Was seen. From today soon, she opened her mouth to a feast of soaring dry ice and firecrackers. A truly startling content was coming out of her mouth that even I, a regressor, did not know. Worn Out Newbie. Chapter 585. Worn and Torn Newbie Chapter 585. The most spectacular awards ceremony, too. From today soon, Yoon-sol exclaimed loudly over the feast of soaring dry ice and firecrackers. It's a girl group. I opened my eyes wide wondering what this was. Then, familiar faces began to appear on the stage. Sol Yun, Ayaka Akasada, Sui Tang, Olga Huss. 12 women, whom I had seen many times, suddenly appeared on the stage. Surprisingly, another 12 other women appeared on the stage. Those are their game characters. Female players from 12 countries participating in the Asian Champions Little/Big League. Their appearance in the game was realized as an augmented reality hologram on stage, and each stood next to them. Humans, orcs, and lizardmen. Dealer, tanker, supporter, one deal. Warrior, wizard, archer, assassin. It is a combination of nationalities and races, indeed. Good morning. This is the newly debuted girl group SDCCSDR Dexcon, Strength Minche. Yoon-sol took the microphone, driving the atmosphere of becoming the main character of the big league. Before long, Jeonju Hall mixed with EDM. They started to come out, and the choreography of players from 12 countries on the stage followed. And their game characters were also singing and dancing, mixing with real people to match the choreography. The vanishing boundary. Are you watching now? Now it's time to break the walls. With the collapse of the Berlin Wall, all that changed. Log in. Take my hand. A song that resounds loudly. The melting pot overflowing with reality. Do you remember now? With the collapse of the 38th parallel North Line, all that changed. Log out. Take my hand. Augmented reality, unlike virtual reality, directly implements the hologram illusion in the game. Isn't there an eternal world? Now, choose what to leave behind. With the collapse of the thin red line, all that changed. Log in. Take my hand. Game characters moving as if they were alive were dancing and singing along with real people. What? Look at this. My character too. Implemented. Great. You just need to download the ID code to your phone. Did you see if it could be done with a bracelet? Oh, do. Before entering the plaza, there were people who entered the downloaded code on their smartwatch or mobile phone. And by the wavelength of the satellites orbiting the entire square, the characters in the game of all users are realized in reality. A new world unfolds without a separate lens. The eyes of people looking at their augmented reality avatars floating in the air are joy itself. Eventually, the wall between reality and the game breaks down, and both the girl group and the fans enjoy the performance with their game characters. A fantastic scene, as if a game became reality and reality became a game. Didn't you get enough sleep? Precious. Are you going to spend this time lying down? Get up and run. With the collapse of the Interstellar, all that changed. Log out. Take my hand. An upside-down stage, collapsing reality and virtual walls. Joy and longing, hope and prayer. Everything comes together and boils over. Director Kim Han-sun said with a smile. It's a game OST, but it was chosen very well. I did. From singing to choreography, only artisans gathered and produced it. As it is a girl group made up of only members from national teams from each country, the influence in the Asian market will be certain. Oh man, with Korea becoming the winner, Seol Yoon is planning to take the lead. Behind director Kim Han-sun, who said that, a large-sized lizard man user was sticking out his long tongue. It is the character of Kim Han-seon's Dim. I marvel that the lizard man character who sticks his tongue out as the hand gestures and lip shape of director Kim Han-seon change. Hey, not only virtual reality technology, but also augmented reality technology has advanced a lot. By the way, SDC, I'm hearing this for the first time. Haha, I already said that there is one person that Yoon Seol wants to surprise. Oh, can I tell you another interesting fact? What? When I asked, director Kim Han-sun said in a very small voice to my ears. The person who wrote and composed this song, even Mr. Yeojin knows him. To be honest, I was a little surprised to hear that. My acquaintance said that my acquaintance made this song that is so fun that it makes my fingers twitch when I hear it. Who is it? There is no one I know who can make such a good song. Oh, is it Gu Rai Bural? No, who is that? To give you a hint, I am one of the members of Magiot. What? I have no idea who it really is. Fufufu, he also has a kind seed. I wanted to surprise you. You asked me to keep it a secret for the time being? Why are there so many people who can't surprise me like this? Well, anyway, I continued the conversation with director Kim Han-sun. The choreography looks pretty intense. When did everyone practice? Most of the actions are simple. It can be fully digested as an auxiliary machine attached to the joint. The difficult movements are for the characters in augmented reality. Isn't it difficult to implement all the characters of these countless spectators in augmented reality? It's all the power of the satellites. This was possible only with Korea's independent technology, without overseas investment. It is also thanks to the country is investing a lot in key industries these days. Still, like the stage of a girl group made by fully investing in everything Red Moon, everything was showing a level of perfection. Director Kim Han-sun cried out in a dream. I'm sure it will do well on the Korean Watermelon chart and the US iTunes chart as well. In the future, celebrities in the demo will become singers like this. The time will come when I will be active as a dancer and an actor. The fusion of dim and reality, which he has always insisted on, is slowly being realized. It seems that Cha Gi-yeop, who had only interfered in every case, disappears, making new attempts in earnest. But I am already living in the future. Director Kim Han-sun's plan is already known. There was. And it is also true that his plans will create a myth by creating great streaks day after day. Well, it's a little faster than I thought. Today, director Kim Han-sun's pilot girl group project will be a great success. Korea despite the game OST. It will be ranked #1 on all music charts and will also perform well on the US Billboard charts. Of course, it also achieved record results in iTunes in the US and UK and QQ in China. At the same time, it was an opportunity for a music genre called esports music to be created in earnest, leaving a path in the game history. However, I had no choice but to put on a very slightly bitter expression. Originally, Daehee was going to be part of this girl group. Yes. Was it because he was so successful as a game broadcast streamer? In the world before the return, it was not Seol Yoon, but Daehee, who passed through a lot of competition and belonged to SDC. Of course, it was because Cha Gi-yeop of Red Moon didn't resign. Somehow, I don't feel good because it seems to have taken away Daehee's opportunity. Well, considering that Daehee was abused and exploited by Cha Gi-yeop and was extremely stressed during her Pan-Asian entertainment activities while living with members from 12 Asian countries, maybe this situation would be better. However, considering the musical talent that Daehee had before her return, there were still disappointing parts. I nodded my head with a complicated mind as I looked at Yoon Seol performing on stage. Red Moon has also changed and SDC has changed, so the future that will unfold in the future must have been quite bright. Eventually, after the song ended, Seol took the microphone. I dedicate this honor given to me today to a friend who has always supported me silently and resolutely. Feeling. I buy it. Eventually, his watery gaze pierced through the large crowd and turned towards me. I gently nodded and applauded. My applause disappears in the midst of countless other applause. Well, at this point, Soul will know and do well. Now her status is no longer mine. I'm not a newbie who was taken care of. As a level 1 newbie who didn't know anything, he grew up to be a good expert, so it's very proud and heartbreaking as a dead person. By the way, is this song really good? I'll make it my ringtone. It was the perfect song for my taste. I don't know what you mean, but I like it quite a bit. Above all else, the 3 before the return. It was even fresher because it was music I had never experienced before. Who wrote this song? When I look around with one question. M99. Suddenly, a striking sight appeared on the other side of the stage. Empty plastic bottles and tea all over the stadium. A woman collecting bitter fluorescent sticks and other food waste. She was Yudahi. Seeing her quietly cleaning out the trash in the stadium behind the scenes while taking care of the members of her fan club wearing a hat with the Maggio logo. I think the future has changed. She, who should have been the main performer on that stage, is the stage. Seeing the behind-the-scenes process of the performance, my feelings became more complicated. Of course, performing and organizing the stage are both important positions, but that's not the case with the human heart. I'll buy a big meal or rice later. It's a little difficult to talk to them now seeing how they are doing volunteer work with other members of the Maggio. Oh, I thought it would be better to contact each other personally later. I turned around after finishing the conversation with director Kim Han-sun. The lively conversations of colleagues such as director Jae-young, Drake, Matthew Kong, and Yu Sei shatter behind his back. This is the end of my Asian Champions League. Now there is only a wider world. The battlefield where the strongest in my memory run wild, World Ultimate Olympiad, World Ultimate Olympiad, a stage where the peaks of 6 continents compete for sex. We need to prepare for a bigger change. There are a lot of things to be done in the future. There were so many things to prepare for, such as the World Championship, where all the winning teams from each continent gather, or the second cataclysm that is just around the corner. What do you need to do that? Exactly, Reed. Alas, it's time to do it Landom Ray Dole in a little while. I left the party all the time. Fortunately, it wasn't too difficult to get out of the already drunken festivities. When the festival just started, you were looking for me. There were many people, but now they are busy playing with each other. I looked back one last time before getting into the car and leaving the square. Exciting music flowing from the stage, girl groups sweating in the heat of lighting, pollen pouring from the sky, food and alcohol overflowing every street, the still cool fever of Wonwon, and the sweat drops of volunteers silently volunteering. It was a fun and lively award ceremony. And before all that heat has yet to cool down. Berlung. I drive the car to the next stage. Fixed S Plus Class Monster. To bring another great festival. Worn Out Newbie. Chapter 586. Worn and Torn Newbie Chapter 586. Liquor of Lyric 1. Tiling. Deus Ex Machina welcomes your visit. A very familiar login sound, but the light that informs the login does not come out. Because I have it set to OFF. That too. The place I am currently connected to is 10,000 miles under the sea, at the edge of the deep sea. Deep sea. A distant space where only the dense darkness weighs on everything. Glowing light in a place like this is way too much aggro. Even if it is a small flash of light enough to notify a login, that is the case. Perhaps all the sea monsters around here will be gathered. No matter how high my level is, I have no choice but to be careful when I am in a bubble ball made from the essence of the deep sea. Essence of the deep sea / material / D. It is a marble containing the energy of the deep sea. With this item I got from catching the devil last time, I was able to come down to the deep sea with ease again this time. Today is just the 3rd day after the long subsidence towards the underwater city at Landom that I had heard of before. Looks like you have arrived. I moved my feet to the soles of my feet. I felt the floor I felt. I traced my steps and followed the heavy current of the current. This time I was aiming for the 4th fixed S plus level monster after Oz, Mammon, and Beelzebub. Strictly speaking, there are also Belpagals that have failed the hunt, so it might be more accurate to call them the 5th. Still, I should not expect too much this time. Because the monster I was trying to catch this time was a monster that had little information in the future that I lived for 15 years. But the reason I'm still expecting a little bit is, Hong, human, look at me now. Do you mean to sell it? Because of this arrogant black lizard with arms crossed over my shoulder. Oz, this guy has a miraculous talent for catching the smell of the same dragon. No matter how the dragons ignore each other, they cannot betray their own people by sticking to a lower creature like you. Cancer. So you can't show me the way? Yes, human. Oz crossed his arms and exhaled through his nose. I can't help it. I shrugged. Then there was another from the shoulder opposite my shoulder where Oz was sitting. A little guy popped out. Points. It was Judelope. Every time Oz came out uncooperative, I sent Judelope, his teammate. Pooh. Judelope picked up a branch from the bottom of the sea floor and he started beating his head. Is it because of the pet system? The master's corporal punishment ignores the defense and makes the pet sick. In such a yard, if you are the owner of the master, it is natural that the damage is priced more painfully. Being beaten by Judelope, Oz frowns with tears in his eyes. Stop beating. Let me know. It's not going to happen. Hey, human, go straight ahead and turn left at 700 meters. Watch out for the speed bump. The speed limit is 50 kilometers, so be careful. If you exceed that speed, the manatees will chase you. And turn right at 300 meters ahead. Ozgation. I continued walking along the dark deep sea path following Oz's friendly guidance. Before long, a familiar structure appears in front of me. A large wall intertwined with translucent seaweed formed a semi-spherical structure. Seaweed sea bream looks a little eerie because of the terrible silence and the dim light from jellyfish with long tentacles. Finally found it. As I squeezed through the cracks in the seaweed and went inside, a familiar landscape was revealed. Alerts ring in your ears. Tiling. You have entered the undersea city of Avlandum. First visitor, Dahiyu. As we entered, we saw an ancient civilization that had been destroyed for a long time. The walls of the royal palace covered with coral and barnacles. Old and corroded towers and colosseums. They are traces of an old civilization that was once huge and magnificent. But now, only dried salt and sphagnum moss, scaly scales and broken shells fill this devastated city. However, I am the lord of this ghost town. I know how to bring people back. Now, let's go get some liquor for Lyric. As before, in order to meet the NPCs in this city, you have to go to the other side of the seaweed dome and find a hidden piece. That drink with a strange setting of 105% alcohol. The moment you drink that drink and become intoxicated, you can see the true face of this city. Because there are things that cannot be seen without being drunk. I crossed the center of the seaweed dome and tried to take the opposite exit. Then, I witnessed an unexpected sight. A few people were searching through the ruins of Avlandum, where there was nothing. They are all familiar faces. I felt a little happy. Not to mention, all the people who are diligently digging through empty houses in the distance to farm items are people who know me. Aika Akasada. In the wizard guild she is leading. In addition, Wabara Atsukane and Yamakami Shigaku can be seen following Akasada. The members of the Japanese national team that we met in the Asian Champions Little League are now here in Avlandum. Hey, I'm sure we'll just meet on this far and deep bottom of the sea. Great woo. Lovers. Come to think of it, before going to catch Beelzebub, I once had a meal with Akasada and said that she would go on an undersea exploration raid. Read. So am I. We are going to raid the north, the sea, and the deep sea. Did you say maybe? But I didn't know that we would just meet each other in this distant Avlandum. It was purely coincidental that I even found them on my side first. Hey, it looks like you figured out how to make an oxygen coating by digging through the jars and chests of the empty house. They were getting ready to go out of the dome to see if they had found an oxygen coating in the empty house. Checking weapons, armor, and magic. Looking at it, it looks like he's probably going out to hunt monsters on the seabed right away. Still, it would be difficult without the help of NPCs. It won't be easy to compensate for consumables. I shook my head thinking about helping a little. As a deceased person, not the king of Mad Ong, I have no relationship with them. Even if he suddenly offered help, there was a great chance that he would be suspicious. And, well, even if I tried to help in the first place, there was no benefit to me. They'll do well. If newbies could do that on their own in the first place, it would be a pretty significant achievement. Monsters here give good experience and drop good items, so it will be a different experience for them. Of course, just Avlandum's hidden quest can't be done, though. Although Avlandum is a good hunting ground, if you can't find NPCs, this place is nothing but ruins. I thought that there was probably no overlap between me and them, who came to clear the main quest. Tiling. You have entered the hidden dungeon, the tomb of the sorcerer, Duju. First visitor, dead people. I found a trench some distance away from Avlandum. The tomb of the solitary liquor, class, A+. A large oak barrel sunk in a hollow pit. It looks like the entire liquor warehouse of the wreck has sunk. It's a memory. I used to be with Drake. But now I am alone. It was because I was a little sorry to bring Yunsol and Drake on an uncertain journey. In the first place, the two became superstars after the big leagues, and they sing a lot here and there. And I guess I'll have to run the raid alone for a while. Meanwhile, Gurgle. Inside the liquor warehouse where bubbles are rising. Countless chests, littered with coral and barnacles, greet me. In those rotting stalks, likewise covered with sphagnum moss. The soldiers were neatly lined up. Rum of Lyric / ingredients / D. The pearl that the pirate Lyric loved next to his life. It is one of the most powerful alcoholic beverages with an alcohol content of 105%. If you drink too much, you will become blind. The frequency and percentage are different concepts. You've messed up the settings. I smiled as I looked at the label that said 105% alcohol. Well, anyway, if you drink this drink, you will begin to see the scenery of Atlandum in earnest. If so, the main quest that was interrupted after Kraken can be resumed. Yes, the main quest of the underwater city of Atlandum is to catch the Kraken. It's not over. The Kraken is only third in the ranking of power under the sea. As I said before, the Kraken is not the real master of this sea. Today I was about to meet one of the two masters who split this sea in two. Right then. Pooh dash. Judalope has been warning me by tapping my cheek. Kugugugugu. Something huge started to rise above the pile of chests. Diversity, diversity, diversity. A hard, sharp thing that scrapes the top of a rotten wooden chest. A monster that is slowly sinking towards this side. I was already aware of his existence. Gate is back. Nice to meet. Sharp horns and hard armor. A heavy tongs that shudder just by looking at it. Hellwheel giant crab, class, A+. / characteristics, water, deep sea, back battle, earthquake. Habitat, tomb of Sukju, Du. Blue hole, deep sector, submerged zone of flooded forest. Size, 8m. If the hell-drunk snow crab stays for a long time, it evolves into a hellwheel giant crab. In the process of peeling off the skin hundreds of times, the shell became harder and thicker. Lost or reckless life that lives mainly in caves, etc. in the deep sea and enters the cave. Eat the body. The watchman who guards Lyric's wine has appeared again. Worn out newbie. Chapter 587. Worn and Torn Newbie Chapter 587. Liquor of Lyric, 2. It has a round and hard shell with spike-like thorns sprouting out of it. This is a named monster that I discovered a long time ago. Hell-drunk snow crab, class, A. / characteristics, water, deep sea, main explosion. Habitat, tomb of Sukju. Yi size, 4.5m. A small crab that used to follow the ship of the pirate Lyric and drink from him. A long time passed and Lyric died, but this crab will forever remember the taste of the drink his friend gave him. He is still waiting for Lyric, who has not yet arrived, and is guarding the rum he left behind. The crab, which was originally in this state before meeting me, has acquired a stronger and larger body. Hellwheel giant crab, class, A+. / characteristics, water, deep sea, great battle, earthquake. Habitat, tomb of Sukju, Du. Blue hole, deep area, submerged zone of submerged forest. Yi size, 8m. If the hell-drunk snow crab stays for a long time, it evolves into a hell-wheel giant crab. In the process of peeling off the skin hundreds of times, the shell became harder and thicker. It lives mainly in caves in the deep sea and feeds on stray or reckless creatures that enter the cave. I can't help but remember that he was the guy I evolved myself during the fight. The already heavy claws grew bigger. One claw is as big as any SUV car. It seems that the energy it emits has also become quite strong, so it seems that it successfully defended against the invasion of many raiders after it was regenerated. Gate is back. Nice to meet. But what do you do with those big, slow hands? What would you do? I heard about Lyric. I heard about the drink. What are you going to do because Geetsik is sad? When I asked, the giant crab raised a large tongs like a furious one. It's like shouting, did you have to take it all to feel cool? But I must get my hands on alcohol beyond this crab. This is to complete my main quest in the year I couldn't wake up before. Jasik, I see you are still waiting for an old friend, so there's some loyalty. If you look at the setting, it is a boss mob with a rather salty corner. I held the razor upside down and pounded every inch of the giant king crab's whole body. Perfect talk one, just one tight. The shell gets harder the more it hits due to the characteristics of the battlefield veteran. However, even if the defense increases, it is inevitable that the stamina will wear out. I tapped the giant crab's enormous defense with a knuckle attack and pressed it down. Thud. The giant crab's HP dropped to the floor and collapsed on its back. The king crab is out. If you don't want to follow. I didn't bother to catch him. I don't know what it was like in the past, but these days, I have become quite sympathetic to the settings and emotions of the NPCs in the game, and I have no choice but to change my mindset a little. It was quite a different mindset than before the return. You can't catch a guy who is loyal to protecting a friend's belongings like a mere Jap mob. I also read through his history carefully without pressing skip. If you catch it anyway, it doesn't give you much experience, so I guess I'll just use my heart. Because you are a loyal and cool guy. Let them find the end that suits them separately. I turned away coolly without giving a final blow. However, quack quack slash. The giant crab comes counterattack to protect alcohol with only a small amount of HP. It showed a desperate will to protect the things left by a friend. A crab desperately blocking the chest with giant tongs. But unlike the level 40 when I met him, my level is now 92. It wasn't the first time it appeared, and the current attack of the giant king crab, which has been in disrepair, doesn't hurt when it hits. It's 5 crabs. I blocked the claws of the giant crab with one hand. Then he hoisted him up and tossed him down that hillside. The crab will run. A giant crab rolling down that hill. Seeing this makes my heart ache for some reason. At first, I was going to hit everything, but I can't. I will steal only 3 bottles. I picked up only the 3 closest bottles neatly. In the first place, this item was a medium to meet the NPCs of Atlandum, so this was enough yield. Then Oz, who was next to him, sarcastically spoke in a blunt voice. Huh, human. It's hot to bother a being who has been waiting for a long time to meet a friend. What do you mean? At least it was something he didn't want to hear. Tiling. You have entered the undersea city Atlandum. First visit, Wyoudi. I entered the seaweed dome again. A quick glance reveals that Akisata, Ayaka, and the others have already left the dome. Without Larrick's wine, there is nothing to gain in this city. Probably will never come back. Well, even if you do, you will hardly ever meet in this big city. Okay then, I wish you well again this time. I broke one of the 3 bottles of liquor I had stolen. One shot of a bottle without hesitation causes my head and eyes to burn. Eventually, the landscape in Atlandum began to change slowly. My vision, which had been dyed black, slowly brightens. The gloomy and devastating ruins that had just been seen disappeared, and a bustling downtown was seen. Hey, quality meat has arrived. Come over for dinner. How about a beer tonight? Let's play poker all night long. At there. It's pickpocketing. It's ruined there too. Egu, how do you do it? Noisy. How about the kids playing in the alley over there? I can't sleep. Lively sounds from all over the city. It caught my eye that the inhabitants of the sea floor were living a lively life. Hundreds of NPCs chatter and go back and forth between the alleys. Look there. Magnificent and beautiful buildings have also been stripped of their scale and completely new. Pearls and corals embedded in the dome's ceiling fill the city with dazzling lights. It's like looking at the night streets of a bustling street full of neon signs. It looks the same as ever. There are still no cephalopods. There were no seabed people such as squid or octopus, while countless fish-headed humans roamed around. This is because it is a country that has been at war with the Kraken for a long time. I glanced at the watch. The time is now 8:28 p.m. Is it time to start? After looking around, the signal you've been waiting for stands out. Chow 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 bum, bum boo boo. The loud sounds of musical instruments were heard, and soldiers in armor began to walk in a line from afar. The city march to recruit soldiers began. I was thinking of volunteering for the Marine Corps this time too, so I rushed forward and reigned. It was to strategically use the Royal Palace's fleet. But what I saw before my eyes was a rather unexpected sight. NPC Gustav the Saw Shark. In the past, that Saw Shark beast, who had only been in the position of a general, was sitting on the throne of the great king and coming here in a palanquin. And the commander in the shape of a shrimp standing in the front row began to shout loudly. From now on, I will recruit wonderful soldiers to fight for Gustav, the great king of Atlandum. How are you? It is likely that he ascended the throne after the death of the former King Platin in the battle against the Kraken. Get kicked out by the Kraken. It's nice to see you running away. Indeed, I am proud that I was able to participate in the game story in such a deep way. Who knows that the current king of Atlandum was once a cowardly fugitive? I raised my hand with a smile. Me. I support enlistment. Everything was the same as before. Now, the shrimp head commander in front of me will come to me and ask some questions about the military, and I will answer them well. You have to choose option 91 unconditionally. Then I will be able to use the fleet of Atlandum legally. Behind this is the mid-boss Kraken. After defeating them, you will be able to enter deeper and more dangerous places. Well, it's not a definitive attack. There is plenty of room for error, as it will be following the guesswork and reasoning routes of many deceased people. What I am trying to capture from now on is because there is no history of being caught even in the world before the return. However, things started to turn out a little differently than I expected. From the very beginning. A billion. Gustav, a sawfish sitting on the palanquin with a proud expression on his face, looked at me and shook his beard in astonishment. Hey, this child. Why are you here? He points at me whether he recognizes me, and it's not very fussy. Before I could say anything, he had his soldiers arrest me. Hey, shut that bastard. Shut it up tightly so you don't say anything. He seemed very afraid of what I was going to say. Did you have any of these options? For now, I decided to obey the words of the people of the seabed. Yet, with all the soldiers on their backs, Gustav came up to me with a nervous expression on his face and whispered a question. Hey, this child, why are you here again? I guess I didn't come to expose the fact that I abandoned the great king and ran away. I guess the game story has changed a bit. Worn Out Newbie. Chapter 588. Worn and Torn Newbie Chapter 588. Liquor of Lyric 3. Hey, this child, why are you here again? I guess I didn't come to expose the fact that I abandoned the great king and ran away. The game story seems to have changed a bit. What should I do now? As long as the other person is hostile, I don't think it's necessary to treat them favorably. Are you going to tell these soldiers what happened that day? You can imagine how the attitude of the soldiers behind him will change when he finds out that Gustav has abandoned his former great king Tune and hastily fled. However, I decided to wait and see the situation for now because it seemed that there would be no need to play chess. Meanwhile, Gustav's expression distorted even more as I crossed my arms and smiled meaningfully. This child, you too are incompetent. He sank several ships and fled, and even the former king. But I brushed my hair. I was able to shut the guy's mouth just by flipping it over. Kraken's eggshell earrings /s. Krakens live their entire lives and lay only one small egg. It is said that the hatched Kraken pups will treasure the eggshells from which they came out for the rest of their lives. Movement speed plus 300%. Indestructible, special. Ability to use gap, special. Pooh. Judelope was holding the earring in my ear with both hands, with her cheeks inflated. Did I catch it? When I confirmed that I had caught the Kraken, Gustav stiffened as he was about to say. As Gustav's reaction is strange, he sees the soldiers on the bottom of the sea from afar, raising their spears and getting ready. But it doesn't matter. In the past, when I was only level 40, I was afraid of their harpoons or spear blades, but now my level is a whopping 92, and even the item grade I am using is that level. Because it's different from the time. If it's a girl, what? I'll have to wear a picaresque mask and go for a run. From now on, to get rid of the seabed soldiers. I won't waste even a second. The moment I was just about to pick up the razor and move. Hey, catch him right now and throw him in the dungeon. There was one word from Gustav that stopped me from acting. Dungeon. I've never heard of such an option in Atlandum. Because the only place I visited in the first place was the center of the royal castle, the place where the king and dignitaries lived. Besides, I'm a Dungeon Jade fanatic by nature. Originally, no matter where you look for novels, comics, games, and movies, the main quest starts in the dungeon. The clues of the main quest start from a dark place rather than a distant place. I put on hold for a while on plans to crush the seabeds. As I smiled gloomily the entire time I was tied to the rope, the seabed soldiers escorting me flinched slightly. What is it? Do you like to be tied up? Have you seen such a pervert? Come to my room later, boy dollar. Oz and Judelope, sitting on my shoulders, also frowned. Bounds and confinement. Humans, do you like things like that? Pooh. I decided to ignore these two guys for the time being. How can a sparrow know the meaning of a phoenix? Asterisk. Chunk Young. The sound of the window closing. Hey, pervert. Quietly trapped there. Be there. Yeah, 'cause we're jail scary guards in this jail. Swag me. Hey, stranger. Garagara, locked up. Trapped in a prison, locked up. At the words of the last seabed soldier, there is silence in the prison for a moment. Oh. Hey, James. Oh my god. I'm creeped out, hey, using a classic hit song for a stranger's rhyme. Punchline. James, you so hot. Oh my sweet baby. The neck curry of acceptance given to Panjim Su. Sawekni. Thanks for the compliment, bro. Swag dash. Undersea people give each other high fives or shake their heads while clashing fists and shoulders. I thought as I touched my chin. Also, I can't understand the sap culture of those people before or after the return trip. However, they have no intention of tackling their own league, which is 10,000 meters away from the ground. Hey, no, where can I hang a lock like that? I want you to sleep. I cannot hear you. No, there. I don't want to be trapped if I put the lock properly. Yes, you will find hidden quests as well. Then the people of the sea quarrel among themselves. James, what are you doing? Don't accept it, let's go. If you keep listening to me, you will know that you are the best, like phase transition. Wow, Peter, could it be that phase transition, a phenomenon in which some of the physical properties change rapidly in the process of changing the parameters of the statistical mechanics system, is replaced by phase transition? Yeah. Jesus, May the tongue needles of former King Plachin be with you. Your tongue is like a viper. Fatal. Friends, come on, let's go. Today is a dance night. Okay. Shift, it's so love. Hey, children. Ah, wait. Come to think of it, I didn't put the lock on properly. Shutter. One of the bigger soldiers locked the big lock and turned around and looked at me. Stranger, I have endured it for a while, but it would be better to be quiet in the prison. We have locks. Unless it's telling you that it's not locked. As far as I have been. No, I won't take any questions. Uber. The undersea soldiers locked me in prison and went back home. It's a dog jam. It was a very boring and crazy fuss. One ring. At the same time, a beep sounded. You have entered the hidden dungeon Arlandum's undersea prison. The name of the first visitor is recorded in the Akashic records. Hey, look at this. After all, there is a first perk. As the first visitor to Akashic records, there is a harvest just by leaving a name in the book. Good. From here on, it's completely unknown territory. I took a deep breath and looked around. A small stone chamber measuring 4 by 4 square meters that is crushed by heavy water pressure. Of course, it is filled with cold seawater from the deep sea, and the bottom is everywhere. Wild seaweed is growing. Perhaps this is the only food provided to prisoners. The grates were spaced quite a bit apart, so a slim prisoner might be able to escape through the cracks in the grate. But that was not possible because of the spiky barnacles, oysters, and corals clinging to the grate. Oh, I'll use it right away if I pass by here. I frowned at the barnacles and oyster shells sticking out. Well, in my case, it doesn't really matter, as I have the characteristics of the devil's slime and Kraken's rift. Perhaps I am the only one imprisoned in Atlandum's prison before or after the return. Normal users have a friendly relationship with Atlandum, so it is unlikely that they will come here. Even if you are a Karma user, most of them will be expelled or cleaned up by the vigilante group. Would you like to wait? There are options that come up over time, so I quietly spent time in prison for a while. In the meantime, I carefully looked inside the prison. I lost, but I couldn't find anything special about it. In the empty stone chamber, only seaweed and water bubbles flutter. Near the corner where the wall, and floor meet, there was something like a mass of seashells and barnacles, but it just looked like an object that was part of the map. No, wait. Object? People who have died are usually curious to see the landmarks protruding on the map. I looked at the barnacles clinging to the corner of the prison. It was stuck in a corner, hardened like a very old limestone. Right. I tried to tap it with a razor a few times, but no response. Oh, is it really just part of the map? Well, you will know in time. I sprayed blood on this blunt mass, applied heat, put damage, and talked, but nothing came back. Lovers class 010-990X, XXXX. He even left graffiti, but nothing changed. Of course, no lover was saved. I have a feeling something is coming. But no matter how much you feel, you can't just spend your time here indefinitely. Gullion. I held my breath and covered my body with mucus. And using the power of the octopus, which can easily get through even narrow places, he tried to get out of the narrow and bumpy iron grate. Right then, the moment I shoved myself through the iron bars. Dream. The object that had just stood still before began to move. Drop it. Drop it. With the sound of barnacles, oyster shells, and corals being scraped off, something rose from the corner. Soon, a dark shadow of water looms over the prison floor. Kakik, hey, are you planning to leave jail? Surprisingly, it was a man. Under the worn-out captain's hat, instead of the 2 decayed gums, the teeth attached directly to the bone. It looks as if the corpse sunk into the deep sea has endured a very long time alone. It may look a little terrifying to face in this gloomy undersea prison, but... 5. What? Are you an NPC? Do you want a hidden quest? In the eyes of gamers, it is just a good quest vending machine. However, hidden quests given by hidden NPCs also have grades. There are job quests with only poor rewards, and honey quests with great rewards exist separately. After carefully examining the identity of the NPC that appeared in front of me, I would decline the job quest and escape the prison. It was a thought. However, what? This is pretty. The NPC's identity that was soon revealed was what made me very interested in it. Larrick, the drunkard in the prison. This child. It's a pretty familiar name. Worn Out Newbie. Chapter 589. Worn and Torn Newbie Chapter 589. Liquor of Larrick 4. Larrick, the drunkard in prison. A man known as the King of the Seas who ruled all the seas long ago, and a legendary pirate. Along with Chi Kai who led the Devil's Supper, he is the most famous Madoros in this worldview. It was also a very familiar name to me. Rum of Larrick /ingredients /D. The pearl that the pirate Larrick loved next to his life. It is one of the most powerful alcoholic beverages with an alcohol content of 105%. If you drink too much, you will become blind. See the real face of Atlandum. A potion you must drink. Because it was Lou Hrack who made this potion. Lyric got up from a corner of the prison and looked at me. Nice to meet you, brother. Why am I your brother? Isn't the sea the mother of all things? Now that we are in the same mother's womb, we are all brothers and sisters. Don't have it. Lyric grinned wildly. It looked quite bizarre, but it was a little funny because the words Lovers Class 010-990X, XXXX, engraved on the barnacle on his forehead every time he smiled rattled and trembled. Soon after, Lyric spoke to me. If you're thinking of escaping from here, won't you take me with you too? I'm stuck in this narrow place, and I'm going to die of boredom, yeah. I want a drink. I'm sorry, but I'm the only one who can get over the cage. Is it? It was a pity. Lyric licked his lips and began to murmur. If I succeed in jailbreaking, be sure to drink the alcohol you've made. If you can find it, that liquor is truly a famous drink in the world. If I could taste that drink again, I would have no wish. That 105-degree misconfiguration alcohol. When I asked, Lyric chuckled as he opened the shell attached to his neck instead of the missing lower jaw. Oh, you know? Well, it must have remained a legend by now, so you've probably heard of it. Oh, and not 105 degrees. It's 105%. Alcohol content and percentage are different concepts. Percentage, percent symbol, is the ratio of alcohol to the sum of water and alcohol as a percentage of 100. For example, if it is 25% alcohol, 75% water contains 25% alcohol. Then wouldn't the ratio be 75 to 25 or 3 to 1? That is, the ratio of alcohol to water is 0.3333. If we convert this to degrees, multiplied by 100 to 33.333333, it is also going to be. Then why is your alcohol 105%? Because it's supernaturally poisonous and supernaturally delicious. There are things in the world that cannot be explained by science. There are even more such things in this vast sea. After speaking, Lyric is slightly shivering. It became Lux. After talking, I'm even more drunk. Wouldn't it be great if you could taste the alcohol I made once again? Phew, but now it must be a vain wish. Where can I find those alcohols that are scattered all over the world? Or maybe they will be buried in the depths of the sea forever. By listening to him, I could immediately predict what would happen next. Tiling, you found a hidden quest. Hard quest, Lyric's poison, Dujail. Conditions for hidden quest, ATL. Those imprisoned in Random's undersea prison. Hidden quest completion condition, LEC. Rocks Rum 2 to 1. Can only be performed by those who have completed the hidden quest Nightmare of the Deep Sea. I received the hidden quest like this. Even gamers can complete their favorite moment as soon as they receive a quest. I've had 3 bottles of Lyric's rum in the past. One of them was drunk in Atlandum, and 2 of them remain intact. At that time, you did a good job of bringing whatever you could get. I'm glad I have plenty of spare time. I took a bottle of Lyric's rum from my inventory and handed it to him. Then Lyric's eyes widened when he saw the bottle I was handing over. I was so surprised that the crabs and shrimps contained in it jumped out. Unbelievable. Oh my gosh, where did you get this drink? Lyric almost cried and jumped, snatching the bottle from my hand. Then, without waiting for my answer, he put his mouth on the spout of the bottle. Bum bum. Lyric snorts loudly. I admired it. Hey, are you drinking that bitter drink? Do you find this drink bitter? I see a lot of bitter taste in life, so it feels sweet. After speaking, Lyric raised the bottle about half high. Wet. I stopped laughing at that pretentious toast. But Lyric, who was half drunk, began to sip the rest of his drink, noticing where his initial momentum had gone. Mr. Lyric, why did your drinking speed suddenly slow down? Have you ever eaten one, and it is more poisonous than you think, so you break it and drink it? Oh no. No way. I'm running out of alcohol, so I'm saving it. Originally, I was just doing 1 shots, but it's a waste. I have another bottle of wine. Don't spare it and eat it like before. Is that so? No. However, you should drink it while savoring the taste. Well, did you just sneak a sip of seawater? Isn't it poisonous and diluted with water? Not really? Didn't you drink water? Not really. Lyric shook his head with a natural expression on his face and quietly got up from his seat. Mr. Lyric, are you going to the bathroom now? Not really. Isn't it hard to pee because you drink a lot of water? Not really. Not really. Are you going to wash your face? After taking a few sips of rum, Lyric was struck by a blaze at the end of the prison. After walking in and out of the closet, he suddenly fell ill and lay on the floor of the prison. Whoa, it's been a long time since I ate, so I can't drink alcohol. Mr. Lyric, aren't you a good drinker? No, It's because I couldn't sleep until late last night, so I'm not in good physical condition. In my old days, I used to sit down and drink from the box. I piled it up and drank it. Judelope frowns because of the strong smell of alcohol coming from Larrick's mouth, which is bluffing. Well, anyway, Larrick thanked me. Thanks. I never thought I'd be able to drink this drink again in my lifetime. What? I also got it by accident. What? Okay, that's really weird. It wouldn't have been easy to find this drink. It was so delicious that people who wanted to go home were lined up. Larrick closed his eyes and recalled the past. The days when I was free when I flew around the sea with a sword. Haha, as a story from hundreds of years ago. Group. Even if the ship didn't sink one rainy night while fighting looters who rushed for alcohol. Soon, a hot stream of water began to flow from his deep-seated eye sockets. I want to drink this drink again, even once, so I have lived like this without dying and not being able to attain enlightenment. But now I have no free time in my life. I can pay comfortably. Eventually, Larrick's body began to slowly fade. Now that you have relaxed, you are about to become a Buddha. Larrick slowly, like a ghost, melted into the atmosphere. Finally, he lifted his head and looked at me. Thank you so much for letting me taste this drink again. But you, where did you get this drink? A black market in the Middle East? Northern bandits? Southern scammers? Eastern outlaws? The savages of the West? What lucky bastards got my drink? But I had to shrug my shoulders at his question. Were you there? Hearing my answer, Larrick immediately gave a blank expression. I explained once again. It remained sunk. Your stomach and your drinks. What? It wouldn't be possible. How many things came down to that deep sea and tried to steal my drink? Could it be that those treasured wines have been preserved there for so many years? Larrick blinked his eyes in disbelief. I kindly explained again. The gatekeeper who protects your alcohol must be strong. Hearing my words, Larrick tilted his head as if he did not understand what I meant. Moment. Larrick's eyes widened as if torn apart. It was a much more rapid emotional change than when I had been drinking before. Oh, maybe that being called the gatekeeper isn't that a cute little crab? Indeed. I can't. How much time has passed? I can't believe it. I pondered for a while. Obviously, the crab guarding Larrick's liquor is far from cute and small. However, historically, before Larrick was imprisoned, or even when he was alive and sailing on the sea, the story was convincing enough. As I nodded, Larrick collapsed on the spot and cried. Oh, he's the only one who's guarding that liquor. Still me. Didn't forget. Oh, what a foolish bastard. My friend W. At the same time, memories of Larrick rush into me. When I play the video on the screen that appears in front of me, the past of Larrick from a long time ago, when I was young, is played back. A majestic ship sailing on the blue waves. A young and ferocious Larrick. Of course, it seems that he didn't drink well even at this time. And a small crab that was drawn to the smell of making alcohol. Larrick and a small crab quarreling in front of a keg. Sometimes a Larrick kicks a small crab into the sea, and sometimes a small crab pinches a sleeping Larrick's toes. Larrick handed the cup to the little crab, asking if he wanted to drink so much. Larrick chuckled as he watched the small crab emptying the glass in one shot. Larrick thanked him for recognizing the taste of his drink, and shrugging little crabs. Larrick and the sailors dance happily together while drinking alcohol, and a small crab dancing the scissors dance. Larrick, who drinks, sings and dances every day, and the little crab that's always next to it. On a stormy night, Lilac fights against the raiders who have come to steal alcohol, and little crabs shivering. A Larrick fit for a knife instead of a small crab, and a small crab watching Larrick, who wanted to keep alcohol while he was being hit by a knife and falling into the sea. All these memories pass by like a panorama. Sutsutsu. Larrick's body, which had faded on the spot, suddenly became clear again. Also, from his hazy eyes, a bright hump suddenly began to erupt again. I still can't pay? Could you possibly help me? A hidden quest that follows suddenly. Of course, there is no reason to refuse. Worn Out Newbie. Chapter 590. Worn and Torn Newbie Chapter 590. Liquor of Larrick 5. In fact, it wasn't that difficult to escape from here. Whoops. With just one fist imbued with Mammon's power, it can crush iron bars and walls. 5. Shh. What's going on? Prisoner, turn up. I escaped. Suin swag dash. Undersea soldiers utter incomprehensible words and fall into a panic. Yoke. Brother, you are doing quite a bit. It's like seeing me in my prime. Larrick was following me closely. I sprinted through the narrow road of the undersea prison. Because I too have a body with the characteristics of the deep sea, my movement in the water was as free as my movement on the ground. Anything that stands in the way is overflowing with power enough to crush everything. Pop. Puff. Quagic. A scallop with a hard shell, A sea urchin with sharp thorns, a 5-armed Bulgasari, etc. blocked me, but their ranks were at most A-class. All of them were just a handful of experience points. Then, hey, someone calls me. A voice like the rubbing of 2 bumpy stones scratched my eardrums. When I turned my head, I saw numerous hands protruding from among the bars of the prison on both sides of the one-way hallway, struggling towards me. It was like seeing the tentacles of sea anemones longing for food. Get me out too. Oh, get us out. I will never forget this grace. As some began to scream, the prison quickly became a chaos of screaming prisoners. Symbol 4885. This prisoner. Lively. I cry out. When hungry, take out this prisoner and eat it. Now, it's not an opportunity that comes every day. Cheap. Prison cleanup. Closed. The prisoner is crazy. Big release event for today only. Solitary room is an open door. Solitary room is open for. Moo-woo-woo. Eventually, the prisoners came to start their own PR, asking for them to be taken out. Open this iron cage right now. Otherwise, I'll kill them all. Kiki, I have to go out and dig oil. You must take revenge. I don't have time to be here. Just give me 3 seconds. Please open it. I hold my breath until you open it. Hadash. Numerous prisoners on the verge of explosion. Posture looking at me. A choice appeared here. Will you release other prisoners besides me? There's no reason to think twice. Pack on. Gang. I just raised my fist and rest. All the iron bars were also broken. Then the prisoners who had been imprisoned in the depths of the undersea prison were released into the world at once. Ha. I am free. I'll kill you, Flayton. Oh. I am Ahab. I owe you. Please come to Hahi anytime. It's finally jailbreaking. Gustav the Saw Shark. I'm going to hit and kill this guy. Prisoners of various appearances were scattered in all directions. A beast with a camel's head and a white cloth wrapped around his body. A cephalopod with several legs. A vicious pirate from a previous generation with only skeletons left. I wish there were a lot of different NPCs trapped here. How big is the aftermath of sending those troublemakers out into the world? What do you know? The greater the causality of the worldview, the greater the proportion involved in the main story, the better. Isn't that the romance of heavy gamers and gamers? Well, I don't know, but it won't hurt me. I will do the work and Gustav will do the work for me. Just as expected. Just before I left the prison entrance and crossed the walls of Atlandum, a thunderbolt-like castle was aimed at my back. Oz, who was sitting on my shoulder, grinned as if he was having fun. Human, debris-like undersea people are flocking in. Pooh. Oh no, it's not rubbish remarks. Now, I was wrong. Stop hitting me. Anyway, the people of the sea are flocking here. I let Oz and Judy Lope go away for a moment before turning my head away. Indeed, the undersea men led by the enraged Gustav lead the proud 8th Fleet of Atlandum and pursue me. Thing was seen. Most of the prisoners who escaped from the dungeon were caught and hung on the bow. Oh, it's been a while, 8th Fleet. The sailing ships that I once commanded in the war against the Kraken, of course, have a clear idea of where and what items are loaded. Whoops. Cannonballs from ship number 2 hit me. As soon as I hit it, I bounced it back with reflection damage. Puff. The reflected damage I shot pierced the side of ship number 1 and stirred up the gunpowder inside it. Whoops. Ship number 1 is tilted to the side, and the iron rods loaded on its side pierce the opposite side and protrude. It was caught on the railing of ship number 3 as it was, and the 2 ships went out of their way and started to wobble. Bang. Buzzing. It was very impressive to see the 2 ships sinking in Jeffel. Gustav, who was in the front, trembled and cried. Mobilize the entire fleet. From now on, I will promulgate that guy's disaster bell as a Kraken class. The whole nation of a country that decided to catch me is moving. In other words, it is treated as an S-class monster. In any case, it wasn't a bad decision. Not long ago, Chilguita-class Death Knight. What I learned from being 1:1 with a monster is that my full power is equal to that of a monster with the highest level of risk grade S rank. Among S-class monsters, a strong Kraken would be able to compete quite well with me. Gustav, you have eyes to see. I grinned and spurred my feet. 8 of Atlandum, which can compete with the Kraken if it is normal. You can fight on an equal footing with a fleet, but I didn't want to go into a fight that didn't make any sense while trying to get my strength out of here. I wonder what special perks they will give me if I win here. Are you trying to get the throne of Atlandum? If so, is it a huge benefit after taking into account taxes? But today, my purpose is to hunt fixed S+ grade monsters. To be honest, I am not very interested in the kingship of Atlandum, which has no merit other than making money. If it's money, I'm still making a lot of money. In addition to the reward for catching Mammon, proceeds from various competitions, and raid YouTube videos, donations, taxes from monopolizing the rope ladder of the Abyss Terminal, various CF advertisement fees, the proceeds from disposing of other Jap items at the auction house, Red Moon Stock Rice Cake Award, etc. If it was money, I already made a lot of rotten money. Therefore, here I do. I moved my body in a zigzag motion, disturbing the movement of the fleet. Bang! Whoops! Puff! The heavy ships hesitate for fear of shelling each other. Tired Gustav shouted a wail. What are you doing? There is only one enemy. That butt. You mean vomit on the king's words? But if I don't do this, Gustav-chan won't look after me. Gustav looked at the receiver on the ship with a puzzled expression on his face. Even so, the voice that is ringing through the pipe right now is me, the voice of the deceased. Can you hear me? Your network has already been hacked by me. The structure of this ship is clear in my mind. I pierced a hole in the loudspeaker pipe with a sharp edge and put my mouth on it. Where are you? But it is impossible to pinpoint my location by the hum inside the pipe. I remembered Gustav's voice clearly and went to the other boat and dug a hole in the pipe in the same way. You idiots, it's right. Goo woo woo. Imitating Gustav's voice moderately, the boat leaned to the side. Oh. The voice echoing through the rusty tube is difficult to discern. It's on the left. No, it's right. Ugh no, it's on the left after all. Go backwards, you backward country bastards. To the left. You didn't mean to go. Right side. Left. Beat it with the left. Turn right. Little kid, cross the line, cross over, and abandon the boat. After turning 15 laps with an elephant's nose in place. Eat the ruler with your mouth only. I actually enjoy dressing up in secret places. This is a manly behavior that only men can do. The ships were thrown into chaos at the random orders. Gustav eventually drew attention to the fleet by firing cannons at the sky. Fist. Fist. I'm not going to give orders to the pipes of other ships. No, you idiots. Wake. But the whole area is already in chaos. Now, we got on the wrong current and crashed into each other, causing a commotion. Swim. Better swim and catch it. Catch him. However, it is almost impossible to catch up with me in the water because I create turbulence and disturb the current. Gurgling, rumbling slash. I buried myself over the swirling vortex and escaped their sight in an instant. Let's see you dash. A typical third-class villain's lines. Gustav screams, only echoes faintly. Lyric chuckled. That's great, brother. Stupid Platchun. No, Gustav was very flamboyant. A guy like that should die instantly. It is said that what is born in the same sea comes from the same boat. Aren't Gusta's brothers, then? Ha ha ha, that's a good point. But I'm far away, ha hey. Hi. And Gustav is from Shanghai here. I have a different stomach, so my mother is different too. Therefore, he and I are not brothers. Lyric laughs and pats me on the back. Shanghai and Xiaohai. I thought about the boundaries of the sea that Lyric divides. Shanghai, which is generally known as a deep-sea map by users, is, on the other hand, Hahi, where even its existence is unknown. However, there are clearly unknown areas in Shanghai, which is mostly known compared to the lower sea. The place I am going to go to today is the undiscovered area. Well, anyway, I take him. Headed to the tomb of soloists. This is because clearing Lyric's hidden quest was the first. The place where Lyric's ship sank, the tomb where Lyric's wines are sleeping. When I just went around the seaweed dome, past the colony of 6 corals, and arrived at the tomb of Sakju. Dada? I had to face an unexpected sight. Whoa. A light earthquake hits with an explosion. The tomb of the soloist was shaking violently by lightning. Electricity and fire, rocks and ice were raging wildly in one place, creating a tornado. Ayaka Akasada and the Japanese rankers led by her were attacking the tomb of Solo. God, I thought we would never meet. I'm sure I'll find and attack the tomb of this poison among many dungeons on this wide, deep-sea map. I guess I underestimated her too much. Whoa. Woojijijik. The bombardment of wizards pouring down in the distance. And in the midst of the explosion was a being who was bravely resisting. Hellwheel giant crab. This guy has been using the carapace, which has grown and hardened over the years, as a shield. They were protecting the wines of the old Lyric. With your whole body covered in scars and blood, stay silent. Be honest, stand firm, stand upright. Hot tears welled up in Lyric's eyes when he saw the crab shells slowly collapsing by all kinds of magic. Oh, my friend, Gestalt. I thought I was a bit awake for a crab name. But what should I do? Should I help? Worn Out Newbie. Chapter 591. Worn and Torn Newbie Chapter 591. Liquor of Lyric 6. Meanwhile, the raid team led by Ayaka Akasada was about to attack the boss monster in front. Whoa, 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 whoa. The octocasting Akasada casts fire, wind, ice, grass, rock, electricity, darkness, and light magic at the same time. At the same time, the 20 wizards following her also emit powerful team-fighting magic. Waibara and Yamakami were also very fierce, and Dill was firmly inserted. Blah 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 blah. The sentences guarding the tomb of Solo are getting weaker. Helldrunk Snow Crab, Class A. / Characteristics. Water, Deep Sea, Main Explosion. Habitat, Tomb of Sukju Dunga. Size, 4.5 m. A small crab that used to follow the ship of the pirate Larrick and drink from him. A long time passed, and Larrick died, but this crab was given away by a friend. I will always remember the taste of the booze. He is still waiting for Larrick, who has not yet arrived, and is guarding the rum he left behind. It was originally guarded here. It looks like it has evolved into a higher species now, but the behavior is the same. Still, to protect his alcohol, he is attacked with his bare body, and rather than attacking by swinging his large claws, he was concentrating on defense. Even if the crab shell breaks and the intestines leak out, even if the leg is cut off and the blue blood oozes out, even if the eyeballs burst and the antennae are torn off, the guy endures and perseveres. Actually, I was in such a bad state that I couldn't understand how much I could have endured in the first place. Akasada looked at the crab tanking all the magic right in front of her. I narrowed my eyes. Why do A+ grade monsters have such high stamina and defense? It's as if someone beat him to the ground and then left without grabbing him on purpose. Occasionally, there are boss monsters whose defense or stamina increases as they get hit. I wondered if the giant crab in front of me was a monster belonging to that kind. Whoops. Pop. Woojajik. The giant crab moves its broken, shattered, and crumbling body to kick out intruders. It felt as if he could never give up the treasures behind this even if he died. A different dimension from the general dungeon protector, a desperate will and momentum. But that's over now. Just fall down. Akasada poured out her final magic. A burst deal put together by numerous wizards and dealers in her firepower, which is ranked number 1 in Japan's integrated rankings. No matter how much A+ level elite monsters were, they couldn't stand it any longer. A hot flame boils the surrounding water and wraps around the crab's body. An electric current that maximized its power in the water was beating on the shell. And after that, ice and grass, steel, poison, rocks, etc. Everything in the world is trying to break this crab. Wuzik Wujik. The last shell protecting the crab's body broke, and the soft internal organs began to burst out. In the case of a normal monster, this is not unusual even if it is judged to be dead. But nevertheless, the crab desperately resisted by swinging its claws. It's as if you'll never be able to open the dungeon behind you. This is the first time a monster has tried so desperately to protect a dungeon. Yeah, it's artificial intelligence. What a good treasure are you hiding? Are you looking forward to it? Let's kill him quickly. Players used confirmed kills to kill the crab. Again, enormous firepower flew towards the crab. Right then, there was a monster that suddenly broke into the battlefield. Puff pop pop pop. It was not enough to block all the Japanese players' attacks. It even bounced back. Ugh. All players, including Akasada, swallowed the wind with their eyes wide open. It is the law of reaping what you sow. Before their eyes, all the attacks they had just fired were returning. Whoa, 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 whoa. The earth is turned over, and the heavy sun is running wild in all directions. Ah, what is this? Is that just your attack? Are you back? What deflected my magic? The players looked beyond the thick dust with a puzzled expression. Soon, the currents blew, the sand dust lifted, and the monster appeared. Hi, comma. A majestic naked man, standing water from the deep sea to the deep sea floor. It's me, Korean Ranker. Ayaka Akasada looked at me and narrowed her eyes. Naturally, she doesn't seem to recognize me. I was relatively gentle with Akasada because I had a pretty good relationship when he was the Demon King. I'm sorry, but I will protect this crab from now on. As you listen to me, you hear a squeak behind you. Perhaps it is the moving harmony of Larrick, who is supporting the fallen crab. I generously sprinkled the potion from the waist toward the crab that was lying down and moaning behind her. This is a high-grade potion that I was going to use in times of crisis. Giga gi gi gi. The crab's health gauge fills up. The cracked and broken carapace was healing thicker and harder. Of course, other players, including Akasada, strongly protested my actions. Ah, you're restoring that bastard crab. How hard we worked to catch it. Men and horses. What is this? What? It's a clabbered. But I was only shrugging my shoulders. I have to explain this. From the point of view of those who do not know my quest, it will only be seen as a deliberate act of trolling and obstruction. Moreover, Did you say that the name of the crab behind that is crab stall is evolving? It was obvious that it would be difficult to explain even more because the existing historical explanation disappeared. In other words, as monsters evolved, hidden quests became more and more difficult to perform. So it is really difficult to explain it to those here. So I chose to go straight to the easy way rather than go back to the hard way. If you twist, you know. I lifted the razor and drew a long gold in the center of the sand saw. It means that if you fall over, you will die. I spoke in a dignified manner. If you are confident, go ahead. Now in front of my prestige they sway. It will tremble and retreat. I thought so. However, I underestimated the strength and courage of Ayaka Akasada. Please die. She quickly drew a beast and poured 8 elemental magics on me. What? In a reaction different from my expectations, Gold was bewildered. Haha, the overwhelming power they know of belongs to King Madong, not to the deceased. Hey, I'm leaving when this happens. I shrugged. I can't help it, but I have no choice but to show off my skills. I kick off the sandbar and into the air, jumped up, and using the power of Oz, I reflected all the magic that flew at me as a target. Puff, 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 puff. At the same time, it began to suck up the blood of nearby wounded people due to its embracing characteristics and blood predator characteristics. Ugh, that guy sucks blood. Isn't it similar to the Dark Lord's ability? Stop the blood. Some wizards hit the wall of fire and boil the blood sucked into the air. But it didn't matter. Keep going. Keep going. Keep going. Besides the Japanese players, there were many targets for vampires. From the bottom of the sandbar, blue and white blood is drawn out and hops to me. They were low-level monsters hiding under the sand. This child. On a pervert theme, Waibara and Yamakami swung their weapons at me. But I'm the two of them with the gooey mucus coating their naked bodies. The weapon was enchanted and completely covered in slime, causing the floor to roll. Goo. Sticky. It's slippery. Me, Mechakucha asterisk. Everyone is astonished to see that the raid's main dealer, even with national team-level skills, will retire in less than a second. Of course, the same goes for Ayaka Akasada. No, that's absurd. How could a non-professional have this kind of power? She was looking at me with a look of surprise itself. That's the expression I had when I was overwhelmingly defeated by King Ma Dong in the past. I glanced down and glanced at the players lying on the bottom of the sandbar. And he spoke briefly. Are you kidding me? Or is it not? It is a question that has been answered in the first place. The Japanese players who heard me started to look at each other. Since he has been running a giant crab raid and has limited stamina and mana, there is no room for another battle against a newly emerged ranker with unknown skills. Yet, the representative, Ayaka Akasada, stood up, staring at the empty mana barrel. I will just go, she said with an angry expression on her teeth. This world is basically a weak, 6.5 meal, what I am sending you as it is. It's just realizing that it's a situation in which you should feel grateful. The moment I nod my head and turn around. Wait, Akasada is calling me. She asked me in a trembling voice. Aren't you a Korean amateur? Right. As soon as I answered, she seemed to think for a moment. After a while, Akasada asked me, have you ever competed with King Ma Dong? Quite a long time ago, I did a broadcast with a special feature of the deceased Dima Dongwon. At that time, the result of the big match, which was wonderfully created by the mirror strategy using the doppelganger, was a draw. After recording 1 win and 1 loss to each other, the third time they both died at the same time, it was a painting made up. As I nodded, Akasada opened her mouth with a trembling voice. Now are you stronger than King Ma Dong? Well, what should I answer? After thinking a bit, I answered, I'm not fighting with friends. But if I had to ask, do you want to go to the rain? In fact, it is an issue in which superiority cannot be clearly distinguished. The deceased is specialized in 1:1 PvP or single boss monster raids, and the Demon King is a character specialized in large-scale raids, or battlefields such as in 1 PvP and siege battles. If I knew that King Ma Dong was my daughter-in-law, I would be stunned. It's a secret that can't be revealed now, even if someday I don't know. Meanwhile, Akasada muttered quietly in a trembling voice. I thought I caught up on my own. It seems that he still has complicated thoughts about King Ma Dong. Come on, I don't have time. Leave quickly, this is a raid-restricted area from now on. I swung the razor and spoke under high pressure. The desolation of the devastated battlefield. Otherwise, read Akasada, who confirmed that no one of the team members had died, had no choice but to retreat with a bitter taste. A non-professional amateur is like that. There are a lot of really strong people in Korea. Seeing what Akasada, who is ranked number 1 in Japan, is saying, I can feel the cider melted in the soup. I tried to say, Don't ignore Korea again. I felt like I was going, so I held on. Now, shall we collect the hidden quest rewards? Lyrac and Gestalt. It's time to watch the demise of the two friends who are reuniting behind them. Worn Out Newbie. Chapter 592. Worn and Torn Newbie Chapter 592. Liquor of Lyrac, 7. Lovers Class 010-990X, XXXX. Lyrac has a strange graffiti on his forehead. He stood in front of an old friend. I was driven to the brink of death and then finally recovered. He is also an old friend. Stood in front of the ward. Phew. A cold current blows between them. Lyrac was the first to open his mouth. Stupid guy. If I wait so recklessly, will the dead come back? Then the crab lifts its heavy claws and slams it towards the floor. Soon, hot tears welled up in the eyes of the two men. Hey, you stupid bastard. What is this drink? Lyrac and Gay ran after a month and hugged each other tightly. It was a lot of hard work, a lot of trouble, too. Stalt, this guy has grown so much. The guy who used to only have nails. Goo and Lyrac burst into tears at each other. The rum piled up behind it, covered in dust and mud, had stood still for hundreds of years. Although, of course, I did a few bottles. Lyrac wiped away his tears and runny nose and entered the tomb of the poison drinker. Gestalt was guiding that Lyrac to the chest with a sullen look. Sparkle. As the piles of mud and dust are removed, the amber-colored rum appears in a transparent glass bottle. Oh, as it is. Everything was the same on that stormy night. Unbelievable. The drunkard Lyrac and his little crab, Gestalt, roamed the liquor store with joy. Let's drink. Drinking today? This bastard, this little crab bastard. You drink too. Huh. Can you grab the bottle spout with those big claws? Ha 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 ha. Okay, drink. Let's all drink and get drunk together like before. Lyrac put a bottle of rum in his mouth and a bottle of Gestalt in his mouth. Give. Wet. And then he blows a bottle and sips a drink. Oh yeah. And at the same time, they both bowed their backs and vomited. Not drinking alcohol is the same for both. In front of the tomb of alcoholic beverages, I only smile while looking at these old drinks and the friendship of those who have been around for a long time. Then, tiling. A beep sounded in my ear. You have cleared the hidden quest, Lyrac's poison, Duju. NPC/prison drunk, Lyrac. Favorability is at max. Monster/hell wheel giant crab. Sensitivity is at max. The reward will be paid. Reward, Shanghai's last beauty. Exploration zone unlocked. When I heard that, I opened my eyes wide. What is Shanghai? It contrasts with the low sea. Concept. So what else is Hahe? It is, of course, a concept in contrast to injury. Come on, stop playing with puns. From now on, it is necessary to analyze the map in which I am going to catch fixed S+ level monsters in a little more detail. In general, the worldview of Deus Ex Machina is built on the basis of the flat Earth theory. Centering on the largest middle continent, the western continent with dense jungle, the eastern continent with hot deserts, the southern continent with a mild tropical climate, and the northern continent with a cold glacier stretch in a cross shape. And around these 5 continents, a huge sea with numerous islands spreads out. This huge sea is the boiling sea of the eastern continent, the obese sea of the western continent. It is divided into the breathing sea of the southern continent and the severe sea of the northern continent. The boiling sea, which is always boiling by the burning heat. Due to the fertile soil and abundant nutrition of erosion, the Ob Sea, which is always in excess of nutrients. The harsh sea, which is always cold under the influence of cryogenic cold water and glaciers. So clear and transparent. A resting sea that even can breathe. Together, these 4 seas are called Shanghai and are well known to NPCs and players. Except for 2 places. There are only 2 unexplored areas in Shanghai, where most of them are known. One is the passage to the under the sea, the low sea, an unknown absolute abyss that has never been known to anyone. And the other one is the district where the king of Shanghai lives. Reward. The ban on the last unexplored area in Shanghai. I paid attention to the message in the status window. Let's see. Shanghai's last beauty. Exploration area. I don't know about the players of the present age, but the world's oceans are divided into only 2 systems. As I said before, Shanghai and Hahe are exactly that. Then, since the entrance to the lower sea does not belong to Shanghai, there is no way to say that it is the last unexplored area in Shanghai. So what does that message mean? As follows. The road has been opened to meet the king of Shanghai. That's a good thing, because I finally found the route I want. I didn't know I could break through the road without engaging the fleet of Atlandum. I looked at Lyrac and Gestalt in the distance and grinned. By the way, no, When is the road going to open? I was a little perplexed. No matter how much I wait, not a single hole in the ground appears in front of me, let alone a portal. Where the hell is the road to see the king of Shanghai open? What is this? The road is open, but doesn't that mean you're taking me there? If there was a way to the king of Shanghai somewhere I didn't know, well, what would that mean? That moment when you realize that something strange is going on in your head. Yeah, oh. Suddenly, a thunderbolt-like scream rang in my ear. Looking for something, I turned my head to see a lot of sea-bottom soldiers swimming towards me in the distance. Gustav the Sawfish and his men. Oh, you are persistent. Did you follow me all the way here? It was a car that didn't feel good when the hidden quest was cleared. Akisada Akya and the others had disappeared, so I had the urge to run around wearing a picaresque mask. However, this child, hold on tight. I'm going to grind the bone breakers and crab shells over there. Even those inconspicuous bottles of liquor piled up. Gustav was cunning. He released the undersea men armed with bows and crossbows, cannons and javelins, and besieged Lyric and Gestalt. I crossed my arms and thought a little. If they move now, Lyric and Gestalt, after a long absence, will be destroyed in the bombardment as it is. But for the friendship of NPCs and monsters, I can't die, can I? It's very difficult. Are there any other options in the world? Gustav the Sawfish smiled meanly and showed his teeth towards me. I don't know how you found out. I will never forgive the sin of disclosing my hobbies of dressing up as a woman. Was that the reason you were pursuing desperately? When I'm scratching my head. Brother, don't worry about us. Come on, run away. In the distance, I could hear Lyric, captured by the undersea men, shouting at me. Seeing that Gestalt is also struggling with the people of the sea, not like a monster, he worries about Lyric's well-being. Seemed to be. Gustav looked at me and smiled. If only you were gently caught, I might be able to spare some of these pyramids. I stroked my chin for a moment. So what are you going to do with me? If you're going to kill me, you can't hold me like this. I'm sorry for Lyric and Gestalt, but what? But Gustav only laughs. What? I am a humane king except for cephalopods. They don't kill life uncontrollably. I'll lock you up so you can't escape again. It doesn't matter that much. Because I can get out no matter how small a hole is. I know. Hold me quietly instead. Don't touch Lyric and Gestalt. I mean, it's been a while. I promise. In front of all the soldiers here, in honor of the king. Gustav, despite his bluffing, is a castle that values his own honor terribly. It didn't seem like he was going to promise a lie as much as he was. Soon, the seabed soldiers aimed their spears and bows and drove Lyric and Gestalt away. Brother, I can't. Their punishment is terrible. Lyric resisted to the end and called me, but he could not resist the strong hand of the people of the seabed. Gestalt follows Lyric, noticing whether he is worried about such a Lyric. Yet, I was left alone on the sandbar. Chuck, 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 Chuck. The undersea people completely surrounded me like that. The entire 8th Fleet, powerful enough to even capture the Kraken, surrounded me. Soon, Gustav smiled and said, Fufufu, hello? Imprison the criminal now. I nodded my head with a casual expression. Anyway, I'm a master of escaping, and I'm not afraid of any prison. However, things are going in a direction I didn't foresee. Started to. Iron shit. There was no time for me to react, so the 2 seamen came and covered me with huge irons. I was startled that my vision had gone dark for a moment. One thing that surrounds me. It was a large prefabricated iron ball. What? If that's the case, then I can't go out, right? There were no very small holes or gaps in the iron ball, so even with the crack characteristics of the Kraken, it could not be penetrated. Boo. I tried to smash it with Mammon's gauntlet to avoid breaking it. Tiling. This item is indestructible. I hear a beep that shouldn't be heard. My facial expression hardens. Sometimes in games. As a player, he fell into the worst trap and had to delete the character without getting out of it. Did you do something wrong with this? The regret of seeing Atlandum too sparsely crosses my brain for a brief moment. Then, Gustav's laughter was heard outside the iron ball. Phew-hoo-hoo-hoo. Don't make me regret what I've been up to. Hello. Throw this guy into the depths. Then another submarine, the lieutenant, is heard asking. Sire, this is the deepest place, so how do you throw this iron ball into the depths? The deepest place in Shanghai is the underwater city of Atlandum. First off, officially. You idiot. Somewhere deeper than here. There is one. It was only then that I understood Gustav's intentions. And where I'm going. Shanghai's only unexplored area. Blue Hell class. The nest where the Kraken lived. Before or after the return, I will be thrown into an unknown abyss that no player has been able to enter. Only me alone. Worn Out Newbie. Chapter 593. Worn and Torn Newbie Chapter 593. King of Shanghai 1. It is said that there was one peculiar punishment in ancient Rome. After making a large iron ball with an empty interior, the imprisoned prisoner is imprisoned. After that, the iron ball is loaded into the deep sea. It is the punishment of drowning it. The prisoner in the iron ball struggles with the fear of sinking into the sea, but he can never come out of the tightly welded iron ball, even if he scratches until his nails are worn out and fall out. As you go deeper into the sea, the water pressure becomes stronger, and the iron ball becomes more and more distorted and narrow, and the prisoner is crushed by the pressure of the iron balls. However, most prisoners do not survive the hour-long journey into the deep sea and either go crazy or suffocate to death. In the darkness of the deep sea, where there is nothing, slowly, very slowly, crushed by a feeling of extreme closure. Loud sound from outside. I was now trapped in an iron ball, sinking deeper and deeper. Tiling. A beep sounds in your ear. You have entered the hidden dungeon Blue Hole. Current location, Blue Hole entrance. The name of the first visitor is Akashic. Will be recorded in the record. First visitor, dead people. I took my first step into the last unexplored area of Shanghai, an unknown area that no player has ever entered in the history of the game as far as I know. Let's see. This dungeon must have been the place where the Kraken lived, right? As far as I know, this deep dungeon is divided into a total of 9 underground burrows. 1. Entrance. 2. Shallow area 1. 3. Shallow zone 2. 4. Middle zone D. 5. Middle zone 2. 6. Deep zone D. 7. Deep zone 2. 8. Choi Simchungbu. 9. Bottom. Of course, I'm not sure because I've never been inside. Just to catch the Kraken. You can only approximate the structure of the dungeon through the notification sounds that come out of the blue hole when you go. Well, that's the story before the cataclysm. A perm island that fell from the sky caused as much change as the fall of a meteorite during the Permian period. As the topography of the ground has changed, the topography of the sea floor has also changed significantly. Would have suffered. The current appearance of the inside of the blue hell may have changed a lot from when I was playing Kraken Raid. After the cataclysm, the real masters of the sea have appeared, so the Kraken must have been reduced to a mid-boss. Originally, the Kraken was ranked 3rd in the ranking of sea creatures. There are 2 more beings in this sea that are much stronger than the gigantic deep-sea monster, and one of them is the King of Shanghai that I am aiming for today. The problem is, Logioti time limit, 167 hours, 57 minutes, 16 seconds. The total logout limit is 168 hours, which is a whopping 7 days. Surprisingly, I couldn't log out for even a second during the week when this iron ball sank to the bottom of the deep sea. It's really too much. With the sap ringer and nutritional patch system installed in the capsule, the body will probably be able to withstand it. As long as you sleep in the game, there is no problem with survival itself. But in the narrow and dark deep sea, repeating the sinking to the depths of the ocean for a week is mentally damaging, even if you are standing still. Even in this space, conversations with other people and other internet surfing are all limited, so you really have to be trapped in the darkness itself. Even communication with pets such as Oz and Judelope is completely blocked. Are you going crazy like this? Many university hospitals have strict limits on how long a person can be alone in the dark. As a result of various experiments, those who were locked up in a small room alone without turning on the light gave up on the experiment and ran away despite a large amount of compensation. All of them look like the ideal Middle Ages. That's my case right now. Even though it was a mission with a fixed S+ level monster, it was difficult to bear this dreadful feeling and darkness. Is the Blue Hell dungeon designed for this purpose? It's very tough from the start of the attack. This is the first dungeon that is so difficult to enter. If I hadn't seen the time remaining in my eyes, I'd probably have gone crazy right away. Maybe. Crackle slash. A swarm of foam is heard outside the water. I was trapped in a narrow metal ball where I couldn't tell whether my eyes were closed or open, and I tried to gauge the depth of the abyss I was sinking into. 4.4 meters deep. Depth of standard diving pool. 10 meters deep. The depth at which a diver who dives into the sea feels like drinking a martini cocktail while intoxicated with compressed nitrogen in an oxygen tank. 20 meters deep. Depth where there is a coral reef colony and a diver feels drunk as if he drank 2 martinis. 30 meters deep. Huge currents formed by the convergence of hot and cold currents. The depth where seagrass forests exist and where most living things live. The section where the diver drinks his 3rd martini. 40 meters deep. Deep in the water where Niagara Falls falls. I feel like I drank 4 martinis. E is a depth that dulls the body and boosts confidence. The submersible limit of recreational scuba diving. The depth of the deepest swimming pool in the world. 60 meters deep. The depth at which humans hallucinate. The depth at which killer whales usually live and the depth at which submarines go. 70 meters deep. The depth where whale sharks live. The depth at which humans experience fainting, fear, and confusion beyond hallucinations. 90 meters deep. The depth of the sinking of the wreck of the Lusitania, which sank in 1915. 100 meters deep. A section inhabited by giant octopuses. The length varies from 2 to 6 meters, and depths over 8 meters are commonly found. 200 meters deep. From now on, there is almost no light, and the deep-sea monster Sangalki with a body length of 10 meters or more and a weight of 200 kilograms or more lives. 300 meters deep. It is dominated by giant crustaceans that exceed human common sense. Is the zone. Depth inhabited by crustaceans that weigh several tens of kilograms and grow to more than a meter level. 332 meters deep. The maximum depth that can be reached by scuba diving. 406 meters deep. The bottom of the largest lake in the world. 500 meters deep. The maximum depth a blue whale, the size of a 10-story building, can dive. The water pressure is as high as that of a polar bear on a coin. A section that ascends to a level. 600 meters deep. The end of a submersible area. 700 meters deep. Habitat of eels that exceed meters in length. The depth in which the endangered European eel lives. 900 meters deep. A section dominated by giant squids whose eyeballs are only 30 centimeters in diameter. A depth where creatures with a body size of several tens of meters or more are commonly found. 1,000 meters deep. End of light. The beginning of hell. The section where the water pressure is equal to the pressure it would have standing on Venus. 1,100 meters deep. The area where the deepest undersea volcano ever discovered by man, West Mata, exists. 1,300 meters deep. Depth that long-lived turtles and great white sharks can dive. 1,500 meters deep. The depth at which the nets of catch-up fishermen sink. 1,800 meters deep. Depth of the Grand Canyon. 2,300 meters deep. The maximum depth a sperm whale can dive. 3,000 meters deep. Deep-sea coral reef colonies. Depth of drilling for subsea oil. 3,800 meters deep. The section where the Titanic sank. 4,000 meters deep. The word deep sea. The depth at which fish begin to attach in earnest. Section subjected to pressures of more than 5 tons per 6.45 SQM. Nevertheless, it is a place where many deep-sea fish live with strange appearances. 5,000 meters deep. Gyuzen, where an undersea hydrothermal pore spews hot water. 6,000 meters deep. The section where the deepest sinking wreck, SS Rio Grande, has sunk. The water pressure in this section is at the level of 50 jumbo jets on top of people. Depth S,000 meters. The deepest section where living fish were found. 10,000 meters deep. The depth described by the investigation team as an unbelievably lonely and barren space by riding in a luggage box. 10,091 meters deep. The deepest place that humans have reached. The section where the submarine was damaged due to the water pressure on the ship, so that they could only stay for about 20 minutes. 11,000 meters deep. The deepest part of the sea that humans can guess with current science and technology. However, there is a much higher probability that even that is not the deepest place. And I have to explore the deep sea alone in this blue day that brought the motif for each section. When I'm alone, I talk to myself. I let out a sigh. If I had not farmed abandoned villages in the North Continent in advance to obtain potions such as diving disease cure, I might have suffered motion sickness. Tongue slash. At that moment, the iron ball I was riding rang out loudly as if it had hit something. At first, I thought I was going down by bumping into a rock. But it probably wasn't. From the outside, I heard a faint moan and the rough change of the waterway, and it seemed that it was crashing into the back of something huge, alive, and sinking again. I don't know what it is, but it must not be the monster I know. The ecosystem in this blue day is completely undisclosed to the public, so even I cannot know. Probably not even the players in the world before I return. I can only guess when I see huge and terrifying corpses or high-grade items that are sometimes washed up on the surface of the water or on the shore. Tongue, rumbling slash. After that, the iron ball bounced a few more times and then started to descend slowly again. Part of the wall was dented due to pressure, but due to its indestructible nature, it did not break. Since I can't open other internet windows, I can't watch movies, I can't read cartoons, I can't read web novels. I can't even send and receive messages or phone calls with my friends. You're really doing this? Do I really have to be left alone for a week in this hellish darkness and silence? No matter how difficult the road to a fixed S+ level monster is, you mean damage right to the player's mind like this. I can see why no players have entered this place until now. In the first place, it is so difficult to even set foot in the area where the King of Shanghai exists. If it weren't for a gamer with really extreme mental power, I wouldn't even dare to imagine it. It can be said that it is a more difficult challenge than any other gruesome mid-boss. However, it quickly became clear that even this situation was not an extreme maximum. As I was burying myself in the darkness and silence inside the iron ball, strange noises began to be heard in my ears. It was just the BGM, background music when entering a specific map. The music of the void that resounded magnificently in the distant abyss of this blue day, but that no human could hear, was beating my eardrums gloomy. Dao, the carol of the old ones. Look to the sky, way up on high. Look at the sky up there. There in the night stars are now right. The stars in the night sky have found their place. Eons have passed now then at last. After eons, finally this moment. Prison walls break, old ones awake. The prison falls, and the old things are awakened. They will return, mankind will. Learn. They will return, and mankind will realize. New kinds of fear when they are here. The new fear they will cause. Stars brightly burning, boiling, and churning. The stars burn brightly, boil, and mix. Bode a returning season of doom. The signs of the coming of doom. Scary, 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 scary solstice. Scary, 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 scary day. Very, very, very scary solstice. A very, 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 very scary day. Madness will reign, terror and pain. Fear and pain dominated by madness. Woes without end where they extend. May endless sorrow be with them wherever they reach. Prison walls break, old ones awake. Prisons fall down, and old things are awakened. Fear. Be afraid. A creepy and eerie song. When one sense is blocked, humans usually become sensitive to the other. Instead of my sight blocked by the darkness, all my nerves were concentrated on my hearing, and the silence of the deep sea made it even more sensitive. Situation was. It feels like the nerve bundles all over the body are being rolled up. With his extremely sensitive hearing, such a creepy and gloomy song was more than an extreme poison. The moment this nerve-wracking song resounded solemnly in the dark, I gave up my will to challenge the existence at the edge of the deep sea, even for a moment. Do you want to just log out? But this opportunity will never come again. Not just for me, but for anyone else. I am a returner. It has 15 years of knowledge and will that others have not experienced. If I can't do it here, no one else can do it in the future. Hard talk. My teeth are clenched and my legs are trembling. But nevertheless, I couldn't log out. Paradoxically, it wasn't because my courage was great, but rather because I wasn't. Did I say giving up is courage? I don't even have the courage to declare renunciation in the face of this unprecedented opportunity. This is just sinking endlessly and endlessly. Furthermore, a factor that further weakens my will has been added. Bang! I wondered if the iron ball swayed loudly, and then I felt something huge and soft around me. Multifaceted. That play. Crazy geek. Out. Something unknown was wrapped around the iron ball I was holding in its soft, heavy body, scratching the surface with something sharp and hard. Wow. Wow. Something with muscles and tentacles, and what appears to be a sucker, is now struggling like crazy to meet me. Is going. What? What's stuck? The outer ecosystem is something I have never experienced before. Of course, I do not know the type, size, or name of the monster that is targeting me now. Surprisingly, it even whispered into the iron ball on the outside. Die, 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 take it out, take it out, take it out many days, come with me, die, die, die. 7. A voice that constantly repeats curses in a voice that is bubbling in the water. It was also a voice that sounded familiar somehow. After a week of exile in the distant abyss, there is the appearance of terrifying music and something unknown that curses me. It never occurred to me that I would be able to endure all these trials alone in this situation. Rather, I was confident in the unavoidable barrage shooting and the fiercely fast and tough fight against monsters, but this kind of cosmic horror is not enough for me to handle. I am bearing, or almost dying, suffocated by extreme fear and suffocation. Was on the move. How much time has passed? 1 hour? 10 hours? 1 day? Between 1 second and 1 second, it seems as if an eternity of time passes. In the end, I decided to give up midway. You can always get out of this hell if you reach out your hand. You only have to swipe your finger once to hit the log out button. Tiling. This area cannot be saved. Are you sure you want to log out? And when you log in again, you will wake up in Atlandum or the Tomb of Sorceress. Along with the annihilation of the term coward, whose physical abilities all over the body deteriorate. But it can't be. To be honest, I'm a fixed S+ level monster in the yard where I don't even know if I'm sane. Because it was absurd in itself to deal with still. I closed my eyes and stretched out my hand, saying goodbye to the fixed S+ monsters who will never be able to catch them again. By the way, at that very moment, tiling. Message has arrived. Surely it wasn't said that you can't send and receive messages with other people on this map? When I opened my eyes wide in surprise, pot. A single ray of light enters my vision, where there was only darkness. At the same time, the surrounding cattle like a curse. A piercing voice reached out to me. Hey. A familiar voice in my ear. For a moment I thought it was an auditory hallucination, but it wasn't. Hey, can you hear me? Answer me when you hear it. I don't know how it sounds. It was definitely Yudahi's voice. Worn Out Newbie. Chapter 594. Worn and Torn Newbie Chapter 594. King of Shanghai 1. Hey, can you hear me? Answer when you hear. A little. What I could hear right now was definitely Yudahi's voice. Comma. I was dazed for a moment, then quickly came to my senses. My finger rested on the logout button. As soon as I lift this finger, I will be kicked out of the game. Ugh. I pressed and dragged my finger to the side, then pressed the other buttons at once. Thanks to that, a system error occurred, and I was able to cancel the logout. What? Comma. I looked at the message floating in front of me. Hey, can you hear me? Answer me when you hear it. The voice heard in my ear is clearly left in front of my eyes as a mark. Like subtitles. What? All calls and text messages with other people would be blocked. Interactions with other people are not permitted in this metal ball. Of course, it is not even possible to open other internet windows. However, even at this moment, Yudahi's voice and message were still being heard and seen. AI, what is it? Can this be? Well, isn't it saying? It says you can do it this way, but in the description, Dahiyu is muttering without knowing that I am seeing and hearing what she is saying. It was only then that I realized how Dahiyu was delivering a message to me. Taz's poker card / two-handed weapon /A+. A card said to have been favored by the legendary gambler Angie. Generally speaking, it is not good for users. Attribute you and me can be used. Special. Item obtained by retiring Hasi Danilova, the boss of the top 4th floor casino when attacking the Tower of Murderers in the past. For reference, Hus Danilova played for Uzbekistan in the Asian Champions League, but lost to Russia's national team, Lev Davidovich Trotsky. This is used here. I laughed a little at the unexpected situation. Although Dahiyu only said a few words, it felt as if the darkness in the iron ball had faded a little. Clearly, humans are animals that cannot live alone. Meanwhile, I thought it was real because of the high rating. I was completely hooked. Dahiyu continues to grumble to herself. Haha, what do I do when I contact him? I don't feel sorry at all, Shiga. It seemed that Yudahi would cut off communication if it went on like this, so I hurriedly said a word. I can hear. Then, the subtitles in front of me shook violently once. You can feel how embarrassed Yudahi is through the text. What? Who just said? It's me. I hear you. Your words. As I reply with a smile, there is silence for a while beyond the text. Before long, voices and subtitles appeared again in front of my eyes. Where did you hear that? From Can You Hear Me? Crazy. I've heard it all from the beginning. Why do you pretend you don't sound like a pervert? Did you just stand and listen? Are you a pervert? Are you naked again? If you ask me like that, you look like a pervert too. What? Are you crazy? I didn't mean to ask like that. Do you usually go naked all the time? Stuck in a metal ball, nothing to do. It's pretty fun to make fun of Yudahi because she doesn't have one. I looked at the little flashing button under the message from Dahiyu. Receive on OFF. From the looks of it, it looks like you can open and close the message reception status with Yudahi. It should be closed normally. But right now, the only thing I can do is talk to Yudahi. Because the darkness of this pitch-black deep sea was so painful that it drove people's minds crazy. Why did you talk to me? Well, you are the only friend registered on this card. I've been trying to talk to you to test the item's performance. No, but this item. Is that awesome? I can hear everything you say, and it comes up with subtitles. Because it's a fraudulent gambling item. Right. At that time, RL Uzbek girl, you took all my money with this shamelessly. I can't forgive you. When Dahiyu gets angry, her text trembles. It seems that the speaker's feelings are reflected to some extent. I was a little nervous that Yudahi would cut off the conversation. She herself may not be aware of it, but I am in a completely real situation right now. When Dahiyu ends the conversation, I will be left alone at the bottom of this vast sea again, hearing this terrifying BGM and the curse sound from outside. No, then I don't know when I'll log out again. I continued the conversation with Yudahi. But, fortunately and unexpectedly, Yudahi followed my conversation well, without any rejection. What is the reason for the woman who was always anxious to eat when she saw only me? Dahiyu was fat, nevertheless, with a soft-hearted attitude to me. I was talking first. So, where are you now? Why? No, where did you do something? Hunting. Do you want to steal if you know? Hot child. Talking shit really. Even though how many times in the past have you dealt with the mob you're trying to catch? There is a burn, but what? You are quick to notice yes you. Fufufu. I'm tired of everything. Oh what? I'm not really interested. By the way, if you are kind, call me G City. Anyway, I can't give and receive this. I asked if he was busy. I'm not busy. You are? Well, I'm busy, but I'm taking my time. Me and Dahi had a conversation like that for a while. Contrary to words, Dahi, who was busy, accepted my conversation for quite a long time. Oh and, actually, I had something to say, so I started talking. What? When I asked, Dahi said so much that I wondered if the connection was broken. He hesitated and hesitated for a long time. Soon, her message appeared as text. Last time I found Sei. Thank you for giving me a bounty. In the past, when you say he was abducted by Cha Gyib, I think I bet the present prize money on a personal broadcast. You say he was also a good relationship for me, so it was natural. The moment I'm about to say I'm fine. Dahi continued. And, Killer's Tower Raid. Degree it was pretty fun. This was quite an unexpected statement. When I blinked my eyes, Dahi spoke hurriedly. No, that's why. Let's do a raid together next time. It's not like that at all. I just liked that one night. Just that day. Overnight. Oh what? When did I do that? I'm not a pervert. This is real. At what point did you find the metamorphosis point? I think the conversation with Dahi was longer than. For over a week, she has been my companion all the time except for sleeping and eating. Anyway so, if you get caught in the fist of King Ma Dong again, you'll be terrified. Mostly, though, it was a tribute to King Ma Dong. I yawned after waking up. From the outside, the terrifying BGM and bloody curses were still being heard, but now it wasn't as scary as I thought it would be. Because there was a new, twinkling message in front of me. Hey, are you awake now? I can hear all the yawns. It's a knife answer. I just didn't have anything to do. No, I was busy, but I had some free time. As usual, I would have just ignored it, but as I descended into the deep sea, my conversation with her was like light and salt to me. I rubbed my sleepy eyes and thought, but why is he so accepting of conversations? Unanswered questions remain, but what? Ask so in this situation. 'Cause I can't see. Dahi and I talked a lot after that. In the meantime, I was able to find out more information about her family history, personality, hobbies, and daily routine. It was a lot more information than when I flirted with her before returning. Hey, are you busy right now? No, absolutely. Then when will it be time? When a meal with me? 7. Right then. Tiling. A voice interrupting Dahi was heard. In the hidden dungeon bottom of the blue day. You entered. The name of the first visitor is recorded in the Akashic records. I jumped up from my seat. Looking at the timer I forgot. I can see that all of the remaining time has disappeared. The long journey to the deep sea has come to an end. Finally, I have reached the floor. Okay. I was delighted to see that the indestructible state of the iron ball had been lifted. Then, what is it, hey? Saying I'm not busy, answer me. Dahi asks again. I just heard her because of the beep. I asked again because I didn't hear what he said. Oh, sorry. Suddenly got busy, what do you say? Flash, Oh no. Just later when the time comes. Let's go round together with Reed. Raid. It's the benefactor who helped me not to log out while going down to the deep sea. That's about it. Okay. I'll take you to a good dungeon soon. Thank you so much. However, Dahi's reaction is not very good. I tilted my head once. But, that's not what's important now. Damn it. Awkward. The iron ball, which was in a state of being indestructible, was breaking. At the same time, I'm going to die, and take it out, I'm going to take it out, come out with me. The monster that had been clinging to me for about a week and swearing a curse ripped the metal ball and pulled me out and was holding me down. Oh hey, I'm sorry. I have an urgent matter, so let's talk next time. I quickly ended the conversation with Dahi. This is because, at this moment, the teeth and tentacles that ripped through the metal ball caught my eye. Quack. I rolled up the clipper in my hand. And the stagnant fire outside the iron ball. I sharpened my teeth towards the monster. Yes, thank you for playing with me all week. I miss you very much too. It will make me pay the price for driving me into neurosis. Meanwhile, Dahi was looking at the monitor with a sleepy expression. Hey, are you busy right now? Dahi speaking into the microphone. Yuchong opens the door and walks in and makes a puzzled expression. What's up, sister? What are you doing? It is also the first time that the game is turned on as a PC rather than a capsule, and only the chat system is used. Dahi replied with annoyance. Just for voice chat. You don't play games? If you don't play games, who do you chat with? Never mind. Then, a light flashed on the monitor. Dahi opened her sleepy eyes and immediately grabbed the mouse. No, absolutely. Dahi, who heard the other person's words, smiled broadly as if she was sleepy. Okay, aren't you busy? Dahi, who was muttering a little to herself, quickly coughed into the microphone a few times. Calm. Greatness. Then he asked in a tone trying not to hesitate as much as possible. Well, then when you have time, would you like to have a meal together? I will live. Yu Chang's eyes widened as he heard Dahi's words. Is that salty guy buying food? But there was no reply from the other party. While waiting for an answer, Dahi was restless, lying on the bed and sitting on a chair over and over again. The woman, who had been boiling for a while, immediately grabbed the microphone again. What is it, hey? I'm not busy, reply. A little. Then the answer comes again. Sorry. Suddenly got busy, what do you say? Pud. Dahi clenched her fists. I glanced back and saw Yuchong lying on the bed, grabbing his stomach and struggling. Pooh ha ha ha. Shoot up. Shoot up. Even you, Dahi, under the heavens, is done. Then, Dahi immediately punishes her younger brother. She put a few fists into Yuchong's stomach, and she looked up with a cheerful expression. Grab the mic. Oh no. Just later when I have time. Let's go round together with Reed. Reed. What is there anything else we can do together besides PvP and raids? Then the other person's voice is heard again. Okay, I'll take you to a good dungeon soon. The answer came back in a needlessly bright tone. Thank you so much. Dahi spit out without realizing it. But the other side didn't seem to care at all. Hey, I'm sorry. I have an urgent matter, so we'll talk about it next time. And then there is no answer. Dahi put down the microphone with a disappointed expression. I thought that we got to know each other day and night over the past few days, but the comments I threw at the timing of my conversion would be so futile and miss. Dahi is angry with Yuchong, who is laughing behind the scenes for nothing. No, thinking about it. So absurd. Why am I eating with him? I must have gone crazy for a moment. OMG. You can eat it, sister. They don't seem to think so, but... Shut up, really. If you split it even more, I know how to split a real earthenware pot. Dahi and Yuchong started fighting each other fiercely. Then, a single, cut and dried murmur from the microphone suddenly made her whole body stiff. Yes, thank you for playing with me all week. I missed you very much too. Worn Out Newbie. Chapter 595. Worn and Torn Newbie Chapter 595. King of Shanghai 3. I'm going to take it out. 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 7. A voice that has constantly tormented me for the past week. Let me see your face. I smashed the metal ball and ran out to see the face of this damn deep-sea stalker. Bang slash. Mammon's gauntlets rip through the thick iron wall like a piece of paper. Soon, a deep-sea stalker appeared in front of me. What? Was it you? I couldn't help but open my eyes wide at the familiar sight. Now I understand why the voice sounds familiar. It had been clinging to the outside of the iron ball covered with barnacles. It looks like a lumpy drowned body with a horseshoe crab on its head. In the dark of the deep sea, the puffy eyes without eyelids. It emits an eerie light. The tentacles that sprouted from their backs were wriggling bizarrely, as if each of them had a will. Even the face belongs to someone I know well. Plachun. The former king of Atlandum has appeared here with such a horrendous look. Deep Sea Stalker Ciablo. Class. S/characteristics. Dark, water, deep sea, toxic, friction coefficient, hit and hit, deep anger, 1:1, paint break, mange and shoe storm. Habitat, blue hole bottom. Size, 6M. A drowning body with a grudge was cursed by the deep sea and gained a third life. It has evolved into a stronger body by finding and fighting powerful monsters that inhabit the deep sea. You seem to have a grudge against someone. Looking at the description of the monster, I can see why he has a grudge against me. Perhaps he was looking for the reason he became like this for me. Is it a higher level species of the devil? It bothered me. I sighed as I looked at the deep sea stalker blocking my eyes. Die. Ciablo is a monster with a huge goth pit, especially in the deep sea. Its speed is at the peak of all seas. There are probably only Leviathan, a fixed S+ class monster, that is faster than this guy. Puff. In the blink of an eye, dozens of punches hit my body. Diablo was pressing on me with the pointed carapaces of barnacles clinging to the tips of their tentacles like a spear or mace. Are you the middle boss here? I grinned as I filled my HP with my spare heart. Ping. The tip of the sharp seashell brushes past the cheek. J&J New Jersey, New Jersey N. The scar on the cheek seemed to turn black for a moment, but then it healed in an instant. It looks like it has the poisonous poison of blue conch or pufferfish, but it is poisonous to me who has experienced the Beelzebub. It's like useless in seconds. It's the first time I've seen the top species of the devil, and you're like, do you want a bag? Bag durability means that the durability is weak like a plastic bag. Usually, goth pit monsters move and attack quickly, but their defense and stamina are weak. Like me. I also have the shoes I got from catching the devil, so my speed in the deep sea is second to none. Since he is not equipped with any heavy items, his body is also free. Die, 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 die. You die, you die, you die, you die, you die. Me and Diablo started a high-person speed battle in the deep sea. They draw 8 characters toward each other and rotate fiercely like bees and face each other. Heck on. Diablo rushes at me with sharp teeth sticking out, and I rush back in order to stab the razor in the rotten lower body of the bastard. Puffy. Me and Diablo met each other in a 6 and 9 shape, fighting fiercely in one place. He tried to bite the tip of my toe with his teeth, and I skillfully avoided it, while at the same time shaving his thigh with a razor. Whoops. Woojie-jajik. Diablo lost his balance in the same way he was charging, and soon met the barnacle. It was tucked away on a rocky reef covered with coral. As I rushed to the other side, I was also hit by the other side, but there was a large, fluffy kelp leaf on that side, so I could not take any terrain damage. You have to fight while watching the terrain objects. I smiled as I wrapped myself in kelp leaves. Oh, if I upload this video, I'm currently filming on YouTube. I'm sure there will be at least one Innerwear CF. The moisture is different. I was conscious of future advertisers and said a word to the video cam screen I was shooting now. Then, knock off. Geek dash. Something peculiar has occurred in the behavior of Diablo, who has just been hit with a reef, which has significantly reduced his HP. It stopped charging and suddenly twisted its body back and forth. What? Nausea? I dug deep again through the kelp leaves and started observing his attack pattern. Diablo now lengthens its tentacles. He stretched out and shoved it into his mouth. Nausea is also for that reason. Pumpy. Puffy. An eerie sound began to come from the deep sea stalker's mouth. I deduced the attack pattern of the gnome that will unfold in the future through my experience. The vomit is about to erupt. If it is vomit, the attack pattern is different. Poisonous attack. Because it is underwater, it can be said that it is a range-type poisoning attack. But as I said before, I am immune to any kind of poison. It is useless to me. Rather, it was just that the speed was lowered because it was stopped. I planned to win with speed by aiming for this moment. However, as if it were an S-class monster, he showed a reaction that far exceeded my expectations. Phew-a-dash. A huge amount of vomit and water poured out of Diablo's mouth. It was obviously toxic, but the properties were a little different from the gastric juice or venom I had imagined. Guts. The ominous premonitions always come true. Whoop. Diablo's speed, which emptied all the internal organs in his stomach, increased noticeably. I looked at the things floating around in front of my eyes. The vomit that Diablo spit out, it was lumpy red lumps. The intestines and various internal organs, which have a strong bloody scent, float in the sea current. I didn't know there was such a pattern. It's a pattern that spits out all the internal organs of the body. It's a rather novel transformation problem in its own right. Die, die, die. In front of me, Diablo is charging at full speed. It's still a goth pit monster, but its speed seemed to double as the internal weight fell from its body weight. But that's all I was aiming for. Although his speed increased dramatically, it was within the allowable variable. I buried myself deeper into the kelp leaves. Since it was deliberately buried in kelp leaves, the trajectory of Diablo's attack is just the front, and it is impossible to show the ever-changing attack trajectory as before. No matter how fast the attack, it will definitely come from the front. We need to finish this before we see any attack patterns that cause slime or water currents from afar. I immediately wore Mammon's gauntlets. It is clear that the superior species of the devil, the Diablo, will probably show an attack pattern of backing up and causing a storm when its HP runs out. So before that, I plan to finish the game with just one shot. After all, he will have weak physical defense like Sea Devil. Die, 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 die. The Diablo waving its webbing, exposing its sharp teeth. And it ran towards me with great speed. Sleep in peace. I accurately calculated the timing of Diablo's charge, and then stretched out both fists just before he reached me. Front right. The power of Mammon and Death Worm added to the picaresque mask causes earthquakes and vortices, and shoots forward. Diablo received it head-on. His body changed like a tofu that had been beaten with a hammer. Whoops! Neither the slimy mucus covering his body nor the speed that had reached the limit by pulling out all the internal organs could not protect him from the bombardment of the current. Pujik. Puzzling. As expected, Diablo is right in front of you. It was torn apart, leaving no shape. Tiling. You succeeded in the world's first deep-sea stalker Mr. Ablo raid. The reward will be paid. The name of the first conqueror is recorded in the Akashic records. Do you want to leave your name? Yes, stagnant water. The deep stalker is dead. Water pressure in all areas of the deep sea is 10%. Decreases. The deep stalker is dead. Visibility in all areas of the deep sea is increased by 10%. The deep stalker is dead. Monsters that move their habitat to shallow areas return to the deep sea. The kings of Shanghai and Shanghai show interest in standing water. Countless notification sounds of Diablo. Announce death. After I drained all the recoil damage through the soft kelp leaves, I supplemented my stamina with potions. Continued. LV 92. Title: Sandworm Lander. Privilege: Drought / long-awaited Gravekeeper. Benefit: Undead / Guild Catfish. Privilege: Burrowing / Kraken Killer. Priority: Paleontological / Wadu. Pet of the Two Queens Judalope. Benefit: Exodus / Eight-Legged Great Beheader. Privilege: Incomplete Metamorphosis / Lizardman Slayer. Priority: Collection / Cannibal Emperor Assassin. Priority: First Cataclysm / Twisted Nether Survivor. Privilege: Saving / Immortal Left Corps Commander. Benefit: Red Heart / Immortal. Right Corps Commander. Special Privilege: Choice / Black Dragon Lord Aspect of Oz. Privilege: Blood Relatives. Reincarnation / Honorary Count of Utoris. The Town of Beginnings. Benefit: Nobility / Aspect of Mammon. The Demon Constellation of Greed. Privilege: Susano / The One Who Broke the Horns of Balrog. Perk: Beast / That Terrifying Demogorgon. Perk: Fighting Enthusiast / Master of the 5th Floor of the Tower of Killers. Privilege: Map Design / Aspect of the Gluttonous Demon Constellation Beelzebub. Privilege: Gluttonous Intestine / Death Knight. King Arthur. Descendants. Privilege: 100 Elders / Cursed Old Tree Joachimby Shepherd. Benefit: Ancient Faith / Deep Sea Stalker. Benefit: Friction Coefficient. Nil. HP: 920/920. Open the status window and grab the Devil. It can be seen that the acquired the Devil's Sniper trait has been changed to Deep Sea Stalker. As a result, the Deep Sea privilege disappeared and the coefficient of friction privilege became passive. It doesn't matter. As long as you have the essence of the deep in your inventory, you can keep the Deep Sea attribute. Rather, it was much more advantageous to have the friction coefficient privilege as a name. The level doesn't go up that badly now. Seeing the experience bar gliding to the limit brings out a sigh of relief. After entering the 90 section of the demon, raising level 1 became very, very, very difficult. I gave up on the level and searched for the reward items dropped by Diablo. Oh, I found it. What I found was a key that was shining brightly. Unknown key / material /S. The key was sunk very deep. Despite being a material, the grade is S. At a glance, it was something unusual. After defeating Platin, who became a seeable, I descended a little deeper. The calcareous and siliceous sandbars where shells were emitting twinkling light disappeared, and a layer of dark gray clay was revealed. Green waterweeds in the relatively shallow area and black or red waterweeds in the depths formed a thick forest. The blue hole is very deep, but it's a blue hole, almost like a black hole. The slope was so steep that almost the entire perimeter was a cliff. A distant space under the sea where nothing can hold my hand. Eventually, I came down to the floor covered with brain coral, fan coral, mushroom coral, tube coral, hexagonal coral, and stone bamboo. Plants, or animals, with sharp thorns like cacti were everywhere, but I couldn't figure out what they were. The monsters that roam around are also completely new species. Hammurabi Hermit Crab, Class, A/Characteristics, Ice, Earth, Water, Hit and Hit, Weak Carapace, Earthquake, Paleontology, 100 Veterans. Habitat, Severe Snowy Mountains, Forbidden Zone, Shanghai Blue Hole, Haha 4 Sisters Breeding. One size, 8M. At first glance, it looks like a crayfish, but it is actually a type of crab. The conch on her back is quite weak and receives a strong shock. Otherwise it will break quickly. Because he has a very tenacious personality, he pursues the enemy who attacks him even to the end of hell and repays him in the same way. One sheet K. Although it is a species that lives mainly in the deep sea, it is said that it is often found in alpine areas where there is a lot of snow for some reason. Occasionally, I saw a monster I knew, but almost 99% of them were unknown monsters. The average risk grade appears to be grade A or higher. If you add up all the subspecies and variants of the monsters living in the sea terrain, there are over 20,000, right? When I asked where all the monsters were hiding, they lived in a place like this. Eventually, I arrived at what is supposed to be the bottom of this blue hole. In the center of the abyss, the deep darkness that lingers in the deepest layers. And in the midst of the darkness, I could see a huge sphere shining like the sun. A huge head bulging out of the tombs of the vast number of shipwrecks alone, and one eyeball emitting light like a pillar of fire from underneath. Kraken. I have finally reached the place where this gigantic monster regenerated after the cataclysm lurks. But, taking a peek at the Kraken's whole body, one strange thing immediately appeared. I opened my mouth in a shaky tone. Were you always this big? Worn Out Newbie. Chapter 596. Worn and Torn Newbie Chapter 596. King of Shanghai 4. Now, looking at the size of the Kraken crouching down there, everyone would be shocked. Kraken, class, S/traits, paleontology, deep sea, earthquake, storm, rift, possession. Habitat, blue hole bottom. Size, M. A distant, primordial creature that lived in a time when there was neither light nor darkness. That bastard, he's a lot bigger than I knew. That's well worth twice as much. Scary, 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 scary solstice it. Very, very, very scary solstice. A solemn and eerie carol-style BGM resonating all around. In the deep gorges at the bottom of the deep sea, the Kraken is motionless, merely shimmering in the ominous light emanating from its eyeballs. I held my breath and slowly sank down. The water pressure became insanely strong with every step I took, but thanks to its deep-sea characteristics, there were no restrictions on movement. What? Why are you still? Haven't you seen me yet? The Kraken didn't show any movement even though I was approaching. It just sits still and vomits foam from its mouth. A single yellow eye scatters light in the darkness. A large and bright sphere like the sun in the deep sea. I should have been startled to see the Kraken's eyeballs up close. The pupil is as dark as looking at the blue hole itself, and near the deep hole, countless threads of blood are in the center like a swarm of snakes in myths, rushing towards wealth. The yellow light that radiates brightly, as if blinded, also blurs my vision. However, those gigantic eyeballs were now covered in a thin, wide film that was half a span thick. He's sleeping right now. Is it because they are sleeping like this and wake up when the 8 fleets of Atlantum attack from above? It seems to be an attack pattern that normally slept in a deep, deep sea like this, but suddenly rises upwards when a fight begins in earnest. Bubbling, bubbling. As the Kraken sleeps, a huge swarm of bubbles rises upwards. I pierced it and dived a little deeper. The closer I looked at the Kraken's body, the more clearly I could feel it through my skin. This child has grown really big. The basic HP of the Kraken I met before was 209,759,000. When receiving the deep sea attribute near the entrance to the blue hole, the HP is 419,518,000. But now the Kraken is not even accessible to normal players. It lurks in the deepest part of the blue hole. The character of the gnome was also changed to deep sea rather than just deep sea. So what is his total HP? 839,036,00. A tremendous amount of exhaustion reaching a total of 840 million. Even compared to a fixed S+ level monster, this level of stamina is not far behind. Isn't the other stats going to be very popped? The stats are twice as strong as the deep sea Kraken that just came up from the blue hole, and 4 times stronger than the Kraken he faced on the ground. Obviously, the Kraken is classified as a super elite mob with the highest individual value among S-class monsters. 8-legged King Culicium, the cannibal Emperor Bokesa. If I had to add one more thing, the Deathworm would be comparable to this. Can you? Well, last time, I managed to catch all of the tricks. I also power up a lot, but the Kraken seems to have gotten stronger too. Even since this is his home ground, it didn't seem like a good fight would happen. I didn't even fully understand the terrain in the blue hole, but I have to fight. Fill paper. Moreover, the purpose of today's raid is not this guy. I climbed down the canyon cliffs of the deep sea, being careful not to make as many noises as possible. Bottom. Even further down. At that time, I was about to pass by. I found something under the tentacles of Laken. Huge tentacles gathered and wrapped tightly around it, and it was a large shipwreck. A giant galleon split in half. The Kraken is asleep, wrapped in tentacles, as if it were served as a treasure chest. What kind of pillow are you sleeping on? It seems. I was curious about the Kraken's sleeping position. What is it about that half-ship that is so much bigger and stronger than the other wrecked ships lying around? The unique sense of the deceased exclaims. I swam slowly and moved between the Kraken's suckers. Twirl. Round suckers with sharp teeth lurk like traps buried in darkness. If I even touched it, the tentacles would attack me on their own. But I took this risk and approached the ship the Kraken was embracing. Chill. The earring hanging from the earlobe moves and makes a small sound. Kraken's eggshell earrings/earrings/s. Krakens live their entire lives and lay only one small egg. It is said that the hatched Kraken pups will treasure the eggshells from which they came out for the rest of their lives. Movement speed plus 300%. Indestructible, special. Characteristic sight available, special. It sounds like the alarm bell of a car in danger of being stolen. In the stillness of the distant deep sea, the sound was like thunder. What? I was a little bit at the sudden reaction. I was perplexed. So I squeezed my earlobe with my hand so that the earring wouldn't make a chirping sound. Zalong zalong. But the earring kept ringing. It looked as if he was concerned about waking the sleeping Kraken. I'll have to take it out for a while. I put the earrings in my inventory for a while. Then the ringing of the earring stopped. Gurgle. A sleeping Kraken spits out a pile of foam. Fortunately, he did not wake up because he reacted quickly. I hold my breath and swim quietly. It slipped through the cracks in the Kraken's tentacles. Yet, you can see a boat submerged in water. The loin of the ship, the cut-off part of the keel, was full of Kraken's tentacles, so I slid towards the bow and headed towards the large window in front. Circular, covered with barnacles and coral. As I slipped my body through the window, I caught my eye on the already burnt interior of the ship. There were far more barnacles, corals, and shells lying on the inside of the boat. Octopus, squid, etc., all kinds of cephalopods exiled from Atlantum can be seen hiding in various places, rolling their yellow eyes. The skeletons and cut marks of the pirates who resisted the attacking Kraken were also faintly left behind. However, what caught my eye more than anything else was a large iron block placed in the middle of the ship. A cube of metal measuring 2 meters in width, length, and height. It was a safe. Look at this. I lost my appetite. Up close, the safe was very smooth. Not even a small barnacle sticks to it, and it's clean, so you can imagine how much the Kraken bit and sucked. Isn't that supposed to be a trap? Occasionally, there were monsters disguised as treasure chests or items, but in this case, it seemed not. Like the viscous slime that appears to have been exhaled by the Kraken to protect the safe. The coating seems very important. You Kraken, you were guarding this safe. The reason I hugged her tightly while sleeping was probably because something precious was in it. And I'm a very curious person what it is. Then, why don't you open it once? There was a head protruding above my shoulder. Oz. He was looking at the safe in front of him with a curious expression. Why? Are you interested? To be honest, there is. Long ago, a large octopus lived in Shanghai, and he found a rare treasure. I've heard rumors that they're guarding it. 5. You'll hear some history of the worldview again in places like this. Oz is a pet that subtly adds flavor to the game. I reached out and grabbed the handle of the safe. However, whoa, even with Mammon's power, this safe could not be opened. Tiling. This safe cannot be destroyed by normal means. There is only the sound of an alarm indicating that it cannot be destroyed. I'll go inside if there's even a little bit of space. I looked around for any small cracks in the safe, but couldn't find anything. Then, 5. What is this? I found a small hole under the safe's handle. Hey, shall we squeeze in there? I thought about it for a moment, but then gave up. Because it was a keyhole, not a hole through. Should I give up? The moment I pondered for a moment. Boo. Judelope protruded from the shoulder opposite Oz was sitting on. Suddenly, I found a corner of my inventory empty. Judelope, this guy rummaged through my inventory and came out with an item without permission. Unknown key/material/s. The key was sunk very deep. The untouched key is in Judelope's hand. It was an item obtained by catching the deep sea stalker Ciablo. Hey, how many keys and a safe sinking in this deep sea? Are these the keys here? If so, there will be no other coincidences like this. However, there is a good chance. If you're a gamer, you can trust this situation. It's a safe and a key they encountered in a dungeon, so the probability seems pretty high. Tick 1. Let me beckon Judelope to come. Tick 1. Judelope flicks her finger at Oz, who is sitting next to her, and pretends to come here. Oz looked around to point a finger at someone, but there is no one below Pet's pet since. Indeed, it was a situation like a low person. Oz, who is neither a string nor a bag, finally arrives with Jude Dilope on his back and hands him the key. I took the key and walked over to the safe and slipped it into the hole under the handle. Okay. Iron jerk. An amazing sound was heard. The key fit snugly into the keyhole of the safe, and the door opened so easily. Good job. I stroked Judilope's head. She seems to be in a good mood and makes a howling, cat-like. Beside him, Oz looked at it with envy, then shook his head hastily. Whatever anyway, I opened the safe door and looked inside. Device geek. Old iron gates scratched the wooden floor. What was it that the Kraken was protecting so preciously? I wish I had something useful. Worn out newbie. Chapter 597. Worn and Torn Newbie Chapter 597. King of Shanghai 5. Loudly slash. As soon as I retrieved the items from the safe, I pulled back. Peeking out of the wreck's window, he sees the Kraken still in deep water. An ancient deep-sea monster sleeping in the distant abyss. At first glance, it seems peaceful now, but this is because the size of the gnome is so large that it is not easily recognized as an enemy. If he ever woke up, this space would be hell. Keep on a good night, my friend. I said goodbye briefly and turned around. In his arms, he holds the safe he stole and holds it in his arms. Be careful. Each of the Kraken's huge tentacles is like an independent creature. I traced down to the depths of the sea, being careful not to irritate these tentacles. Surprisingly, there was an even deeper abyss at the bottom of the blue hole. It's like I thought it was a floor, but it has a basement, right? It feels like you're doing some kind of stock. As we groped down the dark, deep-sea rock walls, Oz and Jude Dilope were our companions. All. In particular, Oz seems very interested in the Kraken sleeping over there. Human, are you not going to fight the Shanghai octopus up there? For now? Sorry. Oz sees the Kraken above. He was regaining his appetite. It's a pretty meaningful statement about what's missing. Eventually, even in the blue hole, I reached a position that could be called the bottom of the nose. Tiling. You have entered the hidden dungeon blue hole lowest point. The name of the first visitor is recorded in the Akashic records. Wow. Elasticity comes out of your mouth. I open my mouth, forgetting the cryogenic sea water pouring into my mouth. The deepest part of the deep sea where no light has ever come in. This place was so bright that the darkness up until now was colorless. A space separated from the world above by a strong current created a wall, but here and there, which can be called the core of a storm, is quiet. Countless corals formed mountains, stairs, and gentle hills. The land of 6 corals, the brilliant light emitted by hexagonal corals of all colors forms a rainbow and connects the hills and hills. Small volcanoes boiling in various places were gathering and boiling the crater, so a warm, turbulent current was circling in this containment space. The light emitted by the corals is strangely refracted and reflected every time it passes through the blue, red, and green seaweed forest, casting an aurora like the northern lights like a tent. I love this beautiful scenery. Before and after the return, for the first time in my life, I saw, well, this is just another map, almost. I marveled at the aurora floating in the sealing current. As I moved my gaze along the low hills, new things caught my eye again. North Coral Forest, East Seagrass Forest, and West Seashell Grave. It was seen that enormous sediments were piled up in the triangular zone. Shipwreck, non-Poachon. A variety of ships built in a very old building style. Traces of numerous ancient civilizations of different eras, types, and sizes are sinking into this distant deep sea, reminiscing on their former glory. Surprisingly, it's not just ships that are sinking here. Hot air balloons, airships, cavalry cannons and wagons, chariots, you can even see the castle. It is impossible to even guess why they came to this deep place. Hey, I play this game for the taste of watching things like this. I gazed at the great spears towering among the wrecks. Triplets Tower. 3 tall, thick towers reigned supremely with their pointed roofs upright, and the shipwrecks that covered or sewn around it were eerie and solemn. I took a step towards the triple tower in the center of the terrain as if possessed. At that moment, I suddenly stopped in front of the threshold of a castle covered in seaweed and barnacles. What? I looked over the golden sandbar. Sparkle. What caught my eye was a shimmering shell of pink and apricot. I bent over and picked up the seashells. The clam was a type of conch, and strangely, the spiral-shaped rotation pattern on the shell was closely extending toward the left. Oz, sitting on my shoulder, asked with a sullen expression. Human, what do you pick up seashells for? I don't know. How precious this is. It is. I waved the shell toward Oz. Most of the seashells in this world have a spiral pattern that curves to the right. I'm back. Those that extend to the left are extremely rare. Of course, most players don't even care about that. However, among some collector NPCs and some players who are obsessed with virtual biology in the virtual reality world, this left-handed spiral seashell is considered more precious than gold. Perhaps museums or private collectors. If you hand it over to him, you can get a huge sum of money. Of course, your honor as an explorer will increase. I trotted the sandbar and collected left spiral clams. All of them were large and had a tight spiral pattern, and the colors were brilliant, so they were worth recording high value as a collection. Hoang Poo. Huh? No, it's a right-hand spiral. No, the hand that eats rice is the right hand. You are now collecting the opposite. Put dash. That's not a conch shell, it's my horn. Don't pull. Judalope and Oz also followed me eagerly, giving me seashells. Then, I saw it. Oh my gosh. A trembling pupil, a wide open mouth. I was looking under that golden sandbar, a place where countless seashells extending to the left are piled up. Beyond that, the glittering golden sandbar really shines. Is glowing. Because it's not sand, it's gold itself. Shipwrecks with broken wastes or punctured boats pierced at the tip of the spears of the triple spire. Huge amounts of gold coins were pouring out of the stomachs of the countless wrecks that were sewn into the air. Treasures piled up from the sides of wrecked various treasure ships or from holes in the ship formed a mountain at the bottom of the deep sea. Gold coins and silver coins cast in the old style, swords made of mithril and orharkan helmets, and artifacts crafted with various gems. Its splendor and luxury could surpass that of Gordix's gold mine, and it was comparable to Mammon's golden cent. Rare shells and jewels, gold and silver coins, various famous paintings, expensive ceramics, and rare ancient items are everywhere. I thought this moment would come again. I will have to find the third bonanza after the Gordixa raid and Mammon raid. But, not with Gordixa. There is one decisive factor different from driving. Continued. LV, 92. Title, Aspect of Beelzebub, the Demon Constellation of Gluttony, Privilege, Gluttony Bowel. HP, 920/920. The Gluttony Bowel trait obtained by killing Beelzebub. It is the characteristic that the inventory increases so much that it is almost infinite. I will enjoy this food. I began to unleash the power of Beelzebub, the demon constellation of gluttony. My expansive inventory sucks everything around me like a black hole. Gold veins are pulled out one after another like intestines from the broken waste of the wrecked shipwreck. A huge amount of gold and silver bars, gold coins, silver coins, fairy tales, jewels, and items started to pile up in my inventory. Zip, zip, quick, zip, zip, quick, 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 zip, 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 quick, 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 zip, zip, quick. I spread my arms wide towards the waves of gold rushing like a tsunami. In the past, there were 3 people, including Drake and Yunsol, to dig up the treasure, but we didn't have enough inventory or time to sweep it up to our satisfaction. Now it's different. There is now an item retrieval of. There is even an expert Oz. Shit. How am I to be such a chauffeur? Oz was working hard right now to flap his wings and drive gold coins into my inventory. There is no other pet like this guy for retrieving items. I look at my possessions that have grown tremendously in an instant and exclaim. Shouted. It is worthwhile to have endured that dreadful journey down to the deep sea, trapped in an iron ball. The amount of money is so great that even Marquis Scrooge of Eutorus is startled. How much would it be if I converted this into real money? Right then, around the time I felt that I had devoured almost all the treasures that made up the mountain range, something strange began to happen. Warning, warning, warning. The terrain changes rapidly. The surrounding currents show unusual signs. Suddenly, with an unfamiliar beep, the ocean currents by the side started to get stronger. A mountain of shipwrecks and treasures. They all fluctuate, and the terrain changes drastically. Woojijijik. When the treasures were almost gone, the wrecks also shattered, turning into pieces of wood and fluttering. Oz's expression changed. Male stress M. Bar. Da's belly button. As if he felt something, he raised his head with a hard expression and looked over the countless wrecks. And I felt it too. Fever time to pick up the treasure is over. And now you have to pay the price. It was a moment. Woojijik. Whoops. Whoops. With a roar that seemed to collapse and twist the heavens and earth, the landscape in front of them changed completely. Triplets Tower. 3 pointed structures that stood like tombstones among the tombs of shipwrecks. They are now slowly rising from the deepest part of the ocean floor. Worn Out Newbie. Chapter 598. Worn and Torn Newbie Chapter 598. King of Shanghai 6. Triplets Tower. Three pointed structures that stood like tombstones among the tombs of shipwrecks. It started to rise with a loud beep. Don't fall for it. Huge shipwrecks tied to the spire collapse all at once. The rain fell everywhere and covered everything with mud and rotten wood chips. A castle of a very ancient civilization, the three skyscrapers that symbolize it. It points the tip of the sharp shadow towards me from above. I couldn't help but mutter in silence. Horn? Yes. The three gigantic beings I thought were towers up until now were not really buildings. It was three horns that were huge and pointed straight out toward the front. The core of Jinxing in the terribly deep blue hole of the deep sea. A three-horned monster that covers its whole body with its black scales. No, Mr. Gezel, I am going to go like this. King of Shanghai. The core of Jinxing, Junqing. One of the two absolute seats that divide and rule all the seas in the world. The Changhe Dragon, Bermuda. I finally met him. It's huge for one size. Looking at this gigantic shadow that covers the deep sea triangle all over, I can't help but rejoice. From the moment Bermuda appeared, a blue night fell. Meanwhile, Oz, who was sitting on my shoulder, frowned in displeasure. Bermuda, I'm one of two dragons that are bigger than me. Death Dragon Oz was the third oldest and third largest of all dragons. The blue sea dragon Bermuda in front of me now boasted the second largest size among all dragons, as it was the being who ruled the vast sea. Is the video recording going well? I glanced around and checked the video function in the upper left corner. Rec. Starting with the deep sea stalker seeable, passing through the deep sea kraken to the present. All the process was being recorded vividly until I met Chong Haryong Bermuda. Right then. Boo. Judalo pulled my cheeks with an anxious expression. You little queen's nib is pretty good. There's absolutely nothing wrong with listening to it. I sensed the crisis and immediately fell back. Just as expected. Surround. As Bermuda whipped the tips of its three horns toward me, a strange vortex began to form between its three horns. Oz cried again. Maelstrom. It's the navel of the sea. If you try to stop, you will only die. It is a self-defeating skill that is characteristic of the Changhe Dragon Bermuda. It is a supergiant sea whirlwind phenomenon that occurs when the ocean currents flowing between the three horns strangely mix and bend. A funnel large enough to engulf the entire ocean with a monster-sized dragon Orium. It blew up and made a flag. Pujik. Puzzling. Wow gig. Shipwrecks that have sunk in the sea are all broken. Even the submarines made of legendary metal and ships built with divine wood were so enormous that they were torn apart like pieces of tissue paper. Wurung. Whoops. It was also natural for the terrain to be warped. The cliffs on the seabed collapse and thick mud clouds rise. Sparks, electric currents, and plasma generated by the collision of minerals and sediments were scattering thunder and lightning in the dark clouds of the seafloor. It's fucking bullshit. I'm hurrying to get off this mud. It happened. Until recently, this coral forest, which was considered one of the most beautiful places in the world, was turned into hell in an instant. Oh. Behind it, a roar sounded as if the sea was about to burst from the place where the currents roar most violently. In this place where everything is torn apart. I barely managed to get out. When I turn my head back, I see the blue sea dragon Bermuda lying down in a triceratops-like posture and aiming at me with its three horns. Hey. The light gathered from the tips of the three horns of Bermuda creates a large sphere in one place. Where was the most common attack? But I don't have time to think about this and that. I hurriedly prepared for reflection damage. Flash. Before long, a beam of light from Bermuda pierces the dust and slashes me. The impact was huge, despite holding up with an anchor team and reflecting most of the impact. Since this is an attack from a fixed S+ level monster, there is no choice but to cause considerable mental agitation in addition to the overload on the body. Whoops. Haryong. Moreover, due to the unstable current, the reflected damage aim was also inaccurate. The damage I reflected only hit and collapsed the pitiful cliff and did not do any real damage to the Changhe Dragon Bermuda. Damn it. There was no time to drink the potion from the waste, so he had no choice but to make up for his stamina through the spare heart. Even in urgent situations, the brain rotates rapidly. Haryong Chong, Bermuda, we finally met. The ruler of Shanghai, tied for first place in the sea ranking. This guy is a post-original substream with little to no word of sight seeing it in the world before his return. The second largest of all dragons, the old dragon. The intimidation was able to surpass the death dragon Oz. Jigsaw, supportive. As Chong Haryong stood in front of Bermuda, All the convenient functions provided throughout the game, such as the status screen, deal meter, radar, and mini-map, began to be paralyzed. It seems that the game developer got the motif from the urban legend of the Bermuda Triangle. Certainly, it is difficult to run a raid without various status windows. Meeting them is atrocious, but even the environment in which they have to attack is atrocious. What's more, isn't this the deep sea with more than 200,000 li under the sea? Oh, you would have been better off coming alone. I can't raid with my bare mind here, really. I love the beams from Bermuda. He continued to back away from the water. Puff, puff, puff. Again, a strong current is raging. Bermuda seemed to be able to squirt water all over her body, anywhere. Every time it swings its arms, wings, and legs, it distorts the current around it and creates an invisible, powerful pressure. This is coming. It was in the water, so it was invisible, but it was definitely a tsunami. You're using Sea Devil's special attack as a flat hit. Monsters are monsters. Each normal attack that Bermuda sends while moving is equivalent to the ultimate of sea monsters, which belong to the highest individual value among A+ classes. I clenched my teeth and climbed the cliff on the sea floor. Behind me, a dreadful swarm of waters was rising up. If swallowed over there, no matter how many countries have the extra heart trait in the armor team, they will die instantly. Where the hell did that water come from? A scream comes out of nowhere. Not surprisingly, Bermuda was not attacking by pushing out existing water, but by creating and spewing new water out of the water. These two look similar, but are completely different. Pushing out the existing water disperses the power as new water enters the empty spot where the water disappears, but in Bermuda, new water is created to restore the original space. By pushing away the water, it is possible to operate pure and magical power. Surprisingly, it was Oz that answered my question. Come to think of it, there is a legend that the scales of Bermuda have mysterious powers. What? What legend? But I believe in legends. I don't. What is he saying now? Say it quickly. Cook. Human. Do you think I'll tell you that? It's Judelope. Hearing my call, Jean Judelope, who is in charge of Oz, stood on the opposite shoulder and slowly raised her head. Haha. Oz snorted hard, then continued with a sullen expression. I will never tell you the legend that the blue scales of Bermuda contain mystical powers, and that if you remove a single sheet and place it in the ground, a spring will never dry out in any drought. 5. Then, water will continue to be made infinitely from the scales of the Changi dragon. Is it? Cook. So, the place where Bermuda sleeps will one day become a spring, a lake, and a sea. Neither will they ever tell you. Haha. What do you think? I wonder, human. Suffer from curiosity. Peanuts. Ho. Ouch. Is 4 years old enough to be a prawn? How do you do this in the water? Good night. Hey. I'm crazy. Anyway, you little human, I have explained everything. I don't know anything about this, so the rest is up to you. It was exactly what Oz said. The Changi dragon Bermuda was spewing water wherever it moved. It was spewing blue deep-sea water under its blue scales, which caused it to move. It was also very short. What's more, if you catch the ocean currents with the power that comes from their enormous size, then a massive tsunami will strike. Whoa, 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 whoa. Once again, the topography of the deep sea changes dramatically. Oh. When I ran away faster than I thought, Bermuda seemed determined to destroy the surrounding area altogether. Another supermassive vortex is formed at the tip of the three horns. Maelstrom. Bermuda's super wide area technique and special move was about to fly towards me again. However, can I just be suffering? I was already weighing the angle to strike back against Bermuda. After a while, I had Judelope pull something out of my inventory. Judelope, give me that. Poa. Judelope confidently handed me the item. Okay, you understood what I was saying. Yep, this is the left spiral shell. Not. Judelope, not this one, that one. That. I don't have time for this. Maelstrom is approaching. I clearly communicated my intentions to Judelope. That. What is that? But, again, Judelope brought out something really bad. Poeen. A weak carapace? This is what you picked up while fighting Beelzebub. Not this. Pew. To my old friend Goliath? This is the letter I got from Heaven Island. Hurry up before it gets wet. Pooh. Say that 100% fresh slime juice walker has been around for a long time. Haha. Does this remind you of the past? Anyway, don't do this. Right. In the end, he was hit by Judelope. Seeing this, Oz burst out spewing black air bubbles. Oh, I really don't have time for this. I saw the approaching Maelstrom and cried again to Judelope. Judelope. Yeah, that. Well, after adding an accurate explanation, Judelope immediately handed me something. Tub. The item that flew straight into my hand was exactly what I was looking for. A small item that came out of a treasure trove accumulated like a mountain. It was a very small round object about the size of a pill and having an orange color. It is the secret weapon that can overcome this situation, taken out of the Kraken's safe. Worn Out Newbie. Chapter 599. Worn and Torn Newbie Chapter 599. King of Shanghai. Good. If you have this, you can have a match even if you come to Bermuda. I muttered, clutching the orange pill in my hand. Right then. Whoops. Alone. The reef above my head suddenly collapsed, and I had to leave in a hurry. I need to get closer. They deny access. I had no choice but to swallow the silence. Gurgle, gurgle one. The rising and falling currents, flowing at incredible speeds, circulated around Bermuda's body, crushing everything around it. If you get caught up in that monster-like storm with a speed of more than 10 meters per second, you probably won't be able to get out and your whole body will be crushed by a rock. Moreover, it was not only the currents to be aware of. Shrillyrick. As I lowered my head as I felt the softness of my ankles wrapped around my ankles, I saw a huge seahorse stretching out its long leaves and burning my legs. Gullyong, gullyong, gullyong. Huge seaweeds such as seaweed and kelp wrap around my body everywhere. Is it a solicitation characteristic? A technique that blocks the movement of the target at the source, or in severe cases, presses it using the entire terrain. I removed the kelp that was holding the left arm and the seaweed stem that was holding the right arm by secreting mucus from my body. He also brushed off all the seaweed that wraps around his left foot and the agaric that wraps around his right foot. Others, rhubarb, spirulina, chives, 2 feet, dulce, seaweed, green onion, chain grass, spatula, Arabidopsis, martigelac, watergrass, and marimo were all thrown away. However, the seaweeds that have been thrown away are washed away by the current again and come to me. Because it is so long, once it is wrapped around the body, it was not usually a pain to remove it. They are tenacious grasshoppers. Maybe it's because they're seaweeds that have been tempered by the harsh water pressure of the deep sea. Even if it gets caught up in it, it holds up without being broken. They moved like snakes, clinging to my body, spinning round and round, wrapped around me. Whirly lyric. The seaweeds are long and create a series of movements. It was similar to the skip-the-line attack pattern of the Dark Lord, the Angel Emperor Nicodemus, or Beelzebub. I'm tired of skipping rope now. A gigantic scale of seaweed is swung to entangle me. I started to swim with my blonde hair, avoiding the arch of seaweed that drove me back and forth, left and right, in all directions. Hair bunny, a D, go any Naya. Then the sea currents roared, and the seaweeds. Movement becomes more and more expansive. Whoa, whoa. Beyond the thick mud clouds, the maelstrom made by the Changi Dragon Bermuda was gaining more and more serious power. Stone fragments, mud piles, wreckage debris, and seaweeds are mixed and rotated, so even a single touch will result in instant death. Gang gun, running. But I'm dodging all of these flying like a tug-of-war line. The evasion stats that have bloomed to the limit allow me to move my body quickly even in this harsh environment. Ugh, Bermuda, you old man. That bird got stronger. Where did you grow these seaweeds that are as tough as volcanoes? Hong Pu, Oz and Judalope were also following me, jumping hard over the seaweeds. Shrillyrick, Jijikjik. The seaweed is torn apart in the storm and broken into finer strands. The jump rope continued to grow. Double-stranded seaweed. The line of them is after me. When it comes to 3 strands, crossing the rope itself is a pain. Quadruple, already out of the common concept of skipping rope. 5-fold, subtle beats are added. Heavy, this is heavy. And 7-fold, 8-fold, 9-fold, 10-fold, 11-fold, 12-fold, 13-fold, 14-fold, 15-fold, 16-fold, Tulgi, Yapai, Ho-Chi, Sichomi, Jachaminmio. More and more lines are wrapped around me. However, are you going to D? Again, I avoid countless string baptisms. What many people mistakenly think is that as the line increases, the difficulty of jumping rope becomes more difficult. But in reality, it is not. If you're about to jump rope in 94 like now, it looks better. Since the area occupied by the ropes is larger than the ground when stepping on the ground, if you repeatedly step on a few specific points, you can reach a point where the margin of the ground you need to step on is more prominent. So, if you are a serious gamer, if you step on a black part when crossing a crosswalk, you will die and become a white part. Let's continue image training in such a way that you have to step in childbirth to live. Of course, coming here requires a lot of physical work, so this is a tip that most gamers don't know until the moment they quit the game. Then, chin. I lost what I had in my hand because of a single stalk of seaweed that gripped my wrist like a solicitor in Dong Demon Miglior. Ah! An orange pill falls from his hand and sinks into the depths of the sea. Thousands of things, Chan Lear Yi sure, to make such a mistake. But, in a moment of crisis, it was Oz who picked it up again. Human, that's 7. I really hate acting like an idiot in a moment of crisis like this. Oh yes, good job. Ehehehe. As I stroke my hair, Oz smiles involuntarily. It is already too late to do a quick color correction late. Then, oh. From beyond the storm, I saw another 3 horns pointed in this direction. Go. The pier from the Sea Dragon Bermuda was shaking the vast sea. The pier felt in the water is different from the pier on the ground. On the ground, you can cover your ears or hide behind terrain objects such as trees and rocks, but this is underwater. The wave that spreads through the atmosphere hits the body as it is and hits it. A huge amount of foam was coloring the whole world in white. The amount of air bubbles is so high that it is almost impossible to breathe even though it is in the water. Dangerous. The peculiar sense of the deceased was sending a warning. The Changi Dragon Bermuda is changing its attack pattern. Bubbling / beep, blah 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 blah. The sea on the right was boiling due to the scorching heat. On the other hand, the sea on the left freezes coldly. The whole sea was dyed red. I do not know the attack pattern of the Changi Dragon Bermuda, but at least this. He seemed to know what the situation was. Is it the characteristic of El Niño and La Nina? Before returning, I had encountered the named monsters El Niño and La Nina that live near Atlantum. They have the shape of a giant scallop with a long body, while El Niño with a red mane attacks by boiling the surrounding seawater hot, while a blue mane. La Nina attacks by freezing the surrounding seawater. El Niño rapidly increases the temperature of the seawater and causes burn damage to the surroundings, but also changes the flow of the ocean current to create a storm. In addition, it was a tricky monster that caused a red tide of an enormous scale, causing players to choke and leave the field. On the other hand, La Nina rapidly. It cools and sprays frostbite and freeze damage around it. This guy is a terrifying monster that creates a death icicle called a brinacle and cuts or pierces the player and even traps him in ice. If the two of them work together, they are powerful enough to be almost impossible to attack, but, fortunately, the two got along badly and never appeared on the same field, so they defeated each other. In this case, clearing was possible. However, this child are you using both traits at once. It is also several times more powerful. I was astonished to see the sea water freezing and boiling in the arms of Bermuda. No matter how much I say I'm a character in this game, that enormous wide area, it is impossible to withstand natural disasters of extreme quality. Certainly, it's not an attack designed to block or avoid. I admitted it. It is impossible to capture the Changi Dragon Bermuda with human power, even 1:1. However, but there is always a way. I brushed off the seaweed on my body and spread out my hands. The bright light emanating from the palm of your hand. The secret weapon from the Kraken's vault has finally been revealed. Kraken's egg / material / S. Before the Kraken grew to a great size, it had a very small beginning. It was the egg laid by the Kraken. Daughter. The earring on my earlobe rang lightly and made a sound. Because it was made from the shell of a Kraken, it seemed to be repulsed by the egg of a Kraken. I waved the Kraken's egg toward Bermuda in front of me. The Kraken only lays one egg in its lifetime. See, that's it. After that, there will be no need to explain. I covered the Kraken's egg in a resilient stalk of seaweed and pulled it out to make it look like a slingshot. Ping! The Kraken's egg flew like peas towards Bermuda in front of me. Wow! It soon broke too easily. The weak eggshell is torn and the contents inside are slowly spread into the seawater. Bubbling. And the contents of the egg are lifted up by the hot bubbles that Bermuda is exhaling. Keep going upwards. Go and bring your parents. I touched Bermuda's body and waved at the broken egg. Chong Haryong Bermuda frowned, as if he did not understand what I was doing. However, soon he realized what he had done. Scary solstice it. The response came incredibly quickly. No, it seems to have happened before the egg broke in the first place. Very scary solstice. A very scary day. The creepy BGM slowly subsides from afar. Coming. 3 feet. 4 feet. 5 feet. 6 feet. 7 feet. 8 feet. Slowly. But surely. With furious steps. 500. At the same time, there were 8 huge tentacles that ripped apart and protruded from the sealing currents of the deep sea. Kraken. Feeling that the only egg had been destroyed, the mother came to search for the enemy in this distant deep sea. In an instant, seeing the kraken descending from above, I had to open my eyes wide. It was because the appearance of the kraken, completely awakened from sleep, completely blinded by anger, was a little different from what I knew. 3 Laken Tulu Mode First Class. S+/ Characteristics. Paleontology, Deep Sea, Earthquake, Storm, Crack, Capture. Yi Habitat, Blue Hole Bottom. Yi Size. A distant, primordial creature that lived in a time when there was neither light nor darkness. The ultimate of seawater monsters, the one who laid down everything. His power, which has nothing to lose anymore, can be compared to that of a god. Worn Out Newbie. Chapter 600. Worn and Torn Newbie Chapter 600. King of Shanghai 8. Distant Seas. A carol like a funeral song echoes eerily at the bottom of the deep sea, as dark and wide as the universe. A single eye that radiates red light like the sun, and countless tentacles and suckers beneath it were cast down like a curtain. Kraken Cthulhu Mode, Class. S+/ Characteristics. Paleontology, Deep Sea, Earthquake, Storm, Crack, Capture. Habitat, Blue Hole Bottom. Size. A distant, primordial creature that lived in a time when there was neither light nor darkness. The ultimate of seawater monsters, the one who laid down everything. His power, which has nothing to lose anymore, can be compared to that of a god. The 17 fixed S+ grade monsters that form the basis of the worldview of Deus Ex Machina. However, the Cthulhu mod kraken in front of him does not fit into the 17 entries. Outside of the specification, twisting causality by itself. John is breaking the rules of the worldview. Ashes. Gentile. He is an exceptional person who has emerged from this worldview alone. Moreover, that wrathful figure is like an ancient evil god of Hapsa. It was a bust that could hardly be thought of as being made of flesh and blood. I am the kraken beyond imagination. I couldn't keep my mouth shut when I saw the original form. The kraken's HP I dealt with on the water surface, or on the island, was about 200 million. It was 209,759,000 to be exact. However, as he descended into the deep sea, his stamina and stats gradually increased. The last time I saw him sleeping next to the shipwreck, he had a terrible blood ache of nearly 800 million. And now, we have now reached the deepest point in Shanghai. Kraken's HP is, you crazy? 6 billion. I waved my hand to clear the crackling noise in front of me, and then stared at the status window. Z680Z20D. Although it looked a little broken due to the interference peers emitted by the Changhe Dragon Bermuda, the number of over 1.6 billion was clearly written in the status window. In other words, the Cthulhu mod kraken in the deep sea right before my eyes is 8 times stronger than the kraken I faced on the ground in the past. Wasn't Beelzebub's stamina around 1.5 billion? Of course, your stamina is your fighting power. Does not lead to. However, at this moment, it was clear that the kraken was emitting a power comparable to that of a fixed S+ class monster. Stick. The hair bone becomes soft. As soon as the cold sweat from the back came out, it was dissolved in the cold seawater of the deep sea and disappeared. Once again, when I was in my level 40s in the past, it was a moment when I realized how great an achievement it was to catch the kraken. Although it was the result of mobilizing all kinds of tricks after pulling it out of the water to the ground. Oh. The kraken moved its bigger body and came down the cliff on the seafloor. The tentacles that were originally like mountain ranges. Now it has grown even bigger and is like a pillar that supports the sky under the sea. The Cthulhu kraken used its 8 giant tentacles to pull its source deeper into the ocean floor. And at the end of it was the core of Jinqing, the king of Shanghai, Chong Haryong Bermuda. It's shallow, where do you dare come down? Bermuda didn't seem to know that she had broken the kraken's egg. Therefore, it was only natural that he could not understand the wrath of the Cthulhu kraken towards him now. Oh. The Cthulhu kraken stretched out its gigantic tentacles and began to tighten the entire deep sea. A terrifying number of suckers press into the canyons under the sea. But Bermuda was not known as the king of Shanghai for nothing. Wo quack 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 quack. The oxen vortex that stretched out from the tip of its 3 horns tore the tentacles of the Cthulhu kraken, which was swinging with a force to destroy the sky. Not enough, it left a deep scar on the body beyond it. It's like breaking the sea into 3 pieces, so powerful. Whoops. Plasma lightning strikes countless times in the dark clouds created by the mud. Oh. With a gloomy scream, the Cthulhu kraken, which had lost one of its tentacles, moved. Its volume was really wide and huge, so it was possible to cast the knight over a wide area with just a little movement. Wow. The remaining tentacles and suckers of the Cthulhu Kraken began to wrap around Changhe Dragon's body. The old dragon's body, which had lived for a long time, was huge and heavy enough to be wrapped around with the tentacles of the Cthulhu Kraken. Wuduk! Wuduk! In the deep sea, a battle of strength between the two super creatures has begun. Pop, 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 pop. The loud noises from everywhere are thul. It was the sound of Lu Kraken's pillar-like muscle fibers breaking, and it was also the sound of the scales of the dragon Bermuda coming out of his skin. Teeth and nails, scales and tentacles, beaks, muscles and bones collide, and everything twists. Oh, though. The current began to run wild and swept everything around. It was invisible to the naked eye because it was underwater, but it was a supernatural disaster-class tsunami large enough to drive several countries into a state of anomie at once. Now, such things are coming in real time, overlapping dozens or hundreds of layers. Whoa, 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 whoa. A world in which everything is turned upside down, broken, and tumbling. Whoops, whoops, pumpkin. Meanwhile, marine snow falling. Pieces of Kraken's flesh, which have been washed away by the violent currents, flutter like snow. Would this be dangerous for me? I stick to my face. He muttered, removing the flesh. Kerdung slash. Not surprisingly, this place, which is quite far away from the battle between the two sea monsters, was also swept away by the aftermath. Sand dunes collapse one after another and rocks crumble. A thick cloud of dust engulfed everything. Tattered muscle fibers and scaly debris were mixed together and flying like snow. Bang! Puff puff. The earth sinks. As the ground of the blue hole receded downward, the huge rocks standing around began to gradually incline toward the center of the canyon. Crazy. I couldn't help but doubt my eyes. As the strong current lifted the sand clouds, what appeared was a huge abyss. It was the abyss itself. Kuryong. Even in the primordial abyss blue hole, the bottom of the seven-hook hole cannot be seen. Suddenly, these two sea monsters are on the ground. It's even torn to pieces. Oh my gosh. As water began to rush into the new hole, all the currents around it headed there. Curl rumble. I swam as fast as I could, but as a mere human, I cannot be completely free from natural disasters. It looks like a drowning insect being sucked into a sewer. Eventually, I gave up swimming in reverse. If not to the contrary, it just runs straight into the hole. If I take time for nothing, I will be crushed by the giant body of those two sea monsters and turn into a rattlesnake. Thud. I threw myself into the newly created crater. To be honest, I can't explain it other than a miracle that I didn't die from being hit by rocks and wrecks from the wreckage around me. I looked outside like a small crab in a hollow in the cliff. Oh. A terrifying scream resounds in the deep sea. It's dark and it's dark. Red blood and blue blood spread through the currents and cover the mud clouds. The battle of the huge things. All I can see are dark red waves and fragments of flesh falling from the sky. Even the light that flowed in the size of a grain of rice was blocked by shadows, mud, rocks, and debris. Here the deep sea is locked in an eternal night. I'll just have to listen. Sound play. If it were me, I could understand the situation outside just by listening to the sound. Prison walls break, old ones awake yet. The prison falls, and the old things are awakened. Stars brightly burning, boiling, and churning. The stars burn brightly, boil, and mix. Bode a returning season of Dune W. Very, very, very scary solstice slash. A very, 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 very scary day. Oh good. But even in the midst of this, it was impossible to guess the situation outside the party because of this long song-like BGM. His senses of sight, touch, hearing, and smell were all paralyzed. There is no such fear. If other players were here, just close your eyes and die. Would have waited for. However, I brightened my eyes. But not me. Intuition as a deceased person speaks for itself. Surely there must be a way out. Curl up. Look at this. Because the hole is almost full of water, the current weakens. Now, if you find a suitable gap and leave this hole. If you go. Ugh, what is that? I could finally see the two monsters fighting outside again. How could you see? Because I didn't go out, they came in. Bermuda and the Kraken were fiercely entangled with each other and were sinking towards this side. Ugly eyes stare at me. The intuition of the deceased said. My previous intuition was wrong. I will die in this deep abyss. Human, accept death. It will make you forever. Pooh you. The words of Oz and Judalope cannot even be heard. Right then. Awkward. At that moment, something caught my hand. It may be one of the many byproducts of the seabed that have been caught in the current, but the feel of the hand was unusually familiar. Seaweed from Bermuda? I grabbed hold of the long, thick seaweed in my hand. Fortunately, it was firmly anchored to some blunt outside. The Sea King's vein/material/A+. Seaweeds grown by enduring the high water pressure of the deep sea have different strengths. In the deep sea, not even volcanoes can break this seaweed. Maelstrom raging like mad, the navel of the sea. In this supernatural violence that takes away everything that gets involved. There is only one way for me to live, and it is to hold on to this lifeline and stretch it out. In the water pressure that would shatter the body of an ordinary person, I endured and persevered. Every time the spare heart beats once, the highest quality potions evaporated in lumps. The seaweed does not break even in the midst of Maelstrom, and is holding up well. In the pit I was slowly crawling into, the Kraken and Bermuda were fighting fiercely. The two melt into darkness. Hey. A roar like my tinnitus, for some reason. I can't even guess what I'm hearing. However, as a huge amount of blood and flesh was continuously spurting out of the pit, like an undersea volcano erupting, it was possible to guess that it was a very fierce battle. Thud. Some sounds are heard from afar, as if eaten by an abyss that knows no end. Whoops. Another sound came from near the hole, as if it would jump out at any moment. I quietly awaited the verdict at the bottom of this terrible chaotic vortex. Who will crawl out of that pit? Is it Bermuda, the ruler of Shanghai? Or is it the Cthulhu Kraken, the great rage itself? It's something I'm thankful for that no one is coming out. But it can't be. Thud. A roar echoing the axis of the seafloor. Finally, the inside of the crater was quiet. Has the winner been decided? Is this an obvious result as expected? Or will there be a reversal that overturns the predictions? I was carried away in a cold sweat by the current, watching the rags sink. Yet, equipment. A sea monster that had largely lost its original shape began to pull its huge body out of the crater.